Tim Barrier had been a cattleman and outdoorsman all his life. Growing up on a large spread in Texas, he'd settled in the area after retiring from the military. He and his family once raised 400 head of cattle on over 1,000 acres between them. His two sons had returned to the county after college to help him expand. Jacob had reached out to them to help with their cows. They had been willing to do some trading, and the Langston Group's herd had grown to 4 cows and a bull. It had been a blessing and a curse. It was great to have meat and milk, but the danger of thieves attacking them for the cattle was concerning. I did. He thought they'd be at Round Springs or Rocky Creek, Zach said. I thought he was coming with us, Aaron said. His wife is ill. He thought he should stick close to home for now, Zach said. Darla is sick? I didn't know that. Has Miss Ella and Beth been to look at her? Harmony asked. Zach nodded. Yes, but it's not good. But she was so strong and healthy when I saw her last. She tripped on a rake someone left on the ground and fell. She broke her ankle and wrist. There's an infection, and it has spread to her blood. It's only a matter of time now, Zach said with his head lowered. That's awful. I feel so bad for them, Harmony said. That could happen to any of us. That's why we have to be so careful all the time. There just isn't any room for mistakes these days, Maria said. Aaron nodded. A shadow fell over the wagon, and Harmony looked up. The sky had darkened, and it looked like rain. A pained look crossed her face. She still suffered nightmares from the tornado that had leveled the cabin and killed Zach's stepfather. Most of the survivors from that day were still uneasy when they saw black clouds forming, but the rain would provide some relief from the oppressive heat. Zach reached out and took Harmony's hand. He gave it a squeeze as he leaned over and whispered in her ear. I'm right here. I'm not going to let anything happen to you. Harmony looked into his eyes, pecked him on the cheek, and whispered in his ear. I won't let anything happen to you either. Zach leaned over and nudged Maria as they approached the checkpoint entering the city of Licking. They have another new deputy, Zach said. Maria raised her head and studied the man. I wonder who defected this time. My bet is on McRoy. He has 4 kids to feed. Although the new sheriff is offering the best pay in the county, he can't compete with old man Nelson. Yeah, but what Nelson makes you do for your pay should be a deterrent to most decent folks, Maria said. Harmony agreed. Clark Nelson had owned a car dealership prior to the lights going out. He'd wasted no time in hiring people to ensure his survival. Early on, he'd offered large sums of cash to help secure his 200-acre cattle farm. When the workers realized money was worthless, he'd paid them in beef. Now he was thriving with more than 1,000 acres and 300 head of cattle. He had prospered despite the times, but he had done so by being ruthless. He pushed people off their land and stole what he needed to maintain his ranch. Harmony feared if someone didn't stand up to him soon, he'd control the whole region. Chapter 5. Highway 63, Licking, Missouri, July 11th. Maddie's usual wariness about leaving the safety of their well-guarded community was amplified by not only the discovery of the dead man with high-tech gear, but with Larry's revelation of slave traders reaching their area. She kept her head on a swivel as they rode toward Highway 32. They stopped briefly in the city of Licking to drop off some tools for repair at the new blacksmith shop before heading north on Highway 63. The city of Licking's population had grown in recent weeks with the installment of a new sheriff and his deputies. Lack of security was one of the biggest problems that communities face now. It was hard to tend crops, take care of the animals, and keep a watch over your shoulder for people aiming to steal it all from you. It was hard enough getting food to grow and keeping animals healthy and producing, but having to keep constant vigilance to make sure no one took it from you was exhausting. A little boy stood next to one of the new deputies at the checkpoint as they left town. As the wagon rolled by, the boy waved and Maddie waved back. Other than the few kids on their farm, Maddie rarely saw children anymore. So many had succumbed to starvation and disease over the winter. The flu epidemic that had swept through the area had killed so many of the young and the elderly. Larry steered the wagon around potholes in the pavement as they continued north. There were a couple of hills the horses struggled to climb with their heavy burden, and everyone was forced to walk alongside to lighten the load for them. It was exhausting in the summer heat. After camping near a creek north of Licking for the night, they set out just after dawn. Maddie preferred traveling in the early morning. As the day began to heat up, she thought about ways they could rig headlights on the wagon to travel at night. She'd rather deal with mosquitoes than heat. At the top of the hill before Yancey Mills, Larry pulled the wagon over onto the shoulder of the road under the first shade Maddie had seen all day. As much as I hate winter, I'm finding myself looking forward to snow, Maddie said, wiping sweat from her brow. As she sat on the back of the wagon swinging her legs, she gulped down her lukewarm water. Dustin and Larry fanned out to secure the area while Jacob watered the horses. Maddie jumped down and walked around to the front of the wagon. I had a thought, Jacob. What if we ask around at the trade fair and see if we can gather support for some sort of group to go after those slave traders? We really can't spare everyone running off to do it. But if we could convince others to join us, I think we could rid this area of the threat, at least until after fall harvest and the cabins are completed. We could spare even more people after that. Larry and I spoke about that. If we could join forces, that would be best. Maddie smiled and nodded. She felt hopeful they could gather a group and root out those vile bastards. Maddie heard hard footfalls on the pavement behind her and spun to see Larry and Dustin running back toward the wagon. "What is it?" she called out. "3 men on horseback, riding up fast," Larry yelled back. "You recognize any of them?" Ames asked. "No, never seen them before," Larry said. "Strangers mostly meant trouble. Anyone could be a threat these days. You could never be too careful." Maddie dropped down by the rear tire of the wagon while Larry and Dustin took a defensive position behind some nearby trees. "Maddie, drop down in that ditch and keep your head down," Ames said as he crouched by the front tire where he rested his rifle. Maddie crouched and slid into the ditch. She squatted and rested her rifle on a rock at the top. She could hear the clomping of hooves now. It echoed as the sound bounced through the hills, making it difficult to determine how close the riders were. "See them yet?" Maddie asked. "No. Stay down, Maddie," Harding said. It was torturous waiting for the riders to arrive, not knowing if they were friend or foe. They generally knew everyone in the area. They did get the occasional traveler passing through, but not many these days. Travel was so cumbersome and dangerous that few people risked it. Whoever these folks were, they were in a hurry from the sound of it. "I see them. 2 men and what looks like a woman," Larry called out. Maddie bit her lower lip. Could this be the dead man's group or the ones who shot him? She pulled the rifle tight into her shoulder and peered through her scope. A moment later, the riders crested the top of the hill. The first man rode a quarter horse and wore a black cowboy hat. He sat tall in his saddle and looked like an experienced rider. The second man was short, wore a baseball cap, and could barely stay on his horse, clearly a city boy. The woman riding in the middle was no captive. She sat erect on her palomino and held the reins in her left hand. Her right hand rested on a holster on her right thigh. "You can stop right there," Larry yelled as the trio topped the hill. The riders pulled on their reins and slowed their horses. The man in the cowboy hat dismounted and stood behind his horse. The man and woman remained mounted. The man in the ball cap looked terrified, but the woman, although she sat straighter in her saddle, looked perfectly calm. "State your business in these parts," Larry yelled. "That ain't none of your business," the cowboy replied. "We're making it our business," Dustin said. The woman held her hand out toward the man and said, "We're on our way to a trade fair in Phelps County." "Really, it doesn't look like you brought anything to trade," Larry said. "I'm looking for someone," the woman said. "And who might that be?" Larry asked. Maddie stood. "Are you bounty hunters?" Nelson sometimes hired bounty hunters to track down horse and cattle thieves. Maddie had never seen them before. With so much work being required just to survive, Maddie wondered how anyone had the resources to pay people to look for thieves. "No," the cowboy said from behind his horse. "Why are you looking for them at the market?" Larry asked. "I can't really discuss that," the woman replied. Larry gestured behind the woman. "Well, then, you can just turn around and head back the way you came." The woman's brows knit together. "I can't do that. It is very important for me to find this person. I assure you we aren't looking for trouble with you." Maddie detected an urgency to her tone. She was trying hard to hide it, but she was desperate. Maddie would bet money on it. What was so important about this person they were looking for? "Maybe not," Larry said. "But it's a dangerous world we live in these days, and we can't be too careful. So if you aren't willing to be honest about your business here in the county, then we can only assume you're up to no good." The woman turned to her companions. Neither of them looked eager to fight their way through. She looked from the cowboy to Dustin. "Are you in the military?" Dustin stood more erect. "Hooah! 5th Engineer Battalion. Are you stationed at Fort Leonard Wood?" "I was." "It's no longer an active military base," Dustin said. The woman paused. "Are you AWOL?" Dustin laughed. "No, ma'am. I'm just on extended leave until we get a new commander-in-chief. You see, the person in charge of the military went and set himself up as a dictator. I ain't following no dictator. I don't care how much he's paying." The woman turned her head slightly and gave him a sideways glance. "Are you for hire?" The question seemed to catch Dustin off guard. He didn't come back with his usual sarcastic remarks. "Depends. Who's doing the paying, Colonel Ryan Sharp, she said. Colonel, military, or law enforcement? Dustin asked. The cowboy looked up to the woman. Military, he said. Military? Maddie asked. Who's military? Larry asked. Colonel Sharp is with the 1st Cavalry Division out of Fort Hood, the woman said. Fort Hood? What the hell is he doing all the way up here in Missouri? Larry asked. That's classified, the woman said. I'm officially declassifying it, Dustin said, stepping out of the woods behind the riders. Chapter 6, Highway 63, Phelps County, Missouri, July 12th. Maddie leaned against the wagon, listening to the woman trying to convince Larry that she was a United States federal agent on official business. Maddie wasn't sure. Parts of her story seemed plausible. Maddie desperately wanted to believe some remnant of the prior government was still in control, even if it was only Texas and Louisiana as the woman claimed. So tell me again, this interim president who elected him, Larry asked. He stood with his feet spread apart and rifle slung across his chest, not quite pointing it at the cowboy, but ready to respond if need be. President Latham was appointed by the majority of the remaining Congress of the United States, the woman said. And you're CIA or what? Larry's tone was sarcastic. He obviously didn't believe her. Listen, dude, Agent Stevens has told you all that she's authorized to reveal. You can choose to believe her or not. We have a mission to complete, and you are hindering a federal investigation. That's a crime, a federal crime, Cowboy said over his saddle. Maddie's mind was whirling, trying to make sense of it all. It made sense that some of the previous government would have survived. Not all of them would have been in Washington, D.C. at the time of the nuclear attack on the Capitol. But she did have trouble believing a delegation visiting El Salvador was now her country's new leaders. What is President Latham doing to get the lights back on? Maddie asked. The man in the ball cap's eyes lit up. He opened his mouth to speak, but a death stare from Agent Stevens shut him down. That is classified, Stevens replied. Maddie screwed up her face. She, too, was getting tired of the same answers from the woman. Maddie needed answers, and she wanted them now. She turned to Larry, whose jaw was clenched. You're full of shit, lady. I don't know why you think that bullshit story will earn you safe passage out here in flyover country, but you're sadly mistaken, Larry said. Larry brought his rifle up and pointed it at the woman. The cowboy spun and leveled his rifle at Larry. Big mistake. Dustin had been slowly walking closer and closer to the trio as the conversation continued. Cowboy flinched as he suddenly felt the barrel of Dustin's rifle in the middle of his back. His eyes widened and he lowered his rifle, letting it dangle from its sling. He slowly raised his hands. The man in the ball cap gasped, and his hands flew into the air as well. Is this really necessary? Agent Stevens asked, pointing toward Dustin. Larry tilted his chin and looked down his nose. Apparently it is, since you want to keep with that bullshit story instead of the truth. We're reasonable people, him not so much, Larry said, nodding toward Dustin. Dustin fought back a grin. He extended his middle finger in Larry's direction. Harding stepped forward. Maddie thought she caught something, some sort of recognition between the two, but it disappeared quickly. She looked toward Stevens, who blinked a few times, and looked around at the group. Here's what I want to know. If you're on this important classified mission, why the hell are you not traveling with a security detail? Harding asked. You appear to be intelligent. I'm having trouble believing you'd head out with just these two as security. I'm not security, Baseball Cap blurted, earning him another death stare from Stevens. Stevens returned her focus to Harding. Maddie studied her. She was tall and slender, but not thin like everyone else these days. She wore her brown hair in a tight bun. It looked clean, as did her nails. The blue button-up shirt she wore over her white tank top was wrinkled, but was clean, and almost looked new. No one wore clothes that fresh. Maddie's eyes fell to the woman's boots. The soles weren't worn out like Maddie's. The woman obviously hadn't put hundreds of miles on them. Stevens lowered her voice. We were attacked. The rest of my team didn't make it. Maddie drew in a deep breath. The dead man they'd found in the ditch must have been one of Stevens's, from the look on Larry's and the others' faces. They were thinking the same thing. Attacked by whom? Ames asked. Maddie twisted to see where he was. He'd been so quiet she'd forgotten he was there. Stevens hesitated. Who attacked you and killed your team? Maddie asked. A group of well-armed and well-trained men, Stevens replied flatly. Maddie pivoted to get a better look at the cowboy. He had lowered his head and was staring at his boots. Dustin moved around to the side of him and back toward the tree line. I bet he ran. His body language says he feels guilt over the situation. Cowboy's a coward. Whereabouts was that? Ames asked, stepping away from the team of horses. Iron County, Stevens said. Maddie glanced at Larry. He cocked his head to the side, then gave a half shrug. That's quite a ways from here, Larry said. More to Ames than Stevens. Did one of your men have a tattoo of a Grim Reaper draped in the American flag? Maddie asked. Yes. How did you know that? Stevens asked. Stevens gave a sideways glance to Cowboy. Maddie held Larry's gaze as she answered Stevens's question. Because we found him face down in a ditch yesterday, Maddie said. He's dead? Stevens asked, glaring at Cowboy. Her expression spoke volumes. Yes, shot in the back. It looked like he'd ridden some distance before dying. You say this attack happened in Iron County? About how long ago was that? Larry asked. Maddie studied Stevens's face. She was barely fazed by the news. She looked more pissed than sad. 2 days we got split up. Peterson and a few others were laying down suppressive fire so I could get away. We got cut off from them. They were surrounded. Stevens swallowed hard. Hogan and Collins managed to escape. We met up with them at our rally point. We waited 24 hours as agreed. The rest of the team never showed. She said it so businesslike. Either she was lying or she was one cold bitch. Even after all she'd been through these last 9 months, Maddie doubted that she'd be able to relay such information without showing at least some emotion. Is that who you are looking for, the rest of your team? Maddie asked. Stevens glanced at her companions. No. We ran into some trouble after that. We were stopped on the road by bandits. They took government property. We need to get it back. Larry stiffened. Bandits, you say? Were they dressed in all black and riding black horses? Maddie asked, reading Larry's mind. Yes, you know them? Stevens asked. She shifted in her saddle and gave Baseball Cap a preemptive death stare. He looked away. We know of them, Larry said. Everyone knew of them. Nelson's hired goons had brought chaos and destruction everywhere they rode, all of it sanctioned by their boss. Without law enforcement to track them down and put a stop to their reign of terror, they continued to pillage south-central Missouri. What did they take? Dustin asked. Stevens shifted to face him. That's classified. Dustin rolled his eyes. I guess you won't be wanting it back then. You know something? You know where it is? She asked, her eyes brightening with hope. Dustin smirked. That's classified. She offered Dustin the same death stare she'd given Baseball Cap, but to no effect. Dustin crossed the road and reached into the wagon for the water cup tied to the cooler. No one spoke as Dustin took a long drink. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and held the cup up to Stevens. Want some? Stevens shook her head. I want to know where to find those men. I need to reacquire our cargo. Larry glanced over to Cowboy and looked him up and down. You're going to need an army to reacquire that cargo. What the hell were you thinking traveling with a wagon full of gold? Maddie felt like she'd missed something. What led Larry to think the cargo was gold? But Stevens looked like she'd been sucker-punched for a moment. She recovered quickly and raised her nose into the air. Was Larry right? Were they traveling with a load of gold? Why? What possible value would it have in this new world? Money couldn't buy shit these days. Bullets and beans had become the new currency. If you had those, you were rich. Larry raised his hand. No, don't tell me. It's classified. Stevens crossed her arms. Larry was right. It was written all over Stevens's face. How on earth had he guessed that? You must not want help locating it, then? Dustin glanced over to Larry. Larry, they might be a Russian spy or something. Stevens glared at Larry. That shipment is vital to our national recovery. I have to get it back. She shifted to focus on Dustin. I can pay if you know men for hire. I can pay well. Dustin's bottom lip stuck out, and a smile spread across his face. He looked over his shoulder to Larry and then to Ames and Harding. I don't have any use for gold, Dustin said. For a second, Stevens looked defeated. What about MREs? Do you have use for food? She asked. Dustin's eyes widened. Now you're talking. How many? I don't see where you could be carrying enough to make me want to risk my neck, he said. They aren't with me. But name your price. We'll make it happen, she said. Stevens, Cowboy said. What, Hogan, do you think you and Collins are going to track them down and take the gold from them? Just shut up, she turned back to Dustin. We have 3 days. I have to have that cargo back within 3 days. Ames moved from his concealed position behind the wagon, startling Maddie and causing her to slip off the edge of the pavement. She grabbed hold of the wagon to stop her slide down into the ditch. What happens in 3 days? Ames asked, taking a step toward Stevens. And don't tell me that it's classified if you're going to ask us to risk our lives. We need to know what's at stake beyond a few MREs. Stevens stared at Ames. He held her gaze as she scrutinized him. From his appearance, she probably pegged him as a farmer with his overalls and long white beard. Maddie didn't detect the same flicker of recognition she'd seen with Harding. Maybe she'd been wrong about it. It was conceivable that Stavens had met the FEMA regional director, but not his director of response and recovery. Stavens pointed to the wagon. "Mind if I give my horse some water while I tell you what is at stake for the nation, Deputy Director Ames?" Maddie stared at Stevens's fingernails as she sat on the back of the wagon. Her hands were folded in her lap. They appeared well manicured. She hadn't been pulling weeds, that much was clear. Maddie looked down at her own green-stained fingers. Dirt was caked under her very short nails. Maddie tried to guess how old Stevens was. It had become hard to determine a person's age these days. Starvation, stress, and hardship weathered a person far beyond their years. Steffens's skin looked perfect. She looked like she bathed regularly. Who still did that? The surviving members of Congress settled in the U.S. Embassy in Belo Horizonte, Brazil. Stevens glanced at Dustin. "That's in South America." Dustin cocked his head to the side and glared at her but said nothing. Oh, how she had underestimated him. Dustin may have looked like a dumb hillbilly with his floppy fisherman's hat and dirty jeans half tucked in his mud-soaked, square-toed cowboy boots, but he was anything but slow. That kid was smart. Maddie was surprised Stevens made snap judgments based upon appearance. She thought agents trained by the CIA would know not to underestimate anyone. Dustin crossed his arms over his chest and leaned against the side of the wagon.
Yeah, but where'd you get the gold, and why were you transporting it through middle of nowhere, Missouri?"
Dustin asked. Her head rotated slightly toward him. Her scalp glistened with sweat. She used the back of her hand to wipe her brow as she rubbed her forehead. Maddie spotted a healing bruise on her left cheek. "Why did it take so long for the congressional delegation to return to the United States?" Harding asked. Stevens shifted to face him. She rotated her cup in her hands a few times and took a long drink before answering. His military advisors and Secret Service agents advised against it. There wasn't a way to secure a headquarters for him and the rest of the government. Traveling through Central America and Mexico is quite dangerous. They had to come by ship. All our ships were being utilized on the West Coast. They came as soon as reasonably feasible. Ships. I'd wondered what happened to all our ships and planes stationed outside the United States, Maddie said. Most were destroyed in the fighting in the initial days after the war broke out. We launched missiles. Other countries retaliated. It was quite devastating, Stevens said. Once it started, the deterrent of mutually assured destruction fell apart. She was quiet for a moment. She looked forlorn. Once Texas was secured, the new government established its headquarters in Austin. She continued as if he hadn't spoken. "The governor of Texas didn't mind?" Maddie asked. "No, he's dead. So, back to the gold." "What's it for?" Dustin wasn't giving up. He was like a dog with a bone. Steffens drew in an exasperated breath and clenched her jaw. "Trade?" she said as she exhaled. The corners of Dustin's eyes crinkled, and he glanced back to Larry. Larry gave a half-shrug, stroked his beard, and asked, "With whom? I mean, you can't eat it. Who in their right mind is collecting gold these days?" Steffens opened her mouth to answer, but was cut short by the sound of gunfire. Maddie dove behind the wagon, rolled, and brought her rifle up. Larry, Ames, and Dustin had already fanned out. Stevens and Cowboy scrambled beneath the wagon. Maddie lost sight of Ballcap and Harding. "Can you see them, Dustin?" Larry called. "4. "I see 4, Dustin said. The horses were spooked by the gunfire. The wagon moved forward and back as they reared and lunged, trying to break away. Maddie moved to the front of the wagon and tried to grab the reins that had fallen between the rear of the horses and the front of the wagon. There was no way she was putting herself between the two. Stevens slid out from under the wagon and grabbed the reins. She reared back and yelled for Hogan to help her. He didn't budge. Jacob appeared out of nowhere and jumped onto the seat. "Here," he called down to Stevens, his hands outstretched. She threw him the reins and dove to the side, rolled down the ditch, and quickly bounced back to her feet. Rounds slammed into the wagon as Jacob drove the horses down the road away from the battle that had commenced. Within minutes, Maddie heard only sporadic gunfire. Larry and Dustin had 2 of the shooters cornered behind a rock with no place to go. Maddie cut through the thick undergrowth on the opposite side of the road and began to make her way toward them. Dropping beside Larry, she asked, "Where's he at?" Larry pointed to an outcropping of rocks to their left. "You stay here with Dustin. I'll go around and flank him. Moving!" Larry yelled, and Dustin opened fire on the shooter's position as Larry disappeared into the woods to Maddie's right. A few minutes later, she heard a double tap followed by silence. "Dustin, do those guys with Clark Nelson's bunch all have matching tattoos?" Larry yelled. "Yeah, Old Man Nelson insists they get them. Kinda like human branding. Does that one have the intertwined NLC with 3 lines under it?" Dustin asked as he stood. He does, same as the fellow by the road. Check those other two guys. Chapter 7, Phelps County Trade Fair, Rolla, Missouri, July 13th. Stavens was up before dawn, itching to get on the road to the trade fair. Not that Maddie slept much when away from the farm, but she didn't appreciate being awakened so early. Stavens and her two companions rode in front of the wagon as they entered the Rolla city limits. The guards at the checkpoint didn't question the outsiders, which concerned Maddie. Rolla, of all places, should have tighter security. But with so many people coming to trade at the market and no real way of checking their identities, Maddie supposed that was the best they could do. The streets of the once busy college town were filled with horses, wagons, and bicycles, the only modes of transportation most had these days. If you owned a horse, you were considered wealthy. Not many horses made it through the winter, and with food being scarce, all meat was used to survive. There was quite the line waiting to enter the old municipal airport, where the Phelps County Trade Fair was located. The guard at the gate gave Maddie a sideways glance, but let them through. After parking the wagon at the back of the parking lot and helping Larry set up their booth, Jacob and Maddie set off to do a little shopping while Harding, Ames, Stevens, and her men looked for any evidence of the men who had hijacked her gold shipment. "You should get it," Jacob whispered in Maddie's ear. He was good like that. He knew she wouldn't waste their trade goods on something so frivolous. Maddie smiled and placed the bottle of scented lotion back on the table. The toothless woman on the other side frowned. Maddie felt a pang of guilt. The woman likely hadn't sold much of her wares. This one trade could be the difference between eating and going hungry for her. Not many had use for perfumes and lotions these days. Maddie's group kept a shopping list on the corkboard by the back door. It was more of a wish list, as most of the things on it were pretty scarce these days. Zach made sure items for the cabins were always at the top of the list. Personal hygiene items were in high demand. Maddie recalled Rank's request for razors. Despite now being married, she still felt a twinge of jealousy thinking of Rank with the women at Nelson's bar. Maddie glanced back at the old woman as she slid her hand into Jacob's, and the two walked away from her booth. "I'm sorry, Maddie," whispered under her breath. She'd love to help the woman out, but Rank could buy his own razors. The trade fair was more crowded than usual, but there seemed to be fewer vendors and much of the same goods offered. A lot of it useless stuff. Ammunition was the most sought after, but they hadn't seen any in weeks. "Have you seen any honey or jelly? I promised Mom I'd try to get some," Maddie asked. "Fred's been using up all the honey we've found making liquor. I don't know if they're here today, but Amish John still had some jelly a week or so back," Jacob replied. Maddie turned in a circle in the aisle between the booths. As usual, there was a long line in front of Larry's booth. Fred's moonshine was almost as popular as ammunition. Dustin stood off to the side, his rifle at the low ready. He scanned the crowd. Dustin eyed each customer. He had an uncanny way of being able to detect a concealed weapon. He had said it was just the way a person carried themselves when they were armed that he always noticed. "How about fabric?" Jacob said, pulling her back to the task at hand. "If you can get a good deal. I know Mom would appreciate extra bathroom clothes." In the beginning, Maddie had hated the idea of the family cloth as a replacement for toilet paper, but like everything else in the apocalypse, she'd grown to appreciate it. It beat using leaves. Jacob released Maddie's hand and headed in the direction of the fabric vendor, who knew scraps of old T-shirts would be so valuable one day. "I'm going to look for saddles and horse tack," Maddie said. "If we're able to catch the Eminence herd, we'll need extra bridles and things." Jacob hesitated a moment, as if debating leaving her to her own devices. She shot him a look, and he turned and walked on. Jacob waved over his shoulder. "All right, then. I'll meet you back at our booth." Maddie was rummaging through a bin of horseshoes and bridles when raised voices caused the hair on the back of her neck to stand on end. "Listen up, little man. You're going to give me those boots." "Leave him alone," a young female voice said. Maddie slowly turned. She closed her eyes as she did, her hands balled into fists. She vowed to herself not to get involved. Bullies pretty much ran the world now, and you had to pick your battles. It was just so damn hard for Maddie to do these days. She leaned against the makeshift wood table and crossed her arms. Like that would somehow keep her from drawing her pistol and purging the world of one more worthless piece of shit mouth-breather. "I'm going to have food, ammo, or medicine for those. I don't need a non-stick fry pan," the weathered, frail-looking man said. Maddie studied him. It was hard to judge age now. Most people looked weathered and frail after the lean winter. A thick, tattooed arm reached out and wrapped around the old man's neck. Maddie stiffened. Her hand instinctively dropped to her hip. The grizzled man in an ivory-colored Stetson cowboy hat stepped out from a display rack of horsetack. "Don't, little lady," the man said. Not a good idea. Maddie nodded and moved her hand to her belt buckle instead. She could still access it quickly, should she choose to. "Mister, you better let my papa go," the short teenage girl warned. In her hands, she held a double-barreled shotgun. Maddie took a step forward. Stetson stepped in front of her. "Okay, it's too damn hot to be digging graves today. If you don't have what the man is asking in trade, just move on," Stetson said to the man. With that, the bully let go of the little man and spun around to face Stetson. He pulled a large tactical knife from its sheath as he did. Maddie drew her pistol and aimed for his chest. Stetson placed his hand on hers and pushed the barrel of the gun toward the ground. "There's no call for that." Stetson raised both hands, palms out. "How about we go over to my wagon? We can have a drink and talk." The bully lowered the knife. "What do you got?" "I'll have a pint of tugboat Fred's if this little lady would make up her mind," Stetson said, pointing to Maddie. Maddie didn't budge. The bully showed no concern about the pistol aimed at him. He'd misjudge her at his own peril. "You got shine?" the bully asked, directing the question to Maddie. She lifted her chin and narrowed her eyes. "Not for you." The little man and his granddaughter were hurriedly gathering up their goods and moving away. Perhaps they'd previously seen her in action at a trade fair, or maybe word had gotten around. "Is there a problem here?" Dustin asked, stepping up beside her. The only problem she saw was him sticking his nose where it didn't belong. "No problem," the bully said, backing away. That pissed Maddie off. He hadn't batted an eye at her holding a gun on him. But Dustin walks up with his rifle slung over his back, and the man nearly pisses his pants. "Do you have any spurs?" Dustin asked, turning to Stetson. "I think I have a pair or two left. How many do you need?" Maddie huffed and walked over to help the elderly man and his granddaughter with their goods. "I'm sorry about that," Maddie said, placing a pair of worn-out running shoes on the wooden door they'd turned into a table. The young girl reminded her of Krista. Krista had spunk. She was one tough 12-year-old. "Thanks for having our backs," the girl said, pushing honey-colored strands of hair away from her face. Maddie was sure the girl was pretty under all the grime. It was a dangerous world for young girls, especially girls that pretty. From the fearless way she defended her grandfather, she might have already discovered that for herself. Maddie wasn't sure there were any weak women left in the world. The odds were so stacked against them. If we're ever going to rebuild society, it is going to take people standing up to the lawlessness. If not, bullies like that will take everything we have, Maddie said, bending down and picking a child's shoe from the ground and handing it to the girl. "I agree, but there seems to be so many of them and so few good people left," the elderly man said. Maddie smiled. "I have to meet someone. You take care, okay?" Maddie paid Stetson for a saddle and bridle and rushed back to meet Jacob before word got around that she'd been involved in another altercation. Jacob carried the horse tack fabric and something wrapped in newspaper as he and Maddie made their way back to the wagon. The sun was setting and the crowd was thinning out. Vendors were packing up their wares for the day. Larry was hitching the horses to the wagon when they approached. Maddie looked into the back of the wagon. The crates that had been filled with moonshine and eggs were now filled with tools, gloves, and other necessary items. "Any ammo this week?" Jacob asked. "No, but I got a lead on some rebar and bags of concrete." "That's been on the list for the cabin build," Larry said. "An old boy here in Rolla has some from one of the construction sites here in town. Maybe enough to complete the cabins. With the size of his family and the cramped living conditions at the farm, Maddie understood why Larry was so intent on completing the log cabins this fall. "You think they'll deliver them?" Maddie said jokingly. "I'm not sure how much concrete and rebar weigh, but that sounds like a lot of trips back and forth." "They're heavy, that's for sure. That's why I thought maybe we could use the big tractor hitched up to the car hauler. We might be able to make it in one trip." Maddie tried to calculate in her head how much fuel it would take. They didn't have any to spare. They weren't even sure they had enough for fall harvest. She didn't understand the whole log home construction process or why so much rebar was used to secure the logs together. But the project was definitely a high priority. "We'll have to discuss that with Mom, Jacob, and the others. Maybe there is some way Gene can squeeze a few more gallons of biodiesel out of his supply," Maddie said. "Yeah, maybe. We really can't pass this up. This is all we're missing to complete the cabins. We'll have all the logs we need in another week or so. We could all be in our new spacious cabins by fall." It warmed Maddie's heart to see that twinkle in Larry's eyes when he spoke of the cabins. He was almost as happy about getting back near the river as her brother was. She wasn't sure how she felt about returning. There were so many memories. So much had happened there. Larry turned and started to walk off. "I'm going to ride over and take a look at what he's got. I'll catch up with you," Larry said over his shoulder. Jacob removed the tablecloth from their makeshift counter and handed it to Maddie to fold. Have you seen Harding and Ames? Maddie asked. Not since we got here. You think they found out anything? Jacob asked. If there's anything to find out, Maddie said. Maddie hopped into the wagon and pulled her legs up to her chest. You don't believe Stevens' story? Jacob asked. Maddie stretched, then yawned as she thought about it. In a lot of ways, she'd like to believe Stevens, but the skeptic in her made her leery. I don't know. It seems far-fetched to me. Like, where did they get a whole shipment of gold from? It's not like a local bank kept that in their vault, right? That's classified. Jacob smiled. What about the dead man we found in the ditch? Lugnut said. He wasn't just some ordinary soldier. Oh, I believe them, that they're looking for someone. I just find it hard to believe they would be traveling the back roads of Missouri with a load of gold, Maddie said. I don't give a shit what you believe. Maddie twisted around to see Stevens standing beside Ames and Harding. Stephen spun on her heels and headed toward her horse. Maddie rolled her eyes. Did you find out anything? Maddie whispered. We have an idea which direction they went, Ames replied, as he and Harding climbed into the wagon. Maddie paced behind the wagon as they waited for Dustin to return. When he did, he wasn't alone. Maddie fumed as he walked up with his arm around the bully from earlier. They were laughing and singing loudly. Are you drunk? Maddie asked as they approached. I only had one beer, officer. Dustin laughed and slapped his hand on his knees. Let's leave him here, Maddie spat. F this man. I don't think I'm wanted around here, the bully slurred. No, it's fine. Maddie was just kidding, Dustin said, reaching out and grabbing the man's arm. We joke around like that. Everyone would really like to hear that story you were telling me, you know, the one about the pirate's gold. After listening to the bully from the trade fair describe how he drank with a guy who'd paid the bar owner in gold, the group was ready to set out for the farm as quickly as possible to see what Lugnut and his team had learned. Maddie was relieved they didn't have to wait long for Larry. Did you find what you needed? Jacob asked. Larry pumped his fist in the air. I hit the motherlode. Maddie wished the wagon had headlights so they could drive all night. Instead, they pitched camp about 10 miles from Licking. Maddie had tossed and turned, too anxious to sleep. Finally, she'd given up and went to relieve Dustin on guard duty. Maddie spotted Stevens staring at the stars down by the creek. She couldn't sleep either. Chapter 8, July 14th, Spring Valley Creek, Somerville, Missouri. After spending a night on Bender Creek, south of Licking, and another along the banks of Big Creek, just south of Yukon, Zach was already regretting coming on the trip. Sleeping on the ground, in the heat, with all the bugs had never been high on his list of fun things to do. Riding in the back of a wagon in the blinding sun was just the worst. As Harmony brushed her hair and pulled on her headscarf, she filled Zach in on her plans to decorate their cabin, if Bo and his team ever completed it. Zach touched his finger to his nose, giving her their signal that she'd been talking too much again. She smiled and apologized. Zach was as anxious as she was to be married and in their own cabin. That was where he should have been right then at the build site. It wasn't that he didn't trust Bo's building crew. He did. He just preferred to be there, making sure things got done. We should stop at the metal shop just outside of Somerville and see if there's any roofing panels left. They'd be worth making another trip back here, Zach said. The metal shop looked relatively untouched. After prying the door open, they found several pallets of mixed-matched roofing panels still in the shop. Harmony didn't look impressed. Zach smiled. We can use the leftover odd-colored ones on a barn. I know it's hard to find building materials. I just want it completed before winter, Harmony said as Zach lifted her into the wagon. And I want them to look pretty. Don't worry. The cabins will be gorgeous, just like you, Zach said. You're going to be so cute in your little apron running in and out, hanging clothes on the line and stuff, with little Zachary's and Harmony's running up and down the stairs. Harmony said, smiling broadly, There you go, keep your thoughts right there. Think on good things, Zach said. After a short ride from there to the east of Somerville, they set up camp in a field just south of Spring Valley Creek. Harmony spread a blanket on the ground and took a seat. Zach sat next to her. He leaned against his pack and watched the flames dance in the campfire. I miss living near the river. Harmony glanced up. Me too. I would bathe in it every day if we lived closer. Hopefully we will be back there before winter, Zach said. I thought Bo said he could have one up in about a week, Harmony said. A week if he had all the materials. We still lack the rebar, and peeling the bark from the trees takes time. He'll be back when we have everything ready for him, Zach said. Bo Johnson was a log home builder before the lights went out. He traveled all over the United States helping landowners build homes from logs harvested from their land. He was quite protective of his method. Aaron poked a long stick into the fire, and flames shot toward the night sky. It's a lot of work, Aaron said. I know, Zach said. Zach knew they couldn't spare very many people to help with all the gardening chores and other work, but they'd be glad they built the cabins. They really didn't have much of a choice with so many people trying to live at the old Henson farm. They'd find the rebar and bags of concrete they needed. If they found enough, they'd even be able to build a few at Ron's place. But they were concentrating on building 4 above the old mill spring on the bluff overlooking the big piney first. We could even build one where our cabin used to be. It would be worth it. Being that close to the river would cut down on so much work, and not having to haul water for the garden and animals alone makes it worth all the effort. But won't it just flood again? Harmony asked. An image of Ron's house underwater flashed into his mind. The flood that had hit the area a few years before the world went to shit was supposed to only happen once every 1,000 years. But after having a worse flood that spring, Zach wondered if that was a new normal. We could rebuild the levee down in the bottomland, Zach said. That's a lot of work, Zach. We don't have the manpower for that much manual labor, and we need to use what little biodiesel we have left to run the tractors during harvest this fall, Eric said as he spread out his sleeping bag on the ground opposite Zach and Harmony. Although Zach knew he was right, he wasn't ready to give up on the idea. He just knew they'd be better off back at the site his dad had selected. If they could make it work, it would make all their lives much easier. Not to mention, the hunting was good there. Zach slid his arm around Harmony's shoulders and pulled her close. Someday, they'd have children. He wanted to raise his kids on his dad's land. Somehow, someway, he was going to rebuild the cabin and move him and Harmony back there. Harmony leaned her head against Zach's chest and closed her eyes. As he stroked her hair, Zach stared down at Harmony's thin frame. He wasn't sure he wouldn't be tempted to join Nelson's group if he didn't have such a large group working together to support each other. As it was, they were struggling to find enough to eat with everyone, all pulling together to do what needed to be done. They'd experienced frequent run-ins with hungry and desperate survivors. He couldn't imagine what it was like for those not so fortunate. When Maria tapped Zach on the shoulder at shift change, he had just fallen asleep. He had lain awake for hours trying to think where else they could look for the remaining materials for the cabins. Someone had rebar. He just needed to look in the right place. The battery died on the thermal scope, Maria said as she handed him the rifle. Zach placed the sling over his head and turned toward the road to start his patrol. Who forgot to charge it this time? I think Levi and Jean were on duty last night. Maria yawned. We'll have to use the solar pack and charge it tomorrow. That sucks, Zach whispered. It was pitch black out, and the thermal scope was the only way to catch anyone sneaking up on them in time to do anything about it. As he walked along the road, Zach strained to tell if he could spot their campfire. He sniffed the air with the stillness of the wind. The smell of smoke lingered. Still, without seeing the fire, intruders would have a difficult time telling where the smoke was coming from in the dark. Zach continued his patrol on the outskirts of the camp. As he walked along the creek, the frogs stopped croaking. As he made his way along the bank, memories of a guy's trip with his dad flickered at the back of his mind. They had been visiting one of his dad's buddies down in Louisiana. He had taken them out to Bayou to go frog gigging. He had been 8 or 9 years old, and catching frogs had sounded fun until he realized what frog gigging really was. Zach heard a splash and shuddered. He had been hungry enough lately to eat frog legs, but nothing he had seen in Missouri looked big enough to make the effort worth it. Harmony's scream pierced the night, sending Zach running to reach camp. As he ran, he flicked the scope light on. "Stop right there," he heard Maria yell. He fought back panic as he ran. Zach stopped about 50 feet from camp. He could make out 5 armed figures standing in a circle around a shorter figure. "Harmony!" Zach yelled as he sprinted toward them. "What are you doing just walking up on people like that, kid?" Eric said. My baby sister?" "I smelled the smoke," the preteen boy said. Zach ran to Harmony's side. "Are you all right?" Harmony slid her hand in his. "He just scared me." Zach felt a pang of guilt. He'd let the kid not only get close to their camp, but he was able to walk right up on them. Damn whoever forgot to charge the thermal. He should have insisted on 2 guards. Aaron stepped behind the kid. "Raise your arms," the kid did as he was told. Aaron ran his hands up and down the kid's body, searching for weapons. "He's clean." That statement didn't make Zach feel any better about him being able to sneak up on them. The outcome could have been catastrophic. They lived in a dangerous world now, and one tiny mistake could cost him everything he held dear. He was chastising himself for his walk down memory lane, thinking about his dad when Harmony slid her hand free and approached the kid. Maria shined the flashlight in the kid's face. He blinked and raised his hand to shield his eyes. Where's your sister? Harmony asked, stepping in front of the light's beam. The kid looked around her to Eric, Aaron, and Maria. They aren't going to hurt you. You just startled us is all. Now you mentioned you had a sister. Where is she? The boy looked up but remained quiet. Harmony leaned forward and placed her hand on the boy's shoulder. It's all right. I just don't want anything to happen to her while you're here with us. Is she somewhere safe? The kid nodded. Harmony straightened. Good, I'm glad. You said you smelled the smoke? Were you concerned about fire? Did you think the field was on fire? He glanced around Harmony in Zach's direction. His eyes widened, and he took a step back. Zach looked down, then lowered his rifle. Harmony glanced over her shoulder. I've got this, Zach. Could you check on the horses? I'm not. I said. Harmony raised, then lowered her voice. I said, I've got this. Please, make sure the horses are still secure. I've got her, Maria whispered as he passed her on the way to where they'd left the horses. Okay, what's your name? Harmony continued. Dylan. Great, Dylan. Did you see us set up camp earlier? No, Harmony. We don't have all night, Eric said, stepping in front of her. What do you want here, kid? Dylan took 2 steps back and started to turn and run. Eric caught him by the back of his shirt and hauled him off his feet. Harmony grabbed Eric's arm and stepped between them. Eric, stop! He's just a scared kid. In case you haven't noticed in the apocalypse, everyone is a threat, Eric said, yanking his arm away. Zach pivoted and stepped toward them. Harmony twisted her head his direction and pointed. Horses! Zach started to turn, but anger got the better of him. Where had his sweet, innocent Harmony gone? Why was she taking risks she knew they couldn't afford? This boy could be a decoy. Maria had stepped back and was scanning the field through her scope. Harmony, we need to pack up and clear out. That kid could be a decoy, Zach said, verbalizing all their fears. Harmony grabbed Dylan and pushed him behind her. He's just a scared little boy. I'm not a little boy, I'm 10 years old. Harmony turned and grabbed both his arms. Dylan, my friends here are concerned about the rest of your group coming and causing problems for us. Tell me where you came from and how many are with you. No one. It's just my sister and me. Harmony leaned in close to him and lowered her voice. Dylan, I need you to tell me the truth. This is serious. I'm not lying, Dylan said, starting to cry. I promise I'm telling the truth. It's just Chloe and me. My grandma died last week. There's nobody left. Dylan stood erect, his head tilted up, staring her in the eyes. Zach's shoulders slumped. It was an all-too-familiar story these days. Parents and grandparents who'd somehow managed to hang on through the winter, getting by on stored goods, had sacrificed their own health to feed their children, often starving themselves in the process. If true, this would make the 5th time orphaned children had been found this month alone. It had been almost impossible to find foster homes with everyone struggling to feed their own family. The pastor of the church in Raymondville had taken them in. Where's your sister now? Harmony asked. She's asleep in a car down the road. We're on our way to Rolla. Mama said there was a shelter there with food. Where is your mother? Eric asked. Dylan lowered his head. Do you have any other family in the area? Aaron asked. Maria joined Zach by the wagon. You believe this kid? She asked. I think we should check it out. We don't want another ambush, Zach said. All my family is dead. My daddy went to find food last winter. He never came home. Mama went to see Jesus after that. Grandma was all we had left. Zach felt a hitch in his throat. He thought of Emma. He shuddered to think what might have happened to her had Maddie not rescued her in Chicago. Harmony knew what it was like to find yourself alone in the world. When her parents didn't return from their cruise, she was all alone too, abandoned and scared. She had only been 15, but had a house full of food when he and Maddie had found her. Zach knew Harmony couldn't walk away from these children without trying to help them. He understood how she felt, but it put everyone at risk. Harmony took Dylan by the hand and looked back at Aaron and Eric. Can you take us to your sister? We want to check on her, Harmony said. Dylan pulled away from her grasp. Harmony took a step back and held her hands up, palms out. We have food for her. Dylan glanced at Eric and Aaron. We have grape jam, Eric said. Dylan's eyes grew wide. Will you take us to her? Harmony said as she walked back to her sleeping mat and picked up her pack. Would you like to eat a piece of jerky while we go? Dylan smiled and bobbed his head. Chapter 9, Henson Farm, Texas County, Missouri, July 14th. Just after dawn, Larry pulled the wagon to a stop at the checkpoint near the Henson Farm. Even though Larry vouched for the 3 riders with them, the 2 guards on duty still made Stavens, Hogan, and Collins dismount and then check their weapons. I said they're with us, Larry said as the taller of the 2 inspected Stevens' saddlebags. I know, but we were told to do 100% checks on people we don't recognize. I'm just following orders, the male guard told him. It's okay, I understand, Stevens said, stuffing a paperback book back into her bag. Can we go now? Larry huffed. Yeah, you're good. Say hi to Miss Beth for me, will you? The female guard asked. Larry gave her a nod and shook the reins. The team of horses pulled the wagon through the checkpoint as Stevens rode close behind them. After searching Hogan and Collins, the two guards closed the gates behind them. Large boulders and barbed wire had been used to restrict access to the road leading to the Henson and Grayson farms. Similar checkpoints were manned north of the Big Piney River near Slabtown Road and Ron's farm. The rugged landscape acted as a deterrent to anyone on foot. The trails through what had been the Paddy Creek recreation area had been closed with large boulders. So far, they hadn't had any unexpected visitors since the barriers had been put in place. As they approached, Maddie could see that Gene manned the guard post at the road in front of the Henson farm. He jumped down and unlocked the gate as the wagon pulled up. I wasn't expecting you guys back so soon. Who you got with you? Gene asked. They say they're with the government, Larry said, tapping the horses with his whip and leading them through the gate. Gene stared at the three riders as he shut the gate behind them. What government? The United States government? Hogan said as he rode past him. Huh? You from the IRS? I'm going to file my taxes as soon as you get the lights back on, I promise. Gene smirked. Beth and Krista emerged from the small barn closest to the house as Larry pulled the wagon around to the stables. Maddie raised her hand and waved as they passed her mother. Beth raised both hands in a questioning gesture. As the wagon slowed, Maddie jumped off and approached Beth and Krista. Steffens, you and your men can dismount here. Krista will take your horses around and get them fed and watered. Krista didn't look happy to miss hearing about the strangers. Stevens turned and nodded to Hogan and Collins, and the three of them climbed down from their horses. Stevens pulled a rifle from the saddle scabbard and approached Maddie. Is breakfast ready? Lugnut asked, walking up behind Beth and Krista. Maddie was relieved to see him. They'd once again made it safely back from a mission, something that seemed to get riskier as time went on. Breakfast will be ready in about 20 minutes. There's just enough time for you to get cleaned up, Beth said, raising one eyebrow. Even in the apocalypse, Beth didn't allow dirt in her kitchen. Maddie nodded toward the house. Let's go in. We'll gather everyone, and you can tell us all what the government has been up to all these months. What? Beth asked. Mom, this is Stevens. That there is Hogan, and he's Collins. They're with the government. They're here on a secret mission they're just about to fill us all in on, Maddie said, pointing to the three strangers. Maddie grabbed Lugnut's arm and led him around to the side yard where it was more private. What did you find? She asked. You tell me about Stevens first. Maddie filled Lugnut in on everything she'd learned from Stevens about the government and the gold shipment. He looked as surprised as she had. Even the prospect of an actual government functioning somewhere was beyond shocking. In the midst of all the chaos, that was the one thing missing that was absolutely necessary in order to ever start to rebuild the country. Or what was left of it had to have a functioning government founded on the rule of law and someone to enforce it. Let's go in, and you can hear it for yourself, Maddie said. The water in the washpan was black from everyone before her taking their turn washing off the road dirt. Maddie scrunched her nose as she stared down at it. I'll go fill the bucket, Jacob said, picking up the empty 5-gallon bucket by the sink. Lugnut held the door open for him, and in bounded a cheerful redhead followed by Larry's two grandsons. Maddie, Emma squealed. You're back already? When she spotted Stevens, her eyes widened, and she took 2 steps back. It's all right. They're with the government, Maddie said. She pointed to the long oak table just off the kitchen. Stevens, you guys can have a seat there at the table. Emma's eyebrows raised. What government? The federal government, Maddie, ruffled Emma's messy curls as she walked through the kitchen. Where's Fred? Maddie asked. I'm up here napping, Fred called from the stairs. They brought the government. Mr. Fred? Emma yelled back. Fred appeared at the bottom of the stairs. He was running his hands through his long white hair, trying to tame the mess. The government, Fred said, pulling up the straps of his overalls as he entered the kitchen. You're going to want to hear this, Maddie said, pulling out a chair for him. Although the Henson family had been quite large and their kitchen and dining room ample for their needs, the house wasn't built for the 30 or so people who were served meals there every day now. The long farmhouse-style table only seated 12. Every square inch of the home was used for sleeping, cooking, or eating. The small cottages and mobile homes that Jacob and his family had placed on the property housed the overflow. As usual, Larry sat at the head of the table. Ella placed a bowl of oatmeal in front of him. No eggs, Larry said. You took them to the market, remember? Ella said. Larry scowled. Ella turned to Stevens. Can I get you some oatmeal? We have cinnamon. I wouldn't want to put you to any trouble, Stevens said. Maddie studied her. It had been a while since they'd had guests for a meal. She found it suspicious that Stevens would turn down the offer. No one turned down food these days. 90% of the population was undernourished. I'll take some, Hogan said, eyeing Larry's bowl. He obviously didn't have the same scruples as Stevens. How about I bring the pan, and anyone who wants some can serve themselves? Ella said, turning back toward the stove. Collins looked like he'd won the lottery. He and Hogan weren't eating regularly. That was evident. How long have you guys been on the road? Maddie asked. Collins glanced over to Stevens and then to Hogan. Hogan shrugged. A couple of weeks after, Ella placed the pan in the middle of the table. She passed out bowls and spoons. Hogan and Collins dug in as if they hadn't eaten in a long while. Stevens, too, filled her bowl to the brim. The back door banged open, and Jacob placed the bucket of clean water by the sink. Behind him were Dustin and Rank, followed by Ames and Harding. As Maddie washed her face and hands, Stevens repeated what she'd told them on the road to the trade fair. Everyone was glued to her every word as she described the new president's plan to put the country back together. Gerald Ames eyed her suspiciously. Harding and Ames had worked for the government. They'd both been high-ranking FEMA officials. They were involved in the response and recovery planning that had taken place in the years prior to the EMP and cyber attacks. The looks of surprise on their faces now had Maddie questioning Stephens' story even more. "What are you not telling us?" Ames asked. Stephens lifted one eyebrow. She cocked her head to the side just slightly. She was reading Ames. She was holding back information. That much was obvious. It was only natural that she'd only give them the information needed to enlist their cooperation in her plan to retrieve the gold. What Stevens said next shook Maddie to her core. Why would Russia and China invade us now? What could they possibly want from us? They've already brought us to our knees, Jacob asked. The why isn't important right now. What is important is stopping their advance into the rest of the country. To do that, we need military equipment. To buy that equipment, we need that gold shipment. I don't have time to sit here and explain everything. I have to get that gold on the plane heading south before the Brazilian government's ship leaves the port of Houston. Fred's eyes lit up. He leaned in and placed both hands on the table. You have a working plane. Stephens eyed the old tugboat captain. We do. The plane is coming to meet us at the Fort Leonard Wood Airport. With this military equipment, you'll be able to stop the invasion? Maddie asked. Stephens hesitated. She looked around the room. No. Maddie pushed away from the table and paced the room. Jacob stood and wrapped his arms around her. It's going to be all right. There's no invasion here yet. There's still time to stop it. Just as it looked like we had some hope of surviving, Maddie said, returning to her seat. There had always been rumors of invading forces, but after this long and with no sign of any, Maddie had thought it was likely they were in the clear on that threat. The West Coast had certainly been faring better than the rest of the country, and some places had actually managed to get their power grids back up on a limited basis. At least that was the news they'd heard last winter. They have already infiltrated the West Coast. Our Navy and Air Force have held them off for months, but without a working resupply chain. What about General Dempsey? How do his forces figure into this? Ames asked. Right? Wasn't he supposed to be holding the northern border? That's what he told the commander of Fort Leonard Wood, Dustin said. Stephens pursed her lips. General Dempsey is not working with the federal government at this point. His forces are the ones that attacked my team and killed my men. So we have 3 days to get that shipment back, Lugnut asked, turning the conversation back to the task at hand. If we have any hope of it reaching the port of Houston in time, Stevens said. Why did he only send one team to secure and transport it? Lugnut asked. The president sent 2 teams in to get the gold. They landed in St. Louis and sent a convoy of transport trucks out to retrieve it. Dempsey was tipped off somehow and ambushed them on the way back. The truck with the gold got away, and the driver and his team hid the gold in an iron mine. We were sent in to retrieve it before Dempsey could get his hands on it. It was a time factor. You have a mole inside your operation? Rank asked. Obviously. That's why we wanted to come back low-key. A regular-sized team moving in would attract too much attention. Like a plane wouldn't, Lugnut asked. We only have to make it to Fort Leonard Wood. The plane will meet us there, and there will be enough ground forces to secure it. Sounds like a dangerous mission, Ella said, setting a cup of chicory coffee in front of Stephens. Collins nodded. So, all you have to do is get the gold back from the outlaws who stole it, get it on the plane at Fort Leonard Wood, and somehow make it back to Houston. Sounds like a suicide mission to me, Dustin said. That guy from the trade fair saw one of the Godwin boys flashing around gold coins. Lugnut asked. Dustin shoved a biscuit into his mouth and took a drink of his coffee before relaying the bully's story to the group. Lugnut found the pirate reference particularly funny. I find it hard to believe that Nelson's bartender didn't ask where the gold had come from, Maddie said, taking a sideways glance at Rank. Oh, you can be sure that old man Nelson is searching for those boys right now, Rank said. Well, we're wasting daylight. What do you say, Lugnut? You game to go round up those Godwin boys, shake some trees, and find out where that gold is before Nelson gets his grubby hands on it? Larry asked. Lugnut didn't answer him. He pushed back his chair and stood. Ignoring Larry's question, he turned to Ames and Harding. You buying this? Ames wrinkled his brow. Harding? Lugnut asked. It's plausible. Lugnut placed a hand on the back of Stevens's chair. I'm not so sure. I'm just having trouble believing they wouldn't send an army to retrieve something that important, he said. Collins frowned. They did. We're all that's left. Maddie half expected Stevens to shoot him her death stare, but she didn't. Her body did tense, though. Stevens craned to face Lugnut. If she was intimidated by the big man, she didn't show it. We were ambushed by a military-type unit. They knew we were coming, and they attacked us before we could reach the mine where the gold was stored. Only 4 of us made it there. Peterson, the man you found, he was injured, but continued on with us, hoping to retrieve the gold. It took us 3 days to load it onto the wagon. Our presence caught the attention of the locals. We hadn't been on the road with the gold more than half a day before we were attacked, and the gold was taken. Peterson took off after them. We haven't seen him since. Hogan, Collins, and I tracked them to Phelps County. We have reason to believe they were headed to the trade fair in Rolla. What led you to that conclusion? Ames asked. The man we interrogated, Stevens said. We didn't get much out of him before he died. He just said they were heading to the trade fair. They weren't at the fair, Jacob said. No, but we have an idea where the Godwin boys are holed up, Dustin said. Steffens pushed her chair out, stood, and rounded the table, heading for the door. Let's go, then. Hogan stood and moved into her path. We should wait for Colonel Sharp. We don't have time. We need to have the gold ready to load onto that plane as soon as he arrives, especially if that unit that ambushed us was with Dempsey, Stevens said. You're sure it was the Godwin boys? Lugnut asked. Yeah, it's a pretty sure bet. The guy at the trade fair says Justin Godwin was flashing gold coins around Nelson's bar. 2 and 2 adds up to those boys are the ones who took it, Dustin said. Whereabouts is this Colonel Sharp and your reinforcements? Larry asked. They were coming from Little Rock, Arkansas, Stevens said, but they won't be here in time. Harding, find out what you can about this supposed army. If there are planes flying around Arkansas, someone's heard them, Lugnut said. In the meantime, let's round up some fresh horses and extra riders and see if we can't track down those Godwin boys. Chapter 10. Godwin Farm, Newburgh, Missouri, July 14th. Rank, Lugnut, and Ryan weren't the only ones looking for the Godwin boys. Those boys had made enemies across half the state. They were initially part of Clark Nelson's marauders tasked to raid and plunder farms in the county, but the Godwin brothers had decided to go into business for themselves. They had picked up a few members for their little gang and lately had been attacking folks on their way to and from the trade fairs. Nelson's men had been combing the county looking for them after they'd hit one of their convoys. It was pretty dumb for Justin Godwin to show his face at one of Nelson's bars, don't you think? Lugnut asked. Rank looked up from a depression in the ground he'd been studying. Joe wasn't going to serve him at first, and then he flashed those gold coins. Lugnut took a step back. You knew about that? Yeah, I've seen gold flashed around before. It's not worth anything. I was surprised Joe was interested in taking it. I figured Nelson, being the dumbass he is, might want it, though. Did this man say where he'd gotten it? Stevens asked. Rank pivoted to face her. Joe asked, but he wouldn't say. Joe asked him where the rest of the group was. He said they left the county. He said the gold coins were his mama's, but she didn't have any use for them, so Justin took them. Stevens turned to Lugnut, who was mounting his horse. We need to find this Justin kid. He'll be at his mama's place near Newburgh, Lugnut said. Rank slowly pushed aside a blade of grass and looked through his scope. A small stone poked his still sore ribs after returning from his ordeal in St. Louis. It had taken weeks for the pain to subside enough that he could take a deep breath. Now, months later, his ribs should have been healed, but they were still painful at times. That was understandable after the beating he'd endured. See anyone? Stevens asked as she stretched out beside him. Without taking his eye away from his scope, he said, A young girl just came out and went into the hen house. We don't have time for this as we sit around here. Those guys are getting farther and farther away with that gold, she said. I realize that. What do you want to do? Run up in there. What if he's not there? Or maybe you want to alert him we're looking for him. Rank asked. I have 3 days to get that gold to the airport on Fort Leonard Wood. Stevens spat. There he is, Rank said. Where? He just stepped out. He's taking a piss. He doesn't know we're here. Well, let's go, Stevens said, starting to get up. What part of he doesn't know we're here confuses you? Rank asked. We want to take him alive. Rank waited for Justin Godwin to turn and go back inside before pushing himself back away from the edge of the bluff overlooking the small yellow house below. Try not to make any noise. Steffens shot him a dirty look as she crawled backward. When they reached the logging road they'd come in on, Rank stretched out his hand and helped Stevens to her feet. Her foot snagged on a vine, and she plunged forward into his arms. Rank grabbed her and placed his hand over her mouth before she could cry out. Stevens swatted his hand away. They locked eyes. She smelled so good, he'd almost forgotten what clean smelled like. Rank swiped away a strand of hair from her face and fought the urge to kiss her. You can let go now, she finally said, pulling away from him. He watched as she stomped off back toward the horses. She wasn't at all thin and dirty like most everyone else. That was what a healthy person looked like. The stress of survival alone had aged most people until they were nearly unrecognizable. How had Stevens managed to stay so well-fed? You coming? She called back. Right behind you, he said. It looks like it's just his mom and sister there with him right now, Rank said as he pulled a piece of biltong jerky from a side pouch on his pack and stuffed it into his mouth. We should try to draw him outside. I don't want his family getting hurt if he decides to shoot it out, Lugnut said. How do you propose we do that? Rank asked. He agreed, but it wasn't their fault. Justin was pond scum and endangering his family members. The family might not even know how Justin came by all the things that were dropped off for them. If this went down the way Rank hoped, all that would stop. There would be no more food drops. Would the family be forced to turn to Nelson as so many others had in order to survive? Maybe he'd make a trip back by and check on them when this was all over. You're going in, Stevens, Lugnut said, pulling a map from his saddlebag. Stevens raised her eyebrows. What, me? Alone? Here, tell him you're looking for your brother, Lugnut said, handing her the map. That's stupid. Why would you won't have to explain? Just wait at the gate. He'll come out, and you tell him you're lost and looking for your brother's place. Then we'll rush in and grab him up, Ryan said. Stevens looked at Ryan like he was stupid. I don't think that will work. It'll work. Justin will be too busy looking at your Rank, cupped his hands and gestured to her breasts. He won't hear anything you say. Ryan snickered under his breath. Stevens self-consciously crossed her arms over her chest. Let's go, Lugnut said. Hogan protested, just as Rank knew he would, but they didn't need a rent-a-cop's opinion on the matter. You and Collins, stay with the horses. Make sure no one steals them while we go down and snatch the kid. I'll let you take the first crack at getting him to talk. How about that? Rank asked. Turning to Stevens, Hogan said, Are you sure? It sounds pretty risky. We don't know if this guy even knows anything. Stay here, Hogan. Guard the horse. Be ready when we get back, she replied, from his concealed position behind a tree. Rank watched as Stevens walked up the driveway toward the Godwin house. She stopped at the partially open gate. What's she doing? Ryan asked. Rank pulled the monocular to his face, unbuttoning her shirt. She sure is a dedicated public servant, Lugnut said. Hello? Stevens yelled. Is anyone home? Rank scanned the front of the house. The curtains moved, and then a moment later the front door opened. Justin Godwin stepped out, shotgun raised. Hello, Stevens called to him. Can you help me? I think I'm lost. You alone? A male voice called from the door. Yes, I'm looking for my brother's place, but I think I'm lost. Can you tell me where County Road 7420 is? Justin lowered the shotgun and took a step forward. Who are you looking for? Steffens stepped around the gate and stopped. Rank grit his teeth. Damn it, Stevens. You weren't supposed to go inside the gate. She's improvising, Lugnut said. We told her to stick to the plan. If this goes sideways, I don't have a clear shot. I'm looking for my brother, David Freeman. Do you know him? Stevens asked. Rank returned his gaze to Godwin. He stepped down off the porch and disappeared. The tall hedge that bordered the lawn obscured Rank's view. Rank scanned back to Stevens. A second later, Godwin appeared by her side. Now, Rank said as he took off running towards Godwin. Stevens exited the old weathered barn, wiping her hands on her denim shirt. She wiped the sweat from her brow with her forearm. You have any water left? Rank handed her his canteen and continued drying his hands on his bandana. As Stevens washed the blood from her hands, they discussed the information they'd gathered from Justin so far. "We'll need more horses to haul that wagon out of the cave," Lugnut said. "I doubt they kept them. Draft horses are worth a lot these days. They would have traded them for sure." "Where are we going to get draft horses? Won't we need a 4-team hitch as well?" "Don't worry about any of that. I know where we can get all that," Rank said. "You thinking of John David?" Ryan asked, wiping blood from his own hands. Rank retrieved a fresh bandana from a side pouch in his pack and stuffed the blood-stained one inside. "Yep, he'll let us rent them, I'm sure." Stevens pulled her bloody shirt over her head and washed her face with the rest of the water from Rank's canteen. While Rank and Lugnut turned and stared at her, Ryan pivoted and turned away. "Sorry," he said. "What, you three act like you've never seen boobs before." Rank just smiled. "Need a clean shirt?" "I've got one, but thanks," she said, pulling a clean cotton shirt down over her head. "They got showers down there in Texas? Like real running hot water showers?" Rank asked, snapping the closure on his pack and slinging it over his shoulder. "In some places." Rank stopped still and stared at the sky, trying to imagine what it might feel like to stand under hot running water. It had been so long he almost couldn't remember. "Is there a plan for the rest of the country? Rebuilding, I mean?" "I believe so, but all that is above my pay grade." "How many military personnel do you have?" Lugnut asked, turning back to face her. She stared at him for a moment before answering. "You know, we don't discuss those numbers." She slung her pack over her back and walked toward him. "But I can tell you it isn't enough, not to secure the country and not to repel an invasion." "Is there a plan to recruit more?" Rank asked, following her. She stopped and turned to face him. "There is. You want to join?" Chapter 11, Spring Valley Creek, Somerville, Missouri, July 14th. Harmony opened the back door of the abandoned Ford Focus and shined a light inside. The small figure on the back seat wiggled under the blanket. When she sat up, her blonde hair stuck out in all directions. The small girl raised her arm to her face to shield her eyes from the flashlight's beam. "Bubby?" she said, rubbing her eyes with both hands. "I got a potty." Harmony stepped back to allow Dylan to assist her. The child's eyes grew wide when she realized her brother wasn't alone. "It's okay. They've got food for us," Dylan said as he led her around to the back of the vehicle. When they returned to the road, the 2-year-old clung to her brother's leg as they approached Harmony and the group. Her pink flowered dress was soiled and her shoes appeared to be too big for her feet. It was clear she hadn't bathed in a very long time. They were both very thin. Harmony reached into her pack and pulled out a biscuit. She knelt and extended the food to the girl. "What's your name?" "Chloe," she said timidly. "Go on, you can have it," Harmony said, inching closer. Chloe retreated behind her brother, so Harmony handed the biscuit to Dylan. "We should go," Eric said behind her. Harmony stood and turned to face him. "We can't just leave them here to fend for themselves." Eric grabbed her arm and led her to the opposite side of the road. Zach followed and slid his arm around Harmony's waist. "We can't take them with us to round up the horses," Eric said. "You're a father. Can you tell me you would leave these kids like this?" Eric looked away. "I agree, Harmony. We can't leave them here, but that means we'll need to split up," Zach said. Harmony crossed her arms over her chest. "Not necessarily. They won't get in the way. I'll keep them with me in the wagon." "It's too dangerous. You know, Nelson's men have been chasing that same herd. What if we have a run-in with those boys? Do you want 2 small kids caught in the middle of a gunfight?" Eric asked. Harmony looked over her shoulder. Dylan was breaking off pieces of his biscuit and handing them to his sister. The starving girl was shoving them into her mouth as fast as she could. Eric was right. Those 2 had obviously been through a lot, and it was too risky. "Zach and I will take them back to the farm. Do you want to wait for us here or no? We'll go ahead to Eminence and try to locate the herd. You take care of the kids. We can round them up. We'll see you back at the farm," Eric said. Harmony's shoulders slumped. She'd been looking forward to going to Eminence herself and seeing the herd while they were wild and free. She stared at the children. "All right, if that's how it has to be." "I'll go with them," Maria said, picking up her pack and tossing it into the back of the wagon. "Aaron, John, let's go pack up. Harmony, Zach, and Maria are heading back," Eric said, making a circling motion with his hand. Harmony approached the children slowly. She didn't want to frighten the little girl further. "Dylan, we're going to take you to our place for now. We have food and there are other children to play with." Harmony cocked her head to the side and peered around Dylan's legs. Chloe pushed back wisps of matted hair from her face and stared back at Harmony. "We have more biscuits and jam. A heartwarming smile spread across Chloe's tiny face. Just as the sun came up, they all began packing up camp. Aaron, Eric, and John saddled their horses and left for Eminence, leaving the wagon for Harmony, Zach, and Maria to drive back to the farm. Zach drove with his rifle across his lap. Harmony faced forward to keep an eye on the children and the road ahead, while Maria watched for anyone approaching from their rear. They all seemed to have a heightened sense of vulnerability traveling with 3 fewer guns and small children to worry about if they had to react to a potential threat. Splitting up to take the children back to the farm was high risk for everyone involved, but Harmony wasn't sorry they were doing it. With so few people left in the world, every life became that much more precious. What hope did 2 small children have of making it alone on the road? How long before they couldn't find food and water, or ran into the wrong sort of people? These kids were simply going to die without her help. At first, Chloe had been reluctant to ride in the wagon, but an hour into the trip, Chloe suddenly climbed into Harmony's lap, leaned her head back, and fell fast asleep. Harmony stroked her back and tried to imagine what the girl looked like under all that grime. Dylan hadn't taken his eyes off Maria. Every time she raised her rifle to look through her scope, Dylan tensed. Maybe he hadn't been around guns. But how was that possible these days? A lethal weapon was often all that stood between bad guys and your next meal. Could they have possibly gone this long without seeing violence? Harmony thought about the children back at the farm. Prior to arriving in Texas County, Emma had witnessed more than any child should ever go through. Larry's grandchildren had been through a lot as well, but after escaping Illinois, they'd been sheltered and protected at the farm. The group had been successful in shielding them from the violence that had since gripped the world. As Harmony tucked Dylan and Chloe into the sleeping bag in the back of the wagon parked along the banks of Big Creek, she lamented again that she wouldn't have the chance to see the wild horses of Eminence. She had begged her parents to take her camping along the Jack Forks River, where the herd was known to graze, but they weren't the camping type of people. Instead, her father bought her a horse and boarded it at a nearby stable. Even though she loved her horse and rode him often, it wasn't the same as seeing them running and living free. She hoped Eric and the others would be able to find the horses and round them up with 3 fewer people. They'd likely never get another chance, not with Clark Nelson's goons causing trouble. Chapter 12. Henson Farm, Texas County, Missouri, July 14th. Over her mother's and Jacob's protests, Maddie insisted on riding along with Ames, Harding, and Jean to visit Quincy, the ham operator she'd met last fall. He was the only ham operator still left in the area. The last time they'd heard anything from the outside world, it had been from him. She wanted to make sure that if there was a way to confirm what Stevens had said about the West Coast, they found it. She couldn't just sit back on the farm and wait for the news. "You think he'll still talk to us now that he's working for Nelson?" Maddie asked as they turned their horses toward Licking. "I'm not sure. I'm not sure what he was thinking by signing on with that bunch. I thought I knew the guy, but I guess not," Jean said. "It's hard to judge people for trying their best to survive. When his boys were killed, he didn't have anyone left to help him. He was forced to take down his antenna tower and solar panels and hide them to keep thieves from killing him for them. He told everyone in town that he traded them for food." "We now know that wasn't true," Jean said. "How can you be so sure?" Maddie asked. "What skill would the old man have that would entice Clark Nelson to bring him to his ranch?" Jean was right. Someone Quincy Henderson's age would have a difficult time providing for themselves all alone. It was likely that no one else would hire him either. Nelson was hiring all the skilled workers he could persuade to join him. He had his own town filled with businesses to supply his workers. Nelsonville had sprung up out on Route U almost overnight. The shacks used to house workers were barely livable, and Maddie imagined they'd be downright miserable come winter. "God, I hate that he's able to buy people. It's disgusting that he can prey on desperate folks like that, and there seems to be nothing we can do about it," she said. "Yeah, once they sign on with him, there's no way out either. He runs the company store. He owns where they live. He makes sure they're so deep in debt and dependent on him that they can't leave," Harding said. "I just can't fathom being that desperate. I hope that day never comes," Maddie said. She thought about what she would have done had she gotten stuck in Illinois without her family. Had she and Emma not made it to Uncle Ryan's? What would she have been willing to do to survive, to protect Emma? Would she be one of the poor souls laboring at the work camps in central Illinois and over in Iowa? She shuddered at the thought of being separated from Emma. How many children had they taken from their parents? How could they separate families like that? Was South Central Missouri at risk of the same fate with Nelson in charge? As they pitched camp that night in a field about 15 miles from Salem, Maddie thought a lot about what the rest of the country must be going through. When her mother left California, they still had power, but things were quickly breaking down there as well. The last she'd heard coming out of the West was that they weren't faring all that well either. The water woes they'd had before the lights went out were now a dire situation. She'd also heard that the violence was really bad out there. It was worse than they'd experienced there in the middle of the country. She supposed that was to be expected in such populated places. Since she'd been unable to sleep, she took Ames's shift guarding camp and woke the others just before daybreak. They rode without speaking for the next few hours before reaching the Salem city limits. The guards there were a little more inquisitive than those in Rolla. "State your business in the city," the young guard demanded. Maddie kept her eye on the man's right hand that was resting on his holster. "Just passing through, heading north to check on a friend," Ames said. The guard cocked his head to one side and stared up at him. "Oh, yeah, and who might that be?" Ames looked over to Maddie. "We're looking for her father. He went looking for work about a week ago. He never returned home." "Nelson's?" the guard asked. Ames hung his head. "We believe so. Okay, but do me a favor. Avoid the city on your way back," the guard said. "We don't want trouble with that bunch." Ames nodded and nudged his horse forward through the checkpoint. They weaved back and forth between the barricade of cars and trucks and continued through town. It was depressing to see the state of the homes and business. Many of them were concealed behind a wall of weeds. The apocalypse had been hard for the folks in Salem. Many of the residents had left looking for food. Very few of those who had gone to the Red Cross shelters had returned home. Those left behind, and those who had returned, seemed to be doing their best to rebuild. There were shops open, offering various services. They passed a tool repair shop, a cobbler repairing shoes and boots, a fabric store with a seamstress, and even a dentist. None of this would have been possible if Sheriff Tidwell hadn't returned and secured the city. "I bet his services are in high demand. Look, they have a vet," Maddie said as they passed the animal hospital. The sign out front read, "Farm calls for a dozen eggs. That's good to know. That's a long way to travel for a dozen eggs. I think he might charge more to come out to our place," Harding said. Maddie nodded. "That's true, but he might have meds he'd sell." On the outskirts of town, they were waved through the barricade without being questioned. The road out of town was in rough shape. It was likely full of potholes before the lights went out. But now it would be hard to drive a wagon on with no way to repave it. They'd be better off chipping up the blacktop and making it a gravel road. It was surprising how fast the infrastructure had deteriorated. The roads and bridges in rural Missouri had been terrible before, but without the constant patching and spot repairs, some had become impassable. "There are guards at the gate," Ames said, lowering his binoculars. Nelsonville was protected by a 12-foot fence and tall bluffs. Harding pointed to their right. "There. We'll have to go through the woods. How will we know where it is? Have you ever been here?" Maddie asked. Harding looked to Ames. "No, but we know the layout. How?" "We've been talking to people." Maddie cocked her head slightly. Why, after what Larry had revealed about human traffickers, she had her suspicions. "Have you guys been planning something?" "We thought it prudent to know our enemies," Ames said. "Does Lugnut know?" "Yeah, so everyone is in on this but me." That came out much more whiny than she'd wanted. There was never anything concrete. As long as he left us alone, we'd leave them alone. But if that changed, we'd need intel on them, Ames said. "All right, lead the way," she said, gesturing with an outstretched arm. They stopped on a bluff overlooking the Nelson Ranch. "Why would they not have lookouts up here?" "This is the perfect place to surveil Nelson's compound," Maddie said. "They don't think anyone can get this far up the cliffs, is my guess," Gene said, bending over and trying to catch his breath. "Or his security detail doesn't want to climb them every day," Ames said. A long, paved, tree-lined drive led to an enormous 3-story Georgian-style house. Maddie counted 5 large steel buildings on the sprawling ranch. At first she thought maybe they housed the workers, but she doubted they lived in anything that nice. The white board fence went on for what seemed like miles. Fields were divided up into sections, and hundreds of cows and horses dotted the landscape. Workers were tending crops in the fields closest to the house. One field contained more horses than Maddie could count. Nelson had a good setup. She could see why he'd need so many guards to defend it. He was living a life of luxury while everyone else scraped by just trying to find food for one more day of life. The sight made Maddie sick. It wasn't that Nelson was doing well. She wouldn't begrudge anyone that. It was that he was prospering off the suffering of others. He pushed people off nearby farms to expand his kingdom and then made the owners work for him. They didn't receive a fair price so they could feed their family and get by. His offer was, "Give me your property and live. Resist and die." Wasn't that extortion or something? He was able to continue doing it over and over because there was no one to stop him. Maddie lifted the binoculars to her eyes. A young girl, likely Emma's age, was weeding between a row of knee-high corn stalks. Emma was probably doing the same work at the moment, but the difference was she was free to leave. "How are we possibly going to locate Quincy without being seen?" Maddie asked. "See that tower?" Jean pointed. "That's where he'll be. To the east of the big house was a steel building. Attached to it was a 100-foot antenna. Nelson was interested in communicating with someone. Maddie wanted to know who." Maddie pointed toward the building. "How do you plan on getting in there?" Jean pointed to the creek behind the steel building. Trees lined its banks as it ran along the east side of the ranch and wound its way west through the pasture. The steel building with the tower sat at least 100 yards to the south of it. "I'm going to use that for concealment. You guys cause a diversion, and I'll run across the field and locate Quincy. That sounds awfully risky. What if he turns you in?" Maddie asked. Jean smiled and picked up his pack. "Then you'll come rescue me." Maddie watched Jean disappear into the woods. She placed her binoculars back in her pack and took cover behind a large oak at the edge of the field. Maddie pulled her rifle around to the front and peered through the scope to see if she could spot Jean moving through the trees. She knew that if she could, so could Nelson's guards. They likely had better weapons and more powerful scopes. If they were looking, his security seemed to be a little lax. They shouldn't have been able to get that close to the ranch. The bluff should have been well guarded, too. "So what are we using for a diversion?" Maddie asked. Ames pulled a small box from his pack. "I'll take care of that." "What's in it?" Maddie asked. Ames lifted the lid. "It's a toy?" "What are you going to do with that?" "You'll see," Ames said. They waited 20 minutes for Jean to give the signal that he was ready for the diversion. His bird call sounded more like a sick animal. Maddie waited for the guards to descend on Jean, but none did. They weren't nearly as trained as Maddie had heard. Any member of her group would have spotted the fake call. "Get ready to move," Ames said as he disappeared into the brush. A minute later, Maddie heard the toy siren. Men dressed in black poured out of buildings and fanned out, looking for the source of the noise. Through her scope, Maddie could make out Jean racing across the field toward the steel building. "Let's go," Ames said, making a chopping motion with his hand. Carefully, the three moved east away from the noise and back toward where they'd tied their horses. Harding rode up beside Ames's horse, grabbed its reins, and led it south toward the creek. Maddie quickly mounted hers and rode right behind him. She looked back as they entered the water. Ames was facing the trail, rifle raised and braced across his forearm, covering their retreat. "Do you see anyone?" Maddie asked. "No." "I don't think they tracked us yet," Harding said. They followed the creek for a quarter-mile before exiting into a clearing on the south side. They could no longer see the building where Jean went to talk to Quincy. If he got into trouble, they couldn't have his back. Jean was taking a great personal risk to confirm Stephens' story. After waiting 10 minutes, they rode along the creek to the northern edge of the field, where they could now see the building with the tower. "How does he plan to get out of there?" Maddie asked. "Quickly," Ames said, pointing to a spot in the field where the grass was rustling. "Is he crawling? Good thing they don't mow behind that building," Harding said. Jean dropped into the creek, crouched, and hauled ass toward them. "Let's get the hell out of here," Jean said, gasping for air. "Did you find him?" "What did he say?" Maddie rapid. "Fired. Let's get to the road, and then I'll tell you all about it," Jean said. Ames threw a log on the fire. As the embers drifted into the night air, Jean filled them in on his conversation with Quincy. "So Nelson's known for weeks?" Ames asked. "He has. He's made contact with Dempsey. It was his men that took out Stevens' team. They knew all about the gold. They've been looking for it almost since the lights went out. Quincy said they nearly tore St. Louis apart looking for it. They knew it had been brought to southeastern Missouri, but not where it had been stashed. Not until they gained inside information about the mission to retrieve it." "Inside information?" Maddie asked. She was still trying to wrap her mind around so much fuss being made about gold. Sure, 9 months ago, a shipment of gold would be worth millions, she imagined. But now, what would Dempsey or Nelson do with it? "Dempsey planted someone inside the new government. They've been reporting troop movements, covert operations, and other sensitive matters straight to Dempsey," Ames said. "So, Dempsey's looking for the gold, and so are we?" Maddie asked. She felt panic rise into her throat. Dempsey's men were well armed and not malnourished like her group. "What about that army Stevens said was coming to help?" Jean frowned. "They're going to meet some resistance. Nelson sent his men to take them out while Dempsey's team locates the gold." "So what now?" Maddie said. "We have to get back, gather some more men, and go stop Nelson's men so that the army can secure that shipment." Harding said, Nelson must have had every warm body he had out searching for them. There were roadblocks on all the major roads. They were forced to take back roads, adding miles to their trip. Maddie was frustrated, tired, and hungry by the time they moved through Raymondville. They still had nearly 30 miles before reaching home, and the sun was setting, but they couldn't stop now. They were already at least a day behind Nelson's men. They'd need time to round up enough fresh horses. Folks weren't keen on just giving them up. It would take some convincing and a lot of food they couldn't spare. I hope Zach and the others are successful in finding the Eminence herd. Maddie didn't relish the idea of breaking wild horses, but they desperately needed them. Chapter 13. Carver Cave, Pulaski County, Missouri. July 14th. John David Wilkes remained behind with his 4 draft horses on the old logging road that led to Carver Cave. Rank looked back as he stepped off the road and into the forest. He sure hoped that Fred was able to deliver the extra 4 gallons of root beer Rank had promised the man in time for little David's party. The old man might be pissed that he'd bartered it away without his knowledge, but he was a patriot. He'd understand that it was for the Republic. If not, Rank would owe the old man. As long as it wasn't helping to cut off nasty bunions from Fred's feet, Rank was good with that. Ryan, Lugnut, and Rank led Stevens and her 2 men through the woods to the entrance of Carver Cave, once a popular hangout for teens before the lights went out. The cave was one of several in the area that the Godwin gang could have driven into with a wagon of gold. Carver was the easiest to access. Lugnut pulled a pair of binoculars from his pack and glassed the trail leading to the mouth of the cave. "You see any sentries?" Rank asked. "No, but I see wagon tracks." Lugnut handed him the binoculars. "Those are definitely wagon tracks," Rank said, handing them to Ryan. Steffens yanked the binoculars from Ryan's hands and placed them to her eyes. "It looks like it was carrying a heavy load. That's my gold." "How are we doing this?" Ryan asked, taking the binoculars from Stevens. "Either they're all inside, or they were too stupid to post guards," Lugnut said. "We're going to have to flush them out. Going in there will be dangerous." "They'll see us coming," Stevens said. Lugnut smiled. "I have something that will get them out." Stevens tilted her head. "Are you going to elaborate?" "It's classified," he said with a straight face. She started to protest, but he cut her off. "Hogan, you and Collins watch the entrance. Stevens, you guard the road. If they're in there, they'll likely run that way first." "Watch for their buddies to return," Lugnut said. "Ryan, you guard the entrance. Rank and I are going in to confirm if the gold is even in there." Stevens nodded and took off toward the road. "I sure hope my NVGs last that long," Rank said. Lugnut dropped his ruck by the entrance. "We need to find more rechargeable batteries for them," Lugnut said, pulling his from his pack. He unclipped a flashlight from his belt and shined the light inside. A shot rang out. The sound reverberated inside the space. Lugnut jumped back and pressed himself against the rock. Rank and Ryan dove to the opposite sides. "Yep, there's still someone in there," Rank said, getting to his feet. "We knew they'd leave a guard. Justin was full of shit on that one," Lugnut said, pulling his pistol from its holster. Rank dropped his pack and unholstered his 1911. He checked the magazine pouches on his chest rig and stepped back to the entrance of the cave. Whoever was in there was trapped. There was only one exit to Carver Cave. The other side faced the river and had been barred up by the Missouri Department of Natural Resources to protect the bat population from boaters. The only way to reach it from here was by diving underwater. Rank doubted any of these guys could navigate through the underwater section of the cave even with a diving suit. "You ready?" Lugnut asked. "As I'll ever be," Rank replied. Ryan gave them both a thumbs up. Lugnut pulled a mason jar from his pack and stepped inside the mouth of the cave. He reared back and threw it as hard and far as he could. Rank buried his mouth and nose in the crook of his elbow and waited for the raunchy odor to fill the space. Oh my God, a young male voice cried out, "What the hell, man?" A moment later, a young teenager emerged from the cave holding his nose and tears streaming down his cheeks. "What? You don't like eggs?" Rank laughed through his shirt. "How many more are inside?" Lugnut asked, grabbing the kid by his collar. "Nobody, just me. The rest are all dead," the kid said. Rank grabbed the boy's hand and twisted it behind his back. "What happened here?" The boy looked up. "Your guys came in guns blazing and shot everyone dead. Not us? Was it Nelson's crew?" Ryan asked. The boy's head shot up. A look of fear faded from his eyes. "You're not with Nelson's crew." "No, I'll ask you again. Who did this?" Rank gave the boy's arm a little shake. They didn't have time for 20 questions. "Jep will kill you if you hurt me," the kid whined. I ain't going to hurt you if you tell me the truth, Rank said. I'm telling you the truth. Was it Nelson? Ryan asked. Yeah. Chase shot 2 of them, but he ran out of ammo and they killed him. The kid started sobbing. Rank waited for him to take a breath. You hid? He nodded. And they took the gold? The boy nodded again. Mama told him it would get us killed. She said there was no way Nelson wouldn't track us down. Jeb thought it would be safe here, but it wasn't. His shoulders slumped and he began sobbing uncontrollably. Rank almost felt sorry for the kid. Hogan, come secure our prisoner, Lugnut called. You want to let it air out a bit before we go in to confirm his story? Rank asked. Nah, no time. Pull your bandana up and let's go. Rank pulled his bandana over his nose. Shit, Lug, you know it won't block that smell? I'll throw up. You want to stay out here and watch the prisoner? I can take Hogan or Collins. They aren't being whiny little bitches. Rank glanced over to Ryan. He was doing his best not to laugh. Geesh, Lug. Lighten up. You know, I was just kidding. Lugnut stopped and twisted to face him. This isn't a time for kidding around, Rank. We have to find that load of gold and get it on that plane. Now we have to track down where Nelson's men took it, steal it from them, and then haul it all the way to Fort Leonard Wood. Dempsey's men could be looking for it, too. We have to be on our toes. Got it? I got it. I do. Rank pulled his night vision goggles down over his eyes and followed Lugnut into the dark cave. The smell of rotten eggs was overwhelming. It took his breath away even through his bandana. He couldn't imagine anyone could still be in there with that odor. Despite the lingering smell, the cave felt nice. It had to be at least 20 or 30 degrees cooler inside. The group had discussed possibly building earth-berm houses to make living without air conditioning easier. Earth-berm homes were easier to heat in the winter as well. He was all for having to cut and stack less wood. Zach and Larry were moving forward with the log cabins up on the bluff overlooking the river down by Greg and Beth's old place. Larry felt that digging required for earth-berm houses would be too hard and time-consuming. Bo Johnson had claimed he could have a cabin up with his method in a matter of weeks. Rank wasn't yet sure whether he would move back there or stay on at the Henson farm. With all the work they'd put into the gardens and things, he'd imagined some of the group would stay to guard it and continue to work the land. Lugnut shined his light on the bodies on the floor of the cave. The kid had told the truth. 2 of the men were Nelson's, confirmed by their black clothes and tattoos. They had been stripped of their gear, and the bodies had just been left there. There wasn't much loyalty or brotherhood in Nelson's group. Rank imagined Nelson didn't have any use for dead men. Rank and Lugnut cleared the small chamber and stepped outside into the fresh air. Is it gone? Stevens yelled. Lugnut turned his back to the mouth of the cave. Yes, the kid was telling the truth, Lugnut said as he approached her. I want to secure the boy. We don't want him running off and alerting Nelson. I'll let John David know he can take the horses back home. As Lugnut walked off, Rank leaned his back against a tree and lowered his bandana. Nelson's crew has your gold. That's going to be much harder. Just locating it could take days. He has dozens of men with an almost endless supply of ammunition. You backing out on helping me? Stevens asked. No, we won't back out. We're Marines. I just wanted you to be clear what we're going up against. With those odds, even if we get the gold, we may not make your deadline, Rank said. Are you sure that planes can even land at Fort Leonard Wood? Ryan asked. I haven't been to the base in months, but the last time I was there, things weren't all that secure. My team scouted the base before we went to retrieve the gold. The runway looked clear. There was no one around. Rank could barely make out her form in the dim light of his flashlight's beam. Is there a plan B? She moved toward him. Plan B is to get it to the airfield at Little Rock, Arkansas by any means necessary. 300 miles, Ryan asked. It might as well be 1,000. There were so many obstacles with lawless bandits, desperate people, and washed-out roads. Just getting the gold to Fort Leonard Wood would be a major undertaking. They would need to scout ahead and find a passable road. The interstate was too dangerous. There were too many abandoned vehicles and too many places for people to hide and lay in ambush. With a heavy wagon of gold, there would be no way to retreat. They would be forced to stay and fight. You could come to Arkansas with me, Stevens said. I couldn't. I have people, he stammered. She moved closer. He could make out her face now. You could come back when the mission is complete. Rank glanced over to Hogan and then back to Stevens. Without a good-sized team, it was a suicide mission. He loved his country, but he was no hero. Flashes of Roger's head whipping back with each blow from the huge black-clad men invaded his mind. Roger was a hero. Lugnut and Ryan were heroes. But not him. He was no hero. Nah, I better stick around here. We've managed to piss a lot of people off today. I need to make sure they don't come after my friends." Steffens was quiet for a moment. Was she disappointed? He imagined she must be very concerned about making it all that way without her team. She had to know how impossible it would be. "That's understandable," she said, her voice low. "I had to try." As they made their way back to the horses, Rank thought a lot about her offer. He was a Marine. There was a mission. They were trying to arm troops to take back their country. He'd lost hope long ago of life returning to anything, even resembling normal. Now she showed up talking about a new government and showers with running water. There was likely even cold beer. Could a new life really be possible if it was? Was it worth risking his life for? "Tell me about this new president and his cabinet." Chapter 14. Carver Cave, Pulaski County, Missouri, July 14th. "How long do you think it will take to get to Fort Leonard Wood from here?" Stevens asked, climbing into her saddle. "With Hogan, who knows?" "He rides like my grandma," Rank said. Hogan stuck his right hand in the air and flipped Rank the bird next to him. Lugnut strapped a shotgun to his pack. The kid back at the cave only had 2 shells for the gun, so he'd have to make them count if they encountered any trouble. They were all extremely low on ammunition. It was a growing problem. Rank wondered if they'd all have to resort to arrows and spears soon. That would spell their doom. The only ones with ammo now were big and powerful groups, the takers, and the Army's Rank turned to Stevens. From here, it's going to be a long ride. Rank studied Stevens. Was she giving up? Yes. How fast can we get there? Stevens asked again. Rank glanced over to Lugnut. He lifted his shoulder in a half shrug. "I don't know, maybe 5 or 6 hours we can trot or canter on the dirt roads, but the gravel and blacktop will slow us down. The horses are already tired." "What are you thinking?" Lugnut asked her. "We're going to need more weapons, more ammo, and more men," she said, climbing into her saddle. Rank and Lugnut looked at each other. "You're planning on waiting for the plane to arrive and then go for the gold?" Rank asked. "What if the plane never comes? We can't take them on with 2 shotgun shells and a few boxes of ammo." "Didn't you say he had dozens of well-armed men?" Stevens said. "I agree. We should go to the fort and wait for our team," Hogan said. "What do you think, Lug?" Ryan asked. Lugnut looked to the ground. He ran his hand down the length of his beard, drew in a breath, and let it out slowly. "I'd sure like to get my hands on a 50 cal. Some flash grenades would be helpful if we have to clear buildings and shit." He took off his hat and ran his hand through his long, greasy hair. "You think they got any meatball marinara MREs? I'm sure they do. You coming?" Stevens said, urging her horse toward the main road. Rank shrugged. "I like meatballs." The roads were worse than the last time they had been this way. Large trees were still down over the roads from the spring storms that had devastated the cabin and taken Jason's life. Small bridges had even been washed away by the flooding. Rank pulled a length of rope from his pack and secured it to one of the tree trunks, while Lugnut tied the other end to one of the horses. Neither of them had much experience with working horses in that manner. "Will we make it there by dark, you think?" Stevens asked. "Not at this speed, and we can't afford to push the horses too hard. We can't replace them," Rank said. "We'll likely have to find a place to camp for the night and make it there early tomorrow morning." Stevens shook her head. "It's the best we can do, I know." Lugnut pulled on the horse's reins, and the log moved, clearing the path ahead. He was as anxious as she was to get there. He wanted to see that plane for himself. He wouldn't believe it was real until he saw it with his own 2 eyes. If there truly was a plane waiting for her at the airport, then everything she said about the new government might be true as well. That fact would bring hope to so many. It would give folks the encouragement to keep fighting to survive. Rank frequently looked over his shoulder as he followed Stevens, Hogan, and Collins. He'd never felt so exposed. If someone was watching from the woods, they could pick them off easily. They just didn't have time to scout ahead very far to make sure the way was clear. They had to get to the base and get geared up for the mission. The longer they were out there, the more risk they ran of meeting up with trouble. There was too much at stake. After 2 hours, they stopped at a creek to let the horses rest and give them water. Stevens was understandably reluctant to stop for long. They were close. If they'd been in a modern vehicle, they'd be there in less than 30 minutes. It was hard adjusting to slower travel. He could still remember what going 80 miles an hour felt like. "Rank and I are going to scout ahead on foot," Lugnut said. "You good staying with them?" He pointed to Stevens and her men. Ryan nodded. "Are you sure that's necessary? Shouldn't we just push on? We're so close," Stevens said. "The horses are tired. We can't take the chance. We're not going to make it there in time to head out tonight anyway." "That gives us time to scout and let the horses rest," Lugnut said. "I don't know. What do you think, Hogan?" It was the first time Rank had heard her ask Hogan's opinion on anything. Maybe she was planning to overrule Lugnut on this one. She might even be thinking that she, Hogan, and Collins could go it alone from there. I have to agree on this one. It's getting more and more difficult to get my horse to move faster on these hills. If they give out, we're screwed. Just 1 hour won't destroy the mission, Hogan said. Collins nodded. Rank hadn't heard the man ever speak more than 2 words. He was scared of her. Had he been in the wrong place at the wrong time, and drafted for the task when there was no one else? Stevens shook her head and walked off toward a stand of trees. "Where are you going?" Hogan asked. "I have to take a piss." "You shouldn't go alone," Hogan called after her. Stevens whipped around and pointed at him. "I don't need you to watch me pee. Come on, Rank." "Let them work out their lovers' quarrel by themselves," Lugnut said, tying his horse near the stream. "We'll be back in a few. You might want to have Collins watch her back. She might take your head off," Rank said as he walked past Ryan. When Lugnut and Rank returned, Stevens was pacing and biting her nails. "See anything concerning?" Ryan asked. "The houses are few and far between on this stretch of road. The homes we saw looked long abandoned. We had to move some downed limbs, but the road ahead is passable. We saw no sign of people," Rank said. Stevens mounted her horse and snapped her fingers at Hogan and Collins, who were sitting under the shade of a pine tree. "Let's get going, then." They rode in silence for nearly 2 hours, stopping periodically to clear the road or water the horses. When they were stopped contemplating the best way around one of the washed-out bridges, Rank caught movement to his left. Someone had been watching them from the bushes lining the road. "Lug, movement at your 10 o'clock. Lugnut turned his horse to the right side of the road. Kudzu had all but taken over all the way to the bluff. The other side was thick with saplings and brambles. It was impossible to see if it was a lone person or an army. Lugnut slid off his horse and handed Rank the reins. He pulled his rifle around and scanned the area through its scope. "What do you think? Should we go after them?" Ryan asked. "You sure it was a person, Rank?" "Could it have been a deer?" Lugnut asked. Rank thought for a moment. "It could have been a deer, I suppose." Lugnut crossed the road, rifle trained on the spot Rank had pointed out. He bent and studied the dirt on the shoulder of the road. "Might be a kid." "Want to check it out to confirm?" Ryan asked, leaning forward to dismount his horse. "Nah, we should get going. It's getting dark." Rank looked up to the top of the bluff as they traversed the narrow lane. The 50-foot-long cut with its 90-foot-high walls might make a good camp for the night. "Hey, you think we could get up there?" Rank asked as he rode up beside Lugnut. Lugnut glanced up. "I could. I'm not sure about you." He bent his forearm to show off the muscles in his arm. It saddened Rank. Lugnut had once been such a hulk of a man. He fought the urge to look at his own biceps. He knew he wouldn't like what he saw. The bullet he'd taken saving Jason in St. Louis had done a number on his left bicep. Besides that, he'd lost at least 60, maybe even 70, pounds in the last 9 months. He'd begun putting a few pounds back on with the increased production of the garden, but not nearly enough to bulk up a 6-foot, 4-inch tall man. "We'll post 2 guards. One up top and one on the road," Lugnut said. "I like it," Ryan said. "You willing to trust Hogan and Collins while you sleep?" "I ain't sleeping," Lugnut said. "Me either," with the horses tied up at the base of the bluff. Hogan and Collins rolled out their bedrolls nearby. "You should sleep, Stevens. You've got a long journey ahead of you," Lugnut said. "I won't sleep until that gold is safely on that plane," Stevens said. Rank didn't want to burst her bubble, but that gold wouldn't be safe until it was loaded on that ship bound for Brazil. If you aren't going to sleep, then you take that end of the cut," Lugnut said, pointing over his shoulder. "Ryan, I'll wake you in 4 hours." While Stevens walked off toward her post, Rank led his horse to the west end of the cut and tied it to a branch. He took his canteen and a piece of jerky from his pack and leaned against the rock on the westbound side. If anyone rode up on horseback, he'd be able to hear the hooves on concrete long before he saw them. The rugged terrain would make a foot approach unlikely, especially in the dark. Rank could barely see 10 feet in front of him in the dim moonlight. Rank looked up to see if he could spot Lugnut from his position. He couldn't. From his vantage point, Lugnut would be able to pick off any attackers below. It would be like shooting fish in a barrel. Rank hoped no one got that close. His back ached as he shifted from foot to foot. He couldn't recall ever being so distracted by the pain before. When he was younger, he'd been able to block out the pain and stay focused on the mission. But after years of physical training, fistfights, and dangerous missions, his body was nearly shot. He ran his hands over his ribs. He lifted his shirt and tightened the ace bandage binding them. It had taken him months to be able to stand up straight. He was finally getting to where he could breathe without pain. He feared he was setting himself back weeks by riding that damn horse so long. He pushed away from the image of Roger's battered face again and focused on watching for Stevens. He spotted her pacing on the edge of the road. He imagined she was ready to get back to her cushy life down south. To pass the time, Rank tried to imagine life returning to normal prior to the lights going out. The country had prospered. It could do it again with the right leaders. Was Latham the right man for the job? Stevens seemed to think so. Snap Rank pivoted and swung his rifle around in the direction of the sound. He listened as he strained to see into the darkness. Every cell in his body was on high alert. He pulled the rifle to his cheek and scanned the side of the road through his thermal scope. He almost laughed out loud at what he saw. He was mesmerized watching two armadillos battling it out, jumping and bumping one another. One was running around with another on its back while being chased by a third. Rank was so thoroughly engrossed in the show that he didn't hear Hogan approach. What's so funny? Rank swung around, pointing his rifle in Hogan's face. Dude, don't you know not to sneak up on someone? Dude, aren't you supposed to be on watch? You should have seen me coming. Hogan turned and walked back toward the horses. You call that high speed, low drag? Rank wanted to punch Hogan in the face. He really disliked the man, but he was right. He should have been more aware. Beth and Ella had said his concentration would improve in time. It hadn't. He'd had concussions before and was good as new in a few days. Maybe he wasn't the right person for this job anymore. He wasn't the Marine he used to be. Despite his best efforts, Rank's mind kept drifting back to that day, back in the warehouse in St. Louis. He should have died there, like Roger, but Maria and Lugnut had come for them. The way their relationship was now, he doubted seriously if Maria would make the same choice again. He was an asshole. He could admit that. Lugnut's whistle saved him from his pity party. Hey, riders coming up fast, approaching from the east. Wake Ryan. Tell Stevens to be ready, Lugnut called down. Guys, get up. We have visitors. Ryan, take my post. Rank called as he ran past the wagon. He was huffing pretty good by the time he reached Stevens at the other end of the cut. You take the east side. I'll take this one. We'll stop them before they get into range. Stevens crossed the road and slid in beside a fat cedar tree. Rank hoped the riders didn't have thermal scopes. Unless they were Nelson's or Dempsey's men, they likely didn't. It was impossible to find working batteries. Nelson had stolen all the solar setups he could find, so there would be no way to recharge scopes if they had them. He was glad they still had their small solar setup to recharge their batteries. You think it's Nelson's crew? Stevens asked. We'll soon find out. If they have ammo, it's likely them, Rank replied. Sounds like someone needs to do something about that, Nelson, Stevens said. As long as he keeps out of Texas County, he's not our problem, Rank said. I see them, Stevens said. I count 6. What do you see? I see those 6. There's 4 more about 50 feet behind them. Shit, I don't like those numbers, Stevens said. We have the high ground advantage, Rank said, pointing to the bluff. He hoped Lugnut had a clear line of sight on them. Stevens, Hogan called. His voice reverberated off the walls of the cut. Rank cursed under his breath. Hogan, quiet. We have riders coming from the west. Shit. Rank spun around and started running. Hogan, back up Stevens. You two will have to hold this side. Hogan looked like he was going to shit himself. Got it? Rank spat as he ran by. He nodded and ran toward Stevens. Collins, you're with me, Rank called as he approached. Me? Collins asked. Yes, you. All you have to do is stand there and hold the rifle. If bullets start flying, shoot back. What have you got, Ryan? Rank asked. At least 4 riders. The sound of hooves stopped suddenly. Collins, drop down into that ditch and point your rifle to your left. If they attack, you return fire. Rank glanced down the road toward Stevens and Hogan as he slid into the ditch on the opposite side from Collins. He couldn't see anyone. He pulled his rifle to his cheek and scanned the road back to the west. Soon they would know if they were just passing through or if they were pursuing the gold. No one moved in the dark these days unless they were being chased or doing the chasing. 2 men are dismounting, Rank called out. They had their answer. If they had been just passing through, they would want to avoid a firefight, not head into one. Hold your fire, Collins. We need to conserve ammo, Rank said. A shot rang out above them and someone cried out. The sound spooked the horses, causing them to squeal and start to buck. Rank hoped they didn't break free. It would be disastrous if they took off and left them on foot. The people approaching didn't return fire. Maybe they were trained. They didn't have a target and weren't firing into the dark. Crack. A second later, gunfire echoed off the bluff walls. Lugnut fired back. Rank tried to see if he'd hit his target, but he couldn't see anyone from his vantage point. Rank scanned over to the ditch where Collins was positioned with his head up, looking around. "Keep your head down, Collins. You want to get shot?" Long minutes passed without any more gunfire or movement, at least on his end of the road. "Lug, where are they?" Rank called up to Lugnut. "It looks like they're digging in," Lugnut called down. "They didn't expect a sniper," Rank said. A few moments later, Lugnut fired again. Rank heard a man curse. He scanned the ditch about 100 yards to the west. A body lay half onto the roadway. Were they going to wait and let Lugnut pick them all off one by one? What were they waiting for? Moments later, Rank received his answer. "More riders are approaching from the west. They're coming up fast. Be ready. They may advance now that they have reinforcements," Lugnut called down. "Stevens, Hogan, you good?" Rank called to them. "We're good," Stevens yelled back. Lugnut fired multiple rounds at the approaching riders. Rank could see the figures dropping off their horses and scattering like cockroaches. He squeezed the trigger and sent bullets downrange, dropping several of them before they could reach cover. They returned fire. Incoming rounds ricocheted off the bluff's walls, causing the horses to go ballistic. "Collins, run back and make sure those horses don't bolt. Stay in the ditch until you reach the bluff," Rank yelled over the thunderous sound. Rank sprayed rounds into the trees where the men were hiding as Collins crouched and ran toward the horses. When he stopped firing and dropped back deeper into the ditch, someone to his 10 o'clock began firing. He was soon joined by another shooter about 150 yards from Rank. Lugnut fired twice, and the shooting stopped. Minutes went by without any enemy movement. Then shots rang out to the east. Were Stevens and Hogan shooting? It was so hard to tell with the sound echoing off the bluffs. He could make out the sound of Lugnut's rifle above him, but not much else. The moment reminded Rank of a mission in Afghanistan when they'd been pinned down by the Taliban. Lugnut had climbed the cliffs overlooking a village in the Ghazni province and shot the enemy sniper. The cowards took off when the Hellfire missiles began to drop. Rank missed being able to call in airstrikes. Stevens hadn't mentioned bombers or aircraft carriers. He recalled now that Maddie had thought she'd seen contrails some time back. Everyone had dismissed it. Not that he thought it was impossible. He knew some aircraft would have avoided the effects of the EMP, and others stationed around the world and on aircraft carriers would still be capable of flying over the United States. It was just that after this long, and they hadn't seen any in the sky, he thought it likely they'd been neutralized by the same enemy forces who had launched the EMPs over the country in the first place. The thunderous report of rifle fire tore up the night. It seemed they were just shooting indiscriminately to keep them pinned down. They'd be fools to rush up on them in the dark, especially with the sniper to pick them off. Rank and the others didn't have the ammunition to engage them very long. When there was a break in the firing, Lugnut called down, "They're just popping shots off. Conserve ammo until they break cover." "Roger that," Ryan called back. A couple of hours passed in silence. They were waiting for daylight to attack. Rank was lost in thought about past standoffs much like this one when he heard Stevens approaching. "We're outgunned here. Is there a way for us to maybe climb the bluff and escape without engaging them?" Stevens asked. "We could, but we'd have to leave the horses. It would be a long walk on foot. Do we have any other choice?" Stevens asked. Rank was just about to call up to Lugnut and tell him they were coming up when all hell broke loose. At the same time, Lugnut was rapid firing. Hogan and Ryan both opened up and were sending rounds downrange at the enemy approaching from both ends of the cut. "Stay here, cover me," Rank said, dropping into the ditch. "Wait, Rank," Stevens called, but he kept going. He needed to flank them, catch them in the crossfire with Lugnut, stop them from advancing any further. He was ready to end this and get to the fort. Rank crawled 50 yards and popped up, firing at 3 men hiding behind a cluster of trees. 2 men slumped over, but a third returned fire. Bullets whizzed by Rank. Rank fired back, and the man dropped to one knee before falling on his face. "Rank, the enemy's down on this side. Help Hogan and Ryan," Lugnut called. Hogan was bleeding from a cut over his eye. Ryan was defending their position by himself. Stevens arrived at his side 30 seconds before Rank. A round slammed into the rock inches from her face. The question of whether this group had night vision was answered. Stevens hit the pavement and crawled forward to the side of the road before dropping into the ditch and returning fire. Ryan was on the opposite side of the road. It seemed the shooters were concentrating their rounds on his position. Lugnut fired from above. The shooting stopped momentarily, but then started again. This time, bullets pounded the rock wall just above Stevens's head. There was no way for her to get a shot off. Rank scanned the area to his 2 o'clock, looking for the enemy. They were spread out along the right side of the road. He counted 6. One slumped over, and then another as Lugnut's well-placed shots took them out. Rank dropped to his stomach, braced his rifle on the ground, and fired. Another man dropped 3 left. The remaining 3 shooters all turned their fire toward Rank. As they did, Stevens sent rounds in their direction, taking the one closest to her out. As they turned their attentions back to Stevens, Ryan returned fire and took another. Seconds later, Lugnut took out the last man, and the gunfire stopped. "Rank, you see any other shooters out there?" Stevens asked. He scanned the tree line and road. "I don't see any more," he replied. "Lug, see anyone? Clear from the east. Let me check back to the west again," Lugnut yelled. "We're clear." The sun was peeking over the horizon as Ryan rank, and Lugnut collected the enemy weapons, ammo, and gear. "Were they Nelson's guys?" Stevens asked. Rank dropped 2 saddlebags by his horse and handed Hogan 2 of the men's rifles. "Yep, I find it disturbing that they knew where to find us. Kinda makes me think the kid untied himself and got back to them somehow. Maybe we should have brought him with us. I thought it was risky to leave him tied up by the cave," Hogan said. Rank shot him a dirty look. "It was likely your piss-poor knots that let him get loose." Chapter 15, Texas County, Missouri, July 15th. Harmony gave Chloe the last of her jerky dipped in raspberry jelly. They would need to find some food for the rest of the trip home. They'd been on tight rations even before discovering the children here. "Have mine," Zach whispered, holding his jerky out to Harmony. "No, Zach, you eat yours, I'm good. I'll make us a big breakfast when we get back to the farm. I'm thinking maybe an omelet with jerky crumbles and goat cheese. I found wild onions growing out behind the barn that will add just the right flavoring." Zach touched his finger to his lips. "Sorry," Harmony whispered. She tended to ramble on about food when she was hungry. With the children fed and the horses watered, they were back on their way home a little after sunrise. As soon as the sun rose, the heat was nearly unbearable. Chloe scratched and picked at her bug bites, causing them to bleed. Harmony pulled a small jar of plantain salve from her pack and rubbed a generous amount on Chloe's arms and legs. She glanced at Dylan. His arms were also covered in bites. "Here, Dylan, rub this on your bug bites. It will help the itching." Dylan flinched when Maria pulled her rifle to her cheek to scan the tree line as they passed the side road. "She's just being cautious. That thing on the top of her rifle helps her see far away," Harmony said, pointing to Maria's weapon. Dylan glanced over to his sister. "Chloe's afraid of guns. I can understand that, but we are very careful with them." Maria was in the military. "She has lots of training on safely handling firearms." Dylan returned his gaze to Maria. Maria gave him a congenial smile. A smile spread across Dylan's face, and the kid blushed. Harmony smiled. It looked like Dylan may have had a little crush on Maria, him and the rest of the male population. Harmony figured Maria would have settled down with one of the guys by now, but she seemed to be keeping her options open. Maria and Jackson had been a thing after she and Rank broke things off, but they'd since pulled back from each other too. Jackson didn't seem to be too upset, so maybe the decision had been mutual. Zach slowed the wagon. Maria jumped down and began scanning the road ahead of them. "What is it?" Maria called. "It's the horses. One of them is limping pretty badly." "I need to check his hooves," Zach said. Chloe became fussy and wanted out of Harmony's arms. The scorching sun was beating down on them, and her face was getting red. "Zach, I'm going to take the kids over to the creek and sit under that tree until you're ready to go." "I think Chloe is getting too hot," Harmony said. Maria wasn't thrilled, but after Zach pried a stone from the horse's shoe, they spent time cooling off in the cool, spring-fed creek. It was dangerous to push the horses so hard in the unrelenting heat. Most of the time, people avoided traveling in the middle of the day. "We should get going," Maria said, dusting off her butt and rolling her pant legs down. "Can we stay just a few more minutes?" Dylan asked. "I'm sorry, no. We need to get you to our farm," Harmony said, placing a wet Chloe on her hip. About 5 miles past Raymondville, Zach turned around, flailing his arm. "Harmony, get the kids down." Harmony lifted a sleeping Chloe and placed her gently beside Dylan. She leaned in close and whispered, "Stay down." Dylan didn't protest or ask why. Harmony glanced ahead at the road as she retrieved her rifle near her pack. She spotted a man and woman on foot about 100 yards in front of them. They were running a second later. The couple left the roadway and ran into a field to Harmony's right. Maria was already peering through her scope, scanning the road and fields to either side. "See anything?" Harmony asked. "It's just those two as far as I can tell." Harmony glanced down at the children. When she looked up, the strangers were gone. Where did they go? They dropped down in a depression about 25 yards from the road. "I can see the top of the woman's head," Maria said. Zack slowed the horses, turned the wagon to his left, and stopped them in the middle of the road. He slid down and placed the barrel of his rifle on the wagon's seat. "We're just passing by. We're not looking for trouble," Maria yelled. No response. "We can't continue on until we know that you are not a threat. If you don't come out and show us your hands, we'll have to come in after you," Zack called to the strangers. The strangers were likely just frightened and trying to avoid trouble. But Zack was right. They couldn't take the chance. The strangers didn't respond. "Harmony, take the children down into that ditch. I'm going after them," Maria said. Dylan was already pulling on his sister's arm, trying to wake her. "It's okay. I'll carry her. It's best to let her sleep right now," Harmony told him. Harmony pulled Chloe into her arms and slowly slid down from the wagon. Dylan was already in the ditch waiting for them. He held his arm out as Harmony approached him. After making sure that Dylan and Chloe were low enough in the ditch to be out of the line of fire, Harmony pulled her rifle to her shoulder. With the wagon in the way, she couldn't see Maria advancing on the couple in the field. Not that she would have been able to anyway. Maria was really, really good. A moment later, Harmony heard her call out, "Hands in the air, both of you." As she did, Zack moved from behind the cover of the wagon out of Harmony's view. She hated him being out of her sight. She looked back at the children. She was torn. She should back up Zack and Maria, but she needed to make sure the kids stayed down in case shots were fired. "They're clear. No weapons," Maria called out. Harmony let out a sigh of relief. "We're coming out," Maria said. Harmony waited until Maria and the couple reached the wagon, and Zack was back into her view before emerging from the ditch. "Dylan, stay here for a minute longer. We just need to make sure these people are safe. Understand?" Dylan nodded. The couple looked even dirtier than most people these days. The woman's hair was matted, and her clothes soiled and torn. The man had been beaten, and his right eye was swollen nearly shut. The woman pulled the collar of her shirt up tight around her neck and glared at Maria. The man avoided eye contact. "Where are you two headed?" Zack asked. "North," the man said, looking at his shoes. "What's north?" Maria asked. The woman looked away. "Home," the man said. "Oh, yeah, whereabouts?" Zack asked. The man hesitated. "I understand. It's not safe to give out too much personal information to strangers these days. We're heading north." "We could give you a ride as far as Licking," Zack said. Maria shot him a dirty look. The man looked up. His eyes brightened for a moment, and then he returned to staring at his feet. Zack leaned in close to Maria and whispered, "They can ride up front with me. You can keep an eye on them. It's dangerous for them to be out here alone without a weapon, especially her." Maria glanced over to the woman. "I don't like it, but I understand your reasoning." Harmony stepped forward. "Would you like a drink of water? It's filtered." She held her canteen out. "It's not safe for you to be out here, just the two of you, unarmed. There's a sheriff in Licking. It's safer there. Maybe you can meet up with other people traveling north." The man took the canteen and handed it to the woman. "We'd appreciate a ride to Licking. Thank you. What's your names?" Zack asked. The man looked to the woman. "You can make something up," Maria said. The woman gave a half shrug. Harmony caught a slight smile forming. "I'm Lady G." Harmony looked at her sideways. "The pop singer? Okay. All right, Lady G, let's get going down the road then," Zack said. Harmony wasn't sure what harm it would do for them to give their real names. It wasn't like they could Google them and locate their home. As they climbed onto the wagon next to Zack, the man said, "I'm just Richard. Who are they?" Dylan asked as Harmony helped him into the wagon. The woman turned and stared at the children wide-eyed for a moment before returning her gaze to the road. "They are just travelers. They needed a ride. We're going to drop them off in the town up ahead," Harmony said. She pulled Dylan and Chloe close and placed her hand on the rifle next to her. It was a rare thing for her to meet strangers. To meet 4 of them in one day was somewhat overwhelming. Her world had shrunk so much since the lights had gone out. Harmony recalled all her so-called friends on social media and people she'd meet at school or at her parents' country club. Now she would go weeks without even leaving the farm, and when she did, she'd only see neighbors. She'd wanted to go to the trade fairs, but Larry had said it was too dangerous. Harmony had sort of resented that Maddie and Maria could go, but the rest of the women barely left the same 20-mile radius. Convincing Zack and the others to let her come on this trip hadn't been easy. 8 miles south of Licking, Harmony felt Dylan stiffen and looked up. Maria had pulled her rifle to her cheek. Zack, stop the wagon. Time stood still. Harmony clutched the children as tight to her chest as she could. With Chloe wailing in her ear, she couldn't hear what the men were shouting. When the masked man grabbed hold of Maria and pulled her from the wagon, Harmony knew they were in serious trouble. She craned her neck to see where they were taking Maria. The man and woman were yanked from the wagon seat and thrown to the ground. Zack, Harmony called over the sound of Chloe's cries. Harmony, Zack yelled as he too was pulled from the wagon. Stop, Harmony screamed. Shut that damn kid up. All that noise is giving me a headache. The barrel-chested man holding Zack said. Harmony handed Chloe to Dylan and started to stand. A second man raised his rifle and pointed it at Harmony. She held her hands out and eased herself back down into the wagon. You just sit there a second. Someone will be right with you, the barrel-chested man said. In Dylan's arms, Chloe's screams lowered to a whimper, allowing Harmony to hear the men on the opposite side of the wagon yelling instructions to the man and woman. Lady G was begging. Please, Rafe, I just wanted to make it back home to my kids. They're all alone. Shut up, Janie. You're not going anywhere except back to the ranch. But your man here, he's going upriver, the man holding her said. Janie began sobbing uncontrollably. No, please, no, I'll behave. I'll do whatever you want. Please don't sell him, please, Rafe. Don't call me that. I'm not him anymore. It's too late, Janie. The boss is fed up with you two running. I won't run anymore. I'll stay put. Please, just don't sell my husband. You're my brother, for God's sake. Please have some mercy. Harmony heard what sounded like a slap, followed by the woman's scream. Her husband was yelling, and then he stopped. The man was beating him with the butt of his gun. Harmony suddenly realized that they'd stopped and picked up a couple of escaped slaves. Slave trading had become the latest threat to everyone's survival. Men like these were swooping down on homes and taking the occupants to be sold. Laborers were needed to work on large farming operations in the Corn Belt. They were being transported along the Mississippi River. Okay, little lady, your turn. You just hop on down from there and join your man over there, the man said, motioning with the barrel of his rifle. Harmony reached out to take Chloe from Dylan. No, leave it there, just you, he yelled. Was this man one of the soulless ones? Would he dispose of the children? Dylan's eyes grew wide. He reached out and grabbed Harmony's arm as she rose. Don't leave us. It's all right. I'm just going over there with Zack. We're going to talk to these men and straighten this all out. We'll be back on our way in a minute. You just sit tight here and take care of your sister? Okay. Dylan nodded as tears streamed down his freckled cheeks. He looked so frightened. Harmony's heart broke for him. Hurry up, now. I don't got all day, the man said. Harmony craned her neck, trying to see where they'd taken Maria. Where did you take my friend? Harmony asked. The shorter man spun around, turning his back to Zack. You just get over there and shut your mouth. You don't speak unless spoken to. Got it. Zack seized the opportunity and lunged for the man, knocking him off his feet. Without even thinking, Harmony grabbed the man's rifle, brought it up, and fired. The barrel-chested man stared back at her with a blank expression. She expected anger or for him to shoot back, but he just stood there. At first, she thought she'd missed him until she saw the crimson bloom in the center of his abdomen. He was in shock at being gut-shot, but he wasn't down. Harmony locked eyes with the man as she squeezed the trigger a second time. As his body dropped to the ground, she became aware of the struggle Zack was in with the short man. She was vaguely aware of the two men on the opposite side of the wagon shooting at her. The kids, she yelled. She hadn't stopped to think about them getting caught in a crossfire. Stupid, so stupid. She had to move the fight away from the wagon so Dylan and Chloe could get away. Harmony took off running toward the field to her left. Run, Dylan, Harmony screamed as she crossed the ditch. As she reached the knee-high grass, the men continued firing at her. She ran to her right toward a thicket in search of cover. Harmony prayed she'd drawn the fight away from the wagon and somehow the others had gotten away. Chapter 16. Fort Leonard Wood Military Installation, Pulaski County, Missouri. July 15th rank, and Ryan moved the barrels off the roadway leading to what once was the busy main gate to Fort Leonard Wood. A year ago, a gate guard would have scanned their identification and waved them through today. No one manned the checkpoint. The expansive military installation was just too big to guard. He wondered if they still had roadblocks near the Maneuver Support Center, where they'd last visited with the de facto post commander. Hogan and Collins rode past them, followed by Stevens. Lugnut had ridden ahead to scout their route to the airport. Rank hoped they would not have to stop and explain what they were doing there to whoever may still be occupying the base. The last he'd heard, most had left after all the food had run out to join up with Nelson. Ryan replaced the barricades while Rank stood guard, Then they hurried to catch up with Stevens. Just before reaching the roadblock in front of what had once been a busy convenience store, they stopped in the middle of the road. "You see anyone manning the checkpoint?" Rank asked as he pulled up alongside her. Steffens scanned the sides of the road. "No. Where is everyone? Maybe they're hiding?" Ryan said. Rank pulled his binoculars from his pack and scanned to their right. "That's a possibility. They likely don't have any guns or ammo. Nelson would have taken those by now." "Why have you all let him become so powerful?" Stevens asked. Rank wasn't pleased with her accusatory tone. It was easy for her to judge. She hadn't been in their position. She hadn't experienced what they had. Where she was from, they still had ammunition and hot showers. She couldn't understand what it was like to have to fight and claw every day just to survive. With every decision came danger, and they had to weigh the risks against the benefits very carefully. By the time they knew what Nelson was doing, he was already too powerful for them to take out without significant risk. So far, he'd left their little community alone, likely due to their reputation. "How long would that last now?" "That's a long story," Rank said. As they approached the next roadblock, Lugnut dismounted. "Rank, give me a hand." Ryan covered them as Rank and Lugnut placed the cars and trucks into neutral and shoved them from the roadway, clearing a path to pass. After everyone was through, Rank started to push one of the cars back into place. "Don't bother," Lugnut said. "I don't think there's anyone living here." As they passed the headquarters building, Rank was thinking the same thing. No one came to see who was riding down their main street. Lugnut galloped ahead, disappearing at a bend in the road. Even though it seemed the base was deserted, Rank kept his head on a swivel. Rank could see the plane on the tarmac as they approached the airport. He was sure the runways had been emptied the last time he'd passed by there. This had to be Stevens's plane. "Is there really a cargo plane on the runway?" Rank asked. Sure enough, Stevens was telling the truth, Ryan said. By the time they pulled into the airport, Rank was wound tight. Everything that plane represented was almost too much for him to take in. Was a real recovery possible? Could they get back some of what they lost as a nation? What a difference this could make in the lives of the survivors. Soldiers stopped them 200 yards from the plane. Rank stood staring at the C-130 cargo plane with his mouth open. It's all true. There really is a functioning military and legitimate government officials running things down there. "There is," Stevens said as she dismounted her horse. "Well, I'll be damned. I never dreamed it could be possible." He counted a dozen soldiers milling around the area behind the checkpoint. The rear ramp was down. The cargo area was filled with pallets of rations and military equipment. There was probably more ammunition in one ammo can than Rank had seen in months. "Lug, there's your 50 cal," he said, pointing to the weapon mounted on top of a Humvee. "Where's the cargo, Stevens?" an approaching colonel asked. He looked pissed. Stevens didn't seem to care. "We were ambushed. Twice. My team was killed. The gold was stolen," Stevens said as she passed him. "Get a team together. We know where it is." "Who the hell are these civilians?" The officer barked as he chased after her. "Civilians," Rank raised his eyebrows. "I don't think I've ever been called that before." "They're Marines, Sharp," Stevens called back over her shoulder. Sharp twisted and looked back at them. "And they're going to help us get that cargo," Stevens continued, astonished. Sharp put his hands on his hips and stared at Rank, Lugnut, and Ryan. ZZ Top has joined the Marines. Rank and Lugnut stood around jawing with two privates while Stevens and Sharp prepared their team. Rank was interested in finding out what life was like down in Texas and what type of missions they'd been on since the lights went out. Private First Class Sims was just about to tell them about a mission out in Arizona when Stevens poked her head out of the hangar. "Rank, Lugnut, Ryan, come inside and get your gear." Rank felt like a kid in a candy store standing in front of crates filled with quality military gear and more ammunition than he'd seen since leaving the Marines. They'd come ready. Rank traded his damaged plate carrier for a new one. "You've seen battle?" a freckled-faced private asked. "Every day has been a battle since the lights went out." Rank ran his finger over the indentation in the center of the plate carrier. "Where were you when the shit hit the fan?" "Afghanistan," the kid said. "Were they hit? We were evacuated by the 5th Fleet out of Manama, Bahrain, just before they bombed the shit out of Iran and China." "You jarheads ready?" Sharp asked as he walked past. Rank leaned in close to Lugnut. "I think we've been promoted." Stevens, Lugnut, Ryan, and Rank headed toward one of the 4 Humvees. The look on Hogan's face when Stevens told him he was staying to guard the plane was exactly what Rank had expected. He was relieved. Not as much as Collins, but he certainly appeared to be the coward Rank believed him to be. "You think I could man the 50 cal?" Lugnut asked the private as they climbed into the vehicle. Chapter 17. Raymondville, Texas County, Missouri, July 15th. Maddie's butt and legs were sore from too much time in the saddle. In the heat, she was consuming as much water as she could, which made them stop frequently to empty her bladder. She was tired and ready to get home. She missed her bed, and she missed Emma. They were trying not to push the horses too hard. They may need them if they couldn't find fresh horses. Trotting around a sharp bend in the road, Maddie brought her horse to a stop and stared down at two terrified children standing in the middle of the road. Jean, Ames, and Harding jumped from their horses and fanned out. "Where are your parents?" Maddie asked the children as she jumped from her saddle. The kids said nothing. They just stood there staring at the rifle in Maddie's hands. Maddie threw the rifle over her back and bent down. "I'm not going to hurt you. I need to know where your parents are." The little girl peeked at her from behind the boy, her bright blue eyes filled with tears. "Maddie, get off the road," Jean called. Maddie reached out to grab the boy, but he backed up, knocking the girl to the ground. When she began crying, he turned. Maddie grabbed them both by the arms and rushed them to an old abandoned pickup truck on the side of the road. "Let me go," the boy yelled. The girl had begun crying. "Shut them up, Maddie. They're going to get us all killed," Jean called out from his concealed position behind the truck. Maddie grabbed the boy by both arms. "Listen, kid, we aren't going to hurt you. We just don't want to get ambushed, okay? If you tell us where your parents are?" "They're dead. Everyone is dead," the boy spat. Maddie released her grip on him and straightened. "What are you doing out here on the road, all alone?" As she stared down at him, she noticed tiny droplets of blood covering his stained yellow shirt. She glanced over to the girl. She had splatters of blood on her dress and face. "What happened?" Maddie asked, pointing to his shirt. He looked down and ran his hand over the fabric. When he glanced up, his eyes were filled with tears. Maddie's heart broke for him. She knew what it was like to lose a parent. She fought back the memory. "We were attacked by men with guns," the boy said. Maddie leaned in to examine him closer. "Were you hurt?" The girl stepped from behind him. She pushed strands of hair from her face. It was hard to tell what was blood splatter and what were freckles. "Are you hurt?" Maddie asked her. "Harmony shot the bad man," Dylan said. "It's his blood." Maddie felt as if she'd been punched in the stomach. Bile rose into her throat as she ran to the edge of the ditch and heaved. The boy's words echoed in her brain. Larry's words echoed in her brain. Slave traders, sex traffickers, they'd taken Harmony. "Zach? Where's my brother? Where?" Jean asked, stepping out from the back of the truck. The boy backed up. Maddie wiped her mouth with the back of her hand and turned. Ames was mounting his horse. "Harmony is our friend. We want to help her. Where did this happen? Where were you attacked?" The boy grabbed his sister and picked her up. Maddie knelt over and placed a gentle hand on Boy's shoulder. "What's your name?" "Dylan," he whispered. "Dylan, Harmony is my sister. She was with my brother Zach and some of my friends. If they're in trouble, we need to go and find them. Can you help me?" Dylan nodded. Maddie forced a smile. "Great. Now, did you come from that direction?" She pointed north. He nodded again. "Was it on this road? Did you have to turn from another road to get here?" He furrowed his brow. "We didn't turn anywhere." "How long ago was this?" "I don't know. This was going much too slow. Her brother could be bleeding to death. She didn't have time for this." "Was it this morning?" "No, it was a few hours ago, maybe. We hid for a while and waited for the bad men to leave." Maddie's gut clenched. She knew she had to ask, but she wasn't ready for the answer. "Who was hurt?" "Some of the bad men," and Lady G. Dillon said. A momentary relief washed over her. "When you left, where were Zach, Harmony, and the others who were with them?" "In the wagon." Maddie glanced over at Jean. Harmony would not have left without knowing the children were safe. Jean nodded. "Where were the bad men when Harmony and Zach left in the wagon?" "They were driving it." Maddie dropped to her knees. Her head was spinning. She struggled to control her breathing. She hadn't had a panic attack in months. "Get a grip, Maddie. This won't help Zach." She felt Jean's hand on her arm, pulling her to her feet. "We have to follow them," he said. "Ames?" "Harding." "Let's go. Zach and Harmony have been taken." "I don't know about the others. We have to track their wagon." Jean pulled on her arm. She resisted the kids. "We can't just leave them," Maddie whispered. "How are we going to track your brother and get them back while hauling two kids, Maddie?" She stared into Jean's eyes. She knew the older, grizzled man was hardened by all they'd been through, but he couldn't be that hard. "I don't know, but we can't just abandon them. Shit, okay." "Come here, kid," Jean said. "You get the girl, Maddie." As they headed down the road, Maddie realized she had never ridden with a squirming kid before. Her horse wasn't thrilled by the idea either. Maddie had to keep pulling its mane from between the little girl's fingers. "There," the boy yelled, pointing to a spot ahead of them. Maddie stood over the woman. She'd been shot in the back, likely while running away. Maddie knelt and felt for a pulse. She was gone. Maddie felt her arm and then rolled her over and felt her cheek. She was still warmish. They might not be that far behind the men who took her brother. "I've searched the area. I didn't find anyone else," Ames said, riding up to them. "They obviously went north with the wagon. They would want to stay on the main roads. The gravel roads are too rutted to move very fast," Maddie said. "I'm not so sure. They're arrogant. They don't know that anyone is following them," Harding said. Maddie stared into his big, black eyes. His dark hair was now mostly white. He'd aged years in the last 9 months. Harding, as the regional director for FEMA's Region 5, had carried an enormous burden. Being exiled hadn't seemed to ease things in his life. "You're right. So how many roads branch off this one?" Maddie asked. "If they take a gravel or dirt road, I'll be able to spot the wagon quickly. We got the shoes for one of the horses from that new blacksmith in town. He put special shoes on those 2 draft horses. His shoes have a divot right near the toe." "I was going to take them back after Zach got back from Eminence," Jean said. Maddie turned to Dylan. "Were all my friends in the wagon when they pulled away?" "It was just Zach and Harmony in the back of the wagon. I didn't see Maria after the men took her away." "Maria," Maddie whispered under her breath. She'd never considered that she might never see her again. She seemed so indestructible. Maddie twisted to face him. "Were any of them bleeding?" Dylan looked down at his sister. "They all were." The sound of the hooves on the pavement echoed through the hollow as Maddie, Ames, Harding, and Jean rushed to reach her brother and the others before they disappeared. "What's your name?" Maddie asked the girl. She said nothing. "Her name is Chloe," Dylan yelled. The little girl had obviously never been on a horse. If she had, she'd never ridden as fast as Maddie was pushing her horse. Her head banged into Maddie's chest as she tried to hold on to the saddle's horn. Maddie reached around her waist and held onto her to keep her from bouncing off. Jean stopped and lowered Dylan to the ground before sliding off his horse. Dylan held onto the reins as Jean studied the ground. The dirt at the edge of the black-topped highway was dry. It hadn't rained in the area for weeks. Maddie was concerned that he wouldn't be able to see anything. "They went east toward Montauk," Jean said, moving back to his horse. "Are you sure?" Ames asked. "Maybe we should split up," and Jean climbed back into his saddle and held his hand out to Dylan to pull him up. "I'm certain. Let's go." Maddie rode as fast as she could with the child, but she still fell farther and farther behind the others. At times she lost them as they raced around sharp bends in the road. She was becoming concerned that she may just lose them altogether until she came around the curve and saw Jean off his horse, checking the shoulder of the road at a junction ahead. "Anything, Jean?" Maddie asked as she rode up. "They didn't turn off. We can't be far behind them, though," he said. "Really? How do you know that?" He held up his left index finger. "The poop's still warm." "Gross," Dylan said. Chloe giggled and looked back at Maddie. "He has poopy on his hand." Maddie tried to smile, but her concern for Zach Harmony and the others dampened her sense of humor. After riding another hour, Maddie was growing increasingly more anxious. What if they were on the wrong path? What if their abductors had doubled back and went south or north? Maddie didn't have to wait long for her answer. Just before a sharp curve, Jean came to an abrupt stop. He turned in his saddle and made a gesture with his hand for her, Ames and Harding, to stop and dismount. He held one finger to his lips. "Chloe, I'm going to need you to be very, very quiet, okay?" Maddie asked. "We're going to get off the horse and go rest behind that tree." Maddie dismounted and then reached for the girl, who slid down the side of the horse into Maddie's arms. With the horse's reins in one hand and Chloe resting on her hip, Maddie hurried through the saplings along the shoulder of the road. To Maddie's great relief, Chloe stayed quiet. Maddie placed Chloe on the ground beside the tree and crawled forward on her hands and knees to see where the others were. Ames lowered Dylan to the ground and pointed to where Maddie had left Chloe. "Ames," Maddie whispered, but he couldn't hear her. She was afraid to speak any louder. As Dylan approached his sister, Maddie turned and said, "Sit by your sister and make sure she stays quiet. I'm going to try to get a better look." Maddie crawled to the clearing just before the ditch and pulled her rifle to her cheek. She scanned the gravel road that branched off to the right but didn't see them there. She turned right and left and caught movement in the trees on her left about 20 feet from her position. She stiffened and studied the area. What she thought were people was actually the tails of Ames, Harding, and Jean's horses, so she moved forward into the ditch and scanned back to her right. Maddie eased up level with the pavement and tried to get a view of the road that the others had disappeared down. She hated not knowing what was going on. She understood that it had been her decision to bring the children with them, but she hadn't thought about the fact that she'd be the one left behind to babysit while they caught up with her brother's abductors. As she scanned the trees lining the dirt road, she spotted something out of place, but she couldn't quite be sure what she was seeing. She leaned forward with her elbow on the blacktop to steady the rifle. "Put your hands up," a voice called. "Get them in the air or we'll shoot." Chapter 18, Dent County, Missouri, July 16th. The rope binding her hands burned her wrists as Maddie tried in vain to pull her hands free. As she tried to change position to get better leverage, she hit her head on the side of the wooden box she'd been stuffed into. "They won't let you out until you calm down," said a female voice that was barely audible through the crate. "Where are we?" Maddie asked. "It don't matter none. We're not getting out of here," the young woman replied. Maddie couldn't accept that answer. "Are we in a house?" "No, but I told you, it don't matter. There's no windows, and there are guards at the doors. A place with no windows, likely not a house," Maddie thought. What structures lacked windows? They hadn't traveled far from where she'd been taken, so it was likely a barn or maybe a garage. "Are we in a barn?" "Girl, you just don't get it. No, we are not in a barn. It looks like a large garage or shop building. The walls are metal and the floor is concrete. A concrete floor meant no tunneling out, at least not without chipping away a lot of concrete." "How many guards are there?" "4 that I saw, the 4 men who brought you in here." Maddie shuddered at the memory of their hands on her. She pushed the memory away. She had to focus. "Are we the only 2 prisoners here?" She dreaded the answer. "Yes and no. We're the only 2 locked in this small room. The others are in the main area." "Did you see any of them?" "Did you see a boy about 15? Brown hair, wearing a brown shirt and boots?" "He was with a girl with honey-colored hair. She was wearing a yellow floral print head wrap." "Yeah, I saw her. I can't say about the boy. They hurried me in here so fast." Maddie's lower lip trembled. At least she knew Harmony was alive. Zach was too. He had to be. Jean, Ames, and Harding would get help. They would make it back to the farm and get the others. They'd bring back an army to rescue them. They just had to make it until then. Jacob, he'd be out of his mind with worry. So would her mom and Emma. She needed out of the damn box. She had to find Zach. Maddie wiggled onto her side, trying again to slip her hands free. There wasn't room enough to bring her legs up. She wouldn't be able to slip her hands under her feet like she'd done when she'd been taken by the Goth brothers. She shook off the image of Kelly Goth's expression when she'd shot him. The heat inside the box was unbearable as she struggled to break free. She was hyperventilating. It was dark, and the air was thin. Had they at least drilled air holes in the thing? "Can you open this box?" Maddie asked. "I'm having trouble breathing." When she didn't receive a response right away, she thought the woman was gone. She almost panicked at the thought of being stuck in there all alone. Finally, the girl said, "I can't help you. They'll hurt me again if I do." "If you're smart, you won't fight. They'll only hurt you. No matter how tough you think you are, they'll break you." No matter how tough she thought she was. She wasn't as physically tough as she'd been 9 months ago when she'd encountered the Goth brothers, but she wasn't that same scared girl either. If she got the chance, she wouldn't hesitate to take these animals out too. She wouldn't stop until her friends and family were free and safe. "How long will they keep me in here?" Maddie asked, relaxing her shoulders. She needed to conserve her strength to fight the men when they opened the box. "It depends. One girl spent 2 days in there. If you don't give them any trouble, they could let you out tonight. Anyway, I heard them say they were moving us tomorrow as soon as their boss gets here." "Moving? They must know about Jean and the others. They must have gotten away, but if they move us before they can bring help, Lugnut and Rank can track us." Hope slipped away as she recalled that Lugnut and Rank had gone to help Stephens find her gold. She replayed the conversation about tracking the Godwin boys over and over in her mind. How long would it take for someone to track Lugnut, Rank, and Ryan down and get them headed this way? A day? 2 days? Too long. Until then, they were on their own. Did you see any small children? Maddie feared they'd left the kids behind. Dylan and Chloe were likely so frightened that they'd stayed hidden. The men might not even have known they were there. The irony was that the children's odds of survival were lower out there on their own than here with these animals. Could she even find them if they ran away? "I saw a little blonde girl," the woman said. "Is she yours?" "No, they're orphans we found on the road. They were hiding in the brush when I was taken. They separate kids from their parents. They use the kids to control you." Rage rose within Maddie. The thought of helpless children being traumatized like that. There were so few kids left, so many had fallen ill or been the victim of evil people with no one to stop them. Maddie thought about what Stephens had said about the new government's goal of restoring law and order. That was the one thing they needed most. They could somehow eke out a living off the land, but keeping what they managed to obtain was their biggest hurdle to survival now. Evil people seemed to be growing stronger by preying on the weak. Before long, there might not be any good people left. Good people. She wouldn't fit into her pre-apocalypse definition of the term. There was a thin line, and often that line was blurry. She often questioned which side she was on. The thought lingered for what seemed like hours as she contemplated how far she was willing to go to save herself and the ones she loved. Her lack of remorse for those she killed as she decided who lived and who died no longer bothered her. She had no qualms about it. She would do whatever it took for her family to survive. "What's your name?" Maddie asked. "Aubrey. What's yours?" "Maddie. Maddie Langston." "Maddie. Are you the Maddie Langston from Evening Shade?" Aubrey asked. "Yes, I'm from Evening Shade," Maddie replied. "Have we met?" "No, I used to live in Houston. My dad told us about what you did at the prison." "That was badass." "You may know my husband, then, Jacob Rawlings." Maddie didn't want to think about what she'd done at the prison. She and the others had done what they needed to do to protect their families and the community from violent offenders. They hadn't been left with any choice when the military pulled out and left no one to guard 600 maximum security prisoners. Letting murderers and rapists loose in the community wasn't an option. "I know Jacob. We went to school together. He's my brother's age. I didn't know he'd gotten married." "Congratulations. He's a great guy," Maddie agreed. It was nice to hear others say so. Everyone loved Jacob. Even her father would have liked him. She felt a familiar pang of grief. She'd experienced it more and more lately. The loss had hit her hard on her wedding day. Every girl wanted her father there to walk her down the aisle. But not only did he miss her wedding, he wasn't there to see how she and Zach were using the skills and training he'd provided them. All she could do now was try to make him proud. What would he do in this situation? She knew one thing. He wouldn't just sit there and wait for help. "Thanks. Jacob and the rest of my family will be looking for us, but I'm not sure how long it will be. We should be ready for it." "Is there anything in the room we can use as a weapon?" Maddie asked. She would play along with these assholes as long as she could and bide her time for her family to come to rescue them. But if an opportunity presented itself, she'd act. She'd need to find Zach, Maria, and the others and let them know to be ready. When the time was right, they'd make them regret ever messing with the Langston group. Chapter 19. With her hands tied behind her back, Maddie was unable to wipe the sweat from her brow. She had tried every trick she knew to calm herself as she waited inside the stifling hot box. It was so difficult to keep positive and not lose hope. She thought back to all her training, all those hours and hours of doing hand-to-hand combat drills with Lugnut and escape and evasion practice with Rank had provided her and Zach with many skills that had helped them through the last 9 months. At the time, she had never dreamed how often she'd be called upon to use those skills to save her life or the lives of those she loved. But none of her training had prepared her for being trapped inside a box. Maddie's stomach growled. She tried to recall the last time she'd eaten. She was so very thirsty. Her lips were parched, and her tongue clung to the roof of her mouth. "Aubrey? Are you still there, Aubrey? I'm here." "Can you tell if it's dark out?" Maddie asked. It was likely that Lugnut and Rank would wait for dark to hit the compound. They'd watch for a while to see how many guards there were and how they came and went. Then they'd come and rescue them. They'd want to hit before daylight. "I can't tell. There isn't a window." She'd forgotten that. "What about light coming under the door?" Maddie asked. "It's dark. I can't see anything." Maddie tried to calculate how long she had been in the box, but she was so hot and dehydrated that concentrating was difficult. Realistically, however long it had been, probably had not been enough time for Ames or Harding to find Lugnut and Rank and bring them back here. She couldn't afford to wait. She had to be ready for the moment when they opened the crate. "Do you hear anything, Aubrey?" Crying. "I hear people crying." A second later, the crying grew loud enough for Maddie to hear, and then she could make out shouting. What was going on? Could it be Lugnut and Rank? Were they here already? She felt her mood lift. She wanted to scream, "I'm in here. What's going on, Aubrey?" Maddie asked. "They're back. They're separating the families." Maddie's heart sank. She knew that Rank and Lugnut were excellent trackers and they'd find them wherever they moved them to, but that would take more time. "How do you know they're separating families?" Maddie asked, trying to focus on the moment. "One lady is screaming for them not to take her babies. A man is telling a woman that everything will be all right and he'll see her at the farm. They separate men from the women, too," Maddie asked. Harmony would freak out without Zach. He'd likely do something foolish and get himself hurt. But no, Zach was like her mom. He was cautious and thought things through. But if they separated everyone, how would she find the others? What about Jean, Ames, and Harding? Would they at least keep them together? She had to hold on to the hope that Jean, Ames, and Harding got away. If not, they were all on their own against dozens of well-armed and well-fed guards. She heard a loud bang and thought it was gunfire, until she heard the man speak. "Did you learn your lesson this time, Aubrey?" "Yes, sir. I will never try to leave again, I promise." "You won't try to go looking for Jack?" the man asked. "No. There's nothing out there for me, I see that now," Aubrey said. "All right, then. Go join the others in the wagon. I have to give the orientation speech to our newcomer there. You'll want to watch out for her. She's going to be trouble. That bitch, she's selling me out." "Oh, yeah?" the man asked. Maddie could hear scraping on the box above her and then a prying sound. "Why do you think that?" She asked a lot of questions, and she wanted me to find something to use as a weapon. The man laughed. "Don't you remember your first day here? You head-butted one of the guards and bit another." "I remember. Go join the others, and Aubrey, keep your head down. I'm still watching you." The nails holding the lid on the box squealed as the man pried it open. Maddie considered her options. She could bust through when the last nail was removed, maybe knock the man over and make her escape, or she could wait until he opened it and headbutt him as he tried to pull her from the box. But if she did that, how many guards would she have to fight on her way to the door? They'd have guns. She would be no good to anyone dead. Instead, when he opened the lid, she allowed him to pull her to her feet. She didn't resist. She didn't slam her head into his nose like she wanted to. The first thing she noticed about the man was his long, red beard. "I hear you're a spunky one. That's okay. The boss likes him spunky," said the man. This man had tattoos on his face and both arms. He had piercing blue eyes, red hair like Emma's, poked out from under his black ball cap. He motioned for her to step out of the box. "What's your name?" he asked. That caught her off guard. She hadn't expected him to ask her that. Why would he care what her name was? Jennifer. Jennifer Brown, she lied. Jennifer Brown had been her best friend in high school. She was kind and sweet and got along with everyone. Maddie's opposite. Why had her name been the first she'd thought of? Maybe that was who she needed to pretend to be right now. She'd pretend to be meek and mild-mannered until the time came not to be. "Please don't hurt me. I'll do whatever you want. Just please don't hurt me." Was that what damsels in distress said in the movies? No one wants to hurt you. You just do as you're told, and there won't be a problem. The man pointed to a metal chair in the corner of the room. That was when the smell hit her. Next to the chair was a piss bucket. It was nearly overflowing. The man noticed her staring at it and said, "Let's do this out there." He nodded toward the door, and Maddie took a step in that direction. He grabbed her arm, nice and slow. The main section of the large steel building didn't smell that much better, but at least air from the open door was circulating and diluting some of the odor. He pushed Maddie down onto a crate and pulled one over for himself. "Now, why don't you tell me what you were doing lurking around our driveway?" That question she had anticipated. "I was tracking my horse. Someone took it. I need to get it back." "And you think one of us took it?" Redbeard asked. "No, I think the neighbor boy did. He asked to borrow one to go find his father. When mine went missing, I assumed—" "You talking about the 2 kids we found hiding in the woods near where we found you?" the man asked. He didn't appear to be buying her story. She didn't care. She didn't really need him to. She just needed to throw him off the truth. "You found him. Did he have my horse? I need to get that back. Is that gray mare yours?" he asked. "Yes, you found her?" "No." Maddie faked a look of confusion. She glanced around the building. "What is this place? Why am I here, and why was I put in a box?" She tried to sound concerned, but not demanding. "This is the reception center for Sunnydale Ranch. New recruits stop here before going on to their first duty station. You were put in the box to show you what happens if you disobey or try to go AWOL. Do you want to end up in a pine box permanently?" She hung her head as a sign of surrender. "No, sir." "Okay, since you seem to have learned your lesson, we're going to load up and head to the ranch." He stood and held out his hand to her. "But if you forget what I said or try to stir up trouble as you did with Aubrey, I'll put you back in the box and bury you 6 feet under." Maddie swallowed hard. If she had been as desperate as most of the folks working for Nelson, she likely would have preferred the box. But she had a husband and a family. Emma would be devastated if they didn't come back. Emma had just recently been able to sleep through the night without nightmares. They had all just started to feel safer. "I'll behave," Maddie said, still staring at her feet. Maddie spotted Harmony first. Her bright yellow headscarf stood out. Harmony looked up, and Maddie looked away. She hoped Harmony wouldn't give her away. As she climbed onto the back of the wagon, she tried to locate Maria. The men and children must have been in a separate wagon because this one only held women. Maddie counted 8, including the traitor, Aubrey. She was seated next to a young girl who could not have been much older than Emma. The small girl trembled with fear as the driver released the brake, and the team of horses took off down the driveway. Some of the women whimpered. No one spoke. The man she'd spoken to, along with 4 others, rode horseback behind the wagon. As they pulled onto the blacktop, Maddie quickly glanced into the woods along the road, hoping to see a sign that one of the men with her had escaped and would be sending help. She didn't want to alert the guards, so she turned her attention to the women in the wagon. Maria wasn't among them. Had she escaped? Was she on her way home to get help now? Maddie had so many more questions than answers. All she knew was she had to find a way to get her and Harmony out of there. But first, she needed to speak to Harmony and find out about Zach and the others. Chapter 20, The Nelson Ranch, Dent County, Missouri, July 15th. Nelson's house looked even larger than it had from the bluff overlooking the ranch. Maddie was relieved to know the locations of guards outside the house on the grounds. 24 hours before, when she had stared down at the place, filled with pity for the poor souls trapped there, she hadn't imagined she'd ever become one of them. The wagon pulled past the big house and around to a building on the north side of the property. It stopped, and a side door opened. A tall, stocky man in his late 30s, dressed all in black, stepped out. In his hand he held an electronic cigarette. Maddie hadn't seen one since the early days after the lights went out. She had almost forgotten they had ever existed. "That's some haul, Bart, a good mix. The boss will be pleased," the man said. He was talking about them like they were livestock. "Yep, got some good ones for you." Wilson and Carson took the men over to the Walsh place so they could get started building the fence and digging that well. McCoy and his crew will be back with the horses any time. Boss said he wanted that pasture fenced in before the horses arrive. "How many hands did you send over there?" 4, but one was just a kid, Redbeard said. "Was that Dylan? One of the others just had to be Zach?" "Okay, ladies, let's climb down from there," the stocky man said, pointing his e-cigarette in their direction. The girl next to her hopped down, and Maddie slid to the ground beside her. The older of the guards shoved Maddie in the back and gestured toward the open door. She reached down, took the girl's hand, and led her forward. She fought the urge to look back for Harmony. She'd have to bide her time and get her alone. She couldn't trust Aubrey or any of these women not to tell the guards that she and Harmony knew each other. Inside, the building looked like a prison camp with bunk beds filling the space and narrow aisles separating them. "You'll find your clothes on your bunk. Get dressed and then place your old clothes in the aisle to be collected," the stocky man yelled. Maddie entered the building and selected a bunk. Some of the ladies immediately stripped and began putting on their drab gray dresses. The young girl and Maddie stopped and glared at the 4 guards. "Can we get some privacy?" Maddie asked. The stocky man walked over and stared down at her. "Shut your mouth and get your filthy clothes off." Maddie wanted to throat punch him. These men enjoyed humiliating women. Maddie looked down at the dress in her hands, then placed it on the bed. The man stepped back, and Maddie pulled her T-shirt over her head. As she raised her arms, Maddie nearly gagged at the smell of her own body odor. It was one of the things she didn't think she'd ever get used to. She'd washed up and used the lavender-scented beeswax and bentonite clay deodorant she'd traded some of Zach's biltong jerky for, but that was yesterday. Today she smelled like the bottom of her brother's old gym bag. The young girl was whimpering as she untied her worn-out tennis shoes and pulled her legs from her jeans. The man turned and watched. Maddie pictured Emma being forced to strip naked in front of these perverts. It made Maddie's stomach turn. She would kill this man when she got a chance. Maddie slid the drab dress over her head and let it drop over her thin frame. As she tossed her clothes onto the floor at the end of her bunk, the man turned back to her. "Hold your hands out, palms up," she did, as she was told, doing all she could to restrain herself from lunging at the man and jamming her thumbs into his eye sockets. He reached out and took her hand in his. He rubbed his fingers over her calloused palms. "Your daddy dead?" The question took her aback. She looked up, expecting to see recognition on his face. Did he know her? Did he know her father? "Yes," she answered, lowering her head. The tears in her eyes were genuine. Grief was like that. It ambushed you when you least expected it, and sometimes when it was least convenient. Maddie drew in a breath and pushed the pain to the back of her mind. She needed a clear head. Compartmentalize, Maddie. "You on your own, or you got people?" the man asked, dropping her hands and stepping back. I've been moving around a lot. I was heading to St. Louis when—" "What about you, girl?" the man asked, cutting her off and moving toward the young girl. The girl burst into tears. The brute hauled off and slapped her hard across the face, causing her to fall backward onto the bunk. Maddie twisted slightly but caught movement in the periphery of her vision. The red-haired guard had taken a step toward her. The stocky man grabbed the girl by her shirt and jerked her to her feet. As he did, the material ripped and he yanked it loose from her body. She crossed her arms to cover her chest. The stocky man picked the dress up off the floor and thrust it at her. "Get this on and stop that noise." Maddie wanted to look around for Harmony. She hated that she was experiencing this. She'd been relatively sheltered from the violence that had occurred during the last 9 months. Since they'd found Harmony at her parents' McMansion in Wentzville, she'd rarely left the farm. What was Zach thinking to bring her out here? Despite all that Lugnut and the others had been doing to get her trained in self-defense, Harmony wasn't trained for this. No one was prepared for this. Bart is going to lead you over to the chow hall. You newbies will be assigned dish duty. You'll be training with Miranda. You keep your heads down and mouths shut, and all will be fine, the stocky man said as he headed toward the door. Kitchen duty? It wasn't what she expected, but she was definitely relieved. She'd already decided she would die before she let them put their hands on her. Kitchen duty might actually work in her favor. Kitchens had knives, forks, and other tools that could be used as weapons. "Okay, ladies, line up there by the door, and I'll take you over and introduce you to Miranda and her girls," Redbeard said. The women all began shuffling toward the door. Maddie bent and pretended to tie her shoes. She wanted to be one of the last in line. She needed to see Harmony and find out if Maria was among the group. "Get up," a short, balding man yelled. He hurried toward her as she straightened. He grabbed her by the arm and shoved her forward. "Get in line." Maddie stumbled and nearly tripped and fell on the girl in front of her. The man grabbed her forearm and pulled her toward him. When he did, he slid his hand up her dress. Maddie hauled back with her other hand and was about to punch him when the red-haired man cracked Shorty over the head with the butt of his rifle. The man crumpled to the ground. Redbeard kicked him hard. "Smith, I've warned you about touching the girls. You know the rules. The boss will string you up for that. This is the second time. I can't let it slide again." Redbeard grabbed him by his collar. "Jared, get in here." In rushed a scrawny, pockmark-faced teenage boy. "Jared, take him to the captain and don't take all day getting back here." "Thank you," Maddie whispered as she stepped into the back of the line. "Don't thank me. I didn't do that for you. Boss Nelson has strict rules and severe consequences for breaking them. I'm looking out for my ass," he said over his shoulder. Maddie was grateful for that rule, but she was sure that Nelson hadn't instituted it out of concern for the welfare of the women. He was maintaining order or saving them for something else, and it certainly wasn't kitchen duty. Maddie scanned the backs of the women as they walked single file down a well-worn path toward the kitchen. Maddie caught sight of Harmony's bright yellow headscarf. Harmony was walking with her head down. She was likely scared to death. Maddie searched for Maria. She tried to recall if Maria had put her hair in braids or a bun when they'd left for Eminence. None of these women had jet black hair like Maria's. She wasn't there. She could have been killed. No, not Maria. More than likely she had escaped. If so, she would be watching them from the bluff right now and coming up with a plan to free them, even if she had to attempt it all by herself. It wouldn't be the first time Maria had saved Maddie's life. Images of their gun battle with the Jewel cousins flooded Maddie's mind. She and Jacob were pinned down without weapons. Maria fired on the Jewels, allowing Maddie and Jacob to flee into the woods. Maddie glanced toward the bluff and then back to the guards leading them. It was too far. There was no way Maria could make that shot. Maddie recalled Ames moving along the creek toward the communications building. If Ames could do it, Maria surely could infiltrate the compound undetected. They were led toward another metal building with a large pavilion attached to it. The pavilion was filled with rows of picnic tables. That had to have been where the workers were fed. To the right of the pavilion stood a guard tower. Maddie could make out the black-clad guard standing with his rifle pointed in their direction. He'd likely shoot anyone who attempted to flee. Some may prefer that over what awaited them, especially if Larry was right and people were being sold at auction and shipped up and down the river to forced labor camps. Why forced labor was necessary eluded Maddie. Most people would welcome having a job that would feed them and their families. She imagined it was the brutality of the keepers and scarcity of the food that made them have to force people to do the work. As they approached the building with the pavilion, a side door opened and a boxy-looking older woman stepped out. She wore the same drab-gray dress along with a white apron and headscarf. She looked pissed off, or she just naturally had a bitchy-looking face. Maddie had known people like that. Some of them were actually pleasant. She seriously doubted that this woman was one of them, though. They were lined up in military formation before the woman. Maddie stole a glance at Harmony. She stood with her head down and hands clasped in front of her. Most of the others also kept their heads down. Maddie spotted Aubrey. She was nearly bowing. The woman stepped forward and approached her. She grabbed Aubrey by the hair and dragged her forward. The woman shoved her, and she skidded across the gravel on her knees. The boxy woman placed her heel on Aubrey's back. "What is she doing back here? I told you I didn't want to see this bitch again." Maddie would bet anything that she didn't like Aubrey because she was a snitch. "You'll just have to deal with it, Miranda." "That's your job," Redbeard said. "Get up, go stand by the door," Miranda said through gritted teeth. Aubrey slowly rose and did as she was instructed. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she turned to look over her shoulder, likely expecting another blow. "I'm the head cook. You are the passants. You'll do exactly what I tell you when I tell you. I run a clean, efficient kitchen. You'll be assigned a job, and you will do that job without talking. I catch you goofing off, and you'll go into the hole," Miranda said. She moved toward the open door. Aubrey flinched as Miranda raised her hand. "Show of hands, how many of you have ever worked in food service?" Maddie was surprised at how few hands went up. From her experience, food service was the first job most people got. She'd worked in a small ice cream shop when she turned 16. However, Maddie didn't raise her hand. She could see no good outcome for doing so. She'd plead ignorance and try to stay off this woman's radar. Maddie knew it was unlikely that she'd be able to hold her temper in check and stay out of the hole. Being in solitary confinement would mess up her plan to escape and get Harmony and the others away from there. Out of the corner of her eye, Maddie saw Harmony raise her hand. "How old are you?" Miranda asked her. "I'll be 16 tomorrow," Harmony said. Was that true? How did Maddie not know that? She was sure that if her mother knew, she would have planned a big party. Why would Harmony lie about it, though? "Where did you work?" Miranda asked. "I worked at the Copperstone Valley Country Club as a kitchen assistant," Harmony said. "And you think you're qualified to be my assistant?" "No, ma'am, not at all. I mostly prepped salads and peeled potatoes. Chef Johnson only hired me to appease my father." "Oh, you were a little rich girl?" Miranda asked, weaving around the young girl from earlier and approaching Harmony. Maddie stiffened. Redbeard took a step toward her. She realized that she'd balled her hands into fists and relaxed them. Maddie lowered her head. Redbeard was going to be a problem. He was onto her. She had to do a better job controlling her body language, or she'd never be able to make her move. "Where's your rich daddy, little girl?" Miranda was standing toe-to-toe with Harmony now. Harmony was a head taller but much, much thinner. Miranda hadn't missed many meals. A perk of the job? Maddie doubted any of the other women would be so fortunate. "They wouldn't waste food on them. My parents are dead," Harmony said. She couldn't know that for sure. Her parents had been on a cruise when the lights went out. Harmony would never know what happened to them. Maddie thought that not knowing would be torture. She was blessed to still have her mother. When Beth had been in California, the not knowing if she'd ever see her again was almost too much for Maddie to bear. "You look strong. You're assigned to hauling water for the dishwashers," Miranda said. She whipped around and nearly knocked the young girl over. Miranda marched back to the door and then turned. She pointed in Maddie's direction. "You, Blondie, step forward." Maddie kept her head down, even though she knew she was the only blonde in the group. That was a big mistake. Miranda stomped over and grabbed Maddie by the ponytail and pulled her toward the door. "I think I need to keep an eye on you. You'll be my assistant." Chapter 21. The Nelson Ranch, Dent County, Missouri, July 15th. After Miranda marched the new arrivals through the indoor eating area and out another door where large galvanized containers had been placed on tables for washing dishes, she led the rest of the women, including Maddie, into the kitchen. The space was huge and ran the length of the building. Doors stood open on both ends, likely to allow for ventilation. It wasn't working. The place was like a furnace. The room looked much like a high school cafeteria kitchen. Long stainless steel tables lined one wall. Across from them were floor-to-ceiling shelves. Maddie's mouth dropped open when she saw all the food. It was like walking into a big chain grocery store. There was so much food and such variety. Where did they get all this food? This is the main food preparation area. The food is prepped for the cook and taken out to the kettle and grills outside. Miranda pointed to the door opposite the one they had just entered. "You're required to wear hairnets and gloves at all times. Some tasks require face masks. If you feel sick, let me know. We do not want snotty noses breathing on the food. Gloves, hairnets, face masks. Where were they getting all these supplies?" Miranda pointed to a large steel door. "This door leads to the walk-in refrigerator. It is locked at all times. I have the only key. If the cook needs something from there, you have to get me." "Refrigeration?" Of course, he'd stolen all the solar panels in the Tri-County area. Even still, it would take an enormous setup to run a cold storage locker like this one. Where were all the solar panels? This is Helen. She's in charge of food prep utensils. A tall, thin woman in her late 50s stepped forward. With a holster on each hip, she reminded Maddie of outlaws from old westerns her grandfather used to make her watch with him when they visited. "Blondie, follow me," Miranda said, gesturing toward the opposite door. Maddie unconsciously let out a sigh of relief. Anything would be better than standing in that sweltering kitchen all day. Maddie could smell the wood smoke before they even reached the door. She wiped the sweat from her brow as they stepped back outside. Maddie was grateful for what little breeze was blowing on this early July day. Smoke rose over the wood fires and was carried off by the wind. Large oak trees provided shade over the cooking area. Still, standing over the fire had to be miserable. More long stainless steel tables had been placed in a U-shape where tubs of meat and vegetables waited to be placed in oversized stew pots hovering over wood fires. Maddie looked around for the building that would be for the slaughtering and processing of the beef, pork, and chicken in those trays. On a long, commercial-sized grill, meat of all types was cooking. The smell of it made Maddie's mouth water. Her stomach growled loudly, and Miranda turned to face her. "You will be doing the heavy lifting and making sure those fires stay lit." Maddie nodded in acknowledgement. A man in his late 70s was bent over one of the enormous cast-iron pots. As they walked up, he wiped gloved hands on his white apron and straightened. Wisps of white hair stuck out from under his ball cap. His piercing blue-gray eyes scanned Maddie from head to toe. It caused a shiver up Maddie's spine. He smiled, and Maddie looked away. She got the impression that he wasn't one of the force workers. His demeanor was more like one of the guards. "Frank, Blondie, here is your new assistant, Frank." Her grandfather's name was Frank. He was kind and gentle. He was nothing like this man. Miranda turned to Maddie and pointed up. "They'll be watching you. One wrong move and you'll be food for the hogs." "Got it, Missy." Maddie glanced up. From this angle, she could make out 2 guards in the tower, both with rifles. She nodded and watched as Miranda turned and walked back inside. "What's your name, girl?" Frank asked. Maddie's stomach clenched. Not knowing where this man was from, or whether he might have heard of her or her father, she lied. "Jennifer," Maddie replied. "Well, Jennifer, get your ass over here and hand me that tray of ribs." Maddie did her best to keep Frank at arm's length as she delivered the trays to him. She tried to steal quick glances toward the bluff throughout the day without being too obvious. As she stood beside the grill holding the tray of pork steaks, Maddie scanned the stream that ran beside the communications building and back to the tree line, hoping to see Maria or anyone from her group. With the guards watching and Frank and Miranda breathing down her neck, she was becoming increasingly concerned about her ability to escape this wretched place. "Here, hold this," Frank said, holding out a large pair of tongs. As Maddie reached for them, he let them fall to the ground. When Maddie bent over to pick them up, Frank leaned in. "No one's coming for you. If they do, they'll die." Maddie's eyes narrowed. She took a step back. "Just trying to help," he said, turning back toward the grill. Maddie studied him for a moment before stooping and retrieving the tongs he'd purposely dropped. She knew she wasn't wrong about the man. He was a creep. She could feel that in her bones. Was he trying to get her to confide in him? Did he think he could get her to tell him her plans? Never. As Maddie walked back to the tables with the soiled tongs, she heard yelling coming from inside. She stopped and listened. It was Miranda. "Harmony?" Next, she heard a hard slap on bare skin. Someone was crying. Maddie caught movement inside the doorway and moved closer to see who it was. Miranda appeared. She was dragging someone. She was screaming and crying, but not really putting up much of a fight. Maddie stood aghast as the young girl from earlier was pulled out by her hair and thrown to the ground. Miranda bent over and was cursing the girl as she curled into a ball and sobbed into her knees. "You stupid, stupid girl. I told you that I keep a sanitary kitchen. I said if you feel sick, let me know. Then you go and vomit on my clean floor. It's bad enough that I have to have you filthy, smelling beasts in my kitchen in the first place." The veins in Miranda's neck looked like they were about to explode. The woman was so angry, Maddie thought she might have a stroke. "Get up," Miranda demanded. "You're going to get them up in a bucket, and you're going to clean it up." The girl slowly rolled over onto her knees. As she attempted to stand, projectile vomit spewed onto Miranda's black work shoes. Miranda raised her foot and kicked the girl. Maddie took a step forward. Frank's leathery hand gripped her forearm. "Don't." He pointed to the guard tower. Maddie pulled her arm free, throwing the little man off balance. She looked to the tower, then back to the girl. She couldn't just stand there and watch the woman stomp the girl to death. Maddie bit down on her bottom lip and balled her hands into fists. Think of Harmony, Zach, and the others. Maddie turned away. She stepped around Frank and grabbed a stick of wood. She couldn't save the girl without risking her family. With armed shooters aiming right at her, any attempt to intervene on the girl's behalf would be futile. But it wasn't in her nature to let brutality like this go without confronting it. Everything in her wanted to kill that woman with her bare hands. Maddie stabbed at the fire, causing flames to shoot into the air around the pot. She wanted to put her hands over her ears. She wanted to drown out the screams, but she couldn't. Images that haunted her sleep ever since her escape from Chicago forced themselves to the forefront of her brain. Another young girl being brutally attacked. Maddie was cowering behind a dumpster, her hands covering her ears. The same feeling of helplessness. She vowed to herself to make the woman pay before she left this place. She would make them all pay for the lives they had destroyed. "Miranda!" a male voice yelled. The stocky man and the pockmarked kid rushed over to the girl. "Damn it, Miranda, that's the second one this month. How the hell am I going to explain this one? Huh?" the stocky man asked, bending down and brushing bloody strands of light brown hair from the girl's face. Maddie looked away. She didn't want the girl's lifeless eyes haunting her dreams, too. "Jared, go get Bart. You two get her out of here. I have to go talk to Red and West. I gotta try to convince them to keep their mouths shut." "Good luck with that," Miranda said, as she turned and walked back inside. "Maybe I should just let them," Miranda whipped around and stomped over to the stocky man. "Let them what? Tell the boss." "He'll fry your fat ass this time," stocky man said. Miranda stepped closer, nearly touching the man. "And you think I give a damn? Nelson ain't gonna do shit to me. He may hate my guts, but he's afraid of my baby girl." The stocky man huffed as Miranda slowly turned and walked inside, closing the door behind her. "What? Get back to work," he yelled. Maddie and Frank each picked up a tray of food and turned toward the grills. At the start of mealtime, Miranda returned and ordered Maddie to go help serve the food. Trays had been set up on tables in the pavilion, and black-clad men filed past them single file. Maddie recognized the Nelson tattoo. These were his henchmen, the men he sent out to do his dirty work. Maddie wished she would have spit in their food. The stories Maddie had heard about them made Miranda look like a saint by comparison. Maddie endured their vile comments and leering stares without losing it. She was actually quite proud of herself for not reaching out and hitting them over the head with a pan. Now was not the time. She'd have her chance. She imagined herself standing over their lifeless bodies. Sometimes she felt bad for wishing people dead, but this wasn't one of those times. There were so few people left. Pastor Brown used to say that every life was precious and capable of redemption. Maddie saw nothing redeeming about these people. They were brutal, vile, hate-filled people. But was she so different? More so today than yesterday, less so than tomorrow. Tomorrow, she hoped to not be there tomorrow. "They'll come for us." She was sure Maria had gotten away. Maria was up there right now, waiting for an opportunity for a distraction. Maddie recalled the toy fire engine that Jean had used the day before. Would they fall for another one? Maddie scanned the pavilion. She hoped so. Chapter 22. The Nelson Ranch, Dent County, Missouri. July 15th. The convoy slowed to a stop. Rank's heart raced, not from fear or anxiety of the mission, but at the sight of the soldiers dismounting their Humvees and establishing a perimeter. He had missed this. Even though they weren't Marines, he still felt a sense of mission and purpose going on. He missed the excitement of going on missions. Watching them was like the clock had been turned back 9 months. It warmed his soul. "We're assuming they have comms, right?" Sharp asked. "Yeah, they have radios, not long range, but they can definitely communicate within the compound," Ryan said. He rubbed his leg. Rank was concerned about him humping 2 miles in hilly terrain, but he was tough. He'd fight through the pain. He could count on Ryan to have his and Lugnut's backs no matter what. "And sentries? You sure they don't have lookout posts this far out?" Sharp asked. "They may have lookouts in the farm on the right a mile from here." "Leave them to Rank and me," Lugnut said. He'd left Ryan out again. If he was upset about it, he didn't show it. "Give us a 20-minute lead. We'll clear the way." Sharp turned. "Gear up, just ammo. Nothing rattling. We need the element of surprise." As the soldiers tightened up their gear, Rank and Lugnut took off toward the Nelson farm. Lugnut had been right. The occupants of the farmhouse 1 mile from Nelson's carried radios on their hips. The 2 men were definitely with Nelson's crew. Nelson was the only one with communications equipment for 50 miles at least. That was the range of their raids. Up until now, they'd mostly spared Texas County. "We need to know how many are inside." Lugnut said with the binoculars still pressed to his eyes. Rank shifted, trying to dislodge the sharp rock poking him in the knee as he knelt. He placed his elbows on top of a large boulder and looked for himself. There's at least one inside. I see someone through the kitchen window. It could be a woman, I can't tell. Let's move around to the front and get a look inside that barn. If we'd brought Stevens, she could get them all to come outside. Rank cupped his hands under his chest. Lugnut didn't appear amused. He'd totally lost his sense of humor in the apocalypse. That type of banter was what got them through some shitstorms in Iraq and Afghanistan. But Lugnut had changed since he'd taken on the lead role of their group. He'd forgotten how to laugh. Lugnut stuffed his binoculars into his pack and stood. We don't want them to get suspicious and call headquarters. We'll have to go in. We have to take them one by one quietly since we can't take them all at once. He unsheathed his knife quietly, and we don't have much time. They watched the front of the house and barn for 5 minutes before moving in to clear the barn. It was empty, so they moved to the house. All the windows were open, so getting in was a breeze. Tying up the women inside was not. Lugnut gathered the radios and weapons as Rank watched the back door. "Are the 2 men still back there?" Lugnut asked as he joined him. "The tall one just went to the shitter. The older one just crawled under that truck." Lugnut eased the door open and slipped outside. "You take the one in the shitter." Rank flipped him the bird as he headed toward the outhouse. He wasn't thrilled about having to hang outside the smelly place as he waited for the man to do his business. He tried to think of ways to get the guy to pinch it off and come out without causing him to be alarmed enough to use his radio, but he couldn't think of anything. Lugnut reappeared, wiping blood from his hands. "Drop your pack." "We're going in," he whispered. "What?" Rank gasped. He could feel his stomach start to roll. "I'll get the door. You rush in," Lugnut said. Rank thought he saw a glimmer of a smile cross Lugnut's face. "How about I get the door and you rush him?" Rank asked. He wasn't joking. No way did he want to go inside there. Just make sure he doesn't go for his radio. Lugnut stood to one side and Rank to the other. Rank pulled his bandana up over his nose. It still faintly smelled of rotten eggs. He prayed it was enough to keep out any poop particles in the air. Lugnut held one finger up and mouthed the countdown. 1, 2. He yanked open the outhouse door, and Rank rushed in. Adrenaline flooded Rank's brain, and he didn't even notice the smell. It was quick, and he was backing out in less than 10 seconds. Rank pulled the bandana down and took a deep breath. He held up the blood-soaked radio. He's not alerting anyone. When the forward team reached the farmhouse, Lugnut gave them the radios and weapons he'd taken, and he and Rank pushed on toward the Nelson farm. None of the houses between there and the farm were occupied. They encountered sentries about half a mile from Nelson's residence. If Nelson had been smart, he would have had more of them. 2 guards weren't enough to compel anyone attacking with significant numbers. Rank imagined Nelson felt he dominated the area enough not to need heavy guards. The barricades on the road to the ranch were pretty substantial and must have required heavy equipment to install. A vehicle would have a difficult time breaching the gate. It was too tall for a horse to jump. Overall, they would likely be pretty effective for the average threat, but reaching them had been no problem for Stevens and her men. "You take the one on the right," Lugnut said, dropping his pack and shoving it under the large cedar tree, concealing them from the sentry's view. A moment later, they were within 20 feet of the guard shack. An image of the man in the outhouse flashed before him. The look of surprise, the shock when he realized what was happening to him. "You getting the door?" Rank asked, as they crouched behind the pillar holding the gate. "It's open. I got the one on the left," Lugnut said. Rank nodded and pulled his knife from its sheath on his thigh. He glanced down at it. Blood still filled the crack where the handle met the blade. "How many would this make?" He'd lost count. Rank shook it off and followed Lugnut toward the shack. One small window faced the woods. Stupid. Were they only concerned about someone approaching from the road? Amateurs. Rank waited for Lugnut to close the gap between the tree line and the shack before crouching and rushing toward its back right corner. Lugnut ducked under the window and stopped at the front corner. Rank moved around to the other side and crouched. Lugnut again mouthed the countdown, and on 3 they moved. Lugnut was the first one through the door this time. By the time Rank crossed the threshold, Lugnut had taken out his target. The second man reached for his radio. There wasn't time to cross the room and take him out before he depressed the mic. So Rank threw his knife and it landed in the man's right eye. Lugnut swung around and finished him, easing him onto the floor and removing the radio from his hand. "You think he clicked it?" Rank asked. "Maybe. Hard to say. We'll know soon if he did." Rank and Lugnut stepped outside and scanned the road ahead for signs of any reinforcements. They saw none. They waited a few minutes, watching, before proceeding toward the farm. From the bluff overlooking the farm, Rank could see the ranch was bordered by two creeks, one all-weather creek and the second one dry. They watched the movement of the residents and guards. It seemed Nelson was more concerned about security within the compound than from outside forces. He had guard towers overlooking fields and security forces walking fence lines where men in gray uniforms tended livestock. It looked like the stories about Nelson having forced labor camps were true. Not that Rank had doubted it. It was just that seeing it with his own eyes was upsetting. A pang of guilt stabbed at his heart. Now, with the gravity of the situation here and the fact that Larry Ames and Harding had brought up doing something about Nelson, Rank regretted that he'd never even considered it. He'd thought that most of the workers had been willing to join Nelson out of desperation, but still willing. But the scene below told a different story. No matter how willingly they were to come here, they were obviously not free to leave. I want to get a look at the other side of those buildings. We need to know for sure where all the doors and windows are, Lugnut said. You thinking of taking that wet weather creek? Rank asked, nodding toward the creek along the backside of the property. We'd be concealed all the way to that last building there with the tall antenna. That's the communications building. We need to take that out to cut off their comms so they can't contact reinforcements, Lugnut said. All righty then, let's roll, Rank replied. Chapter 23, The Nelson Ranch, Dent County, Missouri, July 15th. Traveling the creek had looked a lot easier from the bluff. In places, the cut became so shallow that Rank had to crawl over rocks on his hands and knees to stay out of view of the guards. Lugnut stopped and glassed the field between them and the main house. Something's up. I think they might have discovered the dead guards. Or Stevens and her team, Rank said. Let's hope not. Rank and Lugnut took advantage of the guards being distracted on the other side of the property to close the distance between them and the communications building. Moving, Lugnut said, climbing out of the creek bed. Rank covered him as he ran toward the building. When he'd reached it, he moved along the wall to the corner. He held his fist in the air, signifying for Rank to hold tight at his current position. A second later, he motioned for Rank to join him. As he began to climb out of the creek, Rank heard someone whisper his name. He spun around, his rifle at the high ready position. Rank, it's me, Maria. What the hell? What are you doing here? Rank asked as she slid down beside him. Let's catch up with Lug, then I'll tell you, Maria said, climbing out and sprinting the distance to the communications building. Zach and Harmony are here, you're sure? Lugnut grilled her. I'm positive I followed them here. They took Zach away, though. He, along with some of the other men, were taken to another location. I wasn't able to follow them, but Harmony is here. I watched them take her into that building there. Maria pointed to a long, narrow building about half the distance from the house and the communication building. What about Aaron, John, and Eric? Lugnut asked. We found orphans on the road and separated from them to get the kids back to the farm. Aaron, Eric, and John rode ahead to Eminence to locate the herd. We were going to drop the kids off and turn around to immediately head back that way. We didn't make it, obviously. Wait, what kids? It's a long story. The point is that we have to get Harmony and then go find Zach. That complicates things, Lugnut said. How so? We go find Zach and the others. Fuck the gold, Rank said. He knew Lugnut wouldn't abandon Zach and Harmony, but Lugnut's unwillingness to abandon the gold could put them at risk. Rank wasn't willing to do that. Gold? Maria asked. Why are you after gold? Lugnut waved dismissively. It's a very long story. We don't have time. We're here looking for a wagon load of gold coins for the government, Rank said. Maria opened her mouth and Lugnut held up his hand. We don't have time to explain right now. We have to find Harmony and Zach. He glanced at Rank. And then find the gold. Maria looked dumbfounded. She stared at Rank like he'd lost his mind. And you're never going to believe who we brought with us, Rank said. We can fill her in about it later, Rank. Right now I think we should take advantage of the distraction Colonel Sharp and his men have provided us. Maria leaned around the corner of the building. If there's gold, it would be in that building closest to the house or in the main house. The rest of the building's house workers and farm equipment. You didn't get a look inside that one, Rank asked. No. There are 2 guard towers looking down on it. There's no way to get close without being seen. Lugnut stepped in front of Maria and leaned around the corner. Looks like only 1 guard is left. The others must have gone to check out our mess at the gate. He'd no more than spoken those words when the crack of a high-powered rifle came from the direction of the gate, followed by M4s. What are they shooting at? Maria said, craning to get a look. A huge grin spread across Rank's face. The cavalry. She looked at him quizzically and then to Lugnut. Lugnut nodded, his mouth curling into a grin too. A smile spread across Maria's face. For real? The United States Cavalry? No shit. Maria shook her head. The Army? The United States Army? Maria asked. From Fort Leonard Wood? I thought they were working with Dempsey. Rank shook his head. Not from Fort Leonard Wood. We should go, Lugnut said, his grin turning into a scowl. The last I saw, Harmony was being led into that building with the pavilion and picnic tables. I'm going to start there. You guys go find your gold. Maria took off before they could say anything. We should go with her, Rank said. Yeah, we'll secure Harmony, and then Maria can lead her back out the way we came in. You and I will continue our hunt for the gold? I imagine Stevens and Sharp's men will be here to collect it in a few minutes, Lugnut replied. And Zack. We'll find him next. He'll be at one of the ranches nearby. That's where they've been moving them to lately. Lugnut moved around to the back of the building and stopped at the door, followed closely by Rank. How is it that you know so much about this place? The last I knew, we decided taking out Nelson was too big of a risk. Lugnut reached out and placed his hand on the knob. We've been talking more about it lately. Let's quit jawing and go find Harmony. Lugnut whispered. I'll go high, you go low. Lugnut yanked the door open. An elderly man dressed in dirty overalls and a boonie hat slowly stood and raised his hands in the air. You fellas friends of Ames and Harding? Lugnut glanced over to Rank. I'm Quincy, the ham radio guy. I'm Gene's buddy.
Yes. Ames and Harding. You know them?
Lugnut asked. Yeah, we've met. They left to go get help. They were here? Rank asked. They said some of their people got rounded up by Nelson's goons. I thought they came here to find you, Rank said. They did. I told them what they needed to know, and they left. Then they came back and said some of their folks were here. I told them what I knew about Nelson's operation and drew them a map of the various farms Nelson uses to house people. Did they have a girl with them? Lugnut asked. The cute little blonde. Nope, she got taken too. Rank's heart sank. We're going to have to disable your comms, Lugnut said, moving toward the bank of radio equipment. No need. I already did that, the man said, smiling and holding wires out in front of him. Rank pivoted toward the door. Let's go, Lugnut. We need to find out who else from our group is here, before the bullets start flying, Lugnut said as he rushed out the door. It seemed nearly all the guards had been dispatched to the gate, so Lugnut and Rank were able to travel easily from building to building. The gunfire to the south was sporadic and still sounded like it was concentrated around the gate. When they reached the building with the pavilion, Maria was stationed just outside the door. There are people inside? I heard a woman yelling orders and others crying. The guy in the comms room said Maddie and maybe others were here too. Ames and Harding left to get help. What the hell's been going on since we headed out to Eminence? A lot, Lugnut said. We need to find out if there are any other exits. Lugnut pointed his rifle up toward the guard tower and peered through its scope. Looks like they sent everyone to handle the issue at the gate, Maria asked. Well, I imagine when Nelson learned that the Army had come for their gold, he got scared. Rank, I'll watch this door. You and Maria check for other entrances, Lugnut said. Rank ran the length of the building and stopped at the corner, scanning for any sign of Nelson's guards. What's going on, Rank? Why are you guys working with the Army? He turned his head to face her. You're not going to believe me, but we have a new president. He's been down in Texas planning how to rebuild the country. That gold Nelson stole is headed to Brazil to purchase military equipment and ammunition. Maria shook her head. You're shitting me. What's really going on? The side door banged open, and a husky lady rushed through. Rank raised his rifle. Stop right there. She spun around and her eyes widened when she saw Rank. Maria rushed forward. Get down on your knees on the ground now. Chapter 24. The Nelson Ranch, Dent County, Missouri, July 15th. Maddie was hauling 5-gallon buckets of hot water from the fire to the wash buckets when the shooting started. Her first thought was that the guards had spotted Maria, but there was too much gunfire. It sounded like they were up against an army. The guards rushed the prisoners into the building and locked the door. Miranda ordered them to all get on the floor. The women were scared and crying. Maddie glanced around the room as she lowered herself to her knees. Harmony no longer wore her bright yellow headscarf, which made it more difficult to find her in the crowd. She scanned the room and spotted her in the far corner. Their eyes met for a moment before Miranda shoved Harmony to the floor. Quiet, on your faces. No one move, Miranda yelled. Maddie looked for a weapon. She spotted a pistol in the woman's left hand, and she looked like she knew how to handle it. But if Maddie got the chance, she was sure she could take it from her. She wouldn't be able to shoot all the guards before they could return fire, though. Miranda rushed around the room, pressing the gun to the backs of the women's heads to intimidate them into compliance. Get your heads down. Press your foreheads against the floor. If I see your eyeballs, I'm going to put a bullet in your head." Maddie felt a rifle barrel press against her spine. She tensed and bit her lower lip to keep from crying out. She placed her forehead on her crossed arms and peeked under her armpit as the guard removed the rifle and continued down the line. Every cell in her body was on edge as she waited for Miranda to approach her. Her plan was risky. She could get shot, others could get shot, but Maddie felt she had to take the risk. She may never get a better opportunity. As the man moved down the row of women, Maddie listened for the other guards. At least 2 were in the back of the room. Maddie strained to hear. "Where is Redbeard?" Miranda was working her way back toward Maddie's position. Maddie had to act now, or it might be too late. When Miranda reached the woman lying next to her, Maddie balled her right hand into a fist and prepared to push herself up. As Miranda stepped around the woman, Maddie jumped to her feet and landed a punch to the woman's temple. The stocky woman fell backward, tripped over one of the prisoners, and hit the floor hard. The gun flew from her hand, skidded across the floor, and landed under a table. Maddie spun around, looking for the guards. "Get down! Get on the ground!" one of the guards yelled. A woman in her mid to late 30s jumped to her feet and jammed her elbow into the middle of the taller guard's back. He lunged forward. A younger girl stuck out her leg and tripped him. The second guard brought his rifle up, but Harmony and 2 other women rushed forward and pounced on him, knocking him to the floor. The women all piled on. Most wore a look of pure hatred as they kicked and beat him with their fists. They were screaming and crying. A dark-haired girl in her late teens scrambled to her knees and crawled over to the gun. She grabbed it and twisted around as Miranda was getting to her feet. The girl squeezed the trigger, but the gun misfired. Miranda looked terrified when the reality of the moment struck her. As she bolted toward the door, Maddie ran toward the gun. The third guard rushed toward her from the opposite side of the room. Maddie grabbed the gun and pivoted toward the guard, who skidded to a stop, froze, and slowly lowered his rifle. A look of defeat washed over his face. A tall young woman slammed a cast-iron pan into the back of the guard's head, and he dropped to his knees. The women around him lit into him. Maddie watched as the rifle was knocked from his hand and disappeared under a sea of feet. As the women rushed from the building, seizing the opportunity to get away from the hellish nightmare, Harmony struggled to make her way to Maddie. Light flooded the room as the door banged open. Maddie heard yelling and recognized the voices. Her heart leapt. Rank. Harmony stopped in her tracks and spun around. Maddie lowered the pistol and turned to the teenaged girl who'd grabbed the gun. "You need to go before more guards come." "Go where? They still have my father and brother." Maddie didn't know what to tell her. "They have my brother, too. I'm going to go find him. Do you know where they took them? They're all over the county at different farms. A girl who came in last week said she saw my daddy at the company store." "Company store? Where's that? In what used to be in the Sunnydale subdivision?" the girl said. "I can't promise, but we'll do our best to free him too," Maddie said. "Now you have to go home." Maddie didn't wait for the girl to respond. It was likely she no longer had a home to go home to. Nelson had taken over all the tillable land in the area. Maddie ran to Harmony and grabbed her hand. They pushed through the throng of women rushing for the exit. Maddie glanced over her shoulder as they approached the door. Most of the women were likely homeless, but at least they were alive and hopefully now free. Maddie and Harmony pushed their way through the door and stopped. The scene outside was total mayhem. People were running in every direction. Bloody guards were being chased down and beaten by mobs of angry captives. Miranda was face down, motionless in the dirt. Several of the women stopped to kick her as they ran by. Redbeard was waving a knife around, attempting to ward off his attackers, but a short woman picked up a rock and threw it at the man, hitting him in the side of his head. The other women followed suit, and Redbeard was finally knocked to the ground. The angry women pounced on him, punching and kicking. Maddie pulled on Harmony's hand, and they turned her away from the scene. She scanned the area between the chow hall and the road, spotting Maria. "Maria!" Maddie rushed toward her, relieved to see that she'd been correct about Maria escaping capture. To her surprise, Maria uncharacteristically flung her arms around Maddie and Harmony. "I'm so glad to see you." "Likewise," Maddie said. Maddie stepped back as Rank ran up to them. He held Maddie like he'd never let her go. He was squeezing so tightly that she could barely breathe. Lugnut patted Maddie on the shoulder. "You okay, little bit? I'm good. Let's go get my brother," she said. Harmony released her grip on Maria's neck and wiped tears with her sleeve. "We have to find Zach and the others. They took him to Sunnydale. That's what the guards who brought us in said. We need to check out that building over there first." Lugnut pointed to the building closest to the house. and then we'll go get Zack. Although Maddie trusted Lugnut, she was afraid that if the guards holding the men heard what was happening, they'd move the prisoners, or worse, kill them. Let's hurry then, she said, taking off in that direction. She ran no more than 15 feet when she heard the sound of an engine roar to life. A box truck plowed through the open door. Lugnut, Rank, and Maria began firing at it. Wait, there could be prisoners in there, Maddie screamed. She waved her hands over her head, trying desperately to get their attention as the vehicle sped down the driveway. Hurry, we need to catch them, Lugnut yelled, sprinting after it. Maria, get Maddie and Harmony out of here, he called over his shoulder. I'm going, Maddie yelled back as she ran to catch up with them. Rank stabbed at the air. Stay with Maria, Maddie. I need to find Zack. I'm going. She felt the weight of the pistol in her hand. She was going to find her brother, and then she was going to make them pay. Chapter 25, The Nelson Ranch, Dent County, Missouri, July 15th. As the box truck sped off, Rank stopped and glanced inside the building. The gold's not in there. It has to be in that truck. Gold? Maddie asked as she caught up to him. Long story, Rank said, sprinting off to catch up with Lugnut. They might have Jean, Ames, and Harding, too, Maddie said. If Dylan and Chloe had been found, they were likely still on the ranch. Maddie stopped and turned. Harmony and Maria were running back toward the creek. What about all the other prisoners? People spilled out of the buildings. 2 men dressed in prison garb were chasing one of the guards. They turned the tables on their captors. I have to find Zack. Maddie heard another engine and turned to see a Humvee barreling toward them. It's Stevens and Sharp, Rank yelled. The Humvee stopped beside Lugnut and the door opened. A woman waved for them to get in. Hurry. We need to catch that truck, Stevens yelled. Rank tried to close the door before she got in, but Maddie was too quick. Scoot over, she growled. Rank huffed and pulled Maddie into his lap. A soldier in battle uniform stood manning the turret. Lugnut was in the seat on the other side. Maddie glanced toward the driver. He stomped on the gas as they chased after the truck. Who are these people? Maddie asked. Rank smiled. The Army. Maddie's eyebrows raised. The Army? The actual Army? The one and only U.S. Army. What's going on? Why are they looking for gold? Long story. But they're with the new government. Nelson stole a gold shipment meant to buy arms from Brazil. Oh, was all Maddie could say. Maddie glanced behind them. 2 more Humvees had joined the chase. If they were there for the gold, would they care if her brother and the others got caught in the crossfire with Nelson's men? She had no doubt Nelson would use the prisoners as human shields. The man was a coward. We have to get to Zack before the shooting starts. Rank? I know, Rank said. Nelson will use them. We'll get them out. So many things could go wrong. The thought of losing her brother was overwhelming. She'd lost too much. She couldn't lose him, too. Fear turned to anger. She didn't care how noble these soldiers' cause was. Her brother and her friends weren't dispensable to her. All the gold left in the world wasn't worth their lives. The Humvee bounced along the uneven road. The gunner spun his turret in a fanning motion back and forth, searching for potential targets in the woods that lined both sides of the road. When the Humvee popped up over the hill, Maddie spotted the white box van making a turn a quarter-mile ahead. There! Do you see it? Maddie yelled, leaning forward in her seat and pointing. Yeah, the driver said. Steffens, radio Alpha 2 and Alpha 3 that the target turned right into a subdivision ahead. Alpha 4 is to follow us. The box truck disappeared from view, blocked by houses. What was Nelson thinking? There must be another way in. He's not dumb enough to allow himself to get trapped like that. Lugnut yelled over the sound of the engine as it accelerated to catch up with the truck. Alpha 2, hang back and see if you can find an alternate road into that subdivision, Stevens said into the radio. Maddie leaned around the gunner's leg and tapped Lugnut on the shoulder. Do you think that's where Zack and the others are being held? I don't know. I know some of the guards live there. They supposedly keep prisoners there before transporting them to St. Louis. There was going to be a gun battle. There was no way Nelson was going to give up without a fight, and these guys weren't leaving without their gold. As they approached the turn into the neighborhood, Maddie began devising a plan to search for her brother. The Humvee stopped just before the entrance. Alpha 4, dismount and take the right side of the street. We'll go left. Colonel Sharp radioed. The doors to the Humvee opened, and Stevens and Sharp climbed out and moved toward the tall rock sign that read Sunnydale Acres Subdivision. Overgrown plants blocked most of the lettering. Rank pushed the door open and exited the vehicle, holding Maddie against him in his arms. Maddie, stay here. Lugnut and I will bring Zack and the others out if they're in there, Rank said as he lowered her to the ground. Rank, Maddie called to his back. Gilbert, dismount the 50 cal, Sharp said. "Bronson, get over here. You're the gunner's assistant. You two set up behind the rock sign as Lugnut ran past?" Maddie fell in behind him. She looked down at her pistol as they took cover behind the sign alongside Stevens and Sharp. The pistol wouldn't be very effective in a gun battle. She missed her rifle. She looked back to the Humvee. They likely had extras in there, but by the time she retrieved one and gathered ammunition for it, Rank and the others would disappear down the block. She couldn't risk getting caught out there alone. They'd use her as a bartering chip if they caught her. She'd have to hang back and be careful with her shots if she needed to use the pistol. "Where are the guards?" Lugnut asked. "3 guards took off around the beige house with the red door," Stevens said. "Gilbert, cover us," Sharp said. Disappearing around the sign, Maddie stepped around Gilbert and rushed after them. When she stepped onto the sidewalk, she took in the size of the neighborhood. This street alone went on for at least a quarter mile. Older single-story homes lined both sides of the street. The grass was waist-high on each lawn. Grass and tree saplings grew from the gutters of some houses. Normally, these would all be an indication that the homes had been abandoned. But these days, most people didn't bother with yard work. It took too much energy, and they needed all the energy they had just to feed themselves. It didn't appear the homes were being used, though. The grass should have been trampled down from the occupants coming and going. Also, it was 95 degrees out, and none of the windows were open. There was no way anyone could remain inside very long in the heat of the day. Maddie scanned the houses, looking for any with open windows. Some had the windows broken out. The lack of screens told her those, too, were unoccupied, at least on a regular basis. The mosquitoes would eat them alive at night without window screens. Maddie unconsciously picked at a particularly itchy bite of her own on her right elbow. She had managed to avoid being eaten alive by ticks, chiggers, and mosquitoes for the most part, but their stock of bug spray containing DEET was getting dangerously low. They'd need to find an alternative soon if they couldn't find more. "Maddie, get down!" Lugnut yelled. He'd taken cover behind a minivan several houses up the street. Maddie ducked behind a Ford Focus parked along the curb. She moved along the bumper toward the sidewalk and glanced back. Gilbert was hidden behind the rock wall with the .50 cal balanced on top of it. Maddie heard yelling but couldn't make out the words. She saw Sharp speak into his radio and then chop the air with his right hand, gesturing for the others to move forward. Rank looked back over his shoulder as he stood into a crouch and stepped out from behind the van. Maddie stood and prepared to follow them. Rank balled his hand into a fist and gestured for her to stop. She ignored him. He looked pissed as she caught up to him, but he said nothing. He knew she wasn't going to hang back and wait for them. This Nelson nut had her brother. Sharp stopped and spoke into his radio. A second later, gunfire erupted somewhere in the subdivision. The sound of repeated rifle reports echoed off the houses, making it difficult to determine what direction they were coming from. Maddie assumed they were coming from one of the other teams engaging Nelson's guards. They continued to push down the block, staying close to the parked cars, sometimes dropping down behind the tall grass for concealment. Maddie scanned each house they passed for signs that it could house the prisoners, but she saw none. They stopped behind a motorhome parked in a driveway about halfway down the block. The gunfire had intensified. From the continual thud, thud, it appeared the soldiers were trying to keep the enemy's heads down. They were laying down cover fire. That meant the army was likely still advancing on their objective. A noise behind her made her jump. Maddie twisted to face it. Gilbert, with his .50 cal, and another soldier with a big ammo box were running toward them. They ran past her and dropped down beside Sharp. Sharp pointed toward a side street, 3 houses down on the left. Gilbert and his battle buddy got up and ran ahead, crossed the street, and dropped in the tall grass next to the house on the east corner of the adjacent street. Sharp, Stevens, and Lugnut followed soon after. "Go, Maddie," Rank called back to her. Maddie sprinted across the street, but stopped when she caught movement in the yard behind the house. "Rank?" Maddie said in a low voice. "There, Maddie, next to that house. Get behind those shrubs," Rank called as he crossed the street behind her. Maddie ran to the corner of the house across from where the others had taken up their position. She ducked behind an unruly hedge and peeked through the foliage. A second man crossed the yard behind the house. They were trying to work their way around to the front and ambush Lugnut and the others. Just as Rank slid in behind her, the gunner took off toward the back of the house before Maddie could warn him. She thought of running across the street and warning Lugnut, but as soon as she stood, she heard the report of rifle fire coming from behind Lugnut's position. "Lug, behind you!" she screamed. Rank grabbed her by the shoulder and pushed her down as he brought his rifle up. Lugnut and Sharp returned fire, and the 2 shooters dropped to the ground. Lug and Sharp wasted no time advancing down the side street. Maddie and Rank followed them. Gilbert, his gunner's assistant, Bronson, and Sharp ducked between two cars about 100 feet ahead of Maddie. Rank grabbed Maddie's forearm and pulled her behind a boat parked on a driveway. Lugnut and Stevens were moving between vehicles, approaching their position. Sharp smacked Gilbert on the back, and Gilbert went to work, firing on a house on the next street. Maddie couldn't see what or who they were shooting at. All she could think was that her brother could be in there. She wanted to scream for them to stop, but the thunderous noise of the .50 caliber weapon drowned out all other sounds. "Rank!" Maddie said, grabbing his arm. "Zach's not in there," he yelled in her ear. He couldn't know that. She knew he was just saying it to keep her from running off and getting herself killed. It pissed her off. Didn't he care that Zach and the others could be killed? "Enemy down," the gunner called out. "Roger that," Sharp said. "Push left." The .50 cal team gathered their weapon and ammunition, then ran toward the corner of the next house. As he did, rifle fire chased them across the street. Sharp, Lugnut, and Stevens returned fire. "Reloading," Sharp yelled. A second later, Stevens yelled, "Moving." Sharp laid down cover fire for her. "Alpha 2, move up and give us some support," Sharp called into his handset. "Gilbert, 12 o'clock, Alpha 1. This is Alpha 3. I've got 2 friendlies down, moving the wounded out of the kill zone." "Copy that," Sharp radioed back. Stevens fumbled in her pack for more ammunition. Rank dropped to his belly and sent rounds into the house on his left. Gilbert cried out and then cursed loudly, his hand holding his neck. "You hit?" Sharp called to him. "I caught shrapnel," Gilbert yelled back. "You bleeding? He's fine," yelled his battle buddy as Gilbert pulled the charging handle of the .50 cal and continued sending rounds down the block. It wasn't true. Blood ran down the man's shirt, but he remained engaged in the battle, using a U-Haul truck parked at the curb for cover. Lugnut, Stevens, and Sharp slowly moved toward Gilbert. Maddie sprinted toward the truck. Rifle rounds slammed into its side as she dove behind it. Her ankle twisted, and Maddie banged her knee onto the pavement, sending a wave of nausea through her. "You okay?" Rank asked as he slid in beside her. "Fine," Maddie said, as she got hold of herself and moved toward the front of the truck. Lugnut took off, closing the distance between the truck and the gunner. "Moving," Stevens called out. She ran over and dropped down beside Gilbert as Stevens began tending to the gunner's wound. Lugnut moved to man the .50 cal. A moment later, the gun was silent. "I'm out," Lugnut called as Gilbert's battle buddy began firing his M4. A figure poked his head out from between houses and fired in their direction. Lugnut picked up his M4 and returned fire. As the man ducked back, Lugnut stood and ran toward him. "Rank," he called over his shoulder. Rank took off after him, leaving Maddie and Sharp at the truck. Maddie dropped back and braced herself against the rear bumper. She heard gunfire erupt between the houses and stop an instant before a round slammed into the side of the truck where she'd been standing. Another shot rang out, and a black-clad man spilled into what was once a flower bed. Lugnut lay prone behind an evergreen shrub at the corner of the house. Rank quickened his stride and fell in beside him. Lugnut gestured, and Rank ran over and seated a boot on the man's chest. "Where are the prisoners?" Rank yelled at the man. Maddie couldn't hear the man's response, so she rose and stepped into the street. "Maddie, get back!" Lugnut called to her. She caught movement to her left. The advancing men were quickly moving toward her. Her mind registered multiple things as they stopped and brought their rifles up. She heard the rifles report to her right as her adrenaline began really pumping. Maddie flinched and flattened herself against the vehicle, head swiveling toward the source of the shot. Stevens was returning fire. She felt a hand on her shoulder and jumped. Sharp pulled her back toward the front of the truck and stepped in front of her. He poked the rifle barrel through the jagged hole in the side window and sent 3-round bursts of rifle fire at the advancing men. Seconds later, Sharp's radio came to life. "Alpha 1, Alpha 3 is advancing on your position. Alpha 3, Alpha 1 is in heavy contact with 6 to 8 shooters to the right front of the U-Haul truck. Gilbert's down." Sharp radioed. As Alpha 3's team engaged the shooters to their right, Sharp pushed forward toward Stevens and Gilbert's position, leaving Maddie alone behind the truck. Maddie scanned the front of the houses, looking for Lugnut and Rank. She spotted them concealed behind a car 2 houses from the corner. Running in a zigzag pattern to avoid being shot, Maddie reached them and dropped beside Rank. He gave her a dirty look but said nothing. What did the man say? "Where's my brother?" He didn't know. They were supposed to move them. He didn't know if they had or not, Rank said. The shooting had stopped. Maddie scanned the houses. "How the hell are we going to find Zach?" "We'll find him, Maddie," Rank replied. She hadn't meant to say it out loud, but she was growing more desperate by the minute. If he wasn't hurt by now, he soon would be with the number of rounds being fired. If he was in any of the houses on this street, he could already be dead. She had to find him and the others and get them away from there now. Maddie rose to a crouch and stepped around Rank. "I have to go! I have to find my brother before your soldier friends get them all killed." Chapter 26. Sunnydale Acres Subdivision, Dent County, Missouri, July 15th. "Maddie, hold up. You can't just go running around kicking indoors. You're going to get yourself killed," Rank yelled after her. She turned the corner and ran toward the back of the subdivision. Maddie stopped and pressed her back against a wooden privacy fence surrounding the house at the end of the street. Crouching, she inched her way to the far end of the fence nearest the road. She stopped and slowly leaned forward. "Maddie, this is insane. You need to stop," Rank said as he slid in beside her. "There are screens on that house. The windows are open. The lawn is trampled down. Someone's been staying there. Zach could be inside." "Maddie, you have to wait." She whipped her head around. "I'm not waiting until your friends shoot up every house in the neighborhood looking for their precious gold. I'm going to find my brother alive." Rank grabbed her arm and squeezed it. "Do you think Lug and I don't want to rescue Zach and the others? She cut him off. It doesn't look much like it." She wrenched her arm away. "Are you going with me? I'm getting inside that house with or without you." Maddie stood and stepped around the corner of the fence. "Stop!" an unfamiliar voice yelled. Rank stepped around Maddie, pointing his rifle at the two men standing in the middle of the street. Maddie couldn't tell if they had weapons on them, but they weren't pointing them at her and Rank. Who were they? Were they prisoners or guards? They lacked the black tactical uniform the rest of Nelson's guards wore. The two men threw their hands in the air and started to back up. Whoa there. You're with Zach, right? You know my brother. Where is he? Is he hurt? Take me to him." Maddie attempted to step around Rank, but he blocked her with his elbow. Zach went to free his friends. He said it was his group that was attacking Nelson's men. "We came out to see for ourselves," the shorter of the two men said. "How many guards are here?" Rank asked. "At any given time, I'd say 20. Half of them went out to fight you guys." "Where are the others?" Rank asked. "They took off with Nelson." "Which way did Zach go?" Rank said, lowering his arm and allowing Maddie to step forward. The man pointed over his shoulder. "That way, there's a farm at the back of the subdivision. He said his friends were being held at the farmhouse." Maddie grabbed Rank's arm. "Let's go, Rank. Which direction did Nelson and his men go?" "Rank, I don't give a shit about the gold. We have to find which way did they go," Rank interrupted her. "To the farm," the taller man said, pointing over his shoulder. "You two need to find somewhere safe to hide until the shooting stops," Rank said as he ran past them. The street ended at a tall steel gate. The wooden privacy fence, typical of such subdivisions, was topped by 3 rows of barbed wire. A padlock lay on the ground. Maddie reached down, pulled on the latch, and pushed the gate open slightly. "Let me," Rank said, pushing her aside. He poked his head through and pulled his rifle scope to his eye. "What do you see? Is Zach in there?" "I don't see anyone." Maddie attempted to squeeze past him. "Let's go find him. Wait, Maddie. There's no cover. It's an open field all the way to the house." She was nearly out of her mind with concern for Zach and the others. They were running out of time. She could feel it. "We have to get in there. We have to help Zach before the guards get to him." "I know, but we can't help them if we get ourselves killed. We need to head along the fence and then cut through the field close to the barn. You'll have to run fast to make it. You think you can make it 300 feet? Run 300 feet? She used to run ultra-marathons before the lights went out. She ran 10 miles or more every single day. Now she barely had the energy to walk a block. Malnutrition had taken its toll on her body. It had taken its toll on everyone. "I can make it," she said, trying to sound convincing. She'd make it. She just wasn't sure she'd have the energy to continue on afterward. "Okay, stay low. Be ready to hit the ground," Rank said, stepping through the gate and moving to their right. There were about 1,000 yards between them and the house, and all of it open pasture. A fence lined the gravel road that led to the south side of the house. All the windows were open and had screens in them. She tried to see if she could spot any rifles poking out of any. She couldn't. Could a bullet reach them at this distance? The front door was wide open. If they were in there and expecting trouble, wouldn't they have closed it? Maybe Zach had left it open. Rank crouched and stepped to his right. Maddie followed, trying to stay as low as possible. Tree branches hung over the fence. If they'd been smart, they would have cleared those away. They provided a shadow underneath, which likely would make it more difficult to see anyone from the house. It was obvious they hadn't been concerned with people climbing over the fence from the outside. This fence was meant to keep people in, not out. Maddie glanced around. This place lacked the guard towers present at Nelson's property. Had they felt the fence was sufficient? It wouldn't have been for her. She would have been over that fence in a heartbeat. Why hadn't Zack and the others attempted it yet? Maybe they had. At the corner of the fence, Rank and Maddie turned and followed it along the eastern side of the field. The grass was taller and would provide some concealment if they were to crawl on their bellies, but they didn't have time for that. Once again, time was her enemy. It seemed everything was an emergency these days. They were always in a race against time to survive. This time, her brothers' and her friends' lives could depend on her and Rank arriving on time. Rank stopped when they were parallel with the barn and took a knee. Maddie crouched beside him as he scanned the barn through his rifle scope. The cattle barn had open sides with stalls for calving. Large round bales of hay were stacked 3 high in one of the sheds on the south side of the barn. Maddie couldn't see anyone inside. There would be a dozen places in there for someone to hide and pick them off as they crossed the field. She wiped the sweat from her brow. She was overheated and dehydrated. She hoped she had the steam to run the distance. "See anyone?" Maddie asked. "No, but there's the box truck. Nelson's here. That doesn't make any sense. Why would he run here? It's so open and exposed. There are no defensive positions. Something stinks about his rank. I think they switched vehicles. This is a decoy. It has to be. No one is that stupid. He probably has it rigged with explosives or something," Rank said. That made more sense. "Where are the guards then?" Maddie asked. She didn't care where Nelson had taken the gold. That wasn't her mission. She just hoped Nelson and his henchmen had fled so she could get inside without getting shot. She glanced at the pistol in her hand. She dropped the magazine and counted the rounds. "How many?" Rank asked. 5. He reached into a pouch on his belt and handed her 2 fresh magazines. "That's all I got. Don't waste your shots. Squeeze as you exhale. Front sight, front sight, front sight." For a second, she was 12 years old again. They were at her father's cabin, and she and Zack were running drills with Rank and Ryan. Ryan was the more patient instructor. Rank was more like a drill sergeant. Maddie hadn't minded, but it drove Zack nuts. She'd been madly in love with Rank back then. She nodded and took the magazines, placing a full mag into the pistol and the others into her left back pocket, just like she had been taught. "Ready?" Rank asked. The sun hit his face, and he squinted, tiny crow's feet spread out from his eyes. He'd aged so much in the last 9 months. They all had. Most of the time she felt about 90 years old. She drew in a deep breath and placed her hand on Rank's back. "Ready." Chapter 27, Sunnydale Acres, Subdivision, Dent County, Missouri, July 15th. A hail of bullets kicked up divots in the grass at their feet as Maddie and Rank sprinted toward the barn. Maddie dropped down beside a rusty old truck. Rank dove and rolled to his knees. One question had been answered. If Nelson had fled, he'd left someone behind to guard the place. "Keep your head down," Rank said. She'd never missed her rifle so much in her life. She needed a scope to see where the shooters were. Rank removed a telescoping mirror from his pack and extended it. He raised it above the hood of the truck and spun it around. "Can you see them?" Maddie asked. The top left corner window, the screen's been pushed out, the screen door banged open, and a man in drab gray clothing ran out yelling. Rank jumped up, rifle raised at the man. Maddie tapped his shoulder. "No, he's a prisoner." A bullet bounced off the hood of the truck and punched a hole in the front glass as the prisoner dropped to the ground in a heap. Even in the face of attack, Nelson's henchmen were determined not to allow the prisoners to escape. It was clear they would have a battle to free Zack and the others. "What do we do now?" Maddie asked. Rank chewed his bottom lip. "Now they know we're here, so we can't just wait for Lug and the army to get here." He removed his pack, pulled 2 extra boxes of ammunition from it, and stuffed one of them into his cargo pocket, then began loading an empty magazine. Between his tactical vest, pouches on his belt, and those he'd just placed in his pocket, he probably had close to 200 rounds left. Still not enough if he was pinned down in a protracted gunfight. "Here's what we're going to do," he said. "See that tree just west of the house?" He pointed to the large hickory shading the 2-story farmhouse. "You're going to fire at the tree in 2-round bursts. You shoot 2 rounds and drop down. Wait for them to return fire. Count to 60 and fire again. Keep repeating that until your mag is empty." "What are you going to do?" Maddie asked. She had a feeling she already knew what his plan was, but hoped hearing it aloud might somehow convince her that it might actually work. "I'm going to make my way around to the back door while you keep them distracted." "You seriously think they're dumb enough to fall for that trick?" "Honestly, I don't think they're thinking rationally at this point. They're reacting. and we're going to use that to our advantage? I hope you're right. They've already shown they're willing to kill the prisoners. She fought the urge to turn and look at the dead man on the ground just 100 feet from them. Rank made a chopping motion with his hand. Start firing, I'm moving back. Maddie crawled to the front of the truck and stood to a crouch. She popped off 2 quick rounds while Rank ran from the truck to the first stack of bales. She dropped back down and waited for them to return fire. This time, at least 2 different shooters opened fire. She watched Rank disappear around the corner of the barn. They'd lost the element of surprise. They had no idea how many shooters were inside the house, and she only had a pistol and 2.5 magazines, 35 rounds. If Rank didn't succeed and come back for her, she was screwed. She would fight them and not give up until either she was dead or they were. She vowed to save 1 round for Nelson if he was still there. She counted, and when she reached 60, she rose, aimed over the hood toward the tree, and fired 3 2-round bursts, waited for them to stop returning fire, and then fired 2 more rounds. She had 27 rounds left. 3 more minutes. Was that enough for Rank to get inside? Once inside, could he take on at least 2 shooters by himself? They hadn't discussed what she was to do once he was inside. She was sure that was intentional on Rank's part. He wanted her out here, out of reach of the guards. Whether he liked it or not, if she heard shots inside the house, she was going in. The shooters followed the script and returned fire. This time they unloaded at least a whole rifle magazine into the front of the truck as she made herself as small as possible behind the engine block. It was so loud that Maddie had to cover her ears. Tiny fragments of glass fell down the back of her shirt. They were in her hair. After the 3rd count and her firing in the direction of the tree, there was no return fire. She waited. A moment later, gunfire erupted inside the house. Rank was inside. Maddie rose to join him. The screen door opened, and a black-clad guard spilled out. His rifle hung loosely around his neck. His hands clutched his stomach. Maddie rushed around the front of the truck and aimed a pistol for his chest. Terror flashed across his face when he spotted her. Their eyes met. He slowly moved his hand toward his rifle. Maddie shook her head. He was a dead man already. They both knew it. Maddie rushed toward him. "Just keep your hands off that weapon." When she reached him, she nodded to the ground. "Drop it." He grabbed the strap of the sling, pulled it over his head, and let the rifle fall. "Now that pistol," she demanded. He unholstered the weapon and tossed it into the weeds next to the porch. "How many of you are left inside?" Maddie asked. He smirked. He wasn't going to play ball with her. She wouldn't be able to trust anything this man said. Her eyes drilled into him. This was one of the animals who had burned people out of their homes, used people like dogs, and sold them to the highest bidder. He'd lost his humanity if he'd ever had it in the first place. Any pity she'd had for the wounded man faded. Right now, he was just something that stood between her and her family. Pop, his head whipped back and he spilled onto the lawn. She'd done him a favor. She'd saved him from a slow and painful death. On second thought, the slow, painful death was what he deserved. Maddie leaned over and picked up the man's rifle and pistol. She felt his pockets and retrieved 2 spare 30-round magazines for the rifle and 2 9mm 10-round mags for the pistol. She dropped the magazine from the guard's pistol and tossed the weapon aside. After shoving all the ammo into her pockets, Maddie slid the strap of the rifle's sling over her neck and pulled the charging handle to ensure a round was chambered. One last time, she glanced down at the guard before stepping over him and into the house. The gunfire was coming from upstairs, not a steady barrage, but controlled 2-round bursts. That had to be Rank clearing rooms, working his way through the house. Where would they keep the prisoners? If the guards had been upstairs, that must be where her brother was. Making her way through a mudroom to the kitchen, she stepped around boots and gear that had been left in the middle of the floor. She hugged the wall and made her way to the staircase. A volley of gunfire started above her. Rank had found someone willing to fire back. She'd grabbed the handrail and placed a boot on the bottom tread when she caught movement in the periphery of her vision. Maddie whipped her head around in time to see a man in his late 50s, wearing a white dress shirt and slacks, running down the hallway toward the back of the house. That had to be Nelson. She placed her other foot onto the stairs, then stepped back, realizing that Nelson was getting away. She still didn't know if her brother was even in the house. Nelson could be her only chance of finding him. She stole a quick glance back up the stairs. The shooting had stopped. Maddie heard a door bang shut to her right. If Nelson made it to a vehicle, she might never get another chance to stop him. "Rank," Maddie called as she ran down the hall. "Stay down there, Maddie." He was still alive. He had things under control. She was going after Nelson, Chapter 28, Sunnydale Acres, Subdivision, Dent County, Missouri. July 15th, Maddie tripped over something and literally fell through the back door. She slid down a short flight of steps and landed on her shoulder, then rolled onto her side and shot to her feet. Maddie pulled the rifle to her shoulder and sprinted after Nelson. He was heading toward another shed at the back of the property. The back of the white box van protruded from the structure. If he made it to the vehicle, he could flee and disappear on the back roads and be out of the county before Stevens and her team could make it to the farm. Maddie couldn't care less about the gold. She wanted to make sure Nelson paid for what he'd done to her and her family, to all the families of South Central Missouri. She had to make sure this man's reign of terror ended right here. Today, he was less than 50 feet from the van. She couldn't close the distance. Maddie stopped in her tracks, pulled the rifle to her shoulder, and put Nelson in the crosshairs. She had never shot this weapon and had no idea how accurate it was, whether the scope was zeroed or when it had last been cleaned. She also knew her odds of hitting a moving target weren't that great. She hoped her first shot would scare him into stopping for even just a moment. If he did, she'd drop him where he stood. She placed her finger on the trigger guard and slowly exhaled. At the split second she squeezed the trigger, she felt something hit her in the back. At first, she thought she'd been stung by a bee, and then she heard a second shot and saw the dirt kick up to the left of her feet. Maddie spun around and returned fire as she dropped to her belly, staring at the shooter. He's a kid. The shooter couldn't have been more than 12 years old. His black uniform swallowed him whole. Maddie heard the words center mass in her head as she lowered her aim and squeezed the trigger. The boy dropped his rifle and grabbed his thigh. A wound to the thigh could still be deadly. The kid could bleed out, but Maddie couldn't think about that now. The sound of an engine sent her to her feet. As she ran toward the shed, she realized she should have at least taken the kid's rifle from him. All the way there, Maddie expected to be shot in the back at any moment. Relief washed over her as she dove behind a stack of railroad ties a few feet from the building. Maddie rolled to her knees and crawled through the doorway. The building was filled with 55-gallon drums. Maddie dropped to one knee and pressed her back against the wall. With her right hand, Maddie felt the wet spot just below her left clavicle. Adrenaline pumped through her, numbing the pain. She knew that wouldn't last long. Luckily, she was right-handed and could still squeeze a trigger. Maddie smelled gas and looked around for the source. Panic spread through her body as she realized the drums were full of fuel. There wasn't time to move away. The van was right there. She had to shoot Nelson before he could fire at her. Maddie pulled the 9mm pistol from her waistband and aimed at the driver's side window. As Nelson's head came into view, Maddie squeezed the trigger. The bullet punched a hole in the glass, and Nelson slumped forward. The van's horn sounded, and the van lurched backward. Maddie scrambled to her feet. She took off running as fast as she could, diving over the railroad ties as the vehicle plowed into the fuel drums. Maddie wrapped her good arm over her head as the explosion engulfed the building. The heat from the fireball took her breath as flames shot into the air. Maddie felt arms scoop her up, and her first instinct was to fight, but as she attempted to pull her injured arm free, she cried out in pain. "Maddie, let's go," Rank said. She slowly raised her head and opened her eyes. She could barely make out Zach's face through the black smoke. Zach! Rank swooped her up into his arms and took off running. Maddie glanced back to make sure Zach was following them. He was. Beside him were Ames and Harding. "Over here," Gene called to them, flailing his arms in the air. Behind him were dozens of men and boys dressed in gray prisoner uniforms. "Gene, get my pack. It's by that old truck in the barn. I need my trauma kit." "I have to get some quick clot on her shoulder," Rank said as he placed Maddie on the ground by the barn. Maddie stared up at her brother's face as Rank cleaned and dressed her wound. "Hey, brother, you okay?" Zach placed his hands on his knees and bent over to look at her. "Better than you. Does it hurt much?" What a stupid question. She'd been shot. Of course it hurt. Now that the adrenaline was wearing off, she was in excruciating pain. But she was the big sister, and she had to be strong for him. "Not much," she replied with a cough. Maddie looked at Rank. "Stevens is going to be pissed that her gold burned up." "It wasn't in there," Rank said. "How do you know that?" "Nelson had us move it into the root cellar," Ames said, stepping up beside Zach. "I can't believe it's over. Nelson and his men can't terrorize the area anymore," Maddie said. Everyone nodded. As Rank finished dressing her wound, Maddie thought about all the prisoners and what would happen to them now. How would they pick up the pieces of their lives and move on? At least with Nelson they had food and shelter. However meager it was something that had been the reason many of them had willingly joined him. What would they do now? Would they even survive? Who caused this mess? a female voice called from the direction of the barn. Stevens walked up and stood over Maddie. Looking down at her, she asked, "You okay, kid?" Kid? She'd soon be 19 to Stevens. That may make her a kid, but she'd matured more in recent months than her age indicated. "I'm good. Did you do that?" Stevens pointed over her shoulder at the burning wreckage. "I was just burning the trash." Stevens smiled. She glanced behind her and nodded. "Good job." She placed her hand on Rank's shoulder. "Good job with the field dressing. We have a doctor back on post. Follow us back and let him take a look at her." Was she really talking about her like she wasn't there? Why did some adults seem to do that? Of course, she didn't know Maddie or Zach. She hadn't seen them in action. She likely would have no clue what they'd been through. Maria, Harmony, Maddie, and I don't have a ride back home if we all go to the airport. Mom needs to know we're okay. You know how rumors are around here? She would have heard about this by now and would be beside herself with worry, Zach said. He was definitely matured beyond his 15 years. "Zach's is right," Maddie said, tapping Rank on the forearm. "She and Ella can patch me up. We've lost a lot of good soldiers here today. We could use your help with security getting that shipment back to base and on that plane," Stevens said to Rank. Maddie didn't like where this was heading. She had the sinking suspicion Stevens was trying to recruit Rank for more than just a security detail. "I'll go with you and make sure the gold gets on the plane," Lugnut said. "We left our horses there at the airport anyway." Maddie craned her neck to see him. In his hands were several rifles, no doubt taken from Nelson's guards. Maddie knew Lugnut was committed to the mission. There was no one better to make sure it succeeded. She just wanted them all to get back to the safety of the farm, regroup, and rest up. Stevens had an army to protect her precious gold. All Maddie had was her family. Maddie looked into Rank's eyes. She wanted to plead with him not to go, not to be persuaded to join Stevens. Somehow, she thought that if he did, she might never see him again. "Rank!" Zach screamed. "Pop! Pop! Shooter! On my 5 o'clock!" Sharp yelled as he dropped to one knee and returned fire. Rank flung himself over top of Maddie as she heard others yelling and returning fire at the shooter. "Frag going out," someone yelled. A second later, Maddie heard a grenade explode. "Enemy down," Sharp said. As Rank pushed himself off her, Maddie whispered in his ear, "Don't leave me." He stared into her eyes but said nothing. At that moment, she knew. She knew that a restless ex-crush had made up his mind to join Stevens and help the new government rebuild the nation. Her heart broke into a million pieces as she thought about her life without him. She had known him all her life. He'd been there to help during the most devastating times. She tried to convince herself that he would change his mind, that sometime before that plane left the runway at Fort Leonard Wood, he'd realize what he'd be leaving behind and decide against it. He'd been pulling away from them for months, since St. Louis and Roger's murder, really. If only she'd just done more to bring him closer. Now, was it too late? Maddie heard the Humvee's engine approaching. Rank slid his arms under her and carried her to the vehicle. As he slowly lowered her into the seat, tears began to roll down her cheeks. As he leaned over to buckle her seatbelt, she kissed his cheek. "I love you, you know. Thank you for everything you've done for my family and me, for your family." He wiped a single tear from his cheek. "I love you too, little bit." He smiled and backed away. Was this goodbye? It couldn't be. It just couldn't be. She couldn't bear it if it was. Stevens stepped up beside Rank. She wore a self-satisfied smile. Maddie gritted her teeth and wiped her tears. She couldn't believe she was losing him to her. As Rank shut the door, Maddie knew he wasn't leaving for a woman. He was answering a call, the call to duty to the nation he loved and to the way of life they'd once had. He was honoring his oath to protect the Constitution from enemies, both foreign and domestic. Zach climbed into the seat next to her. As the vehicle pulled away, Maddie placed her hand on the glass. Rank lifted his right hand in the air and let it drop. Maddie forced a smile, and Rank smiled back. As devastated as she was to see him go, she was so proud of him. She knew it wasn't an easy decision for him, and someday she'd forgive him for it. Just not today. Chapter 29, Sunnydale Acres Subdivision, Dent County, Missouri. July 15th. "How much is missing?" Rank asked as he stared into the root cellar filled with crates of gold coins. "2 crates are missing, it looks like," Stevens responded. "Is this going to be enough, or do we—" "No, this is enough. We just need to get this to Fort Leonard Wood and on that plane," she said abruptly. Rank ran his hands over the top of one of the open crates. He flipped the coins between his fingers. "Alpha 2, move the truck over here to the barn," Sharp called into his radio. "We need to get these crates loaded up quickly and get in the air if we're going to meet our deadline," Stevens said. What's the quickest route back to the base from here? Sharp asked. Normally, I'd say the interstate, but that's still too clogged with cars. The lanes are clear, but the cars on the shoulders make it perfect for an ambush. We could take Route 66 past Devil's Elbow. We pretty much cleared that area except for a few dead bodies, Lugnut said. We had trouble with General Dempsey's men, but we resolved that. I doubt we'll have any contact from them any time soon. We'd want to scout ahead and make sure, though, and there might still be squatters at the Elbow Inn, Rank said. They hadn't had time to clear that building. Rank recalled getting into a fight outside the establishment some years back. After a long day floating the Big Piney River, he and Lugnut had stopped in for a few beers. The bar was full of bikers. He and Lugnut both rode motorcycles and hadn't anticipated any problems with them, and there wouldn't have been if Lugnut hadn't decided to step in when a guy was getting too handsy with one of the waitresses. Rank raised his hand to his lips. He'd lost a tooth in that fight. He had a lot of memories from this area. Lots of good times with good friends, especially Greg and Beth back in the day. He felt a pang of guilt. Would Beth understand? She had been a Marine's wife. She may not forgive him, but she'd understand. Ames and Harding lined up to move the crates from the wagon into the Humvee. Ames looked over at the others, clad in gray, as he pulled the drawstring on his gray sweatpants. Nelson must have robbed an Army surplus store to outfit all his prisoners. With the gold loaded, Ames and Harding hopped in the back of the truck with one of the soldiers. They, too, wanted to make sure the gold made it onto that plane. Rank hadn't spoken to them about what they'd learned from Quincy, the ham radio guy. He was anxious to know. I'm going to ride back here with Ames and Harding, Rank said. Jean tapped him on the shoulder and turned to face Rank. If I don't see you again, I just want to say it's been a pleasure, he said with an outstretched hand. He hadn't said a word, but everyone seemed to know. That was how close they'd all become. Rank didn't respond. He didn't want to confirm or deny. How are you getting back to the farm, he asked, changing the subject. I'm not going just yet. I thought I'd head back over to Nelson's and secure all that loot. Rank hadn't thought of that. There must be warehouses of food, weapons, and ammunition that he and his crew had stolen over the months. The solar panels and batteries would be a game-changer back at the Henson farm. Good thinking. Mount up. Let's roll out. Sharp barked. Well, you take care, Jean said, slapping Rank on the shoulder. You too, man, he replied, as he climbed into the back of the truck. All those supplies would make a world of difference to the community in the right hands. Proper law and order would make a difference, too. That was what he hoped the new government could bring back. It would be the bedrock of the recovery, in his opinion. As the truck pulled onto the blacktop, Rank settled back against one of the crates. Staring out the back of the truck, watching the road go by, he asked, What'd you learn from that comms guy, Ames? As you know already, Stavens checks out. Nelson never knew anything about Stavens and her mission to regain the gold. Quincy, the comms guy, said he heard chatter from someone in Louisiana about the new president and them recruiting for the military, but he never told Nelson. They are calling on all retired and former military to join up to start rebuilding the infrastructure, especially those from the Engineer Corps. That would be helpful. If they could get those guys back to work, they could get the grid back up. They'd need the grid to get the refineries running again, I'd imagine. I think that's the plan, Ames said. Also, Ames's smile faded. There's some recent trouble out west. It seems to be a mix of Russian and Chinese, remnants of their militaries that were out of the blast zones when we took out their country's grids and dropped nukes on their capitals. We figured they'd have boots on the ground long before now. I wonder what took them so long, Rank said. Seems our Navy had them busy for a while, Ames said. And now? Where's the Navy now? Rank asked. He'd often wondered what had happened to their armed forces stationed overseas. Without knowing the condition of the rest of the world, he'd begun to assume they were all in the same boat as the United States. Docked. They need fuel and munitions. That's what the gold is for, Ames replied. Rank patted the crate he was sitting on. Well, let's hope this gets to the coast and on that Brazilian ship in time. It had been a decade or more since he'd been down to Houston. He'd been visiting a friend, a girl. He hadn't seen much of the city. They'd stay in a condo on the beach in Galveston. He tried to imagine it today. Stevens had indicated they had power where she'd been. Was that everywhere or just for the new president and his military? He'd soon find out if they got the gold on that plane. Rank stared out at the Humvee behind them. He was sure Lugnut missed military life too, but Lugnut wouldn't go with them. Rank knew that. He was dedicated to the survival of their group. He'd never leave Beth, Maddie, and Zach. He felt an obligation to Greg to make sure his family survived this mess. 45 minutes later, they were pulling through the front gate of Fort Leonard Wood. It had been months since a military convoy had rolled through that gate. Rank wondered how quickly the nation would recover once order was restored and the grid came back up. Months, years, maybe. Would it be one city at a time? That could take a long, long time and a lot of manpower. They needed law and order and skilled workers and the military to protect them. As the convoy passed the National Guard hangars and the airport parking lots came into view, they could see dozens of people milling around dressed in mismatched military uniforms. When the crowd noticed the Humvees approaching, they started cheering and raising their rifles in the air. The cheering became a roar, and hands slapped their vehicles as the gate guards rolled the fence open for them to drive onto the tarmac. Rank looked back as the soldiers blocked the crowd from entering the gate behind them. They must have heard the plane come in and land, Rank said. The people in its flight path must have been as surprised as he had been to see a plane in the air after all this time. The soldiers wasted no time getting the gold loaded onto the C-17. The pilots began their pre-flight checks. Within an hour, they'd be leaving. It wasn't too late to back out. Rank hadn't even told Stavens that he had changed his mind and would be coming with them yet. "Don't leave me." Maddie's words echoed in his mind over the roar of the growing crowd outside the gate. Was he abandoning her? Was he abandoning Beth and Zach and all the others? Maria, Ames, Harding, and Stavens were huddled in the door of the hangar. Ames lowered a set of binoculars and pointed. Stavens looked concerned. Rank pivoted to see what he'd been pointing at. All he saw was a group of soldiers loading gear onto the plane. Was there an issue with the plane? He needed to find out. "You're sure?" Stevens asked. "You know for sure she's one of Dempsey's spies?" Ames handed her the binoculars. "Absolutely. How can you be so sure? Maybe she just looks like someone Ames cut her off. We were lovers. I know every inch of her." Steffens tilted her head, then gave a curt nod. "McCoy," she yelled. One of the soldiers loading the gear back onto pallets turned to face her. "Ma'am, run out there and bring me Colonel Sharp," she said. The soldier took off in a jog toward the plane. "McCoy, double-time it," Stevens called after him. A moment later, Sharp rode up on a golf cart. He and Stevens spoke in hushed tones. Every few seconds, he glanced back over his shoulder toward Ames. After they finished speaking, the colonel approached him. "Deputy Director Gerald Ames." "Former Deputy Director. I was relieved of duty," Ames replied. "By whom?" the colonel asked. "General Dempsey? By what authority?" "By his order to have me murdered," Ames said. "You know this for a fact?" "FEMA Regional Director Reginald Harding, sir," Harding said, stretching out his hand. "Yes, Ames and I were both on Dempsey's kill list. We were forced to leave our post and run for our lives." "You were the FEMA Regional Director?" Sharp asked, shaking his hand. "And you believe Dempsey has planted a spy within my unit?" "I know that he has, Colonel. Simone Perez is one of his top deputies. She's been working with him for over a decade. She is no soldier," Harding said. The colonel reached for a radio attached to his belt. "I hope you're wrong, Harding. If you're right, our mission may be completely compromised." He turned toward the plane and pressed the mic. "Harris, you and Reynolds bring Martinez to me here in the hangar." The way Perez stared at Ames made it clear she knew she was caught, but she didn't seem to care. Maybe she felt she still had some sort of power over Ames. Maybe she could convince him she wasn't a spy. But the look on Ames's face said there would be no way in hell of that happening. He looked as if he wanted to choke the life out of her with his bare hands. "Ames," she said. Her voice was like velvet, soft and low. "Perez." Ames said it like a curse word. If she thought she could still get her way with him, she was a fool. Rank knew that tone. He'd been scorned, too. Once, "How long have you been with this outfit?" Ames asked her. "A while, a few months," she replied, placing a hand on her hip and cocking her head to one side. She looked him up and down. "I'm glad to see you're alive and well. You look good. I can't say the same about you. Nice flight suit. What's Dempsey up to these days?" Perez threw her head back. "I wouldn't know, I told you. I've been down south with this unit." Ames shoved his hands into his pockets. "You've been feeding him information about their missions." "It wasn't a question." Perez laughed. This woman exuded sex appeal. Rank could see how Ames would have fallen for her. She was likely the sexiest woman he'd ever met, even in a baggy flight suit. No doubt she'd use those charms to worm her way onto the colonel's team to get vital information. Was she sleeping with him too? Rank studied him. His body language said personal betrayal. She'd deceived him too. Had he told her things? Government secrets? The mix of guilt and anger on his face told Rank he had. "I've heard enough, Harris. Take Perez into custody. Make sure she gets nowhere near a radio," Sharp said. "See you around, Ames," Perez said, as Harris slid his hand around her arm. She looked back over her shoulder as she was led away. Her cavalier attitude about being caught had Rank concerned. She'd committed treason. Treason was punishable by death. She had to know that, yet she wasn't the slightest bit concerned. Why? With his mind made up, he approached Lugnut at the back of the plane. "You're going?" Lugnut asked. Rank flipped his pack over his shoulder and nodded. "Yeah?" The words stuck in his throat. This man had been his best friend for over a decade. Even when they'd been stationed half a world away from one another, they'd spoken almost daily. They'd sort of drifted apart lately, but Rank still considered him a friend, more like a brother than a friend. "You sure you know what you're getting yourself into?" Lugnut asked. "I'm sure I have to do this. I have to do what I can to get this nation back, or at least move it forward some. If not, how long will it be before all that's left are people like Nelson?" Lugnut stuck out his hand. Rank took it, and Lugnut pulled him into an embrace. "I understand, I do. I'd go too, but I know. You watch out for Beth and the kids. The group needs you. You're one hell of a leader." Lug Rank gave him a quick man hug, then slapped him on the back. "Besides, with all that loot at Nelson's farm, they'll need someone to help keep a new dictator from rushing in there and filling the void. True, Gene is going there to secure it until Jacob and that new sheriff in Licking can get out there." "Sounds like a good plan," Rank said. Rank felt a mix of sadness and excitement. A chance to begin rebuilding the nation was a rare thing. Ames and Harding looked deep in thought, too, as they prepared to leave. Their knowledge would be invaluable to the new government. Rank felt true hope for the first time since the lights went out. They were about to change the world. He could feel it. Chapter 30. The Henson Farm, Texas County, Missouri, July 15th. Maddie stuck her right arm out the passenger front window. "I'm all right, Emma. Mom's making me take a ride over to Fort Leonard Wood to let their doctor take a quick look at my shoulder. I'll be back soon." Beth slid into Zach's vacated rear seat and tapped the Humvee's driver on the shoulder. "We have to go, Em. We'll be back by breakfast." Emma poked her head through the open window and pecked Maddie on the cheek. "Can you see if the Army men have any chocolate in their MREs?" she whispered in Maddie's ear. Maddie nodded. "Good thinking. And peanut butter, too." A huge grin spread across Emma's face. She turned and ran off toward Larry's grandchildren playing in the dirt by the barn. "Maddie's going to bring chocolate and peanut butter back for us." Squeals of delight erupted as the Humvee driver put the vehicle in gear and rolled down the drive. Maddie waved goodbye to an anxious Jacob. The concern on his face pained her. She'd burst into tears as Zach informed the group that Rank left on the plane, even though he had not officially said he would be joining Stephens in the new government. He couldn't know the real reason she'd agreed to go to Fort Leonard Wood wasn't to seek medical attention but to talk Rank out of going. Would he be upset if he knew after thinking about it? She didn't think he would be. He wasn't the jealous type. Her motive for wanting Rank to stay was selfish, but in searching her heart, it wasn't due to her feeling for him as a potential mate, but for all he had been to her in the group. Beth pushed Maddie for more details regarding her capture by Nelson's men and all the events following it, but Maddie barely heard her. She was rehearsing what she would say to Rank. She understood her mother's need to know, but she wasn't ready to talk about it. What could her mother say or do about it now? And exploring her feelings about being trapped in a dark wooden box for hours wasn't high on her priority list at the moment. Maddie's mouth dropped open as the driver pulled through the crowd of cheering volunteers at the airport. The sight of the crowd and the huge plane sitting on the runway made it all too real. On one hand, it was thrilling to see the technology, which she'd thought might be lost for a very long time, still in existence and right there in front of her. But on the other hand, she understood Rank's pull to rejoin the military and fight to get it all back. By the time they reached the hangar, Maddie was so torn. How could she ask him to stay there with them and not join the cause of rebuilding the nation? Hell, seeing the operation up close, with the soldiers using equipment to load an actual working plane, almost made her want to join them. She actually considered it for all of 2 seconds before recalling how much she hated the Texas heat. "I wonder if they have air conditioning. I'd forgotten how large those planes were," Beth said as the driver pulled to a stop. "I bet that baby uses a lot of jet fuel," Maddie said. "No doubt." A soldier opened Maddie's door and extended his hand to help her out. "Dang, is that all gold?" Maddie asked. The soldier didn't answer her question. "Colonel Sharp is waiting for you in the office." Beth came up alongside Maddie and took hold of her uninjured arm. "I can walk, Mom." "I know, but you might feel lightheaded from the blood loss and dehydration," Beth said as they were led to the back of the hangar and through a door into an office that had been set up as a medical bay. She was on her back, staring up at the ceiling, when Lugnut arrived. "You got your first battle wound," he called as he walked through the door. "And her last, I hope," Beth replied. He winced. as the doctor pulled the last stitch tight, closing her wound. You going to be able to ride? He pointed to her shoulder. She shouldn't, the doctor said. She might open the wound and restart the bleeding. I can ride. We'll just have to walk them, Maddie said. Lugnut laughed. You better ride Hazel then. You know, Blue Jeans only knows how to trot and run full bore. With her shoulder stitched up and her pain manageable, Maddie and Beth followed Lugnut to the control tower. Rank was seated between Harding and Stevens. Ames stood and offered Maddie his chair. What's up with all the people at the gate? Maddie asked. They heard the plane fly in, I imagine, Ames said. I thought they were soldiers trying to break down the gate at first, Maddie said. Stephens did say they were looking for recruits, Harding said. Maddie fought the urge to look at Rank. He was avoiding making eye contact with her, too. Rank, Stephens called. We're about to take off, Ames and Harding stood. We're going, Ames said, holding out his hand to Lugnut. I figured, Lugnut said. The normally stoic Harding looked more emotional than Maddie had ever seen the man. Thank you for everything, Lugnut. I hope to see you again someday. We'll all miss you both very much. I hope it all goes well down there. Put in a word for us with the president. Maybe he could send some resources up our way when he can, Lugnut said. I'll definitely do that. I have a feeling we'll be back this way sooner rather than later. I'm thinking the president is not going to like the fact that Dempsey has placed spies in his military. We'll have to deal with him and his band of merry men and women, soon, I'm sure, Harding said, turning toward the plane. I'm glad I had a chance to say goodbye, Beth said, opening her arms to embrace Harding. Harding wrapped his arms around her. Ames and I are going. I apologize that we didn't come and tell everyone goodbye. We were anxious to come and speak with the commander and hear about the new government from him. I understand we'll miss you both, Beth said. Harding appeared to choke up. I'll miss all of you as well. Rank? Beth said, stepping around Harding. Rank rose to his feet. I'm going too, Beth. When he looked up, his eyes met Maddie's. She knew his mind was made up, and there was nothing she could say at that point. Unlike when he and Lugnut decided to go against her wishes and enter St. Louis to rescue Jason, Maddie wouldn't allow him to leave thinking she was mad at him this time. Maddie closed the distance between them and held her one good arm out to him. As Rank wrapped his arms around her waist, Maddie whispered in his ear, I'm so very proud of you. I know this wasn't an easy decision. I'm going to miss you terribly. Thank you, Maddie. That means a lot to me. I'm going to miss you, too, very much. I'm very proud of the woman you've become. He leaned back and looked her in the eyes. And I know that your dad would be so proud, too. Colonel, we're loaded and ready for takeoff. A soldier called over the radio. Maddie fought back the tears as she released Rank, and he grabbed his bag from the floor. It was sad watching Rank and Lugnut say goodbye to one another. Their friendship had weathered the storms of battle for many years and many miles. Maddie hoped they'd all be back together someday, but realistically, she knew this was likely to be the last time they'd all be together. Ames, Harding, I appreciate all you've done for our group. I hope you're able to help get this country up and running again. I'm looking forward to hot showers. Maddie wiped her brow and air conditioning. While Lugnut retrieved their horses from the field near the hangar, Maddie and Beth waved as everyone loaded into the plane, and the cargo door closed. As the jet engine roared and the plane raced down the runway, Maddie felt a rush of excitement. She yearned for their old way of life as the plane took to the air. She was sure there would be many days that she missed Rank, but at that moment she felt more hope than she'd ever remembered having. Chapter 31, Phelps County Trade Fair, Phelps County, Missouri, August 5th, at the next weekly trade fair. The goods for sale included many of the things taken from Nelson's. People Maddie had never seen before had booths filled with useful items, and a few even offered produce from their gardens. Maddie walked from booth to booth, studying the items on display. At the end of one row, she saw a familiar face. Aubrey? Maddie felt panic rise in the pit of her stomach as she was taken back to the dark wooden box. She turned and walked back the way she'd come. She didn't want to remember, and she didn't trust herself to not deal with that traitor. Yelling caused her to spin around, causing fresh pain to shoot through her healing shoulder. She scanned the aisle looking for the source of the shouting. 2 rows over, several men were wrestling on the ground. Everyone was just standing there watching. No one attempted to intervene. Lugnut appeared, followed by Zach and Dustin. The 3 of them were able to pull the men apart. What's going on? Maddie asked as she approached. That son of a bitch was one of Nelson's spies. I saw him meeting with those DHS goons from up north. One of the men yelled. Where? Lugnut said, releasing his grip on the man. Where the Gasconade meets the Missouri River. That's where my little brother and I escaped when they were transferring prisoners from the wagons onto boats. the short, thin man said with wild gesticulation. 20 minutes later, the man suspected of being one of Nelson's goons was handed over to deputies of the newly formed Phelps County Sheriff's Department, and everyone went on about their business. Everyone except Lugnut. He followed the deputies to the sheriff's department. When he returned, he seemed satisfied that the thin man had been telling the truth. We need to take a trip up to Herman and check this out ourselves. That's the only way to be sure if stopping Nelson actually put a stop to the human trafficking going on in the area. Dempsey might well have recruited someone new to pick up where Nelson left off. We won't be sure until we go there, Lugnut said. Dustin raised his hand. I'm up for a road trip. Count me in, Jackson said. You're going to wait until after Harmony's party? Right? Maddie whispered. Lugnut glanced over to Dustin and Jackson. Absolutely. Maddie, Maddie, Zach yelled as he ran down the aisle toward her. People knocked over displays as they parted to allow him through. What? Maddie asked, pulling her pistol and pointing it toward the ground as she moved toward him. You aren't going to believe what I found. You're going to freak, Zach said when he reached her. What? She asked impatiently. You'll have to see it to believe it. What the hell is it, Zach? Her brother was 4 years younger, and even in the apocalypse, he continually got on her nerves. When she and Jacob got married, she'd insisted they move into one of the trailer houses on the Henson farm, so as not to be living under the same roof with her mother and brother. She loved them both, but they could get under her skin at times. Just tell me, Zach. Come with me, he said. Hurry. It's just down here. Zach called as he ran down the path ahead of her. Maddie stood in the doorway. The frigid air nearly took her breath away. She covered her mouth with her hand. Maddie choked back tears at the sight of the enormous blocks of ice. When Zach had described it, she hadn't believed him. How was it even possible to have ice in the summer? But there was at least 50 blocks of it. I need to shut the door, Maddie, a male voice behind her said. She glanced over her shoulder, only half hearing what he'd said. What? Oh, okay. She stepped back onto the grass. She shook her head, trying to comprehend all the possibilities if she were able to recreate the ice house at her place. The spring house back at her parents' property by the river had been great for storing things that needed to be refrigerated, but to have the ability to have ice in their water and mint teas would be such a treat. So you'll trade then? The man asked. Maddie whipped around to face him. John David had once been a husky, broad-shouldered man. Now, 9 months into the apocalypse, his skin just draped over his bony frame. Trade? Are you kidding? I'd sell my soul for ice cream. How much cream do you need? That wasn't the strongest trading position, but who wouldn't be overly enthusiastic about the prospect of ice cream? She had imagined she would never again taste the frozen concoction. About 2 gallons, John David replied. Maddie's eyes widened. I know it's a lot to ask. Cream is hard to come by these days, he said. She thought about what 2 gallons of ice cream would look like. The thought of it was beyond words. She'd have to figure a way to get 3 gallons of milk out of the barn without detection. Her mother would understand, but she really wanted to surprise everyone. The cows were producing enough, so maybe no one would notice. They would, however, think it strange for her to go down to the milking shed. She was still on light duty, and milking had never been one of her favorite chores anyway. She'd make up some excuse. She had to. She might have to enlist Amy and Eric to help her. They did the inventory. Could they keep a secret? Maddie tilted her head to the side and narrowed her brow. She didn't want John David to see how eager she was to complete this trade. It was frivolous in these desperate times, she knew. But what just a taste of ice cream would do to improve everyone's spirits, that was worth the trade right there. Well, that's a lot of cream, but since it's for your son's birthday and all, I think I can do 2 gallons. Maddie turned her back to him and bit her bottom lip. She fought the urge to do a happy dance. And in return, we get 1 gallon of ice cream. You only want a gallon? John David asked as he slid the hasp closed and locked the door to the ice house. You can make more? Maddie felt almost giddy now. She was sure it was evident in her voice. If you bring me 4 gallons of cream, I can give you 2 gallons of ice cream. Maddie felt lightheaded. So, do we have a deal? John David asked. A broad smile spread across her face. She nodded and shook his hand. She couldn't wait to show everyone, especially Emma and the kids. A picnic at the river had been planned for Harmony's surprise birthday party. After all the hard work the group had done over the last several weeks trying to get crops in the ground, they all needed this badly. Harmony would be so surprised. She hadn't wanted to celebrate her birthday, but she'd still love it. I'll have Zach bring it by on Friday. Does that work? Maddie said, extending her right hand toward him. That's perfect. If Zach wants to stick around, I'll send him home with the ice cream later that day. Oh, he'll stay. No problem. Maddie waved over her shoulder as she walked back up the trail to the road. Zack helped her into her saddle and threw her leg over her horse. She nudged Blue Jeans and he trotted back to the road where she'd left Lugnut standing guard. Are we good? Lugnut asked. We are fabulous, Maddie said as she turned her horse onto the gravel road. Lugnut didn't even ask about the ice house. Maybe he wasn't surprised. In all his travels throughout the county lately, maybe he'd already heard of it. She imagined it would be a hard thing to keep secret. Maddie had gotten up 3 times during the night to check on the ice cream hidden in the chest-type freezer buried in the ground. The ice John David had sent it in had melted some on Zack's ride home, but it appeared to be holding the temperature down enough to keep the ice cream frozen. The Yeti cooler did a good job keeping it from melting too much. Maddie was like a kid waiting for Christmas. She'd fought the urge to try a sample, wanting to experience it with the rest of her group later that day. It had been so hard to keep it a secret. Almost everyone suspected she had a surprise, but she doubted anyone would be able to guess what it was before sunrise. Maddie moved the cooler filled with the 2 gallons of vanilla ice cream to the spring house up at their old place. Right after lunch, she'd surprise everyone, if she could wait that long. Ice cream for breakfast sounded amazing. Surprisingly, it had been a challenge getting everyone to agree to a day off. Everyone was concerned about not having a repeat of last winter. Jacob was so busy with the new co-op that he too was reluctant. Maddie, can you put this purple ribbon in my hair? Emma asked, holding out the strip of cloth. Maddie took it from her, grasped 2 handfuls of red ringlets to form a ponytail, and tied it up with the ribbon. Emma, having lost her family during the riots back in Chicago right after the lights went out, thought of Maddie as her big sister. They'd fought their way out of the city together to make their way to Uncle Ryan's place in Marseille, Illinois. When Maddie had left her with Larry and Ella in Peoria, Illinois, it had been one of the toughest decisions she'd ever made in her life. Somehow fate had brought them back together, and throughout the winter and spring they'd grown as close as any blood sisters could be. Hurry, Emma. Lugnut is stringing up a rope swing. Riley, Larry's grandson, called from the riverbank. As Emma raced off, Maddie surveyed the group, gathered on a gravel bar of the Big Piney River. The last time they'd all gathered like this was for her and Jacob's wedding. After the brief honeymoon, she and Jacob, along with Lugnut, Rank, and some of the others, had spent weeks scavenging for supplies to grow crops to feed their group through the winter. Since getting the seeds in the ground, she'd hardly seen her husband. He and Beth practically slept in the fields, trying to ensure they would have as much food as possible come fall harvest. Maddie had no idea it took so much work to grow food. Less than a year ago, she'd obtained most of her food from drive-through fast food restaurants and pizza delivery. After a lean winter on very little food, she understood their worries. As Maddie leaned against Jacob's chest, he raised the lock of her hair to his nose. I like it. It smells like watermelon. Maddie smiled. It's some of Nelson's wife's stash. Maria brought it back for me. It felt good to have proper soap and shampoo again. The only thing missing was hot running water. Maddie thought of Rank and pushed the memory away. Today was about fun. Lugnut looked even sadder than Maddie about Rank's absence. He hadn't spoken much about it. When she brought it up, he'd changed the subject. They'd been like one big family. Now 3 of them were missing. Over the course of the winter, Maddie had even grown to think of Ames and Harding as family too. The former FEMA officials had played a crucial role in saving Emma and others after they'd picked up some type of disease from the crowded shelters along Missouri's border with Illinois. They were all missed, but Rank's absence was the one that left a hole in her heart. Maddie felt a cold hand on her sunburned shoulder and jumped, twisting to face the offender. Zack, what the hell? Your hands are like ice. Sorry, sis. I wanted to ask how long before we can? Shush, Maddie slugged him. Ouch, I wasn't going to say it. Sheesh. Beth turned toward them. Maddie and Zack smiled and waved. It hadn't been easy for her since Maddie's stepdad, Jason, had been killed in the tornado that demolished their cabin, but Beth seemed to be doing better lately. Maddie thought it might have something to do with her lead role in their mission to put in as big of a garden as possible. Beth needed to feel productive. Maddie worried that her mother was pushing herself too hard. She also wasn't taking care of herself as she should and had been giving her portion of some meals to the little children. Everyone was, but Beth seemed to be suffering from the acts of goodwill the most. As their enlarged group began to gather, Larry suggested they all take a walk across the street and down the block, as he put it, to take a look at the progress his crew and Bo were making on the cabins. The kids and a few of the younger adults actually took off running to go see. Everyone was super excited about getting out of the cramped Henson farmhouse and into one of the cabins. It's exciting, huh? Beth said as they stepped onto the trail. Maddie smiled. This would be her first chance to see the progress they'd made. It would be nice for everyone to have their own homes. As they rounded the corner on the old mill road and the bluff came into view above the spring and the old mill site, the excitement seemed to bump up a notch. Bo and the crew had placed the first course of logs for all 4 cabins. "That's what I call $1 million view," Larry said. "This property was actually up for sale for nearly $2 million a year ago," Ryan said. Larry laughed. "We got an awesome deal then." After visiting the site of their former cabin, a few members of the group took off to check out Ron's old place. Maddie hadn't been there since the flood. She had no desire to see the destruction of Ron's home. Instead, Maddie and Jacob headed back and took a swim in the cool waters of the spring. Maddie stretched out on a blanket under a shady tree and tried to imagine how the new government could possibly rebuild the infrastructure and return law and order to the country. She was sure that if it were possible, Rank, Ames, and Harding would be the ones leading the way. The crews have done a great job cleaning up Ron's place. They even burned all the debris already. It's almost like it was never— "Don't," Maddie said, "don't say it." Zach looked apologetic. He glanced toward the sky. She knew he hadn't meant any disrespect to Ron's memory. She felt bad for making him feel guilty. Maddie extended her good arm toward Zach. "Help me up, and let's go get Harmony's surprise." Harmony's smile looked fake. Maddie wondered if Zach noticed she'd had a rough time getting past what had happened at Nelson's. They had a team out every day searching for Dylan and Chloe, but they hadn't found them. After 2 weeks, there still hadn't been any sign of them. If Rank had been there, he and Lugnut could have tracked them down. Maddie loved Harmony's soft heart, but they needed to get back to work on the farm. If the new government was successful, maybe life would get easier for everyone again, but for now they still had to fight to survive, fight the elements and the people bent on destruction. "Before you open the lid, Jean has a little surprise for you," Maria said. Maddie scowled at her. Whatever it was could wait. The ice cream was melting. Harmony looked around for Jean. The crowd gathered around her parted, and Jean stepped forward, a little blonde girl perched on his hip. Harmony shot to her feet. "Dylan! Chloe!" She grabbed Chloe from Jean and scooped up Dylan with her other arm. One of the women had taken them home with her. She'd lost her children in the flu pandemic last winter. "From what I could tell, they were doing well with her. They wanted to come and thank you for helping them," Jean said. Harmony wore the biggest smile as she led them back to the wagon where Maddie waited with her second birthday surprise. Harmony opened the lid on the cooler, and surprise spread across her face. "What's in there, Harmony?" Emma asked, pushing past Zach and rushing over. "What is that? Is it?" Harmony asked as she lifted one of the containers out of the cooler. Zach handed her a spoon. "Try it." Harmony spooned a scoop of ice cream into her mouth and shut her eyes. "What is it?" Emma repeated, jumping up and down. Without a word, Harmony scooped another spoonful and handed it to Emma. Emma shoved the spoon into her mouth and squealed with delight. "Ice cream! We have ice cream!" Emma handed the spoon to Chloe. "You just have to try this." "Make a wish, Harmony," Emma said. Harmony smiled and put her finger to her temple. "Let me see." She nodded and then blew out the candle on her cupcake. Emma clapped her hands together. "Yay! Let's eat cake and ice cream." "I have something for you too, Harmony," Jacob said, handing her a neatly wrapped package. Maddie gave him a sideways glance. "What is it?" Harmony asked, taking the package and unwrapping it. "Just open it," he said. "Is that what you traded your books for?" Maddie leaned in and whispered. He nodded. Harmony held up the Condor tactical belt and a CQC belt-mounted holster. At first she looked confused, but then a smile spread across her face. He remembered that guy wanted too much for them. "I'm very persuasive," Jacob said, as Zach helped Harmony adjust the size of the belt and screw the holster into place. Maddie and Jacob took the opportunity to slip away to swim in the spring again. "That was a nice thing you did for Harmony." "How'd you know it was her birthday?" Maddie asked. Jacob grinned. "I found an inscription in one of the books Harmony lent me. It was from her mother for her 15th birthday. It was dated." "That was sweet of you," Maddie said, kissing his cheek. "It's the perfect gift for a 16-year-old girl in the apocalypse." Maddie was quiet for a moment. She should have gotten a car for her birthday. "Maybe Stevens and the new president can get the country back up and running. If Brazil is still making weapons, they might be still making cars." She put her finger to her chin. "If South America hadn't been hit, life would have gone on as normal. They'd still have power and working vehicles. They might even have Pepsi. How far away is Brazil, do you think?" Thank you for reading Mayhem. Keep scrolling to continue the story in Defiance, Book 7 in the Days of Want series. Don't forget to sign up for my preferred readers club and receive a free copy of the Days of Want short story, Sudden Chaos, which includes a free preview of No Way Out, and be the first to know of new releases, giveaways, and special offers. Book 7, Defiance, Prologue, Fort Hood Army Base. Killen, Texas, August 4th. Event plus 11 months. The door opened and Lieutenant General Robert Waltrip filled its frame. Everyone stood, including CIA analyst Rachel Stevens. "Take your seats," Waltrip said, taking his seat at the head of the long conference table. Stevens lowered herself onto a metal folding chair at the opposite end of the table. Her presence there had not been pre-planned. She had been summoned at the last minute from Texarkana and had to scramble to get there in time. She had yet to learn the reason for her attendance. Waltrip shuffled papers, looked to his aide, and nodded toward the door. The thin, balding civilian stood and exited the room. "Gentlemen," he glanced to the end of the table and gave Stevens a curt nod. "And lady." He cleared his throat. "I have received a status report from Brazil. The cargo ship containing our order has left Brazil and is heading this way. Barring any weather events or interference from the Chinese, it should reach us in about 3 weeks." Everyone smiled. The soldier next to Stevens high-fived the man next to him. This news was indeed cause for celebration. It was the outcome she'd worked so hard to achieve on her mission in Missouri. Retrieving the gold had come at a high price. Many fine soldiers had died in the process, needlessly in her opinion. If General Waltrip had just stopped ignoring the threat and dealt more decisively with Region 5 and General Dempsey, those soldiers would likely be alive today. The country could ill afford to lose men like Peterson. There were very few Special Forces assets left in the country, and too many spineless cowards like Brad the Cad Smith, who was somehow still breathing. It was still unknown what classified information Brad may have given up. Protocols had been changed, missions scrapped, and assets recalled to prevent more catastrophic losses. So many soldiers had given their lives to quell the invasion of the southern border by the Chinese, and even now more were falling in the effort to repel the Russians on the west coast. In the meantime, we still have a mission to execute. We need to hold the line against Region 5's force along the Arkansas border. Their numbers in Missouri have increased in the weeks since the mission to retrieve the gold. The losses suffered by teams Razorback and Lone Star are unacceptable. We simply cannot let that happen again. Waltrip opened a folder and held up a piece of paper. This is a report from assets inside Region 5's military structure. They now have total control over St. Louis and much of the eastern part of Missouri. As you may have heard, the governor of Missouri was assassinated last spring, and military assets from Fort Leonard Wood were moved to the west coast to join the operations there, meaning there is nothing to prevent Dempsey and his army from rolling right through Missouri and onto our doorstep. Up until now, he has been resisted, in my opinion. That was partly due to significant civilian resistance. We have made contact with some of those folks. They are committed to the cause of freedom and determined not to go down without a fight. But they stand little chance against the army. Dempsey has amassed, from what Stevens had seen of the survivors from Missouri to whom Waltrip was referring, they more than stood a chance. It would be a big mistake for Dempsey to think he could just roll over the group at Evening Shade or the communities surrounding Fort Leonard Wood as he had throughout the rest of the Midwest. They were a resourceful bunch. Region 5 would be the ones going home in body bags. Dempsey is conducting a Stalin-like Holodomor against communities that have resisted his control. Terror Famine, an officer to her right, asked. Aren't those folks already close to starvation? Why would he need to do all that just to control them? Wouldn't it be easier to just offer them food from his vast resources? In most places, that tactic has worked for a time. When the people figure out the high cost of the aid, they inevitably resist. When they resist, Region 5 sends in the troops to confiscate their food, livestock, their farming tools, and even tear down walls in search of hidden caches. They starve them into submission and reward snitches who report anyone hoarding food. It must be a terrible thing to watch children starving to death. I don't think I could hold out, a young officer said. What happens when the resistors submit? Region 5 must know they can't trust them. They're sent to labor camps. Families are separated. Even small children are put to work, hoeing fields and picking vegetables. But at least they're fed, the young officer said. Not much, only enough to keep them alive. There have been high casualties, as evidenced by mass graves near the camps, Stevens said. It's brutal. History keeps repeating itself over and over. The room fell silent. Stevens scanned the faces. Most of them hadn't experienced what life was like outside of the military bases since the EMP. They had likely never even missed a meal. The people in that room had been focused on saving the nation from foreign invasion, and rightly so. That was ongoing, but for most Americans their fight was one of finding and keeping enough food to feed themselves and their families. For the majority, starvation was their greatest fear, which was likely why Dempsey was using his man-made famine against these survivors. Anyone who had made it this far had worked out ways to provide for themselves without the government's help. Dempsey had to take that away from them to gain control. So these camps, where are they? Another officer asked. Northern and southeast Missouri, particularly the Boot Heel, Bollinger, Cape Girardeau, Scott, Stoddard, Butler, Ripley, Dunklin, Pemiscot, and New Madrid have a high percentage of tillable, level land and irrigation water for growing rice and cotton for future trade. There are reports that they have modified the local rice mills to make them operational. Right now is rice harvesting time. They've been moving workers into the area for the last 2 weeks and expanding the work camps. There's a smaller camp near a rice storage facility in Benton, Missouri, and another near Burney. The military intelligence officer turned his gaze to Waltrip. The LT general steepled his hands and waited for him to finish. That's what I think they were protecting with the attacks on our troops, more than the gold they need to get those crops harvested. Your folks were in the wrong place at the wrong time. That's just my opinion, the intelligence officer said. Waltrip pointed at Stevens. Get me all the intel you can about who's in charge of these camps and how they're moving the crops. We need to send Dempsey a message. Yes, sir, Stevens said. We cannot let Region 5 get a foothold in Missouri. It's too close to home. On the other hand, we cannot afford to commit troops to the area. We've lost too many already. With things heating back up in the West, the president thinks we just can't afford to fight a war on two fronts, and I agree. We don't have the troop strength. So what's the plan, General? Stevens asked. The plan? I wish we had one. The president and his advisors are working on this. Put your thinking caps on, people. I've got another meeting to attend right now. Everyone is dismissed, Waltrip said. Stevens pushed her chair back and stood. Everyone but you, Stevens. She lowered herself back onto her chair and folded her hands in her lap. Her mind raced. She was already running scenarios through her head, imagining how they could take out General Dempsey. Stevens was anxious to get back to her office and start contacting her assets to find a way to make that happen. She hoped Waltrip didn't push for many details, not yet. He might not like the plan she had been mulling over to use civilians for the operation. You're going to get me the intel I need for a clandestine strike right into the belly of the beast, so to speak, only by taking off its head. We do have a plan, and it's to use snipers to take out Dempsey. That's what I have been thinking too, sir, and I think I have some unique resources to help accomplish this. A smile spread across Stevens' face. Finally, they were going to go directly after Dempsey. They were going to cut off the head and let the tail die. She couldn't wait to see Region 5 fall. All right, Stevens, here's the deal. The president has selected me as his new Secretary of Defense. This is classified at the moment. Congratulations, sir. That means I will be heading to Austin by the end of the week. As Secretary of Defense, my focus will be to run those commie bastards off American soil. Stevens' stomach lurched. What did this mean for Operation Earthquake? Was he saying she had until the end of the week? There was no way she could organize, equip, and execute anything in just a few days. There was planning and intelligence gathering and then assembling a team and training. A lot of work went into planning the assassination of a heavily guarded enemy target. General Bryson will be taking over command at Fort Hood. I have briefed him on the importance of this operation and asked that he assign Colonel Sharp to lead the joint task force in charge of the mission. You two have worked well together. The president is very impressed with you, Stevens. He wants to make sure you have all the resources you need to accomplish this. What I need are more guys like Peterson. I have to have at least 2 special forces teams. We'll be going into the heart of Region 5's territory. I need highly trained soldiers with the skill set to covertly take out Dempsey. Waltrip furrowed his brow. I can only spare 1 4-person team. The rest are occupied elsewhere. South America? Stevens asked. The Chinese are trying to cut off our supply chain. Their ambassador has been bribing every high-ranking official in South America, trying to buy as many supplies and equipment as they can. They know they're losing, especially now that we have a contract with Brazil to keep us supplied in weapons and ammunition. In a couple of weeks, the refineries in Houston and Beaumont will be producing again. Soon, we'll have enough fuel to get our factories operating, and we'll be purchasing raw materials from South America again. We're close to ending this war, and they know it. But we have to keep our supply chain running, Waltrip said. Stephens had no idea that things were going that well, But she knew the Chinese had embedded themselves in South and Central America. They'd done so by so-called partnerships. Beijing would give billions of dollars in loans for ports and other infrastructure, making the countries beholden to China. If these countries didn't do as they'd asked, they could call the loans due. Those countries had no choice but to do China's bidding. Waltrip knew that as well. It was only wishful thinking to say they were close to the end of this horrible nightmare if the nation was reliant on countries loyal to its enemies. I know you need specially trained fighters for this mission, but you'll have to get creative, I'm afraid. I told the president it would be a challenge. We're fighting with new privates, and Dempsey has trained and experienced soldiers that have been battle-hardened in Iraq and Afghanistan, Waltrip said. She did need soldiers with Special Forces training, that was true, but the soldiers at Little Rock were far from unskilled. Our fighters are battle-hardened from fighting every day for survival. Most of them have been on the front lines fighting the Chinese and marauders since the day the lights went out. They're motivated in ways Dempsey's fighters could never be. Their families' very lives depend on their surviving and defeating whatever new threat they face. The folks who have survived outside of Austin have done so because they are focused, motivated fighters. The fact that Dempsey's forces defeated them in Iron County was my fault. Mine and Smith's, our intel was wrong. We didn't have a clue that Region 5 forces were using the waterways for movement. We defeated Dempsey proxy forces in Dent County and accomplished the impossible. We had no idea Dempsey had cells embedded with the locals and activated when we made our move to retrieve the gold. The president believes that was time to not only stop us from reaching the gold, but to prove their superiority in the area and discourage our advancement into the region. Stephens had given that a lot of thought. It hadn't made sense to her at the time that they hadn't waited for them to retrieve the gold before striking against them. She agreed with President Latham's theory. Because of Brad Smith's relationship with Dempsey's spy, Simone Perez, the rogue general knew their plan to continue advancing and recruiting until they reached his kingdom and took him out for good. He's going to be pissed when he learns that it backfired on him, Stephens said. Waltrip gathered the reports from the table, stuffed them under his left armpit, and turned toward the door. Dempsey doesn't know President Latham. All Dempsey did was piss him off. Now he's more determined than ever to take Dempsey out. Chapter 1. The Langston Farm, Evening Shade, Missouri, September 2nd. Maddie hit the heavy black leather punching bag so hard it knocked Harmony off balance. Beth ran over and helped Harmony to her feet. "Damn, Maddie. Go easy on me," Harmony said as she pulled on the tail of her bright yellow tank top. Maddie mumbled an apology. "You're pushing yourself too hard, Maddie," Beth said. Her mother didn't understand. Maddie didn't have time to take it easy. She needed the strength back in her left arm. She needed to be out there helping guard their community. She was healing slower than she wanted from the gunshot wound received while she was going after Clark Nelson. Dent County cattle rancher, Clark Nelson had been working with the rogue Army general in control of most northern states. For the most part, the forces General Dempsey controlled had left Missouri alone. But unbeknownst to Maddie and her group, he had proxies doing his bidding in their part of the country. Nelson had enslaved people and confiscated their supplies, and even whole farms at Dempsey's direction. Maddie's heart raced at the memory of being trapped in the pine box, and she rubbed her shoulder. By some miracle, the kid's bullet had passed just below her left clavicle. The military doctor she saw at Fort Leonard Wood said she'd likely have nerve damage. Maddie wouldn't accept that. She would do whatever it took to regain full use of her arm. Her life or that of someone she loved could someday depend upon it. Maddie gritted her teeth. She was glad Nelson was dead, and his reign of terror over the supplies he'd amassed were being distributed by Gene and Larry with the aid of the Dent County and Licking sheriffs. Those supplies would help the communities survive another winter. Law and order had been restored in Salem and Licking, and the distribution was carried out with law enforcement making sure nobody could steal the food before those in need could get it. Dempsey's plan had failed. Getting injured had one advantage: she didn't have to help pack, with many of their log homes now completed. Some of the group had moved from the Henson farm into the newly constructed cabins near her parents' property along the Big Piney near Paddy Creek. Zach and Harmony's new cabin sat where the Langston family cabin stood before the tornado leveled it and took her stepfather's life. There were cabins located on Ron's farm now as well. It was good, fertile farmland, but too close to the river for Maddie. That 1-in-1,000-year flood seemed to now be the every-year-or-two flood. Maddie, Jacob, and Emma's new log home was on the bluff overlooking the river, along with a few others. The rest of the group would come when their cabins were finished, which Bo, the log home builder, said would be before the first frost, lately with Jacob spending much of his time helping Larry and Jean secure the supplies at Nelson's farm. Maddie and Emma had been sleeping at the security team's bunkhouse, although Maddie was neither on duty nor on call. The community buildings, including the log bunkhouse, were in the field between Zach's cabin and the creek. It was where they held group meetings, training sessions, ate community meals, and did domestic chores like laundry. Ryan had stopped what he was doing and now stared at Maddie. "You'll get there, Maddie," he returned to instructing Krista on the use of the armbar technique. Everyone, including some of the children, like Emma, was being taught hand-to-hand combat techniques now. Ever since Lugnut and Ryan returned from their nearly 2-week-long mystery trip, Lug had insisted everyone old enough to hold a gun be trained to use one. Grasp the dude's wrist with your right hand and apply pressure against his body while stepping back with the right foot like this. Ryan instructed. As he demonstrated the move, Krista pivoted and kicked him in the side of his leg, causing his knee to buckle. Beth gasped and rushed to his side. Ryan held up his hand to stop her. "It's okay. That wasn't my injured leg." Beth let out an audible sigh of relief. Ryan had spent months recovering from his own gunshot wound. During that time, he'd been unable to walk, and they had watched him self-medicate with moonshine and marijuana to cope with the pain, often to the point that he was barely conscious. "Nice move, Krista," Lugnut said, walking up and patting her on the shoulder. He reached a hand out to Ryan and pulled him to his feet. "I was going to ask how training was going, but I see you've taught them well." Ryan smiled and fist-bumped Krista. "They're fast learners." "Good. That's really good," Lugnut said. "Does that mean we'll be allowed to leave the farm and go visiting and go to the trade fairs again?" Harmony asked. Maddie stopped punching the bag and turned to face Lugnut. She, too, wanted an answer to that question. Everyone but the security team had been restricted to the farm. They weren't even allowed to visit folks at the Graysons' old place just up the road. Even work constructing the cabins had halted for a time. "Not yet. We need to be vigilant until we know for sure that all of Nelson's crew has been rounded up," Lugnut said. That had been the excuse since their group had joined with the military in attacking Nelson's ranch, rescuing Maddie and the others. Nelson was dead, along with most of his men. Those who hadn't been killed had fled the area. So Maddie suspected there was another reason for Lugnut's caution, and it had something to do with why he and Ryan had disappeared for 2 weeks. It seemed they weren't telling the truth about where they'd been. Despite her insistence on being informed about what was going on, they'd kept Maddie in the dark. "When then?" Maddie asked, her tone biting. Lugnut turned his back to her and walked away without answering. Maddie gritted her teeth, turned and began pounding the bag with both fists. "Stop, Maddie. You're only hurting yourself." Beth grabbed her from behind and yanked her away. Maddie pulled away, glared at Ryan, and stomped off. She was sick of being excluded, tired of being told it was for her own good. Whatever was going on, she was sure it had something to do with Stevens and the others from Little Rock. Somehow, Maddie was going to make them tell her what danger they were protecting the community from this time. That evening, Larry returned home from Nelson's farm for the first time in over a week. Surprisingly, he looked invigorated, younger somehow, despite the hard work it must have been doing inventory and beginning the distribution of the enormous quantity of goods Nelson and his men had stolen from the community. The supplies were a great boost to everyone's morale. Seeing Larry and hearing his stories about the ranch and all they'd found there stirred Maddie to anger. She was still furious that Nelson had been allowed to get that much power in the first place. Sure, he was 60 miles from evening shade and had yet to venture into Texas County, but he had posed a threat to them. He took some of them captive, including Maddie and Zach. That was why they needed to be out there in the surrounding communities assessing things to head off any new threats before they became a problem, not stuck here at home, oblivious to what was going on. Maddie tossed and turned half the night thinking about it before finally dressing and heading out to walk the perimeter. When she returned mid-morning with the rest of the second shift, no one was around. Her mother was staying with Zach and Harmony to help out with little Chloe and Dylan. Who knew where Lugnut and Ryan were off to? Jacob was still at Nelson's farm leading the security team that was guarding the supplies. Maddie crawled into her bunk beneath Maria's, pulled up the covers, and exhaustion brought sleep. "Maddie, stop! Let her go!" Maria shouted. "It's okay, Maddie. You're safe. You're home and with people who love you," Harmony said, her tone soft and low. Emma's eyes were wide. Maddie had seen that look of terror on the little girl's face before the day she and Emma had watched Emma's parents get murdered by thugs back in Chicago when the EMP had taken out the power grid. Maria slowly ran her hand down Maddie's right arm, peeled her fingers from Emma's shirt, and pulled Emma upright. Maddie shot to her feet, realization striking her like a sledgehammer. Maria stepped between Maddie and Emma with her hands raised, palms out. "It's okay. It's happened to all of us." "You're safe now. Emma's okay. You didn't hurt her," Maria said, taking a step toward Maddie. Maddie shook her head and backed away, bracing herself against the door. She burst into tears. "No, it's not okay. That's not okay. I'm so sorry, Em. I didn't mean to." "It's all right, Maddie. I have them too. The night terrors." "I shouldn't have startled you awake like that," Emma said, poking her head out from around Maria's waist. It was true. They'd all experienced these panic attacks at one point or another. Her mother said trauma, like being held hostage inside a dark pine box, could trigger the PTSD she already had from all the violence she'd experienced since the EMP attack turned their world into an apocalypse. Maddie opened her arms, and Emma ran to her. "It's my fault. You didn't do anything wrong," Maddie said, wiping wayward curls from Emma's freckled face and kissing her forehead. "You know I love you, right? I'd never hurt you on purpose." Emma looked up adoringly and smiled. "I know, silly. We're sisters." The screen door slammed, and Maddie jumped. "Emma, are you coming or not?" A boy's voice called from the kitchen. "I came to ask if I could go down to the creek with Elijah and his sister. It's like 1,000 degrees outside, and we're all sweaty and dirty from planting the fall beans," Emma said. Maddie lowered herself onto her bunk and pulled on her tactical pants. It wasn't unusual for her to sleep during the day. It was just life as a shift worker, since the lights went out. Someone was always sleeping in the bunk room. She, however, had no excuse today, other than she was tired of the mundane tasks of harvesting, canning, more harvesting, and dehydrating. And then there were the laundry and cooking duties which filled the rest of her day. She and every other female in their group, everyone but Maria. She was still on the guard roster. Maddie would have been too if it weren't for that kid shooting her in the back. 7 weeks out, and she still had pain in her shoulder. Maddie was sure that wasn't the reason Lugnut wouldn't put her back on the security teams, though. Others had been reinstated, even though they weren't 100% yet after the battle. If he kept everyone who had an injury off security duty, there wouldn't be anyone left to guard the community. No, there was another reason Lug had restricted her to the farm, and Maddie was dying to find out what it was. "Which adult is going?" Maddie asked. "I'm going along with Allison and Krista," Harmony replied for Emma. Harmony wore her Condor tactical belt and a CQC belt-mounted holster. An AR-15 rifle was slung over her back. She tightened the yellow ribbon holding her honey-colored hair into a ponytail and nodded to Maria. "And Maria will be posted in Guard Tower 7. I guess you're in good hands then, Em. Don't go near the rapids. The rocks there are slick and you could fall in." "I know I'll be safe," Emma said, shoving her arm through the straps of her pack. Everyone carried a pack. Everyone went everywhere armed at all times these days. No one went anywhere without a battle buddy, Krista, Elijah. "Maddie said I could go," Emma yelled as she rushed out of the bunk room. "See, no harm done," Harmony said. Maria strapped on a drop-leg holster and headed for the door. "You just need to run off some energy, girl. You've been cooped up too long." Maddie missed running. Training for marathons was something she'd done with her dad. Now, the only time she ran was when she was running for her life. "Tell that to Lug," Maddie said. Marie stopped in the doorway. "I did, and he said that I wasn't ready," Maddie said. "Yep," Maddie sighed. "I guess I'm stuck helping with laundry tomorrow." "I appreciate the clean clothes," Maria smirked. Maddie picked up a pillow from the bunk and threw it at her. Maria ducked and it flew into the hall, striking Eric as he walked by. "Hey, what did I do?" Maddie and Harmony laughed as Maria made her escape. "I better get down to the creek and chaperone," Harmony said. "Chaperone? I think Emma has a crush on Elijah." Maddie grabbed her boots. "Wait for me. I'm coming. I need to have a talk with that boy."
Chapter 2. The Langston Farm. Evening Shade, Missouri, September 3rd. Maddie was trying not to be in a sour mood as the laundry crew met at the creek. The water was colder than it had been the day before, and she wasn't sure how the kids could stand to swim in it. Fortunately for Elijah, his daddy had come for him before Maddie had a chance to talk to him about Emma. Elijah and his family were new members of the Langston group. They'd been hostages held by Nelson. "Maddie!
"Maddie!" Maddie looked up from a tub filled with dirty laundry. Emma ran toward the creek, her red curls bouncing with each step and carrying Amy's daughter. "Honey, what? Emma stopped next to Ella, shifting Honey from one hip to the other. Maddie did a double take. She was nearly as tall as Ella. Emma had grown over the summer and no longer looked like the little girl Maddie had rescued in Chicago nearly a year before. Tears welled in Maddie's eyes. Emma had been a terrified little orphan after seeing her parents murdered right in front of her. Together they'd managed to escape Chicago and make it to Uncle Ryan's farm. Maddie had thought of her as her little sister then. These days, Maddie felt more like her adopted mother watching her little girl grow up all too fast and now knew how her parents had felt. Emma's blue eyes searched for Maddie among the women gathered around their washboards and mounds of dirty laundry. "Maddie, you're not going to believe this," Emma said, gesticulating wildly. "What is it, Em?" "There's going to be a county fair, a real one with games and hayrides and everything." Honey squirmed and reached for Amy, who set a basket of wet laundry next to the two other baskets, still waiting to be hung to dry, and took the baby from Emma. "County fair?" Maddie asked. Emma sidestepped some laundry baskets and moved to Maddie's side. Maddie studied her. She'd grown to nearly reach Maddie's chin. How had this happened? Maddie had been gone a lot in the past year. There had been much to do. In the early days, the issue at the prison had taken most of Maddie's time. And then there was the tornado, and, most recently, the thing with that CIA chick. Maddie clenched her hands into fists, squeezed them tight, and then shook off the emotion.
"Where are they having this fair?"
Maddie asked, returning her gaze to the washboard and Jacob's dirty blue jeans. "The Phelps County Fairgrounds. There's even going to be caramel apples." Maddie raised her eyebrows. Caramel apples? She didn't know anyone in the community had sugar to make caramel. "Who told you this, Elijah?" Her freckled cheeks grew as red as her hair. Emma did have a crush, not her first. Her first, like Maddie's, had been Rank. Maddie pushed away the thought of Rank. He'd made his choice, and he'd chosen that woman over his friends. Whatever became of him now was of his own making. She cursed Stevens and her army for taking Rank from them. "Did he say where he got this information?" "His daddy. He's on the board or something, and he's in charge of planning it." "Is that so?" Maddie attempted to lift a pair of blue jeans from the washtub and winced from the pain in her injured shoulder. How did he get on the board in Phelps County? It was Maddie's understanding that he and his family weren't from Missouri. They'd been stranded on Interstate 44 when the lights went out. Nelson's men found them trying to survive in an abandoned farmhouse south of Steelville. Lugnut had allowed them to join their group. They'd been the first newcomers in a long time. If everyone had been restricted to the farm, how was this new guy organizing a county fair? "Can we go?" Emma asked, pulling Maddie from her thoughts. "I'm not sure. We'll have to ask Lugnut," Maddie said. She had other questions for Lug, too. Maddie wanted to know why this guy was allowed to go to Rolla, but the rest of them were not. The only ones allowed outside the roadblock were those on patrols or conducting the supply distribution over at Nelson's farm in Dent County. Emma hung her head and turned away. "He'll say no, and he always says no, 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 no." Emma looked back over her shoulder and huffed. "He's never going to let any of us women leave the farm." It sounded like Emma had overheard the ladies complaining about Lugnut's rigid rules. Maddie wished she could tell Emma that things would change soon. Still, after nearly a year of the apocalypse and the dangers of a lawless world, she couldn't imagine a day when they'd be free to do normal things like attend a county fair and enjoy caramel apples, not without an army to escort and guard them. There were just too many takers left in the world, despite Maddie's efforts to eliminate every one of them she came across. "I don't think the new sheriff in Rolla would allow them to put on a county fair if it wasn't safe in town," Amy said. Baby Honey looked content as Amy tightened the sling, keeping her daughter strapped in the baby backpack on her back. Honey removed her thumb from her mouth. Dad, Data," she cooed. Maddie smiled at the little red-haired girl. She imagined that must have been what Emma looked like as a baby. "When are you and Jacob going to have your own bundle of joy?" Allison asked. Allison had made Larry and Ella grandparents at an early age, and Maddie had no intention of doing the same to her mother. Beth stared at Maddie as if waiting for an answer, and her gaze was too intense. Maddie looked away. "Not any time soon, more like never. It would be nice to get to leave the farm," Krista said. She was only 12, but wise beyond her years, likely from taking care of her grandmother before the alien-loving cult kidnapped them. Beth had said Krista was the reason she and Maria had escaped that horrible place. Krista was a fighter, and Maddie liked that about her. "I used to go to the county fair every year and show my pigs. I won first prize last year," Krista said, hanging her head. With the first anniversary of the end of the world approaching, it seemed everyone was nostalgic for the good old days. Maybe that was why the Phelps County officials had decided to hold a county fair. They may want to give residents hope that one day life could return to some kind of normal. They'd refused to heed Lugnut's warning to lock down the city and restrict travel, it seemed. "We can have our own fair," Harmony said. She inspected the tiny, bright yellow shirt she held in her hand. Chloe's, no doubt, the little orphan Zach and Harmony found on the road near Raymondville. She and her brother, Dylan, had come to live with Harmony and Zack in their newly completed cabin. Maddie recalled the delight on Harmony's face when she learned they had been found. Jean surprised her by showing up with them at her birthday party. Although Harmony was great with children, 16 was too young to be a mother to 2 small children. Of course, she had lots of help from their community. It was more like one big family, with everyone pitching in to help keep an eye on the young ones. News had traveled quickly about the military activity in the area. A plane landing at the military post was hard to keep secret. The mission that took out Nelson, saved her and the others, and retrieved the gold, had sparked hope in the survivors of south-central Missouri. Community leaders had prodded Maddie's group for details of the mission and what the military was doing to make things better for everyone. Lugnut had been careful what he revealed, not wanting too much to get back to the tyrant, General Dempsey. Weeks had passed, and thankfully people had moved on from the topic. Not that Maddie had much opportunity to know what was going on outside the farm. Beth was operating the clothes wringer. Beside her, Ella poured hot water into the galvanized horse trough they used to soak soiled clothes, while Allison hung sheets and towels on the clothesline to dry. Maddie sighed. She shook soap suds from her dishpan hands and straightened, arching her sore back. She hated laundry duty and dish duty and cooking, and basically any domestic chore. She had to find a way to convince Lugnut that her shoulder was healed and she was fit for duty. Her shoulder hurt when she overused it like today, but she could still hold her rifle and pull guard duty at one of the checkpoints. Anything but this. She had to persuade Lugnut she was better suited to be out there protecting the community. "Have any of you ladies seen Ryan?" Lugnut asked as he approached. "Not since this morning. He ate breakfast with the 3rd shift and then headed out," Harmony said. "He's not at his post," Lugnut said, running his hand down the length of his beard. He stopped and drew a cup of cold water from the potable water bucket, drank some, then poured the rest over his bald head. Maddie stiffened. Ryan left his post. Something was very wrong. Ryan would never abandon his post without first being relieved. "Did he have a radio?" Maddie asked. "I found Jackson half asleep from pulling a double. He said Ryan woke him and asked him to take his shift, that he had something he had to do." That didn't make any sense, though he and Lugnut had been acting strangely lately. They had disappeared for nearly 2 weeks after the plane left Fort Leonard Wood and given only vague answers as to where they'd been and what they had done. They'd also gone off to Branson on some supply-gathering mission and brought back rifles, ammunition, MREs, and radios, claiming they just found them somewhere. Maddie knew better. Little Rock was a little over 3 hours from Branson. Maddie wasn't stupid. She had pressed Lugnut about it, but he'd brushed her off. She had been excluded from security meetings and was being kept in the dark about what was really going on with them. Now Ryan was sneaking off alone. Everything seemed off-kilter these days. Maddie dropped the bar of Lye's soap into the wash basin and wiped her hands on the back of her jeans before picking up her rifle. "I'll go help you find him." Lugnut opened his mouth to protest. She held up her hand. "And don't you try to stop me?" Chapter 3. The Langston Farm, Evening Shade, Missouri, September 3rd. Lugnut found Maddie in the bunk room stuffing extra ammo into her pack. "Okay, Maddie, I will fill you in on what's going on. Just you, Zach, and Maria, though. You can't tell anyone else, okay?" Maddie dropped her pack onto the floor and lowered herself onto her bunk. "Okay," she said tentatively. Now that she was finally going to learn what Lugnut had been keeping from her, she was suddenly filled with dread at what she might hear. It must be something bad, seriously bad. He'd never been so secretive with the group before. "Let's round up your brother and Maria, then go look for Ryan," Lugnut said, backing out of the room. "Zach is sleeping in the guy's bunk room, and Maria is on duty at the Big Piney checkpoint," Maddie said. "I'll wake Zach. We'll pick up Maria on the way." "Who's going to cover her post?" Lugnut tapped his finger to his forehead. "Aaron is up next," Maddie said. "You memorized the roster?" Lugnut asked. "I look at it every morning to see if my name has been added." Her tone was slightly sharper than she'd intended. "Look, Maddie, you know, I didn't take you off to hurt you. I need you to be 100% out there. When I explain things to you, you'll understand." "You could have explained things earlier," she glared at him. "You should have." "You'll understand, Maddie. Let's just get Zach and Maria." Lugnut eased open the door to the men's bunk room and whispered Zach's name. "Sorry to have to wake you." "I'm awake," Zach said, throwing his legs over his bunk. "Is Aaron in here too?" Maddie asked. "I'm here. What's up, Aaron?" "I need you to take Maria's shift," Lugnut replied. Aaron didn't question why. He trusted that Lugnut's decisions were always for the good of the group. Maddie did too, but she needed to know the why of things. As everyone exited the bunk room, Zach asked, "Which post am I taking?" He looked exhausted. Maddie hadn't seen her brother so weary since he'd become ill with some bug he picked up at the FEMA shelter back in Illinois. They'd almost lost him then. "I didn't wake you for guard duty. I need your help finding Ryan. He took off and didn't say where he was going," Lugnut said. "Ryan is with his girlfriend, I bet," Zach said through a yawn. "What?" Maddie asked. Zach stopped in the middle of the living room and turned his attention to her. "What's the big deal? Ryan's single. He can have a girlfriend if he wants. I don't give a flying flip if he has a girlfriend, but why is he hiding it? Who is this chick?" Maddie said, loud enough that Harmony and Krista stopped what they were doing in the kitchen and turned their heads her way. "How do you know this, Zach?" Lugnut said. "Neither of you know either?" Maddie asked. She looked from Aaron to Lugnut. Lugnut said nothing. Ryan, Rank, and Lugnut were best friends. They had been since boot camp and told each other everything. Rank had pulled away from the group after the incident in St. Louis where Roger had been murdered by Dempsey's thugs. But Lugnut and Ryan remained close. Ryan had no reason to keep this girlfriend of his a secret from Lugnut. Zach unslung his rifle and rested its barrel in the crook of his left arm. "I followed him one time. Blue Jeans bucked me off, and the darn horse ran toward the old Bates place. I had caught up with Blue and was leading him home when I spotted Ryan with a lady near the barn behind that old run-down house." "Who was she?" Maddie asked. "I think it was Yvette Cummins." "Yvette Cummins, Yvette?" Aaron asked. Zach nodded. "Are you sure it was Yvette?" "Pretty sure. That explains why he kept their relationship a secret," Maddie said. Yvette Cummins was the daughter of Army Colonel Everett Cummins, the leader of the Roby community. Lately, he'd been bad-mouthing Maddie's group to anyone who would listen. He was furious that he hadn't been included when Colonel Sharp led the mission to attack Nelson's ranch, insisting that Lugnut should have let Sharp know there were more senior officers in the area, even though Cummins had previously refused to participate in any kind of mutual assistance with other area groups. Cummins would piss his pants if he knew his daughter was dating a Marine, Aaron said. "More likely, he has forbidden her from associating with anyone from our group," Maddie said. "Forbidden? She's 30 years old," Zach said. Maddie didn't question it. She was 19, and Lugnut had forbidden her from leaving the farm. "He's their leader," Lugnut said. It still doesn't answer why Ryan would ask Jackson to take his shift to meet her. He wouldn't put the group at risk by leaving someone on guard who was just coming off an 8-hour shift himself, Maddie said. "Unless it was important," Zach said, shrugging. "Maybe she has information we need to know." Lugnut's jaw clenched. "What?" Zach asked. "Let's get Maria, and I'll tell you on the way to Roby." "Yvette Cummins?" Maria was as surprised as everyone else. "I don't see it. Why? She's attractive for an older lady," Zach said. Maria punched him in the arm. "Ouch! What was that for?" "Yvette Cummins is around my age. Sorry, you're not old. She acts old." "I didn't know you knew her that well," Maddie said. "I've talked to her a few times, at the trade fair before they didn't like us. She seemed nice. She sounds like Mom bossing everyone around." "Mom doesn't boss everyone. No, just us," Zach said, still rubbing his arm. "She's our mom. She's always going to nag us. I'm married, and she still reminds me to wear clean underwear and change my socks." Maddie reached up and rubbed her knuckles across the top of his head. "You will always be her baby boy, and in normal times you'd still be in high school and going to football games, not married and raising 2 orphans." "You'd be in college not married and raising your own orphan," Zach reminded her. She never thought about college or a career anymore. Back then, Maddie just wanted to be normal, fit in and see the world, not become hypervigilant, isolated from her friends, and prepared for the end of the world. At the time, she hadn't realized how right her dad was about all that shit hit the fan stuff. All he'd wanted was to prepare them to survive what he saw coming, but he didn't live long enough to help them through it. It pissed her off to think of all they'd lost, the lives that the Chinese, Russians, Iranians, and North Koreans had stolen from them. It had given her some pleasure when the CIA lady told them about the retaliatory strikes that had taken out both the Iranians and North Korea. She was glad they didn't have to fight them as well. "How are we going to go about finding Ryan in enemy territory?" Maria asked, steering the discussion back to the task at hand. "We should send Fred in," Maddie said. "Yeah, me and Fred," Zach said. "We could say we're looking for ginseng." "Isn't Fred a little too old for hiking up and down hills digging roots?" Maria asked. "He hunts ginseng and other plants and roots." "Everyone knows that," Zach said. "They do. He sells them at the trade fairs as herbal remedies." "Oh, I thought he only sold psychedelic mushrooms and moonshine." "He sells those too," Zach said. "It's a great cover, Lug. We should take Fred with us." "Not necessary," Lugnut said. They headed west on Slabtown Road. Maddie looked away as they passed Ron's farm. It was too painful to see all the change since he had died. As usual, they remained situationally aware, even though patrols and guard towers secured this part of the road. Lug, do you know anything about a county fair in Rolla? He hesitated to answer. I heard something about it. Elijah's dad, Joe, is on the board, she asked. I'd heard that, Lugnut said. Zack stopped walking and turned. He is? How? How is it that this stranger is allowed to run off to Rolla and somehow gets himself appointed to a county fair board? Maddie asked. Apparently he knows the sheriff or some of his kin from what I was told, and you let him? Maddie asked. It's complicated, Maddie. I can't explain it all. Okay, Lug, spill it, Maddie said. Lugnut stopped and gestured for everyone to take a knee. When he pulled out a piece of jerky and started chewing on it, Maddie knew he was finally ready to have a real conversation. Her stomach churned. Was she ready to hear what he had to tell them? After we got back from the mission with the military to retrieve the gold, Rank contacted me. One of the squads that were supposed to help Stephens get the gold to Fort Leonard Wood had come under heavy attack. They had 2 soldiers down behind enemy lines. Ryan, Dustin, Jackson, and I went down near the Arkansas border to help Rank Stephens and others extract them. Was it Dempsey's men? Maria asked. Lugnut hesitated again. It was. We made contact with them during the extraction. They were definitely Region 5. A lump formed in Maddie's throat. How many? Maddie croaked. A platoon, and from what the 2 soldiers said, there were more in the area that had attacked them and killed the rest of their squad. Shit, Maria cursed. Were they there to stop the military from reaching the gold? Maddie said, trying to make sense of the new information. That was one of their goals. One of their goals? They have others? Maddie asked. Zack stared down at his feet. You're worried they're heading this way? There are no indications that they are at the moment. Maddie shifted to the opposite knee and loosened the bandana tied around her neck. The knot in her throat was now in her chest. She'd expected some kind of trouble, but not this. Not a whole well-supplied and trained army. How do you know that? Maddie asked. We spent 2 weeks down in Little Rock being briefed by Army officers. They shared some of the intel they'd gathered on Region 5's movements and troop strength. They knew and still sent Stevens' team in light, Maria asked. They were trying not to attract attention, Lugnut said. They failed, Maria said. How bad is it? Zack asked. The hit on Nelson's ranch put us in their crosshairs. Nelson worked for Dempsey. He supplied Region 5 with people and supplies taken from our region. Before we killed him and put a stop to it, they had no reason to send troops into this area. They'd got what they wanted without risking a nasty battle with the locals. And now, Maria asked, we have to be vigilant and ready. Ready for what? Maddie asked. I don't think they will come at us in force. The terrain is against them. They don't know the area, and we do, but, Maddie prodded. But they could do strategic raids, go after individuals or families or weaker communities. While they assess the bigger, stronger communities, they'll send in scouts to learn about us, gather intelligence for something more likely to achieve success. What about Elijah's dad? What does he have to do with this? Maddie asked. Lugnut's face was expressionless. He's a spook. Ours or theirs? Maria asked. Ours, I can't say more. It's classified. Classified. Does his family know what he's here for? Elijah isn't his son. They found him at Nelson's farm. His parents had been killed. So he was spying on Nelson? Who is he spying on now? Is it the sheriff? Maddie asked. I can't say, Maddie. It's classified. I can only tell you we're keeping our eyes and ears open so we'll be ready if Region 5 decides to target our communities. We have the weapons and ammunition Nelson stole. Can't we create our own army to resist them? Maddie asked. They were fragmented communities now, but they could pull together against a common enemy. Untrained civilians with hunting rifles and pistols are no match for Dempsey's trained army with M4s and 5.0 cals, Lugnut said. So what then? Are we just going to sit inside our checkpoints and wait for them to come for us? Lugnut stood. Maddie slowly rose, never taking her eyes off him. She prayed he had a plan, one that didn't include becoming a citizen of Region 5. We're working on something with the military. It's classified above top secret. I could lose my clearance for even telling you that much. You're back in the military? Maria asked with her hands on her hips. I've been asked to join a task force. Ryan and I, after losing 2 squads in that last mission, the command at Little Rock is short on experienced fighters. Maria looked like she'd been slapped in the face. The question hung in the air, but she didn't ask it. Why hadn't she been chosen? Maria was a Marine. She was highly skilled. Maddie was sure Lugnut had something to do with that decision. Maddie was certain it had nothing to do with Maria's skills or that she was a female, but she wasn't sure if Maria saw it that way at that moment. So, what's the purpose of this task force, and are Rank and Stevens on it. Before he even spoke, Maddie had her answer. It was dangerous, and Rank was involved. It was written all over Lugnut's face, and it was the reason he'd kept it from her all along. I can't give you any more details about this, and you absolutely cannot tell anyone else. I'm only telling the three of you because I need you to take care of security here. You have to make sure our perimeter is secure and get our people ready. You're leaving? Maddie asked. Her heart raced. He'd just informed them the group could soon face their strongest adversary ever, and now he wouldn't even be here to help defend them. Their movements are being monitored. We'll know well in advance if they're heading this way. We may even get help. Colonel Sharp, Maria asked. Her expression had changed from annoyed back to a squared-away Marine. Lugnut nodded. Those supplies that the Gold purchased should be getting to Little Rock soon. Let's hope it's soon enough, Maria said. When are you leaving? Can you at least tell us that? Zack asked. Soon is all I can say. I won't have any advance notice, though, so you three will need to be ready to step in. Lugnut placed a hand on Maddie's shoulder. You can't run off half-cocked, Maddie. You have to stay within the perimeter and take care of the group. You have to make sure everyone knows what to do, and that they don't panic and do anything that puts others at risk. Maddie's face flushed with anger. Run off half-cocked? That's how he saw her. They'll listen to you, Maddie. You can keep them from panicking when the shit hits the fan, Lugnut said, squeezing her shoulder. Did he just insult and compliment her at the same time? What's my role? Maria said. You're in charge of our offense. Make sure everyone on the front lines follows orders and sticks with their training. Hurrah, Maria said. What about me? Zack asked. You're leading Team Red Dawn, him? Why him? Maddie asked. She'd trained just as much as her little brother in guerrilla warfare tactics before she'd been shot in the back by one of Nelson's crew. She'd trained even more than Zack. Your arm, Maddie. I know you can do it, but you have to be 100%, and you just aren't there yet, Lugnut said. I'm still not sure what I'm supposed to do then. If the time comes, you will know what needs to be done, and you will do what is necessary. Remember all the things your dad taught you? He prepared you for this. He'd prepared them for small groups of desperate people, maybe rival groups that would want to take over, but not for going up against an army, a real military, an equipped and trained army with unlimited resources and troops. Maddie had no idea how they could survive such a thing, especially without two of their best fighters. Lugnut turned his back to her and took off walking. Maddie chewed her lip. She knew that meant he was finished talking about it, but she wasn't. Why did he have to be so cryptic? He'd basically put her in charge of the elderly and children. Everyone else would be involved in the fight if the community was attacked. Everyone old enough to hold a weapon would be called upon to defend their home. That meant even Emma and Krista. Maddie would be charged with making sure they didn't panic and that they didn't get themselves or others killed. She prayed it never came to that. They'd trained for the possibility, but trouble had so far stayed away from their door. They'd never had to defend their homes. If trouble reached them there, it would only be because Maria and Zack had failed. The preteen force would be the last line of defense. God help them all. Chapter 4. Slabtown Road, evening, Shade, Missouri, September 3rd. Maddie caught up to Lugnut and walked beside him. Ryan sneaking off doesn't have anything to do with a girlfriend, does it? It was difficult for Lugnut not to tell Maddie, Zack, and Maria all he and Ryan had learned from Stevens and the team in Little Rock. Until Stevens had arrived in Missouri, they'd confronted each threat to the community openly and together. There hadn't even been one leader of the group. They all discussed things and came to a consensus, and then Rank left. He broke up the Three Amigos thing they had going. Lugnut, Ryan, and Rank served with Greg Langston and had each been recruited to join Greg's preparedness group there in south-central Missouri. Greg was their leader, and he was good at it. They discussed leadership hierarchy, but none of them ever really stepped into Greg's role after the EMP sent them all back into the Stone Age, opting for more of a board of directors type approach. They each had individual areas of expertise. Ryan was the trainer. He was the only one patient enough to deal with civilians. Rank was the weapons expert as well as being a good tracker and tactician. Lugnut's role had been physical security. He made sure all the bases were covered and that there were no holes in their defenses. Beth naturally fell into the role of coordinating the everyday life within the group. She made sure the gardens were tended and meals were prepared. Zack had become quite a hunter and led hunting parties as well as caring for the livestock properly. Maddie, she made sure everyone was doing their part. If someone needed confronting, she was the first to set them straight. Sometimes she was like a bull in a china shop, but everyone knew she only wanted them to do their best to ensure the group not only survived but thrived. In so many ways she was like her father. Lugnut had witnessed Greg's rise through the ranks as he served in hellholes like Afghanistan and Iraq. Greg had struggled with finding the balance between motivating, directing, and forcing things to happen, but he found his style and became a great leader. His Marines knew they could count on him when they went up against a shitstorm. Lugnut knew he could never fill Greg's shoes, so he never tried. He was no community builder. But he knew what needed to be done regarding this latest threat. That had been his sole focus since encountering Stevens and learning of Dempsey and Region 5's intentions. Lugnut hadn't hesitated to make the tough calls. He knew that the survival of not only their group, but of many, many others depended upon stopping the fascist dictator to their north. No, Lugnut replied. It doesn't have anything to do with a girlfriend. Who would even have Gimpy? He hadn't used that nickname for Ryan in months. Not since his leg had healed and he had stopped limping. Maddie was too smart. She wasn't going to make it easy for him. She was too observant, too inquisitive. She not only needed to know the what of everything, but the why as well. As a Marine, Lugnut wasn't used to having to answer those types of questions from those he led. Would she have questioned Greg like that? Likely. It had been an issue when she was a little girl, and they were undergoing preparedness training, but Greg always had a way of dealing with her that Lugnut didn't have. He would let her learn from her mistakes the hard way and then explain where she'd messed up. They didn't have the luxury to learn the hard way now. That could get people killed. Did something go wrong? Is that why we have to go look for him? Maddie asked. She reached out and grabbed his arm. Does it have something to do with Rank and Stevens? Lugnut heard fear in her voice. What he wanted to do was to wrap his big arms around her and tell her everything was going to be all right, that she had nothing to be concerned about. But that wasn't true. She needed to be prepared, but how could he help her be so without revealing classified information? Although Lugnut trusted Maddie, Zach, and Maria to keep a secret, he'd been warned not to discuss the details with anyone. There had been leaks with the last mission, and the cavalry unit had lost 2 squads because of it. This operation was too important to risk it. If successful, it could turn the tide for the entire country. The effort to return their lives to something resembling normal was at stake here. Maddie, Zach, and Maria would understand eventually. Ryan said he had a contact passing information about another group that could be more of Dempsey's proxies. There was chatter. He was going to fill me in on it, but something came up and I had to go to Branson. He was supposed to wait until I got back to meet with them again. Contact? Now you and Ryan are spies too. Lugnut didn't answer her. Something ahead had caught his attention. Movement at our 11 o'clock. Get down, Lugnut whispered. Everyone spread out and dropped down into the ditches beside the road. What do you see, Lug? Maria said, scanning the area through her rifle scope. Movement of some kind. I'm not sure yet. He rose to a crouch. Stay here. He took off through the woods. Mickey Mantle, a familiar voice, called out. Thunder, Lugnut replied. What the hell, Ryan? I couldn't wait, Lug. She said they were making a move tomorrow. Lugnut stepped back and scanned the area from where Ryan had come. You weren't followed? Of course not. I'm not stupid. It's stupid to go running off alone with Region 5 nearly crawling up our asses. You left Jackson pulling your fire watch when he's half asleep from exhaustion. We can't afford to make mistakes. Lug, Yvette sent word that she had an urgent message from Outpost Charlie, Ryan said, his tone defensive. Lugnut almost replied with good initiative, bad judgment, but thought better of it. He and Ryan had disagreed lately on some tactical things, but they both agreed that maintaining community security was their #1 priority, so he knew the meeting with Yvette was necessary. Lugnut hadn't meant to question Ryan's judgment. He was just strung tight with all the hurry-up and wait coming from Fort Hood. It was putting him on edge. Was it something urgent from Outpost Charlie? Lugnut asked. Outpost Charlie was the fake community that Stevens and Sharp established as a cover down near West Plains, Missouri. They were using the farm as a base and running ops into Region 5's southeastern Missouri territory. The intel they'd gathered thus far had been what Lugnut was relying upon to know how secure their community was against attack from Dempsey's forces. We need to get back. You can fill me in on the way. Ryan was describing his meeting with Yvette Cummins as he and Lugnut surfaced from the woods onto Slabtown Road. Outpost Charlie reports Region 5 is importing workers from... Who? Where? Maddie asked. Ryan stared questioningly at her. He pointed. What's she doing here? Excuse me? Maddie said, moving toward him. You're injured. You've not been released back to duty yet. I told them at least some of it, Lugnut said. Ryan reached an arm out to stop Lugnut from walking away. You told them? Only enough to let them know to be ready when we get the call. It's risky, Ryan huffed. Risky? Who the hell are we going to tell? We haven't been allowed to leave the perimeter since we took Nelson's farm, Maddie spat. We can't leave them unprepared, Ryan. They have to be ready to step in. The community has to have leaders prepared to lead. But Ryan stammered. Larry, Jean, Jacob, and a bunch of others are busy over at Nelson's farm. I don't know Eric, Aaron, or most of the other folks all that well. I trust these three. Greg trained them well. They can do this, I guess, Ryan said. Maddie pressed her lips together. Lugnut could see that she'd gone from angry to hurt. He'd never wished more that her father were there now. The kids needed him. The group needed someone like Greg to lead them. He knew how to not to crush their souls as he got them to do what was needed. Ryan usually did as well. Lugnut tried, but he only knew how to lead Marines who didn't talk back and did what you told them to do. This was so different. Ryan had usually been the cautious one. He was patient and kind. He didn't like to take risks. He'd been the one to get Maddie and Zach to the cabin when Lugnut and Rank went to rescue Beth's husband. Ryan was at times overly protective of the kids, and Lugnut thought he must have felt an obligation to look after them too when Greg had died. Lugnut understood Ryan's hesitation now with putting them in charge. It was a lot of responsibility to put on someone. It wasn't something he wanted either, but the group needed someone to step in and make the tough calls. Lugnut had done that, and he wasn't all that popular for it lately. Whoever stepped into that role after he and Ryan left would need the respect of the group. Maddie, Zach, and Maria were respected by everyone in the community. Lug, I feel like there's so much more we need to know here. I don't like all this cloak and dagger stuff, Maddie said, looking from Zach to Maria. We need information to do our jobs and keep everyone safe when you two aren't here. You've got spies running fair boards and chicks with information about some group that may or may not cause us problems. Don't leave us in the dark like this. Don't concern yourself with that other group. They aren't anywhere near here. They're way down near West Plains. This has nothing to do with us. Why sneak off to hear about it from them, then? Maddie asked. Ryan glanced at Lugnut as if asking for approval. It's an intelligence operation for the military in Little Rock, nothing for you to be concerned with, Lugnut said. How does Yvette know about a group in West Plains? Zach asked. Not Zach, too. He usually didn't require a lot of explanation. He would have made a great Marine. How do you know about Yvette? Ryan asked. Maria chuckled. I guess you two don't make the best spies. I saw you two together behind the old Bates place, I thought. Damn, Ryan said. That was sloppy, Lugnut said. She insisted we meet there. How does Yvette know about anyone in West Plains? Zach repeated. Her brother is part of that group, Ryan said. Wyatt is a spy, too. Who else has Stevens recruited? Maddie asked. We can't tell you anything more. It's classified, Lugnut said. He'd already breached security enough. They shouldn't know as much as they did. Maria was right. They sucked as spies. He should be operating at this moment using the need-to-know principle hammered into their brains in the military. We need to get back. Ryan and I need to talk. We'll tell you as much as we can, but you mustn't concern yourselves with what we're doing. Focus on the security of this community. That will be your responsibility when we leave. Need to know. We must all remember that we should only know as much as we need to know and not continue to question others over and over to get more information, Lugnut said, turning his stare toward Maddie. Are you four just going to disappear in the night or something? Maddie countered. I'll let you know before we head out. If you're asked where we've gone, say we've gone to Branson to scout supplies. Okay. Maddie glanced back at Maria and then at Zach. She wanted to know more. Lugnut could see it on her face. She would continue to push him for information right up until he left. It was her nature. He couldn't satisfy her curiosity this time. He and Ryan had to be even more careful where and when they spoke about the mission to avoid being overheard. Although Lugnut was anxious to hear what Ryan had learned from Yvette Cummins, he'd have to wait until they were alone. He was sure it was information Colonel Sharp would be interested to learn, but hoped it wasn't something that would delay their mission. He was more than ready to get this operation started. He didn't want to be stuck in Illinois when the snow fell. Lugnut and Ryan left Maddie, Zach, and Maria in the bunkhouse talk, their kitchen, while they went to make contact with Stavens and Colonel Sharp. Lugnut was hoping for good news. He was anxious to hear if there had been a report from the team inside Dempsey's security detail. They headed to their cabin located on Ron's old place across Slabtown Road. Lugnut opened the wooden footlocker at the end of his bed and pulled out the Pelican case. Across the room, he sat the case on a small table, opened it, and picked up the satellite phone. Ryan pulled out a notepad while Lugnut powered up the phone. A second battery pack was charging on the portable, folding 8-panel solar pack he'd placed out of sight on the roof. He didn't need people asking questions about it. I wish we had an extra sat phone to leave here when we go, Ryan said, lowering himself onto a chair at the table. We couldn't risk calling them, Ryan. You know that? I know, but it's tough knowing we will be out of touch for so long. We can get updates from Stevens. She'll be in touch with her folks, and they'll have eyes on the ground around here, Lugnut said, more to convince himself than Ryan. He wasn't thrilled about the prospect of leaving the group without 4 of its skilled fighters for so long either, but the opportunity to end this mess with Dempsey and Region 5 before it reached their doorstep was too important to pass up. Chapter 5, Slabtown Road, Evening Shade, Missouri, September 5th. 2 days had passed since Maddie had learned of the secret mission Lug and the others were about to embark upon, leaving their community to fend for themselves with Region 5 expanding their operation into Missouri. The weight was killing her. Every cell in Maddie's body seemed to be on edge as she waited for Lugnut and the others to leave. She wondered if they were as tired as she was with waiting. Not that she was in any hurry for them to go. She was still just as in the dark about where they were heading and what exactly they'd be doing, but she could guess. Knowing Stephens was involved, it was sure as shit more than a recognizance mission. Lugnut had said Stephens had people doing that already. Maddie couldn't stand the thought that they could be heading to Illinois. She wished they'd known then what a threat the man would be. They could have stayed and done something to prevent him from becoming as powerful as he was today. But hindsight was 20/20, and woulda, coulda, shoulda thinking wouldn't help them now. Maddie grabbed Zach's arm as he walked past her on his way home from his guard shift. "Have you seen Ryan today?" she said. He stopped next to Maddie, tucked the tail of his long-sleeved shirt into his tactical pants, and yawned. It was too early for any of them, but Zach had been up all night. "I saw him in Tower 12 when I came off duty," Zach replied. An alarm sounded, and everyone scrambled to their positions. Was this another drill, or was this it, the moment they'd all dreaded? Had Dempsey's forces finally turned their attention upon Evening Shade? Everyone rushed to their positions. Maddie handed Emma an AR-15, and they jumped into their foxhole next to Krista and Elijah. "Emma, put the strap over your neck. Aim only in your sector," Maddie said. "Ready, Krista?" Krista didn't appear afraid. The barrel of her rifle rested on the top of the sandbags. Her cheek was pressed to the stock. She no longer looked like the sweet 12-year-old Maddie knew. She looked fierce and battle-ready. "Watch your breathing. Remember to inhale, then let it out slowly and squeeze the trigger. You think they'll use scarecrows again?" Emma asked. Krista laughed. "Only if they want the wrath of Miss Beth again." Maddie chuckled under her breath. Her mother had been quite displeased when Ryan had instructed the security team to put her scarecrows from the garden on wagons and use a pulley system to haul the wagon down the driveway to simulate an actual attack. "Less talking, girls," Maddie said. "Pay attention. Lives depend upon it." Maddie could hear Honey and Chloe crying as the mothers rushed the children to the bunker. Harmony would be with them this time. She, Amy, and Allison would lock themselves inside the buried steel container and defend the children. Maddie glanced back toward where her mother, Beth, Ella, and Ella's daughter, Lindsay, were hunkering down behind sandbags in their own foxhole about 20 feet away. The order to stand down came, and everyone stood and looked around. There had been no targets to shoot, no surprise attack. Nothing. This had been unlike any drill they'd had before. What was its purpose? And then she heard them. "Riders," Emma shouted, pointing toward the road. Maddie shielded her eyes from the sun with her hand. Multiple riders. It looked more like the cavalry was coming. Maddie tensed, fearing it was some trick. She brought her rifle up and pointed it at the first rider, who was now turning down the driveway 800 feet away. "Rank?" Everyone rushed to greet Rank as the other riders continued toward the bunkhouse. Maddie hung back, watching. She cringed when she spotted Stevens and clenched her jaw tight. This was it. Stevens had come to take Lugnut and Ryan from her too this time. As Stevens dismounted her horse, Lugnut stepped away from the side of the bunkhouse and walked toward her. 2 other women climbed down from their mounts and stood beside Stevens. Tattoos covered both arms of the taller of the 2 women. She was dressed in civilian clothes, but it was clear she was military. Marine would be Maddie's guess. "How's the arm, Fontenot?" Lugnut asked. "It's good. I'm fit for duty," the woman said, approaching him. Lugnut nodded to the second woman. "Fisher, how was the trip?" "Long and dusty," she replied. "You 2 can stow your gear in the bunkhouse, then get cleaned up before breakfast if you'd like," Lugnut said, gesturing toward the creek. "That would be lovely," Fontenot said. "Maddie," Lugnut raised his arm and waved her over. "Maddie, this is Isabella Fontenot and Fisher. I'm sorry. I never got your first name," he said. "Fisher is fine. Everyone calls me that." "Nice to meet you," Maddie said in as congenial a tone as she could muster. but it came out as anything but friendly. Their presence there meant Maddie's group would be temporarily losing two of its most experienced fighters, leaving the community at risk when they could be facing the most significant threat they'd come up against. As the two women headed toward the bunkhouse, Maddie grabbed Lugnut by the arm and led him away from Stevens. "They're all staying? How long?" "Won't that draw suspicion and put your mission at risk?" Maddie asked in rapid succession. "Just Fontenot and Fisher are staying. The rest are coming with us." "Why are they staying?" Maddie glanced around Lugnut toward Stevens. "She's going. They're good fighters. They wanted to help cover some of the guard shifts with us leaving." Maddie studied the rest of the riders. They were all dressed in civilian clothes and looked like anyone she would meet on the road these days. Except they weren't as thin. It stood out also. Even though they were dusty and sweaty from riding, they still looked way too clean, especially Stevens. Her hair was pulled back in a ponytail, but it wasn't messy or greasy looking. Rank stepped from the crowd gathered to welcome him home. Even he didn't look normal anymore. She could tell he showered regularly, and he'd put on weight. Usually she'd be happy that he was doing so well, but not this time. It could blow his cover as a normal traveler, and Maddie didn't want him adjusting so well to life away from evening shade in their group. She still held out hope he would change his mind and come home. Rank smiled and waved to Maddie. Her heart lurched. She'd missed him so badly, and now he was here, but only for a moment. She'd have to feel the pain all over again when he left. Her face flushed with anger. She hated this damn war. She just wanted her family all safe and in one place. That seemed like an impossible dream. Beth hugged Rank and whispered in his ear. She was likely telling him to stay safe and not be a hero out there. It wouldn't work. He thought he had to save the world or some shit. He'd do what he'd always done, hard charge his way right through the enemy. "How's the shoulder, Maddie?" he asked as he approached. "Fine, but that's not good enough for Lugnut." She couldn't help her sarcastic tone. He reached out and pulled her into an embrace. At first, she stood there, still pissed at him for leaving her, but then her heart won over, and she wrapped her arms around his neck. Tears stung her eyes, and one spilled down her cheek before she pulled away to wipe it with her sleeve. She pointed to Stevens and then to the rest of the riders. "You guys aren't going to fool anyone. What?" Rank spun around and scanned his team. "Why? Too clean, too fat," she said. He squinted his eyes and looked at them again. "Really? Have you been in the land of luxury so long that you forgot what half-starved people look like?" She pointed to her mother, then to Zach and Harmony. "We have it much better than most. We bathe when we can and have game and food from the garden. But look at them." Rank's eyes widened as the difference became apparent. "Team, gather round. Take a knee." The riders scrambled over, and each took a knee, forming a semicircle around Rank. Stevens and two men, who were obviously soldiers, walked over and stood behind the semicircle to listen to what Rank had to say. "Wait here," Rank said, and then disappeared around the bunkhouse. He returned carrying the bucket of ash from the wood stove that Beth was gathering for the garden. He placed it down in front of his team, then scooped a handful of ash from the bucket and smeared some on the front of his jeans near the knees and more on the sleeves in front of his shirt. "Take some. We need to be dirtier." One of the guys covered the whole front of his shirt in ash. "Not that dirty. We need to look like him." He pointed to Fred. The old man smiled, showing a toothless grin, and waved. Maddie had a flash of the first time she'd met the old tugboat driver on the bow of the Ginny Lee when he greeted them, waving his hand in the air like Forrest Gump. Standing next to Fred, Eric placed his arm around his wife Amy and took the tiny hand of their daughter Honey. He wasn't smiling. He too was concerned about this unexpected visit. Aaron glanced down at his clothes. No one thought about their appearance much these days. It was more about being as healthy as possible, not impressing anyone. "Can you spare some lard?" Rank asked. Maddie lifted one eyebrow. "Mom, I can spare enough for their hair and beards, I guess," Beth said. Maddie was skeptical that it would work. There was more to looking the part than stained clothes and greasy hair. She could smell the fragrant soap they'd showered with from 10 feet away. Maddie snickered as Ella smeared lard in Stephen's long brown hair. After she pulled it back into a ponytail, Ella pulled strands loose around her face, even with greasy hair and soot smeared on her face. Stevens was a pretty woman. Maddie caught Rank staring at her. He thought so, too. Maddie's heart sank a little, even though she was totally in love and happy with her husband, Jacob. Rank, her first crush as a child, was just always going to be special to her and evoke jealous feelings. "What do you think now, Maddie? You think we'll pass?" Rank asked. "If you don't get too close to people." Maddie turned and walked away. "What now?" he asked. "You might have them spend some time in the barn. I can smell the lavender soap on that chick from here." Maddie didn't look back to check Stevens' reaction. She didn't care. Maddie didn't want to think about the danger Stevens was putting everyone in with this mission, and she clenched her fists as she briskly walked back to the bunkhouse. She pushed the thought of losing the people she cared about aside and set off to find out who the two women were that Stevens was leaving behind. They'd better not be more spies with no answers for her. Chapter 6. Ron Hillman's Farm Evening Shade, Missouri. September 5th, Maddie's eyes glistened with tears as Lugnut took her hand. He'd asked to meet with her alone in his cabin so he could explain what this mission meant for everyone. He may not be able to give her the details she wanted, but he could let her know that the risk was one worth taking. He tucked a wayward strand of her blonde hair behind her eye and leaned in, touching his forehead to hers. Before Greg died, Maddie had been like a little sister, but since the shit hit the fan, she'd become more like a daughter somehow. He couldn't explain it. Greg wasn't there to protect her. Zach and Beth, he was. Lugnut felt the enormous weight of having a family. An unmarried Marine who was too focused on his career to establish one of his own, he felt compelled to look out for his friend's family. That's what Greg would have done had their fortunes been reversed. "I want you to know that I would have never agreed to go on this mission if I didn't think that. Number one, it was vitally important to everyone's safety, and number two, that we had a good chance of success. I wouldn't abandon you, Maddie. I would never, ever do that. You know that, right?" A lump formed in his throat. He could feel Greg looking down upon them. Would he approve? Would he leave them behind to go on this operation? With what was at stake, Lugnut believed he would. "I know. I wish I knew where you were going, and you can't. You know, right? Your dad and I went off all the time, and we weren't able to tell you where. But we came back until he didn't." Maddie looked him in the eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. This wasn't the tough, defiant, headstrong Maddie of recent days. This was the wounded little girl who'd lost her father. Lugnut's heart broke for her. He could barely keep it together. "I'm coming back, Maddie. Ryan is coming back. We're going to go do what we do, and then we'll be back to help with winter preps. You can't guarantee that, Lug. You can't. I know what you're going to do. You can't guarantee that you won't get caught and killed before you take out Dempsey." Lugnut swallowed hard. What could he say to her? She was Greg Langston's daughter and too smart for her own good. "I'm going to do everything I can to come home," he finally said. "You're sure?" she asked. "You're sure that Stevens isn't leading you off on some mission to get you killed like her last team?" Lugnut said nothing. That hadn't been Stevens' fault. There had been leaks. Brad Smith had given up details of their operation to his lover and Dempsey's spy. This time was different, but there'd be no convincing Maddie of that. He couldn't tell her about Brad Smith or Simone Perez. That was classified. But that didn't matter anyway. There was no guarantee any of them would be coming home. Maddie took a deep breath and let it out. She stood and pushed her chair back under the table. "Okay, I'll hold down the fort while you go off to save the world." Lugnut stood and pulled her into a tight embrace. "I know you will, little bit. I know you will." Zach knocked on the door and then entered, followed by Maria. "Have a seat. We have some things we need to go over before I leave," Lugnut said. He spent an hour going over the security roster and the group's bug-out plan. He needed to make sure they knew their roles. 3 teams, 3 leaders, each with separate duties but ready to step in and overlap if need be. Redundancy. Should someone fall in battle, should shit hit the fan. From the outside looking in, everything would be running as usual. They would go about their daily lives doing what they normally did. Much to Lugnut's surprise, Maddie was no longer full of questions he couldn't answer. She was focused on her role as the last line of defense for the group's elderly and children. He was shocked she hadn't been more opposed to her assignment. Perhaps she was planning to talk Maria into putting her into the guard rotation once he left. He made a mental note to discuss that with Maria. They were about to go over the bug-out protocol for the 3rd time when the door to the cabin opened, and Rank and Ryan entered. Rank spread a hand-drawn map out on the rough-sawn wooden table. He pointed to a spot on the map. "Here, this is where we left the vehicles." Rank's gaze turned to Lugnut. "All right," Lugnut said. He folded the map, tucked it into the folder with the duty roster, and handed it to Maria. "Now," Maddie said, placing her hand on Rank's forearm and turning him to face her, "I want to know about these 2 chicks you've assigned to us. Are they spies?" Rank's eyes widened, and he looked at Lugnut. "No, they just wanted to come and help out with security while Lug and the others are away," Rank said. "Who are they?" Maria asked. "We aren't interested in making new friends. I'm asking about their skill set. We need to know how they fit the grand scheme. Can they handle themselves?" "They're soldiers with the 1st Cavalry Horse Detachment." Fisher's a Marine attached to their unit. They're both good. You can trust them to follow orders." Maria nodded her acknowledgement. That answer seemed to satisfy her, but not Maddie. There were too many out-of-the-ordinary things going on. She wanted to know why these two women, in particular, were augmenting their group. "You'll be in charge of security, Maria. They'll be there to back you up." "Zach and I are here to back her up," Maddie said defensively. "Not like that. I mean pulling security detail. They're trained soldiers, Maddie. They know how to secure a perimeter. So do we. We've been securing the area since day one. They'll be an asset, Maddie. Trust me," Frank said. Maddie knit her brow. She didn't trust him on this point. They'd all learned over the last year to trust very few people. She trusted even fewer than most. "Maria, after you get to know Fontenot and Fisher, please try to convince Maddie that they are indeed an asset to the group. There isn't room for rivalry around here. A thing like that could cause mistakes to be made. Don't lose focus on your missions." "Why?" Maddie asked. "Why are they here to help? Why would the military send them to babysit us? Aren't they needed somewhere, maybe holding back the Russians or something?" "Maddie," Zach said. "What, Zach? Should I not question where the chick's loyalties lie?" "Shit, Maddie. I wouldn't stick you with folks who weren't 100% committed to the mission. They're here because they asked to be here." "Why would they do that?" "Because we went down and rescued them after their squad was wiped out by Dempsey's forces. They feel they owe our group a debt of gratitude." And Colonel Sharp agreed. He did. Maddie said nothing. "Isabella Fontenot's husband is part of our team. She wants to be as close as she can be to the operation." "Sharp wouldn't let her on the team?" Maddie asked. "She was injured during the raid on her squad. She's healed up now, but not enough for where we're going. And it's never good practice to put married folks on the same mission for obvious reasons, unless there's no other way." "Great. Just great," Maddie said. "What exactly is your problem?" Rank asked. "Not now, Rank," Ryan said, stepping between them. "My problem," Maddie huffed. "My problem is being left in the dark about all this and having to try to figure out how much danger we're in here. I used to be able to trust you guys. Now, that hurts, Maddie." Ryan placed his hand over his heart and patted his chest. "Everything we do is to protect you in this community. We're risking our lives out there to prevent some power-hungry general from putting this region under his commie control. Okay, everyone, let's stop right here. This gets us nowhere." Lugnut threw his hands in the air. "Maddie, we all have jobs to do. I know we can trust the three of you to handle things here just fine. We'll go take care of what we need to do, and then things will get back to normal." He had no idea what normal would look like. If they succeeded in the mission, it could be a game changer. Soon, Missouri could look like Texas and see some measure of recovery. Chapter 7. Langston Farm, Evening Shade, Missouri, September 5th. The door to the bunkhouse banged open. "Maddie, Jacob's home," Emma yelled. Maddie grabbed her rifle and hurried outside to greet her husband. A white box van was pulling down the drive. She drew in a quick breath. The last time she saw one, Clark Nelson was driving it before she shot him, and before he'd rammed it into the fuel barrels, causing an explosion. Jean was behind the wheel this time. Maddie tapped her fingers on the sides of her thighs, anxiously awaiting Jacob's exit from the vehicle. It had been over a week since she'd seen him. It had been so hard being apart. Jacob exited the vehicle, and Emma raced over to him, flinging herself into his arms. Jacob attempted to pick her up and twirl her around, but she was getting too big for that nowadays. Maddie hadn't known a kid could grow so much in a year. "What are y'all doing home?" "I didn't expect you for another couple of weeks," Maddie said as she walked toward him. "Lug sent word for us to wrap things up there and return home. We had to bring what supplies were left with us," Jacob said. "Did he tell you why?" "Not really, just that we were needed at home. I assume it's some trouble with the members of Nelson's crew that escaped." Maddie wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him softly. "I am so glad you're home. I really missed you." Their lives were often so busy that even before the mess with Nelson, they hardly had any quality time alone together. Many times their duties had them on opposite shifts, with one going to bed as the other was waking. Maddie had thought adding more people to the group would ease the burden on everyone, but it seemed there was never an end to the work required to survive without modern conveniences. "That was hell, being apart," Jacob said, running his hand down the length of Maddie's ponytail. "When Lugnut ordered us home, I was concerned. I worried something had happened here." "Nothing yet," Maddie said. "Yet. What is it?" Maddie took his hand and turned toward the bunkhouse. "I'll tell you inside." Jacob was quiet after Maddie told him about the upcoming operation to take out Dempsey. He understood the danger involved, not just for Lugnut, Rank, Ryan, and the teams performing the mission, but for their community there in Missouri if the mission failed. Dempsey's forces would target their group. They'd be crawling all over south-central Missouri, exacting their revenge. Dinner that night was served out under the canopy of the old oak trees down by the creek where it was cooler. The picnic-style meal consisted of food Jacob and the others had brought back from Nelson's stolen caches. It had been months since they'd had canned spaghetti or franken beans. Most everyone ate theirs straight from the can. It was such a treat. Not as big as the ice cream they'd had for Harmony's birthday the month before, but still a welcome change from the venison and summer squash they'd been eating. Larry and his family all sat together beneath one of the old oaks. Ella's face lit up as Larry bounced his grandson, Grayson, on one knee and recounted the people he'd met in Dent County that week. His daughters, Allison and Lindsay, appeared equally happy to have their husbands home. Hands were flying as Fred spoke to Jean, Aaron, John, and Eric about the latest batch of moonshine he'd started with the ingredients they'd confiscated at Nelson's farm. There were new faces in the group. Quincy, Nelson's comms guy, seemed to fit right in with Jean, and the other guys and Maddie hoped it wouldn't take Quincy long to get his equipment up and running there at the Langston compound. Bo and his cabin building team were putting the finishing touches on their comms room up on the bluff near Maddie and Jacob's cabin. She'd feel better being able to communicate with Sharp's people and get a heads up on Region 5 movements, especially once Lug and the others started raining hell down on Dempsey. After taking a while making her selection, Maddie finally settled on a can of overstuffed ravioli. It had been one of her favorite after-school snacks in high school. That seemed like a lifetime ago. Everything was so different now. What's it like down there? Maddie asked, lowering herself onto the blanket beside Fisher. Fisher swallowed her food, which she ate warm and from a bowl, and wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. Pretty good, especially in Dallas. That's the most secure, but Houston is coming along from what I hear. I haven't seen it yet. It's not as nice there, but they do have power on inside the Green Zone. Green Zone? Maddie asked. That's the area of the city around Ellington Field Joint Reserve Base that has been secured. They have to live behind razor wire, but if you live in one of the apartments closer to the coast, you would think the world hadn't gone to shit. They have power and running water and are slowly cleaning up the streets and repairing the infrastructure. Houston took a beating during the hurricane. Hurricane, the day of the EMP, what the hell? I know, right? It couldn't have come at a worse time. Hundreds of thousands of people were stranded on the roads trying to evacuate the city. It took months just to clear the bodies before crews could start cleaning debris and rebuilding, Fisher said. How awful. Maddie couldn't even imagine what a nightmare scenario that would have been. Her and Emma's experience getting out of Chicago paled in comparison. It was awful, but to try to survive a hurricane at the same time was unfathomable. I don't know how anyone could survive that. Fontenot and her husband did. Maddie did a double take at the couple on the blanket across from her. The man had his arm around the woman's shoulders, and she looked at him adoringly. He reached out and wiped something from her face. Tears, her husband was one of the members of Stephen's covert ops team. She knew what she'd be sending him off to face. Maddie reached over and placed her hand on Jacob's thigh. He glanced up from his can of frank and beans and smiled. Maddie's heart melted as it always had at his smile. She was grateful she wasn't sending her husband off to a showdown with the devil. Hey, Fontenot, you'll have to tell Maddie and her husband the story about how you two escaped Houston. The man smiled. It's a very long story, the woman replied. That's where Isabella and I met Stevens and Sharp. It's a story straight out of Hollywood. Even I don't believe it, the man said. It started with Will pulling me from my burning car, Isabella said. She kissed him softly. My hero. They had to fight off Chinese insurgents to escape the city, Fisher said. Now Maddie was impressed. She'd been under the impression they'd been holed up on some cushy military base with running water and air conditioning the whole time. If they'd made it out of that hellish nightmare, maybe this chick did know her stuff. Will patted the man seated next to him on the shoulder. We met Walker on our way to Louisiana. We've been through a few skirmishes together, Walker said. Fisher leaned in close to Maddie and whispered, He's a real Texas Ranger, asked to see his gold star. He still carries it? Maddie asked. It still means something in Texas. I think he hopes to return there someday and get his old job back. Maddie chuckled. She supposed it wasn't all that far-fetched if Texas was making the recovery Fisher had described. Maddie couldn't even imagine what it would be like to be somewhere that resembled their old life. Did they have new music? Did they binge-watch Netflix and eat popcorn? Maddie stared at Isabella. If things were so great down south, why was she here roughing it with them? To give up the opportunity for a normal life, she must know something. Something Maddie needed to know, and she was going to find out. Rank was seated between Stevens and the two Special Forces soldiers. They hadn't been introduced to anyone in Maddie's group. No one had asked what the two men did before the EMP, a standard question when meeting someone for the first time in the apocalypse. Maddie could tell they were Special Forces, though. Her dad had friends who would stop by to train with them from time to time. They had a way they carried themselves that made them stand out in a crowd. At least to her, it was a relief to know that they were involved in the operation. The more experience, the better, she thought. Maddie cringed when Rank leaned in too close to Stevens, who threw her head back and cackled like an old hen. Maddie wanted to stuff her sweaty bandana down the woman's throat. "You okay?" Jacob asked, placing his hand on her thigh. She faked a smile. "I'm great. I'm so glad to have you home." Maddie placed her hand on top of his and kissed him on the cheek. She was relieved. She'd been trying to find a way to get him home without telling him what was going on and giving away information that would make Lug trust her less. It was really, really good to have everyone back together in one place. Crowded and noisy, but very comforting. Maddie and Jacob were saying their goodnights to everyone, ready to head to their cabin on the bluff and settle in for the night when Lugnut waved her over. "We need to talk before I head out." "You're leaving in the morning before we all wake?" Maddie asked, the words causing her stomach to flip-flop. She wasn't ready for this. She was never going to be ready for more possible goodbyes disguised as "see ya laters." "I'll be up in a minute," Maddie said to Jacob. "Will you make sure Emma brushes her teeth before bed?" He nodded and took Emma's hand. Maddie watched them cross the road and ascend the path leading to their cabin. Ryan waved Zach and Maria over, and while everyone else retired for the night, Maddie, Zach, and Maria received one more briefing from the guys before they left on their mission. In many ways, it felt like old times. They were huddled over a hand-drawn map spread out on one of the picnic blankets. In one corner of the butcher paper was an X surrounded by a circle next to the words Texas County. That was where they were. She got that. Rank pointed to an X in the lower right quadrant of the paper. Maddie cocked her head to the side and knit her brow. She'd expected to be shown their route to Illinois, where General Dempsey was headquartered. This spot was south of the Missouri border and to the west of Little Rock. "What is that?" Maddie asked, pointing to the spot where two highways intersected. "That is Fontenot's compound. His family is there. That is your new bug-out location," Rank said. "No," Maddie croaked. "That's hundreds of miles from here." 250, Rank said. "Why so far?" Zach asked. The shocked look on his face told Maddie that he was having as hard a time as she with this change in plans. They'd prepared for almost a year to bug out to various other places, depending on the level of threat they faced. They had never prepared for such a long journey. Moving over 30 people 250 miles without attracting major attention was impossible in Maddie's mind. "Lug?" Maddie shook her head. "How, the box van?" Lugnut said. "It would be a very tight squeeze to get everyone inside the back of that van." She couldn't imagine being stuck inside the windowless truck for 250 miles. Rank pointed to a town labeled Competition and circled it in red ink. In the crook of the intersection of routes O and Z is a steel building. Behind it are a bunch of old salvage vehicles. In the trunk of the old Mercedes is a bag of ammo and weapons, just in case they lost theirs, or ran out of ammo during a shootout. "And this group will accept all of us?" Maria asked. She was already 10 steps ahead of Maddie. She didn't question the how or why. She wanted to be prepared for what they might face when they arrived at their destination. Fontenot and I discussed it with their group and one other group nearby. They're good people. They are willing to take experienced folks. This is in case your mission fails, and hell rains down on us here. We should prepare to not be returning anytime soon, Zach asked. Maddie's mind rejected that premise. She was having difficulty imagining a life somewhere other than Evening Shade. It had been where her parents had set up their bug-out location, where her father had trained them to survive an apocalyptic scenario. How could they abandon this place? No, they had to fight for their home. She wouldn't let some thugs come and run her off her land. This is the worst-case scenario plan, right? Should we be overrun by insurmountable forces? Maddie asked. Yes, Lugnut said. You can't wait, though, Maddie. You may only have a short window to bug out before you're overrun. You have to listen to Maria. Maria? But we're not just going to tuck our tails and run away, Lug. We have to put up some type of resistance, Maddie said. Your responsibility is to get everyone to safety. Like Fred, get the children, Honey, Chloe, Grayson, Dylan, and the other kids, to safety, or you will be caught in the crossfire if there's a battle here. Maddie felt like she had the day Emma's parents were killed, leaving her an orphan on the streets of Chicago. Maddie had been prepared to fight her way home, but having a 10-year-old kid in tow was an overwhelming responsibility. It was no longer just about her survival. She was 18 and suddenly had someone's child to keep safe. It had been an enormous responsibility, too much. Lugnut pulled Maddie into an embrace. She felt as angry with him as she had when he and Rank had abandoned them in St. Louis to run off to Chesterfield to save Jason. "I wouldn't go if I thought we'd fail. You'll have plenty of warning before any Region 5 troops can reach you here. We have assets watching their movements. They will notify Quincy on the ham radio. Colonel Sharp has a plan to deal with them if they turn their attention this way." "It's a cakewalk," Maddie said. "We'll carry on as usual, and look forward to hearing all about how you guys saved the world when you get back." Everyone was silent. Zach stood and held out his hand to Ryan, pulling him to his feet. They shook hands, and then Ryan pulled him into an embrace. He'd been like a dad to both of them ever since their father had died. It had been hard saying goodbye to Rank a few weeks back, not knowing if they'd ever see him again, but saying it to the three amigos was more than Maddie thought she could bear. Maria helped Maddie to her feet, and then fist-bumped each of the guys before disappearing across the creek. Maddie was there alone with her three father figures. They'd all had a hand in raising her and Zach, and she and Zach were as prepared as they were for this because of them. They'd faced this apocalypse together for the last year, and now it seemed like losing her dad all over again. This time it wasn't a drunk driver, it was Stevens and that damn General Dempsey, and Maddie hated them both for it. "Don't worry, little bit. We're badass Marines, and we'll take care of business and be back home to brag about it shortly," Rank said as he squeezed Maddie tight. She pushed him away and punched him in the chest. "You better be right. You bring them all back home to us." Maddie was still awake when Lugnut and the team mounted up. She fought back the tears as she listened to the horses' hooves hitting the pavement of the road below their bluff. Her community would carry on as if it was any other day. The image of the circle on the map indicating the Fontenot's group played over and over in her mind. If they ended up there, it would be because of failure. They couldn't fail. Lugnut, Rank, and Ryan didn't seem to know how to fail. She pushed the thought of bugging out to Arkansas from her mind and got dressed. She needed to talk to Maria, and then the two female soldiers Rank had left with them. Chapter 8, Slabtown Road, Evening Shade, Missouri, September 6th. Brown and Trenton, the two Special Forces soldiers, fresh in from San Diego and the front lines with the Russian forces, rode ahead as the team traveled west on Slabtown Road. Except for the horses. It felt like old times heading out on a mission to hunt down some bad dudes and wipe their asses off the map. They'd undertaken similar missions with Rank and Ryan all over the world. Greg Langston had usually been with them. Now, Brown was the senior enlisted member of the team. He had not only the skill set but the equipment to execute this mission, and Lugnut was honored to be a part of the team. Brown and Trenton pulled their horses to a stop just west of the old Bates house near Long Hollow Road. They each dismounted and led their horses to the side of the road. Lugnut, on point, threw a fist in the air, halting the rest of the team. Once everyone had stopped, Lugnut listened for what might have sent Brown and Trenton seeking cover. He heard nothing. Lugnut slid off his horse and handed its reins to Ryan, then, dropping down into the ditch to the south of the road, Lugnut quickly made his way toward the two soldiers. "What is it?" "We have civilians on the road ahead," Brown pointed. They'd planned for that. The team's efforts to move out undetected had been unlikely to succeed at best. Even leaving pre-dawn, Lugnut knew there would be a good chance that hunters would be active in the area. They'd be moving into their deer blinds that time of the morning. With daily hunting from every group in the area, the game was hard to find. Survivors had to go farther from their homes to find food for their families. "Let's take Long Hollow," Lugnut said, pointing to the road to their right. "We'll follow it north, and then cut back over to the highway just north of the church." Brown nodded as he moved toward his horse. It was mid-morning when they reached the south gate of Fort Leonard Wood. They hadn't run into any civilians on the trip, but that didn't mean the team hadn't been spotted. And Lugnut was banking on people thinking they were just another hunting party. The Army camouflage didn't look all that different from what most hunters wore. All the gear they were carrying might raise some eyebrows, but groups sent out scouting teams all the time. Lugnut's group made at least one per week. If anyone noticed them, his hope was they didn't report it. The last thing they needed was for proxies of Region 5 catching wind of their travels. The team found the ammunition, radios, food, and water just where Sharp said his advance team had left them in a men's restroom located in Building 470. The group gathered supplies and loaded them onto the two-pack horses. This would have to sustain them until they reached the next resupply point nearly 200 miles away. With everyone supplied, and the horses fed and watered, the team continued north toward Dixon, Missouri. Lugnut was less concerned with attracting attention at this point. Even if someone were to report their movement, it was doubtful Region 5 would be able to track them, and they wouldn't be able to trace them back to the Langston compound. They made camp for the night just above the Gasconade River, near Portuguese Point, at a place that had once been a thriving Italian restaurant with an amazing view of the Gasconade Valley. As Lugnut rolled out his bedroll, he went over their route in his mind. Moving by horseback was less likely to attract unwanted attention, but it was so slow it would take them 5 full hard days of riding just to reach Illinois, even if they didn't encounter any trouble. Springfield, Illinois was a 4-hour trip by car. But of course, they couldn't just hop in Humvees and roll on down the interstate. Dempsey and Region 5 would lock down their capital city so tight there'd be little hope of getting anywhere near Dempsey or his top aides. It was a decent day's ride. "I hope we're able to make good time again tomorrow," Stevens said, spreading out her bedroll. "Your advance team reported few survivors on this route, right?" Lugnut asked. "Not many," Stevens said. "Should be a piece of cake." Sharp said everything still looked good. "Troy's team made it 5 days ago. They have eyes on the governor's mansion. There's been no movement except the usual suspects coming and going." "They still have a source inside?" Lugnut asked, rolling over on top of his bedroll to face her. "She's scared, but Tank trusts her. That's good. I feel a lot better knowing we have eyes on Dempsey. I hope she comes through when the time comes." Walker and Will Fontenot dropped their saddlebags onto the ground a few feet away. "Tank has a way with women. If he says she'll do it, she will, no doubt," Will said. "I sure don't envy your cousins having to work for Region 5 all these months just to gather intelligence on their network," Lugnut said. "They've been deep undercover for months. We lost contact with them for a while and almost thought the worst before they reached out and let Stevens know they were coming home. They hadn't been back but a week before Stevens and Sharp sent them back in for this mission. This time, though, he was right to be concerned. They'd barely escaped after raising suspicion by getting caught snooping into places they weren't supposed to be. They were wanted men, and if they were caught, they'd be executed. But in order to pull off an attack of this magnitude, the mission needed their contacts inside the governor's mansion. It was a huge risk with an even bigger reward if they succeeded. "I can't wait to meet them both. Brave men," Lugnut said. "Hard-charging fighters," Walker said. "That's what it takes to go after a dictator," Lugnut said. Will pulled a sketch pad and pencil from his saddlebag, leaned back against his saddle, and began drawing a familiar face, General Walter Dempsey, the dictatorial leader of Region 5. After he finished, Will crumpled it into a ball and tossed it into the fire. Next, he drew Dempsey's right-hand man, Glenn Mitchell, former operations director with the Department of Homeland Security. They'd all studied pictures of the men they were being sent to hunt down and eliminate. And Will was a pretty good sketch artist. He'd committed each face to memory and didn't want to forget a thing. "You forgot the scar above his left eye," Walker said. Will looked up at him with a surprised expression and then went back to his drawing. He penciled in the scar, made a few final touches to Mitchell's face, and held it up for Walker's approval. "That's him. What do you think, Ryan?" Will asked. Ryan made a gun with his fingers and pointed to the drawing. "You forgot the bullet hole Rank is going to put between his beady little eyes." Will smiled, lowered the drawing, colored in a circle between the eyes, and held it back up. "That's perfect," Ryan said, rolling over and pulling a blanket over his head. Stefan stretched out on her back and stared up at the stars. Lugnut had already expressed his concerns with her plan. She lacked military experience. Sure, she knew intelligence gathering, and she'd seen her share of fighting since the world went to shit. But Lugnut wasn't at all comfortable with her being Rank's partner. Their job was to get up close and personal to accomplish their mission and involved a high risk of exposure. The other 3 teams would be shooting from a distance, but Rank would need to be in personal contact with his target. Lugnut wished there was another way, one that left some wiggle room and better odds of them making it out alive. He tossed and turned, trying to get comfortable. He'd always hated sleeping on the ground. After 15 minutes, Lugnut gave up and tossed his blanket off, then pulled his boots on, stood, and stretched his aching back. "You going to take a walk?" Walker whispered. "I thought I'd go relieve Rank since I can't sleep. Maybe after staring out over the valley for a few hours, I'll be tired enough to sleep on that cold, hard ground." "I'll come with you. These old bones aren't thrilled with sleeping on the ground either." Master Sergeant Noah Brown leaned against a large tree trunk, looking out over the moonlit Gasconade Valley with his rifle resting in the crook of his arm. "You two make more noise than my sister's 5-year-old twins." "We just wanted to see if you were awake," Lugnut said, Brown grunted. Although honored to be on this mission with Brown in charge, Lugnut was having a hard time getting a read on him. He and Brown would be spending a lot of time together once they broke off from the rest of the team, and although Brown was well trained and had the experience behind him to pull off this operation, Lugnut liked to know the people he was going to have to trust to have his six when the shitstorm started. Lugnut walked over and took a seat on a stump a few feet from Brown. "I'm going to check in on rank," Walker said, continuing on his way. It was quiet, except for the tree frogs and crickets. Brown said nothing as the two men stared off into the night. After several minutes, Lugnut cleared his throat. "Your sister has twins?" Touchy subject to start with. "You could have asked the kid where he was from or how long he'd been a soldier." Asking about family these days opened a can of worms most would like to avoid. Everyone had lost someone. Some had lost everyone. Like Lugnut, at least he assumed they were all gone with all the destruction on the East Coast. She did. Lugnut said nothing. "You got kids?" Brown asked. "No, I never found the time." Steffens said you spent a lot of time over in the sandbox. Back in the day? Everyone in the military had spent time in the sandbox during the United States 20-year war in Afghanistan. "I did, with Rank and Ryan there and other places," Lugnut replied. "Afghanistan was a shithole." It sure as shit was. Lugnut had been there less than 4 hours when the base came under fire. It was like clockwork after that. The damn Taliban would pop out, take shots at them, then disappear into the mountains. Irritating as hell. "What's it like out west?" "Sucks," Brown said flatly. He hesitated, and Lugnut gave him room. "Damn commie bastards just keep coming. We blow the shit out of them, and then more pop up. It's like they're sending every living soul they've got over here, and I can't figure out why. What the hell do they want so badly? We nuked the shit out of their homeland. Stevens said they were living up in Siberia to escape the radiation. Our Navy turned Moscow into another Chernobyl, from what I heard. That's had to have pissed them off. They dropped a nuke on our capital. Only fair. I hear some Russian general is the one running the show over there now. He told his soldiers they would conquer or die," Lugnut said. "Well, I, for one, am damn sick of war. I can't wait until we get our supplies from Brazil so we can finish this with the Russians and get on with rebuilding this nation. People are hurting. This goes on much longer, and there won't be anyone left." They both went quiet as Lugnut recalled his conversation with Colonel Sharp. He had asked Sharp if the government had an estimate of the number of survivors. The experts had predicted only 10% would survive the first year. Lugnut was hoping it was higher, much higher. Sharp said they'd estimated there were fewer than 40 million. 40 million out of a population of 360 million. "It's going to be interesting to be back in my hometown," Brown said, breaking the silence. "Hometown? I'm from Springfield, Illinois. My parents still owned the house my sister and I were raised in. Our intelligence asset said some officer was living in it now, a damn officers." "Maybe we should evict him on our way out of town," Lugnut said. Brown turned his gaze to Lugnut and nodded slowly. Chapter 9. South of Jefferson City, Missouri, Cole County, Missouri, September 7th. After a very long day of riding horseback, Lugnut was more than ready to stop and make camp for the night. They had made good time, but had less than an hour of daylight left to set up a perimeter and get their camp secure for the night. They selected a spot aside Route B near the Osage River with a nearly 360-degree view so they could see and hear vehicles approaching from a long way off. With Brown's and Trenton's high-tech night vision goggles, they would see anything with a heartbeat long before it could get close enough to harm them. Lugnut was tired enough to sleep on the cold, hard ground this time and fell asleep while recalling the map of Springfield and the route he and Brown would take to end Dempsey's miserable existence. The boot to his ribs came at a little past 3 in the morning. It was Will, nudging him awake, as he scanned to the north through the scope of his M4. Lugnut shot to his feet, glad he'd fallen asleep with his boots still on. He grabbed his rifle 2 raps heading south. Will said, "Brown and Trenton, they're already mounted up and headed that way." "Gotta be Region 5. "Yep," Will said. "Stephens?" Lugnut asked. "She's on the phone. Any word?" "They don't know we're here." "What are they doing in Jeff City then?" Lugnut asked. "Don't know." Walker ran by, heading toward where they'd tied the horses. Stephens wants eyes on the junction with Route E. That's the direction Brown and Trenton went. Route E connected Route B, which they were on, to the more heavily traveled Highway 54. Lugnut ran to the road and found Stevens and Rank huddled over the map. Stevens had her sat phone up to her ear. "Yes, sir, but that would take us an extra 4 hours of riding," Stevens said into the phone. "What do they know?" Lugnut asked, approaching Rank. "They don't know jack shit. They know nothing about Region 5 or anyone with maps near Jefferson City. The capital is supposed to be pretty much deserted since the military pulled out. We sure they're raps? Lugnut asked. Brown was sure. Rank said. Headquarters is wanting us to reroute to avoid the city? Lugnut asked. They want us to cross the river at Herman instead. Herman, Missouri was a day's ride east and the only other place to cross the Missouri River. It would put them half a day behind schedule. Not optimal. It was hard to time operations under the best of circumstances, but often timing was everything. He understood Stephen's hesitancy. Maybe we should move up crossing the bridge and go as soon as Brown and Trenton get back, Will said. Steffens held her hand over the phone. Yes, we need to be ready to move when they get back. Can you make sure the horses are good? Stevens went back to listening to the colonel on the sat phone. I vote for crossing the bridge here at Jeff City, Lugnut whispered to Rank. The city could be crawling with Region 5, Rank said. If they were, shouldn't Sharp have known that already? He's got people here, right? They didn't check in this morning. What? Stevens held up a hand to quiet them. Lugnut lowered his voice. And we are just now learning about this. Stevens knew. They were trying to make contact with a secondary source north of the river and... Nothing today. Lugnut cursed and threw his hands in the air. I hate doing this shit without satellites or drones. This is like trying to operate in the Stone Age. We have to go in blind. We've done it before. Our intel was much worse, remember? Lugnut remembered. They were after Taliban fighters who were moving down from the mountains into a village, striking U.S. forces and then disappearing. The drones and satellites couldn't distinguish between goat herders and Taliban fighters, so they had to have boots on the ground inside the village and sent Lugnut, Rank, Ryan, and Greg in to track them. They found the cave they were hiding out in and called in airstrikes with bunker-buster bombs and other Earth-penetrating munitions to take them out. We won't have air assets to call in this time, Lugnut said. Nope, Rank replied. Brown's voice crackled through Rank's radio. 2 MRAPs heading south on Highway 54. Appear to be on routine patrol. They spotlighted deer in a field, took the shot, and then ran off to find their kill and drag it back to their vehicle. That's not good, Lugnut said. Region 5 soldiers were comfortable in the area, not just passing through. That meant they had been there a while. Why hadn't Sharp's assets in the city reported seeing them? You sure we aren't walking into a shitstorm? Lugnut asked. They gutted it, lopped off the legs, and tied the body to the top of the MRAP. Wasteful bastards, Brown said. Are they continuing south or turning around? Rank asked. They continued south. Trenton and I are heading back. We should push into the city and find out what the situation is near the bridge. Roger that. We'll be ready to move out when you get here, Rank said into the radio. Against Sharp's advice, they continued into Jefferson City to get eyes on the bridge for themselves. Something had occurred with the 2 informants on the ground there. They may have been compromised, or they were working for the enemy and feeding them bad intel. Either way, Region 5 could be on to them, and moving east to Herman to cross the bridge would not be any safer. The only way was to find out for themselves. They moved out in the dark north on Route B to Huff Park, took the road to the west of the lake and continued north across the golf course and onto Stadium Boulevard without seeing a soul. The 8 members of Team Shockwave huddled in the dark with the Jefferson City, Missouri map spread on the ground between them. We'll take Monroe Street to High Street before turning toward the Capitol building. Region 5 will have set up headquarters there somewhere if they've moved into the city, Brown said. My bet is on the governor's mansion, Trenton said. It was only the second time he'd heard the sniper speak. His voice was a deep baritone. He reminded Lugnut of Eddie Vedder from Pearl Jam. He looked a lot like him as well. Memories from their concert at Fenway Park back in 2016 made Lugnut smile. Do you agree, Lug? Rank asked. Lugnut glanced up from the map and scanned the faintly lit faces of his team members. Yeah, if they're setting up something here in Missouri, the district manager would want to set up in the former governor's seat of power. They will have secured the mansion. Okay, Lugnut and I will surveil the mansion while Trenton and Ryan check out the south side of the bridge. The rest of you try to get a view of the north side of the bridge from here. He pointed to a park near the river a few blocks from the state capitol building. The whole thing was risky, but they had to know how extensive Region 5's presence was in the city. We have to assume they have rounded up our informants. They would have performed a sweep of the city in advance of a high-ranking official moving in, Ryan said. If so, the sweep only occurred today. They may not have had time to secure the bridge, Stevens said. That would have been the first thing they did, Rank said. Steffens looked beat. The strain was evident on her face. She'd been planning this mission for months, ever since she learned of Dempsey's reign of terror in the Midwest. A lot was riding on their success. It could mean Region 5 going down easy with fewer deaths. Stay sharp, Brown said, folding the map and stuffing it back into a pouch in his rucksack. Rank, Ryan, and Lugnut fist-bumped and wished one another success as the trio split up to join their new partners in pulling reconnaissance of the bridge and locating Region 5's headquarters. It felt odd not performing the mission together. They'd been together so long that they could move in anticipation of one another. Lugnut knew exactly what Rank would do in a situation. He didn't have to wonder or guess. Brown was a skilled operator. He'd heard all about his recent missions taking out Russian officers. But Lugnut hadn't seen a soldier in action yet. Shooting someone from 800 yards and getting away undetected was different from coming face to face with the enemy and coming out on top. "See ya on the other side," Lugnut said, pulling Ryan into a man-hug. "Make sure Brown doesn't fall into the river. He's not a Marine. He may drown." Ryan chuckled. "You do the same with Trenton?" "The big guy would sink like a rock." "Will do," Ryan said. Trenton was indeed a big guy. He was Lugnut's height, 6 foot 3 inches, but he'd been well fed throughout this thing and had at least 80 pounds on Lugnut and made Ryan look small standing next to him. Ryan double-timed it to catch up with Trenton, and the two disappeared down a side street. "Let's go check out the mansion," Brown said, pulling his M4 into the ready position. Lugnut nodded to Will and Walker before the pair disappeared into the darkness. They were the least experienced of the team, having no military experience prior to the lights going out. However, they'd seen their share of battle, enough that Sharp had selected them for this mission. Lugnut hoped Sharp's and Stevens' faith in the pair wasn't misplaced. Brown and Lugnut approached the governor's mansion from State Street and observed the building from the top of a parking garage at the corner of Madison and Capitol Avenue. Lugnut was encouraged that they hadn't encountered any guards along their route. If the director or other bigwigs had arrived and staked their claim to the city, there would be guards and checkpoints set up blocks from the mansion. Brown knelt, supported his rifle against a wall of the structure, and glassed the area around the mansion. He held up 5 fingers and then held his rifle by the butt, indicating for Lugnut to take a look. "We've got 5 Miraps and 2 Humvees parked at the Capitol building. We're probably looking at least a company-size element," Brown said into the radio. The fact that Region 5 sent in a company to secure the city told Lugnut that they intended to stay a while. They were likely the advance party sent to establish and secure a headquarters for the battalion or brigade-sized element to support some regional director, Dempsey's political representative in the state, who would arrive later. "Copy that," Rank replied. 4 guards, 2 at each end of the intersections closest to the mansion," Brown said. Steffens keyed her radio. "Trenton, what do you see at the bridge?" "Still getting into position," Trenton replied. Waiting to hear back from Trenton about the status of the bridge crossing the Missouri River was excruciating. If Region 5 controlled this bridge, they no doubt controlled the one in Herman and the other crossing in Washington. They'd have to push farther west to Overton, Missouri to find a bridge. If they only had a couple of guards on the Jefferson City Bridge, there was still a chance of making a crossing there. They'd need to take out the guards, but that was very doable if there weren't too many troops there. Lugnut knew they'd run into problems. He just didn't anticipate ones of this magnitude so soon. He thought those would come once they were in Illinois and behind enemy lines. He was trying to think through a scenario where they could make it across the bridge when Trenton's voice crackled through the radio. 2 on the south side. Moving to get a better view of the north side. Only 2. "That's doable," Lugnut said. "Moving to your location, Trenton," Brown said, slinging his rifle. "Walker, do you have eyes on the north side, over?" Stevens asked. "We're moving toward the railroad tracks now. We can see a vehicle parked on the other side. We need to move to see if we can spot guards," Walker replied. "Copy that," Stevens replied. Lugnut rolled his shoulders. He was usually the one on point. He hadn't worked with these guys before. If anything goes wrong, it could jeopardize the whole mission. "We might never get another chance to—" "I know, but these guys know what they're doing," Stevens said. "Okay," Lugnut said, but he still wasn't convinced. Lugnut knew how many ways this could go sideways, but they all knew the risks when they signed up for this mission. They'd agreed to this even though there was a big risk, because there was an opportunity for an even bigger reward. The chance to take out a dictator, free a bunch of people, and release Region 5's grip on vast resources the country needed for recovery was too much to pass on. Besides, the fact that Region 5 was pushing a little too close to home for Lugnut's liking made this something that had to be done, and that's what he did in life. He got shit done. Otherwise, it was just a matter of months, maybe even weeks, before they could be sneaking around on the Langston compound. Lugnut was determined to put a stop to that and keep his group safe from Dempsey's control. He needed to be there to make sure the head of the snake was cut off. He would end this before it reached his family or die trying. Chapter 10. Jefferson City Bridge. Jefferson City, Missouri. September 7th, the radio finally crackled. "We've got a boat tied up at the boat launch ramp," Walker reported. "Only 2 guards are visible on the north side. They're leaning against the rails of the bridge near the skywalk." "Stay put, Walker. We're moving to your location," Brown radioed back. "What's the plan?" Lugnut asked. "We'll cross in the Zodiac," Brown said, turning toward the exit ramp of the garage. "We take out the 2 on the north side, and Ryan and Trenton will take out the 2 on the south side. Then Walker and Fontenot will get the horses across before we're spotted. Let's boogie." The railroad tracks ran east and west along the Missouri River, and several rail cars sat on the tracks near the Amtrak depot. All but one had the rail car doors open, the contents of the boxcars having long ago been taken by survivors or the military. After making their way cautiously to the rail cars, Brown slowly pulled back on the only one with the door closed. Lugnut was sure the squeak could be heard for blocks. He snugged his M4 to his cheek and scanned back and forth through its night vision scope for any movement. Inside the rail car was a fully inflated combat rubber raiding craft, otherwise known as the Zodiac. He and Lugnut pulled the inflated rubber craft from the rail car and carried it down to the riverbank. Missing was its 55-horsepower pump jet propulsor. Instead, they'd be paddling across the river. It would have been difficult going upstream against the current. It would have been much easier had they stashed the raft upstream so they could float down to the boat ramp near the bridge, but there were fewer trees and the risk of being spotted was greater. It would be hard, but not impossible. That was the story of Lugnut's life. "Bond girl," Brown whispered into his radio, "you and Rank meet us at the boxcar with the closed door. Walker, we'll radio you to take the horses across the bridge once we've neutralized the 4 guards." While Ryan and Trenton got into position to take out the 2 guards on the south side of the bridge, and Will and Walker moved the horses up in preparation to cross the bridge. Lugnut, Brown, Rank, and Stevens slid into the Zodiac and paddled across the river to get into position to take out the other 2 guards. The swift current caused the rafters to land nearly a quarter-mile downriver. They carried the raft up the bank and placed it inside an abandoned factory building, then moved as quickly as possible back along the bank to the bridge to set up the ambush of the other 2 guards. At the bottom of the bridge, Rank and Stevens kept watch for any other guards, while Lugnut and Brown continued to the top of a pedestrian walkway attached to the east side of the bridge. "We're in position," Brown radioed. "Trenton and Ryan in position." "Go," Brown said into the radio, and he and Lugnut hopped the fence and slowly moved into position behind the 2 guards. "I'll be glad when Brigade arrives and brings the girls. It's damn lonesome out here and boring as hell. I hate these frontier assignments," one of the soldiers said. Brown and Lugnut silently moved closer to the 2 men. When they were within feet of them, they each lunged at a guard, sinking their tactical knives into each man's neck to their hilts. Moonlight illuminated Brown with his massive arms wrapped around the guard's head, and he and Lugnut slowly lowered each man to the ground. "2 down, north side," Brown whispered into the radio. "2 down, south side," Trenton replied. "Walker, cross the bridge," Brown radioed. "Roger that," Walker replied. Trenton and Ryan move in behind them. "Stevens and Rank, hold your position. Lug and I are on point." Lugnut cringed as the sound of hooves struck the concrete as Walker and Fontenot led the horses across the pedestrian bridge. It echoed through the river valley. If anyone were patrolling nearby, they were sure to have heard it, but at this point there was no turning back. Region 5 wasn't expecting any trouble. 4 guards at the bridge and 4 around the governor's mansion meant Jefferson City was now cleared. The north side of the river was bottomland, void of businesses and homes, dramatically different from the south side, where the Capitol building and the city's population lived and worked. "Everyone mount up, and let's get the hell out of here," Brown said into his radio. As Lugnut brought his horse up to a trot, the shock to his back from his butt, slamming into the saddle, reminded him to fall into the rhythm of the horse. He began posting with his butt rising out of the seat in time with the horse's 2-beat gait. 2 hours after leaving Jefferson City, the group stopped at Hiller's Creek. They would stop there during the last few hours of darkness before first light. It wasn't as much downtime as they would have liked, not that any of them really slept. The horses needed the rest, though. They had another 100 miles to ride, and now wasn't the time to risk injuring a horse in the darkness. Stephens used the smartphone to call headquarters and relay the information about the MRAPs and Humvees in the capital city. "Tell me the other assets have checked in on time," Rank said when she ended the call. Stephens smiled. So far, so good. We should get word to Maria about Region 5's advance into Jeff City, Ryan said. We can't, Rank replied. Classified. We can't risk. But they need to be ready, Ryan interrupted. They are ready. They stay in a state of readiness. Their bags are packed. They'll bug out before Region 5 reaches the county. I hate the thought of them having to bug out. Everyone has worked so hard to make a life there at Paddy Creek, Ryan said. All the hard work that had gone into building the log cabins alone was a huge morale boost for the group when they saw how quickly they could rebuild. Beth and her team had put so much effort into growing and preserving food for the winter. There would be no way they could take it with them if they had to flee the homestead. It would be a crushing loss. They'd have to rely on the caches they'd buried along their route when they'd prepared to bug out, but it wouldn't be anywhere near enough to sustain them through winter. Lugnut prayed they wouldn't have to leave. If they could get to Springfield in time and were successful, Dempsey's army would be in disarray. Sharp and the troops at Little Rock could advance into Missouri, forcing Region 5 to retreat from Missouri. Fontenot spread a blanket out on the ground next to Ryan. My wife will let them know she's in contact with Sharp, Fontenot said. Sharp won't tell her anything about this mission, not even about troops in the capital, Rank said, taking his seat on a nearby boulder. He'll find a way to get word to them, Walker said, maybe through the asset in West Plains. I doubt it, Rank said. Sharp won't let them fall behind enemy lines, Stevens said. He believes in taking care of the families of his soldiers. Your group is making a huge sacrifice for this mission, this country. He'll get them out in time. Lugnut didn't know Colonel Sharp well enough to know his commitment to his soldiers, and his experience with officers hadn't always been the best. He hoped Sharp was different. Stevens rubbed the inside of her right thigh. How much longer? 100 more miles, Rank said, lowering himself down beside her. He took her feet into his hands and began massaging them. Never before had Lugnut seen such a sight on an assignment. Giving pretty women foot massages had never been on the priority list when they needed to hold their position during a mission. Consolidate ammo, change into fresh socks, take a piss, yeah. Shit, I hope she doesn't start doing her nails. It was strange seeing Rank hanging out with a woman as he'd never had a girlfriend in all the time Lugnut had known him. He dated, a lot, but never became serious with anyone. He'd come close with Maria, but that hadn't lasted. Lugnut never learned why. Rank didn't discuss his love life. That was another thing that was odd about the man. Rank and Stevens seemed to have hit it off right from the start. Lugnut had thought it was the thrill of adventure that she offered. With all the talk about rejoining the military and fighting to repel the Russians out on the West Coast, but it was obviously more than that. Lugnut could see it when Rank looked at Stevens. This was the real deal. Rank was in love. I'm not sure my back can take 2 more days of riding, Ryan said, rubbing his buttocks. Seeing those Mraps and Humvees was sure tempting. We could be crossing the Mississippi in less than 2 hours, not 2 days. We can't afford to attract that kind of attention. People see a Humvee driving around that stands out a bunch of guys and gal on horseback is just normal, everyday stuff. Nothing to talk about. I know. I'm just anxious to get to the Region 5 headquarters and get this thing over with, Ryan said. It won't be over. You know that, right? Someone will take Dempsey's place. We're still going to have to send in the cavalry and kill or arrest their troops, Fontenot said. But once we release all their prisoners, that will put a huge kink in their operation. We'll interrupt their communications, their movement of supplies, and take out their leadership. The troops will be in chaos, Ryan said. That's the plan, Walker said, standing. I'm going out to help Brown. I want to ask him about California. Lugnut also wanted to know about California and the West Coast. The EMP hadn't taken out the power grid there, but they'd suffered under the heavy fighting. California had been a significant source of food for the nation. When the wars finally ended and the country turned to recovery, they would need fertile land to grow food. Movement of food and other supplies through the interior of the nation would likely once again return to the railroad, at least until the refineries were pumping out diesel and enough big rigs could be repaired. Lugnut realized that, up until meeting Stevens, he hadn't thought much about the national recovery. He'd focused on his small group and making their lives better, but now hope had crept in. There was so much at stake with this operation. So much was riding on their success. It was an enormous responsibility, one, he prayed, they all were up for. Chapter 11, Langston Farm, Evening Shade, Missouri. September 8th, Maddie checked the bunkhouse and several of the nearby guard posts without locating Maria, Fontenot, and Fisher, frustrated. She headed back to the cabin and followed Jacob and Emma to the dining hall. The rest of the day went by in a blur. Everyone went about their business, securing the area, hunting for food, cooking, and doing laundry. Everything was normal, except it wasn't. Maddie spent the day with Jacob getting supplies loaded into the box truck and had fallen into bed exhausted, but was still unable to sleep. The guys were out there on a mission, and she had no way to communicate with them. There was no way to know if they were all right. She fumed as she tossed and turned. Stevens had recruited them for a crazy mission, and they'd run off to save the world again. Morning came, and everyone was in their normal places except for Maria. She'd avoided Maddie the day before, but Maddie was determined to talk to her. She'd have to track her down and make her listen. Lugnut and Ryan weren't there. She and Maria were in charge now. Maddie was confident Zach would back her up if she could convince Maria that in addition to planning their bug-out, they should also be prepared to defend their homes. There had to be a way for them to save all they'd worked so hard to build. She found Maria, Fisher, and Isabella at the checkpoint near Slabtown Road. Maria was introducing them to Levi and John, Larry's nephews. Maria glanced back over her shoulder in Maddie's direction and then returned to her conversation without so much as an acknowledging nod. Maddie slid in next to Fisher and waited for Maria to finish. "Can I get a word with you?" Maddie asked. "Aaron, will you show Fontenot and Fisher where we get our drinking water?" Maria asked, turning to face Maddie. Maria pointed to a grouping of boulders beside the road and moved in that direction. "I know what you want to talk about," Lugnut was clear. "You? It's not about me being on guard duty." "Oh," Maria said, scratching her chin and pursing her lips. "What then?" "The plan to tuck tail and run at the first sign of trouble," Maddie said. "I don't like it. We're not a bunch of cowards. We've worked hard to build what we have here. My dad—" "I know, Maddie, I know. But even your dad had a bug-out plan in place, just in case. Every army has a fallback plan. We're not tucking tail and running, as you say. We are getting the kids, the elderly, and the injured to safety. We never want to do anything that will put their lives at risk. So we leave a winter's worth of food and firewood behind, weeks before cold weather sets in. Doesn't that put them at risk? I remember last winter. Do you?" "I remember it all too well, Maddie. We struggled. It wouldn't be the same. We would have a place to go with food, and we can help them get enough firewood and winter preps." "The Fontenot Chicks group? You think they'll welcome us with open arms, more hungry mouths to feed?" "They said they would," Maria said. She walked away, leaving Maddie alone, fuming at the prospect of losing her home and leaving everything behind. Maddie heard footsteps and turned. "Sorry to startle you," Isabella said. "And sorry to eavesdrop on your conversation. My husband's family is part of the group there at Williams Junction. His sister, Savannah, has been taking people in ever since the lights went out. It was tough feeding everyone. There were days when we thought we'd all starve to death, but she still never turned anyone away. They have a good thing going at the compound. They've even established trade with another nearby group. It will be hard, but together we will all make it work. If you have to leave here—" Maddie stared at her. Her chocolate brown hair was clean and pulled into a ponytail. Her nails were neatly trimmed and clean. Her teeth were white. She wasn't thin and malnourished like everyone else. She and Fisher hadn't missed meals like Maddie's group. "What's it like in the cities down there?" Fisher said. "Dallas was almost like before." "Dallas is great. The soldiers from Fort Hood have secured it, and everything is relatively under control. They have power and running water. Food, isn't that plentiful?" "It's rationed, but people aren't starving to death." Maddie shook her head. It's hard to believe. After so long, it was hard to imagine anything but the Stone Age conditions in which they'd been living. "I know after all we've seen, it's hard to think there could be any place out there resembling normal. The war out west, we're winning." "Not exactly. We're running out of supplies and fuel. But that gold your group helped secure purchased a shipment from Brazil that may turn the tide of the war in California." "That's good," Maddie said. Even though Stevens had mentioned the war in California, Maddie hadn't given it much thought. It was so far away, and they had more immediate problems, like Region 5 running their local back roads. Isabella grew quiet. She was looking down at her boots. Was she thinking about her husband moving toward the belly of the beast? How could she not be worried? "They'll take care of business and be back shortly," Maddie said. "They will, I know. I just wish I could have gone with them." "I appreciate you two choosing to stay and help us," Maddie offered, surprising even herself, but she meant it. She was grateful to have two more experienced shooters. Not that Fisher and Isabella were anywhere near replacements for Lugnut and Ryan, but they'd seen combat and survived. Horses' hooves echoed through the valley. It was one rider, riding hard and approaching from the south. It was likely someone from the farm. "Maddie, take cover," Aaron shouted from his perch in the trees. "How many?" Maddie asked. "Just get behind the sandbags, Maddie," John said. Isabella was already in position with her rifle braced on the sandbags. Maddie dropped down beside her, pulled her rifle up, and peered through its scope, looking for a target. Eric Wynn's face bobbed in and out of view. "It's just Eric," she shouted. "Where's Maria?" Eric shouted as he approached. He pulled the horse to an abrupt stop. Gravel flew and dust encircled him as he dropped from his saddle. "She's showing Fisher Guard Tower 7, Isabella said. Maddie moved toward Eric. "What's wrong?" "Quincy got the radio working. He spoke to West Plains. We have trouble," Eric said through gasps. Maddie's stomach dropped. Had her worst fears been realized? Had Lugnut, Ryan, and Rank been killed by Dempsey's forces? She almost spoke their names out loud, but remembered their mission was classified. Aaron slid down from his deer stand observation post and rushed to Eric's side. "What is it?" "Region 5. Yeah, they're using the rivers to navigate. There's a report that they've taken control of Jefferson City. That's not surprising. After the governor died and the military pulled out and headed to California, people fled the capital city." "It was like a ghost town the last time we were up that way," Maddie said. "It says something, though. Why is Region 5 there?" Eric asked. "I know, that's 100 miles away. Have the troops down in the Bootheel moved west? Have they reached Highway 60 yet?" Maddie asked. "No, not yet. They're busy bringing in crops." West Plains said Region 5 is still shipping in workers. "We're good, then. There's no indication they have any interest in south-central Missouri. They're not stupid. Fighting in the hills could prove fatal for them. We know these woods, they don't," Maddie said. As decisive as she tried to sound, Eric's expression said he wasn't convinced. She understood his concern. He had fled Dempsey's forces before Amy, and the baby had just hooked up with Larry's group when it was attacked by DHS and Dempsey's army in Peoria, Illinois. They'd seen and fought them all the way to Missouri. Everyone began talking over one another, giving their own interpretation of what they could be doing. Eric stepped between them, held up an arm, and shouted over them. "Listen up, folks." Maddie had a flash of memory. She did a double take. Could it be him, the guy from the airport, the day the lights went out? Maddie had heard the story of how he'd fought his way from Chicago to Rockford, Illinois to find Amy. But could he and Maddie really have both been in the airport terminal when the EMP happened? Memories of that day and the panic and chaos that ensued flooded her mind. While everyone was freaking out in the terminal, Eric had been calm and decisive. They'd all had to fight for their lives to reach safety, but fate had somehow brought them together again. He'd arrived with Larry and the others just when Maddie had needed help the most, in the middle of the trouble with the prison. What were the odds of that happening? Did it mean something? Maddie rubbed her temples. It was all too much to take in. "Listen up, folks," Eric repeated louder this time. Everyone quieted to listen to him. "Colonel Sharp wants us to be on alert. They're monitoring Region 5's movement and will alert us if anything changes. He said he'd try to give us a heads up in time to bug out. I think we should pull out now and get the kids and elderly somewhere safe before we're cut off and can't escape." He turned to get back on his horse. Maddie caught his arm. "I really don't think it's going to come to that, Eric." She wanted to tell him about Lugnut and the mission in Illinois, but she couldn't. She'd promised, "Colonel Sharp will do something." "I don't think we should rely on that. They have their own agenda." Eric climbed back into his saddle and turned his horse toward home. "You'll tell Maria?" "Of course," Maddie said. Eric nudged his horse and took off galloping back to the farm. He wouldn't tell Amy or the others about the news from West Plains. He wouldn't want to worry them needlessly. Everyone was already as prepared as they could be. They drilled almost daily now and could load everyone in the box truck in under 5 minutes. The most essential items, such as food, water, and ammunition, were already packed inside. They were physically ready, but mentally, who could be prepared to be suddenly homeless and on the run? Eric disappeared behind a cloud of dust kicked up by his horse. Maddie tried to wrap her head around the news he'd brought them. How concerned should they be? Jefferson City was a 2-hour drive even before the world went to shit. Now the roads sucked. Some of the bridges over the creeks and rivers had been washed away in the flood the previous spring. It was a difficult trip, even on horseback. It would be hard to reach them from Jefferson City in military vehicles. Isabella's face was pale. Her eyes were glassy with tears. "What's wrong?" Maddie asked, taking a step toward her. Will and the others were going to cross the Missouri River at Jefferson City. Maddie's breath caught in her throat. Her mouth went dry. She hadn't been filled in on the details of their mission. She assumed they'd go east along I-44 and then north to Springfield, Illinois. "What?" she croaked. "They're going through Jefferson City." Isabella grabbed her hand. Her eyes were wide. "You can't tell anyone. Anyone. Not even Maria. I shouldn't have," she said through quick breaths. She had told Maddie details about the mission that she shouldn't have spoken to anyone. her face contorted with fear. "It's all right. I won't say anything. I know you're concerned about your husband. Lugnut, Rank, and Ryan wouldn't walk into an ambush like that. They'd take another route if they encountered Region 5 in Jefferson City. There's a bridge in Herman. They'd go there." Isabella placed her hand over her mouth, tears sliding down her cheeks. She nodded and lowered her hand. After smoothing her hair and running her hand down the length of her ponytail, she took a deep breath. "You're right. They have intelligence assets and the Special Forces guys with their high-tech gear. They'll avoid trouble with troops until they reach their targets." "What's wrong, Fontenot?" Fisher asked as she and Maria approached. "Eric rode out to tell us that Quincy got the radio working and that they've made contact with West Plains," Isabella said. Maddie relayed the report to Maria. If the Marine was concerned, she didn't show it. Did she somehow already know about Jefferson City? It seemed everyone was keeping secrets. Maddie wasn't sure who knew what at this point. "Let's get back. I need to chat with Larry and Jean. I think we need to expand our perimeter, at least have lookouts and licking in Houston," Maria said, heading toward where the horses were tied. "We don't have enough radios," Maddie said. "I know, we'll think of something." "Let's get back and call a meeting," Maria said. "What about Waynesville and Rolla? Shouldn't we let them know?" "We can't spare anyone," Maria interrupted. "Still, shouldn't we talk to them and have them on the lookout?" Maddie said. She didn't especially trust the Rolla sheriff or their new mayor, but the woman who ran the trade fair, Sharon Easton, was on top of things. She understood the need for vigilance. She was a retired Army Command Sergeant Major. She didn't take chances with security. Maria stopped walking. "No, Maddie. We have to stick to the plan. Stay close to home. Be ready. We can't rely on Easton's team to alert us if they see anything, and they may even want something in return." "Let's back up for a minute," Maddie said. "We could offer to help if Region 5 reaches them. Then they'd send someone to alert us. They'd appreciate the extra shooters." "No, Maddie, that's not Lugnut's plan. That's not our mission," Maria said. She turned and walked away. Maddie clenched her jaw and looked skyward. Lugnut's plan? It sounded more like Ryan's plan to Maddie. Ryan was the least risk-averse of the three amigos. He'd somehow convinced Lugnut that there was no way the group could hold the compound without them. Everything in Maddie rejected bugging out without even trying to stand and fight and save their homestead. An idea formed as Maddie climbed back on her horse and rode toward home. "I'll round up Mom and Ella and make sure they're ready," Maddie said out loud to herself. They would go over the plan to bug out and recheck the supplies for the 100th time. If all else failed, she'd help them load everyone up to bug out to Arkansas. But before that, she was going to give them a fighting chance to save their home. If she could somehow arrange a deal with Sharon Easton, and maybe even the Marshall and Dixon to establish some sort of mutual aid agreement, maybe together they could drive out Region 5 troops long before they reached evening shade. She had to try. Wasn't that what her dad would have done? She couldn't imagine him tucking tail and running at the first sign of trouble, not without trying everything to prevent it. Chapter 12. Phelps County Trade Fair Grounds, Rolla, Missouri, September 8th. Maddie knew Maria would be pissed, but she'd deal with that later. What harm could be done by talking to Easton? Maddie wasn't sure Easton would speak with her, but Easton had known her dad. She'd play that card. Sometimes it still worked. She had to find a way to get a face-to-face with Command Sergeant Major Sharon Easton. Her plan depended upon it. Beth and Ella took the news of troops in Jeff City fairly well. All the training with Ryan had paid off in that regard. They knew exactly what to do. It must have provided some comfort. Maddie left them near the box truck going over an inventory to go find Dustin and Jackson. Since they weren't on guard duty, they were likely helping Fred make moonshine. She'd been right. They were doing the heavy lifting and filling the copper still with sugar and other ingredients that Nelson's crew had previously stolen and hoarded at the ranch. "And Maria sanctioned this mission?" Dustin asked. "She thought it was a good idea," Maddie lied. "They'd understand later, after she'd secured Easton's cooperation." Maddie, Dustin, and Jackson rode faster than normal, pushing their horses harder than they should. But it was necessary this one time. They had to get to Rolla and back in one day. "How are you going to get them to open the gate on a non-fair day?" Dustin asked. Maddie looked past him at the 12-foot-high chain-link fence and steel gate. She'd recruited him for this mission precisely for this task. He drank with all the guards, most of whom were prior military who'd been stationed at Fort Leonard Wood with Dustin and Jackson before the lights went out. He had a rapport with them, not that it was a guarantee of getting in. Easton ran a tight ship. Her guards wouldn't just throw the gates open for an old Army buddy, but they'd stop and listen to him, hopefully carry a message back to their boss. If that didn't work, they'd have to find another way in. You and Jackson are going to chat up your buddies, Butler and Richardson. You're going to ask nicely for them to let us in to talk to Easton, Maddie said. Yeah, like that's going to happen. She'd cut their dicks off if they did that. No way they'll break protocol like that, Jackson said. Just ask if they say no. We'll ask them to carry a message to her. They'll probably just tell us to piss off, Dustin said. If they do, we've got Fred's Friday night special right there in your saddlebag, Maddie said. Jackson scrunched his face. You put Fred's hooch in my saddlebag? He's going to be livid when he finds out you took it. It's for a good cause. He'll get over it, Maddie said. These days, liquor was more valuable than food, especially Fred's brew, and especially with Easton's guards. It was Maddie's backup plan if all else failed. Butler called out as they approached the gate. Maddie couldn't see him, but she could see the barrel of his rifle resting on a sandbag lying on the windowsill of the guard shack. Hey there, Butler. How's it going? Dustin said. His voice cracked. Even though they were on friendly terms with the guards, you never knew what could happen when you were staring down the barrel of the gun. We're closed. What the hell are you doing here? The guard asked. We were hoping to speak to the command sergeant major. It's important, Dustin said. Do you have an appointment? No, this just came up, Dustin said. Then go away. Come back on Friday and you can speak to her secretary then. Maddie was growing impatient. We have something to report from Colonel Sharp, she said. Jackson raised his hands in a what-the-hell gesture. We don't have time for this bullshit. I have other places to be, she said, stepping past the two soldiers and approaching the gate. Just open the gate and let Sharon know we're here to speak with her about an urgent matter regarding Region 5. Maddie. Jackson grabbed her arm. It's classified. She pulled her arm free from his grasp. I won't reveal anything classified, she whispered to him. What's going on here, Lawrence? Butler asked. Maddie gave Dustin a look. She'd never learned Dustin's or Jackson's last names. She found that odd. She knew so little about them or their lives before. Maddie had never asked about their families. They had been stationed at Fort Leonard Wood. Everyone they loved could have been far away or within the blast zone. She should have asked. But when was there time for small talk? Just send word to your boss, will you? We have some information she'll want to hear, Jackson said, stepping in front of Maddie. Was he afraid Butler would shoot her? What do you have to report from Sharp? Butler asked. I'll relay the message. Maddie poked her head around Jackson's left shoulder. Stop playing games, Butler. Open the damn gate and let Sharon know we're here. Otherwise, I'm walking away with my intel, and she can find out what we came to tell her the hard way. I'm sure that when the shit hits the fan, she'll thank you for sending us away before we could give her the heads up. Maddie stepped around Jackson and placed her hands on her hips. You have 10 seconds? Who do you think you are? Butler snapped. Dustin stepped back and was preparing to climb onto his horse. Sure they weren't getting inside the gate. Jackson followed suit. Neither had any confidence that they were seeing the command sergeant major or delivering the report from West Plains. Even Maddie's confidence was starting to wane. She stared at the steel gate. Who did she think she was? Why would they listen to anything she had to say? She wasn't Lugnut or Ryan. She wasn't the leader of any group. Maddie started to turn away, go back home and prepare to bug out like she'd been advised to do, but she thought about all the work they'd put into rebuilding after the flood and tornado. Zach had been so happy to have built his cabin on the spot where his dad had constructed their cabin years before. That's when it hit her. She was Greg Langston's daughter. That's who she was. And Greg Langston was no quitter. He was a fighter. She was doing what her father would have done, what he did when he was preparing for a scenario just like this. She was attempting to build a larger community, one that worked together for the common good. She and Zach had accompanied their father as he traveled throughout the county, meeting people, getting to know them, finding out their skills and their weaknesses, not to exploit them, but to shore them up when the time came. Even then, he brought people together. When Jed Bowman broke his back after his tractor rolled over, he had 40 acres of fresh-cut hay on the ground with a storm predicted to dump rain on it. Maddie and Zach followed their father from farm to farm until her dad had rounded up enough people with tractors and hay balers to get Joe's hay into the barn. The community came together then. Could she do what her father had done that day? Could she convince scared and half-starved members of the community to work together and fight back against Dempsey's takeover of their area? I'm Greg Langston's daughter. That's who I think I am, she said in a low voice. What? Butler asked. She lifted her eyes to the guard tower and stared down the barrel of Butler's rifle. I said, I'm Greg Langston's daughter, and you're going to open that gate right now. The hinges to the steel gate squeaked. Damn, Maddie. If this bites us in the ass, I'm coming to stay with you, Butler said, stepping into view. Maddie darted past Butler and through the gate. It won't, but if it did, you'd be more than welcome. We can always use more experienced guards, Maddie called over her shoulder as she hurried toward Easton's office. James Sparks, Command Sergeant Major Sharon Easton's secretary, made them wait in the lobby for 10 minutes before escorting them to her office. Behind the former ticket counter were two women painting words on a sign that read, "No weapons beyond this gate." They looked up wide-eyed as Maddie, Dustin, and Jackson passed by. It was obvious they weren't used to Easton having visitors. Sparks rapped his knuckles on the office door. "Come in," a soft, feminine voice called through the door. The secretary turned the knob and eased open the door before stepping out of the way. He didn't go in or announce them. Maddie stepped through the doorway as Sparks rushed back down the hall toward the front lobby. Was he expecting trouble? Easton sure had her staff afraid of her. Maddie had heard she had been a hard-ass when she'd been the post-command sergeant major at Fort Leonard Wood. Obviously her reputation and the way she conducted business were still working well for her now. "Hello, Maddie. Come in and have a seat. Sergeants Lawrence and Hoffenberg can wait for you outside." Easton pointed toward the lobby. Maddie glanced back at Dustin and Jackson and mouthed, "I'll be okay." They looked intimidated and a little scared as they backed out the door and closed it behind them without a word. Maddie sat across the desk from the former senior non-commissioned officer. As a senior NCO, she'd been effective in executing whatever missions she had. Maddie was hoping that skill set would help them in this instance, because a hard-charging NCO was exactly what this current mission required. "What do you have to report from Colonel Sharp?" Easton asked, not wasting time on small talk. "Region 5 is breathing down our necks. You know about their activity down in the Bootheel region, right?" Maddie was sure Easton, as head of the trade fair, knew what was going on in other parts of the state or even the country. She probably had her people question any outsiders about where they had been and pump them for useful information. Easton might even know more about Region 5 than Colonel Sharp. "I've been monitoring their activities, yes." CSM Easton leaned forward and placed both hands on top of her desk, interlacing her fingers. She seemed anxious to hear what Maddie had to report. "They've moved into the state capital and are using the waterways to travel covertly." Maddie informed her. "Jeff City?" she asked, leaning back in her chair. She ran both hands through her short salt and pepper hair. "Fudge. They haven't made any attempt to cross Highway 60. They're busy raiding crops," Maddie said. "I heard. They're starving out the farmers who planted them. They've seized control and blockaded the nearby towns, trying to break the people and convince them to give up without having to expend resources to take them by force. It's been effective elsewhere. They've used the tactic across the Midwest. You either work for them or they starve you out." Maddie hadn't heard about that. She knew Region 5 had work camps, but knew nothing about how they'd acquired their workers. "The reason I came to you is I think we should be prepared to defend the region. We need to work together to let Region 5 know they aren't welcome here and we aren't easy targets for their fascist regime. What are you proposing? And have you run this by Lugnut and Ryan?" Maddie bristled. She couldn't tell Easton that she was unable to communicate with Lugnut and Ryan because they were off on a secret mission. "They're on a scavenging mission. They'll be back in a day or two." She lied. She didn't know when they'd be back. Easton stared back at Maddie, who held Easton's gaze. Their interactions over the past 6 months had been cordial when they saw each other, but it had been obvious that Easton still saw her as nothing more than Greg Langston's little girl. Maddie was encouraged that she'd agreed to the meeting and listened thus far. Maddie didn't want to mess this up. Receiving Easton's cooperation was vital to Maddie's plan. "My thought was that we need to cut them off long before they reach Phelps or Pulaski counties. Once they reach Interstate 44, they can gain access and control of the southern part of the state. That's the second part of the plan. Make it harder for them to reach us by vehicle." "What's your plan to do that?" Easton asked. "Roadblocks. What about the troops in Jeff City? You have thoughts about that?" Easton asked. Maddie slumped slightly. Her proposal was fuzzy on details. Easton liked details. "I was hoping we could work together to form a plan." Easton's eyes narrowed. "I know you have contacts in Iberia and Vienna. We need to establish a relationship with folks near Tuscumbia. Connecting with Westphalia would be great. They're much closer to Jefferson City. We need an early alert. At that point, we will need people to set up ambushes and conduct other missions. We need to hit them, and hit them hard. Send a message back to Illinois that we won't roll over and let them take Missouri without a fight." Easton cocked her head to the side and smiled. "You are Langston." Maddie returned the smile. "I'm an American. I don't want to live under a communist dictator working with the Russians and Chinese." Easton pushed her chair back and stood, then stepped out from behind her desk. Maddie rose to her feet. I'll send someone to Tuscumbia. That's their likely route. Maybe we can block the bridge there or something. I'll have a chat with their leader and see if he knows anyone in Westphalia we can work with. I'm not sure they're very organized up there. Might help to send some of my folks up there just for observation. That's awesome, Sharon. I'm headed to Lakay to speak with Clyde Burns and D.R.F. Easton shook her head. Don't. That big mouth will ruin everything. Region 5 will know everything we're planning. Maddie blinked rapidly. She didn't know that about the man. He'd owned the local feed store there for years. He had a large extended family and had taken over responsibility for protecting his community in late spring. Lugnut hadn't had anything bad to say about him. I'd like to have a heads up if troops reach the interstate. That's why I wanted someone in Lakay. I'd like to know before troops are heading south on Highway 17. You should talk to that group staying in the old Smitty's grocery store in Waynesville. Their leader, Leo Fitzsimmons, is a retired NCO. He'll at least keep his mouth shut. Smitty's? Maddie asked. She wasn't all that familiar with Waynesville, the grocery store on Ecord Avenue. Hell, I don't know what it's called now. Everyone just calls it Smitty's. Okay, do you think he'll talk to me? Maddie asked. No, he's a misogynistic pig. But he'll listen to Lawrence and Hoffenberg before he will. Maddie was even more glad she'd brought Dustin and Jackson. She didn't care who the guy listened to, as long as he agreed to work with them to stop Region 5. Maddie held out her right hand. The two women shook, then Easton showed her to the door. I'll send Butler and Richardson up to Tuscumbia today, and I'll send word to you as soon as I know anything. I'll do the same with Fitzsimmons. I'll send word if I hear anything more from Colonel Sharp as well. As Maddie turned to go, Easton reached out and put her hand on Maddie's shoulder. What's Sharp planning? She asked. Despite the lack of modern communication technology, news of the military's mission to retrieve the gold shipment traveled fast. Maddie's group had been hounded for answers about when the government was coming to make lives better. Of course, they didn't have any answers, though several of their neighbors had questioned them, not knowing anything. Maddie bit the inside of her lip. She couldn't tell Easton the truth either, but was afraid she'd see through a lie. They don't tell me anything. I know they're eventually planning to do something about Region 5. That was true. That's what that CIA chick said. But we can't wait around for them to ride in and save us. Also true. Other than providing them some intel on Region 5's movements, they couldn't count on the U.S. military to protect them. That was why she was sitting in Sharon Easton's office. If they were going to prevent dictator Dempsey from controlling their region, they would need to band together and defend their communities. I agree. They have enough on their plates out on the West Coast. It could be months before they make any move on Illinois. We'll deal with those goons in Jeff City. We'll put something together to send a message back to Dempsey that Missouri is not his for the taking, Easton said, motioning for Maddie to step into the hall. On your way out, will you tell Sparks to have Butler and Richardson come see me? Sure. Thanks for meeting with me. I look forward to talking with you after you hear from Tuscumbia and Westphalia, Maddie said. Maddie's mood was lighter going out of Easton's office than it had been going in. If they could work with communities along the route south that Region 5 would need to travel to reach them, they had a good chance of stopping them long before they reached her home and family in Texas County. She caught herself whistling a light tune as she passed the reception desk. The two women painting signs looked up with puzzled expressions, and Dustin and Jackson jumped to their feet as Maddie entered the lobby. Easton's secretary, Sparks, was leaning against the door, blocking their exit. Let's go, guys. I'll fill you in on the way to Waynesville, Maddie said. As she approached the door, Sparks took 2 steps to the side. Command Sergeant Major wants you to have Butler and Richardson come to her office right away. Maddie pushed open the door and headed toward the front gate. She wanted to be in Waynesville before sunset. The last thing she wanted was to encounter an unknown group in the dark. Chapter 13, Highway 54, Auxvas, Missouri, September 8th. I still wish we could have taken the Humvee. We'd be there by now, Will Fontenot said. He dipped his canteen into the lake east of Auxvas, Missouri, where they'd stopped to water and rest the horses while Brown and Trenton scouted ahead. The plan had been to continue traveling north on Highway 54 to Louisiana, Missouri, but there had been no communication with Stevens' assets 50 miles north in Mexico, Missouri. They had to assume that Region 5 controlled that area as well. They needed an alternate route. As Lugnut knelt at the water's edge to fill his water bladder, he considered the algae filling the downwind side of the lake. He couldn't tell from his location, but it could be blue-green algae. If anyone got sick with microcystin, their mission would be a bust. But Brown and Trenton had brought an Army water purification system with them that, according to Brown, could make any water potable. Hey everyone, make sure you use purification tablets in the water here or use your filters. Roger that, Rank said. How long will it take us to reach our destination? How many more detours are we going to have to take? Fontenot asked. Lugnut understood his frustration. From what he knew of the man, he didn't have all that much military experience, having joined after the shit hit the fan. He'd fought the Chinese in Louisiana and a few skirmishes with locals before encountering Region 5 forces down in Arkansas. We can't attract attention. You know that, Stephen said. She dipped a bandana into the water and wiped dirt from her face. I understand your frustration. We all want to get to Springfield and get this mission underway, but it won't work if they know we're coming. I know. I know you're concerned about your wife back at our place. Sharp will keep them informed. They'll bug out if things get hairy, Ryan said. Lugnut had forgotten the man's wife was back in Evening Shade, which meant the presence of troops so near there had him concerned for her. Lug hoped it wouldn't affect his concentration on this mission. As Fontenot walked away, Ryan's expression changed. He stared long-faced into the water. I'm concerned about them too, Lugnut said. I wish I'd spent more time with the little kids. If all the adults are engaged with the enemy, Emma and Krista will be the ones protecting the babies, Ryan said. Lugnut rested a hand on Ryan's shoulder. They know what to do. You ran drills every day since we got back from Little Rock. Emma and Krista are little Spitfires. Heaven help anyone who tries to hurt the littles. He tried not to think about what could happen in Texas County. It was something that was drilled into him in boot camp. You have to put your family and whatever is going on back home from your mind when you're deployed. Thinking about that shit will destroy your focus. He had to get Ryan's thoughts back on the mission and knew how hard it was. They'd spent the last year responsible for the safety and security of their group. He, too, felt the enormous weight of their obligation to keep Greg's family and the others safe. It was difficult to leave them, but they had to concentrate solely on their objective in Springfield. That was how they fulfilled their obligation now. Let's go over the route once we cross the Mississippi River, he said, changing the subject. They ran through what they were to do once they crossed into Illinois. Everyone was solid on their route and their roles in the mission. The plan was good. Lugnut felt confident in their chances for success as long as the assets were in place. His plan to distract Ryan and redirect him worked. He even began joking about Dempsey and comparing the hunt for him to that of Saddam Hussein during Desert Storm. They were discussing the most wanted deck of cards that Greg Langston had mounted under glass and hung in his office when Brown and Trenton returned from their scouting mission. There's a company of Region 5 soldiers in Mexico, Missouri. We need to wait until dark and take Route B east to avoid them, Brown said. That puts us at least 6 hours behind, Fontenot said. What's your suggestion? You want to roll into Mexico and start shooting? Brown said. Brown seemed much more on edge. Having Region 5 troops spread across northern Missouri was unexpected. Their intel was bad. Lugnut understood his concern. How would the lack of accurate intelligence affect the mission? Would all the players be in place? No, I don't think we should roll in with guns blazing. I do think we need to be aware that we're in a time crunch here if we miss. Brown puffed out his chest. All is well, cowboy, Brown said, slapping Will on the back. Fontenot looked up at Brown and nodded agreement. Everyone was on edge but committed. Lugnut spread a blanket under an old oak tree near where they'd tied up the horses and tried to get some shut-eye since they'd be traveling at night now, but his attention was pulled toward Fontenot and Walker's conversation. They were busy examining the horses' hooves. Fontenot seemed too filled with nervous energy to focus on his task. This is nothing like that, Will, Walker said. Bad intel got nearly the entire company killed. Stephen's team and Isabella's squad were ambushed by an overwhelming force. How did her sources not see them coming and report their movements in time? Fontenot asked. Are you questioning Stephen's ability to gather reliable intelligence, or her loyalty? Walker asked. Lugnut rolled onto his side, facing away from the men. He didn't want them to know he was eavesdropping on their conversation. He wanted them to continue. Lugnut needed to know if 2 members of the team were questioning the mission. I'm not saying Stevens is responsible. I'm saying that something fishy is going on with her sources. I think maybe they're working more for Region 5 than us. How can we safely rely on anything they've reported so far? Fontenot asked. Well, for one, your cousins are 2 of her sources. I know that. They're embedded with Region 5. Their intel is solid. I'm talking about the civilian sources that they've recruited from the communities. Somehow, Region 5 has found them and either fed them bad information or had them provide false reports. It's no coincidence that we were in the dark about troops in Jeff City in Mexico, 2 places that were supposed to have been declared safe for travel. The troops in Jefferson City didn't look as though they were expecting us. They weren't patrolling, and they didn't even have robust perimeter security. It looked more like they were setting up a post in friendly territory. Exactly? Why? What happened to Staven's assets in the city? I think they fled. They bugged out and didn't want to radio in for fear that Region 5 could track them, Walker said. Maybe, but you think the same thing occurred in Mexico? They see troops coming, and instead of doing what they'd agreed to do, which was alert us to any movement in the area, they tuck tail and run too. I'm not sure, Will. All I can say is I trust Stevens knows what she's doing. Things like this happen. Intelligence gathering is difficult. I've dealt with informants. Sometimes you get gold and sometimes they get flaky. Let's check the rest of these horses and then get some shut-eye. It's not going to be fun riding through the night, Walker said. Steffens was huddled with Brown and Trenton, no doubt discussing that same issue. Brown was not happy with the failed intelligence either. Lugnut decided to join their conversation. They stopped speaking when he approached. Am I interrupting a top-secret briefing? Lugnut tried to sound less concerned than he felt. We're discussing the lack of reliable intel, Brown said. I'm working on it. Sharp is trying to contact our informants. We'll know something in a few hours, Stevens said. By the time we head out, Lugnut asked, leaning his back against a tree and crossing his arms. We're going to wait for their report. If they're compromised or are Region 5 plants, we need to know before we cross over into Illinois, Trenton said. The intel from the border to Springfield is solid. I can vouch for that. It comes from our assets. 2 of them are Will's cousins. They're very experienced, Stevens said. Getting across the river is going to be tricky enough. We need to know what we're facing before we get on that bridge, Brown said. We will. I'll make sure of it, Stevens said. She looked exhausted, the stress of the mission showing on her face. Lugnut held his hand out to help Stevens to her feet. We all need to get some sleep, he said. Steffens stood and turned toward the road. I'm going to check on Rank. See if he needs anything before I turn in. She walked away, leaving Lugnut alone with Brown and Trenton. I wouldn't want her job, Trenton said. He leaned back on his blanket, crossed his arms over his chest, and closed his eyes. I'm concerned about the informants, Brown said. He leaned back against his pack and munched on a pack of crackers. We're all concerned, Lugnut said. I'm worried about what they could give up if they're captured. Region 5 has some damn good interrogators. Lugnut knew about their interrogators. He'd seen what they'd done to Roger and Rank when they'd captured them in St. Louis. Rank had beaten himself up for months about giving up his group's location. He hadn't had the information Dempsey wanted. At the time, he'd known nothing at all about the gold or a government team looking for it. They'd been in the city looking for a hidden cache of FEMA medical supplies to save their community from whatever sickness had been brought in from one of the refugee shelters. But Lugnut knew then they had not seen the last of those DHS renegades. Chapter 14, Smitty Supermarket, Waynesville, Missouri, September 8th. Leo Fitzsimmons, the leader of the group living in the grocery store, wasn't at all as Sharon Easton had described. After some rough handling by his guards at their checkpoint on the interstate, they were brought to his location. Maddie had introduced herself along with Dustin and Jackson. Fitzsimmons seemed perfectly fine negotiating with her. He did give Dustin and Jackson a few questioning glances, but he listened to her explain what they'd learned about Region 5's control of the state capital. So, you want me to believe that if this army comes rolling into the county, and I send my guys to alert your group, you won't just pack up and run off. You're going to send your security team to help us. Something like that. Easton is sending her guys to Tuscumbia and Westphalia. We're hoping enemy troops never make it this far. Our goal is to stop them before they reach our area. So we all get alerted, send teams, and ambush them before they pose a threat to our friends and families, Maddie said. In the end, Fitzsimmons agreed to work with them. We're low on ammo. Maddie had been waiting for that. She knew there'd be a price. We can bring 200 rounds with us. Normally, Maddie wouldn't divulge information about the group's supplies, but everyone knew they'd confiscated ammunition and supplies from Nelson's ranch. That type of information could either make them a target or act as a deterrent to trouble. In this case, Maddie wasn't concerned about Fitzsimmons planning an attack against the Langston group, at least not until the threat of Region 5 was over. After that, Lugnut and the guys would be back, and they could deal with this group. We need to get home. You'll post guards on Highway 17 in Crocker? She wanted to hear him say it. She wanted his group to hear him give his word. First thing in the morning, he said. He pointed to 2 men holding rifles, Lovegrove and McKinstry. You're in charge of pulling together a team, get the supplies you need for a week, and set up an observation point. The folks in Tuscumbia will alert that team if they have activity up their way, so you'll need to establish contact with them. Sharon's crew will give you the details when they return from there, Maddie said. I think I'll ride over and have a convo with Easton. I want to get her thoughts on the situation. You'll let us know if you hear anything from that colonel at Fort Hood. Little Rock? Maddie corrected him. I'll let you know. If the information were necessary for their alliance, she would inform him. But she'd keep everything else secret. Easton may trust him to keep his mouth shut, but Maddie wouldn't risk Lugnut's, Rank's, and Ryan's lives on it. Maria was livid. So livid. She cursed Maddie in Spanish for about 5 minutes before returning to English. Lugnut put me in charge of security. Me. This is why you run off, share classified information, and make alliances without even consulting me. Beth was standing over Maddie with her hands on her hips. She was giving her that stern, you're in deep shit now look like when she'd been 14 and had taken the family car for a joyride. Dustin and Jackson were scratching their heads and looking to the sky like they'd just been along for the ride and knew nothing. Now I have to ride to Rolla myself and straighten all this out. We'll be 3 short on security. She glanced back at Dustin and Jackson. I hope your asses aren't too sore to ride back to Rolla. Jackson straightened and took 2 steps toward her. I think you should finish listening to Maddie. The arrangement she made with Easton and Fitzsimmons is for the good of the region. It could work, Jackson said. Put the fact that she went behind your back aside and think about the plan. I think a conversation with Easton could tighten up some of the details, but it's better than going it alone and letting Region 5 roll in and take control. I hate the idea of bugging out and leaving all we've worked for here, Dustin said. Maria shook her head. Lugnut is going to be so pissed. No 2 ways about it. He told us to keep close to home and bug out at the first sign of trouble. Now, you've committed us to something that makes it impossible for us to do that. Maddie stood. Lugnut isn't here, but if he were, he would have come up with something to save our home. She understood why he'd given that order. He didn't believe they could fight an army of Region 5 troops. She didn't either, not alone. He may or may not have reached out as she did, but her dad would have. She was sure of it. He'd dragged her up and down every back road in Texas and the surrounding counties making friends that could become partners in a situation just like this. He understood that no group could make it on their own. You have to have a community and work together. That was all she was trying to accomplish. It was to everyone's benefit that Region 5 did not make headway into south-central Missouri. We need a group meeting. First thing in the morning, I will put it to a vote. This affects everyone. They should have a say in whether we make these alliances or bug out like Lugnut ordered, Maria said before turning and marching away. Maddie was fine with putting it to a vote. That was how they'd operated for the first 8 or so months of this crisis. Everyone had had a say. Maddie was convinced that once she presented her side and her reasoning, the others would see the wisdom of her plan. Shortly after sundown, Maddie climbed into bed and snuggled in close to Jacob. Emma was having a sleepover with Krista at Zach and Harmony's cabin. It was a rare evening with both of them home and freed from assignments. Maddie yawned. Tired, Jacob asked, pulling the quilt up over her shoulder. Exhausted. That was a lot of miles you put in today. She detected irritation in his voice and knew he wouldn't be thrilled she'd ridden off without telling him where she was going. Yep, but I got a lot accomplished. You managed to piss off Maria and your mom. I don't even want to be around when Zach gets back from his hunt and finds out what have you've done. Jacob rolled over, putting his back to her. He was more than irritated. He was pissed. He had never been mad at her before, and she was taken aback by it. Zach doesn't want to abandon this place any more than I do, Maddie said. Jacob flopped back over to face her. What about Emma and the other kids? Do you plan for them to fight Region 5 as well? What I plan is that Region 5 never gets anywhere near Emma and the kids. Isn't it better to stop their army before they become a threat to our home and family? Maddie was getting annoyed now. Why couldn't he see the soundness of her plan? I hope Lugnut makes it back from his scavenging trip before any trouble gets started. Maddie had forgotten that the rest of the group didn't know Lugnut and the others were on a secret mission. Me too, she said. Jacob rolled back over and nothing more was said. Maddie knew they shouldn't go to bed angry, but she was just too tired to hash things out with him now. Her thoughts were consumed with her plan to defeat Dempsey's army, at least any troops dumb enough to head into south-central Missouri. She drifted off to sleep, feeling good about the strategy she'd worked out with Sharon and Fitzsimmons, even if the rest of the group didn't approve. She could sleep well, knowing Region 5 wouldn't be able to sneak up on them. They weren't alone in the fight either. She could deal with Maria and the others' negativity as long as she knew the group was safe and they weren't going to be homeless. Maddie, wake up. We have riders coming in, Jacob said, shaking her awake. She threw her leg over the bed, grabbed her holster, and pulled on her tactical pants. What? Who? Larry thinks they're with the Roby group. Maddie was dressed and out the door in less than a minute. In 3 minutes, she was riding up on the Slabtown checkpoint. 2 riders stood next to their horses. Voices were raised. She could hear them over the pounding of her horses' hooves. They were from the Roby group, and one of the men was pointing to the north. Maddie pulled her horse alongside them and dropped from the saddle. What's wrong? Army troops, not ours. They're rolling through Waynesville. Chapter 15, Highway 54, Oxvass, Missouri, September 8th. At dusk, Rank and the rest of the team mounted up and headed east on Route B, 11 miles from Shamrock, Missouri. They traveled by aid of their NVGs along the straight and flat roads of central Missouri, through fields that the year before were full of field corn waiting to be harvested. This was likely why Dempsey sent Region 5 to the area. Before the EMP, farmers in the area raised many tons of corn, wheat, and soybeans. If Dempsey were allowed to gain a foothold in this part of the country, it would be very hard to drive them out. That made their mission success even more critical. Rank was feeling the pressure. They all were. In another hour and a half, they were once again back on Highway 54, heading east and only 50 miles from the Illinois border. Brown and Trenton had ridden ahead several miles, scouting the route for potential problems, a tactic that was particularly necessary since the intelligence of the area had thus far proved inaccurate. They'd made it past a few small towns along the highway that appeared long deserted, and Rank was feeling hopeful they'd have an uneventful trip to the border. That was until Brown and Trenton returned with more bad news. Rank wanted to scream and punch something. Traveling without proper intel was so damn frustrating. We need to divert again. We're going to take Route 556 just before we reach Vandalia. That town is crawling with people. It looks like all women, probably former prisoners. According to our map, there'd been a women's correction center northeast of town. They've set up roadblocks. We need to avoid engaging them. We don't have time for that shit, Trenton said. Rank sighed. Another detour would throw off their timeline. They'd built in an extra day, but they'd eaten into that with the last detour. The whole plan relied on precision timing once they reached the Mississippi River. If things continued this way, the whole operation could fail. Brown looked at this watch. We're still good, he said, reading Rank's mind. Let's not waste time standing around, Stevens said. She turned to get back to her horse. Ryan stepped in front of her. Do you think your people could delay things a few hours if we're late? Not without risking detection, she said, stepping around him. Fontenot leaned forward and scratched his horse between the ears. That sucks. We have to push the horses harder to make up the time, he said. Pushing the horses hard was risky. Rank didn't like the idea any more than Fontenot did, but getting to the river on time was critical. If we miss our window, how long do we have to wait for another opportunity? Ryan asked. That's not an option. Everything relies on us getting there on time. That's why we left a day early, Stevens said. Give us a 15-minute lead, and then head out, Brown said, turning his horse around. We'll make up some time by not scouting as far ahead. Just stay alert. If you hear gunfire, you know what to do? We're 50 miles from the river. That's another full day's ride. Maybe we should hole up here. Head out when it's daylight, Walker said. Brown shrugged his shoulders. Ain't my call. Everyone looked to Stevens. Rank had never worked on covert and clandestine operations where spooks ran the mission. Brown and Trenton might not have either, but this one was, and General Waltrip and Colonel Sharp had put Stevens in charge. It's only 2 or 3 hours until daybreak. We aren't going to make it to the bridge by then. It's just too far for the horses, Will said. I do prefer traveling by day, Walker said. He nodded to Will. It's less of a risk that we'll injure a horse hitting potholes or debris in the roadway. It had been difficult maneuvering around such obstacles. The road had deteriorated so much in such a short time without proper maintenance. The number of downed tree limbs alone caused them to have to travel much more slowly than they wanted. Steffens placed her hand on Rank's shoulder. What do you think? Trenton looked stunned that she deferred to Rank. Brown looked perturbed. But Stevens knew what they'd recommend. They'd prefer to operate under cover of darkness. The Special Forces soldiers were comfortable moving in darkness with the aid of the night vision goggles. The others on the team were not. Brown dropped from his saddle and removed the saddlebags from his horse. I like the idea of waiting until dawn. We can take Route 565 like Brown suggests and haul ass east to the border. Rank said, Fine, I'm beat, Brown said. He led his horse toward a stand of trees along the road. The others followed him. Rank and I will stand watch, Stevens said. Rank and Stevens scouted for good cover in which to stand guard. Rank was exhausted after hours on horseback, but he understood why Stevens wanted them to be the ones to take watch. She wanted her snipers to be as rested as possible for whatever they'd face when they reached their destination. She and Rank would have to catch rest whenever they could on the last leg of their journey. Rank took up a position 50 feet from the railroad tracks that paralleled the road. His back was to the only high ground for miles as he leaned against the rocky structure that made up the outcrop and slid his hand down the rock to a boulder, the perfect size for use as cover. He slid in behind it and gathered a few smaller rocks for a makeshift seat. It was just uncomfortable enough to keep him from falling asleep. "Over here, Rachel. There's sufficient cover behind these boulders. Here, take this one." He gave her his hand, and she took his seat on the rocks. "Comfy, not bad. For an observation post in the middle of nowhere," she replied. Rank moved 50 feet to the north and found a suitable boulder for his post. Within minutes, his rock seat was hurting his back, his knees were complaining, and his right shoulder was giving him fits. He felt old with all his aches and pains. He'd thought 17 years in the Marines had beaten his body to shit, but it was nothing compared to the strain of surviving an apocalypse. The beating he'd endured at the hands of Region 5 the winter before had had lingering effects. His shoulder had never been the same. He shook off the memory of that hellish night and turned his thoughts to the comfort of life in Little Rock. If life was as described, he thought he'd like to relocate to Dallas and enjoy electricity and the normal 9 to 5 shouts in the dark. Jerked Rank back to reality. He ran toward Stevens' position with his rifle raised and searched for her in the green haze of his night vision goggles. "I said, put the weapon down," someone shouted, a female voice. "That isn't going to happen," Stevens said. "We're just passing through. We aren't a threat to anyone. We want those horses you rode in on. We'll take those saddlebags as well." A second female voice. There were at least 2 of them, and they were armed, but whether they actually had ammunition in the weapons was questionable. They couldn't afford to call their bluff, though. They needed everyone to make it to Illinois uninjured. "Drop the rifles," Brown shouted. He moved into view just as Rank reached the clearing between the outcropping and the railroad tracks. "Drop them now, or I'll drop you." "I'd do as he said if I were you," Lugnut called. He moved to within 20 feet of Brown. "Stevens, Rank, you two okay?" "Fine as frog hair," Rank said, without taking his eyes off the 2 women standing in front of him. Rank was trying to figure out how they'd let these 2 get the drop on them. He was sure the same thing was running through Brown's and Trenton's minds. The shorter, stockier of the 2 women stepped onto the roadway and turned her rifle toward Lugnut. Ryan dropped to one knee and aimed. "Damn, I do not want to shoot a chick." If not for their voices, Rank would have had a hard time determining their gender. They had short hair and wore baggy clothing and had used face paint to camouflage their faces and reduce the shine. "Drop your rifles," one of the women shouted. She sounded scared shitless. That made her dangerous. Okay, Rank said, lowering his rifle to the ground. He needed to do something to distract them so Brown and the others could get into place. "How about we all just calm down a moment?" He straightened, raising his hands out in front of him. "You can see that you're outnumbered. We have others in the woods, and I know I saw you ride in." The taller and thinner of the 2 said, interrupting Rank. "Then you know we could drop you where you stand." Trenton called to her from his concealed position in the trees. It didn't look like the women had NVGs. With the moonless night, it was nearly impossible to see anyone without them. "There's no reason for anyone to get hurt here? You need food? We can spare a bag of rice," Stevens said. "We want the horses," the shorter woman said. "And the ammo," the other woman added. "That's not going to happen. What's going to happen is that you're going to slowly put the weapons down and step away from them. And then we can talk about your situation," Trenton said. The shorter woman spun around and fired blindly. A second later, she and the other woman crumpled to the ground. Stevens ran to them and knelt next to the taller woman. She took her med kit from her pack and applied pressure to the woman's chest. "Hang on, just hang on," she said. But the woman bled out there in the middle of the road. Rank checked the second woman. "No pulse, she's gone. Shit!" Stevens spat as she stood and threw the bloody gauze to the ground. "We need to get the horses and get the hell away from here, Stevens," Brown said, grabbing the women's rifles while Trenton checked the pockets for extra ammunition. Rank stepped over to Stevens and placed his arm around her waist. "He's right. We have to go. We're going to leave them here in the middle of the street like this." "They're human beings. They're human beings that just shot at us," Trenton said. "We have to go. They could be part of that group in Vandalia. There could be more of them out here searching for us. We have to go, now," Brown said, brushing past her. Rank pulled her away from the women. "Let's get back to the horses, Rachel. We have a mission to complete. These 2 aren't part of that." "I'm sorry, I screwed up." I gasped. "It's okay. We'll talk about that later right now. "We have to get on the road and away from here," Rank said, leading her into the oak grove. "I cannot believe that I literally got caught with my pants down," she said, wiping tears from her cheeks. "What, really? Is that how they got the drop on you?" "Well, shit happens," Rank said. He couldn't help himself. Stefan snorted. "You'd find humor in anything. That's why you like me. My witty sense of humor." "Right," Stevens quipped. Chapter 16, Langston Farm, Evening Shade, Missouri, September 9th. Maddie was unable to move. She stared at the riders' backs as they rode away. This couldn't be happening. She'd just been in Waynesville the day before and worked out a deal with Fitzsimmons. No way could Region 5 make it this far south without them hearing about it. This could not be happening. Larry grabbed Maddie's arm. "We have to get everyone in the van. You know your job, Maddie. Get to it." Her job? Her job was to prevent this from happening in the first place. Emma's beautiful freckled face flashed before her. Waynesville was 35 miles away. A hard day's ride on horseback, but only an hour by Humvee. They had less than an hour. Maddie was turning her horse toward home as Larry and his team were pulling the tractors and heavy equipment across the roadway. It would only serve to slow them down, maybe buy them a few more minutes. It wouldn't stop an army from rolling right up to their door. "Emma, Krista, gather the kids and get to the truck," Maddie shouted as she rode up to Zach's cabin. Without a word, Emma and Krista grabbed their packs and took off in a sprint toward the other cabins. Their jobs were to assist the mothers in getting the little kids into the box truck. They would be loaded in first. "Have you seen Fred and Jean?" Maddie called to their backs. Emma turned and ran backward. "Fred was talking to Mr. Bowe in the chow hall the last I saw him. Mr. Jean is with Quincy in the radio shack." "I'll see you at the van," Maddie said, and blew her a kiss. Maddie's first stop was the chow hall pavilion, conveniently located next to the bunkhouse. Fred's signature grin was gone, replaced by a blank expression. Maddie found that disturbing. Nothing rocked the man, not even when they'd been dodging DHS bullets as they fled Illinois on his houseboat. "We're heading that way now," Jean said. "I need to grab my tools first, though." "Hurry, Jean." They could be halfway here by now. Maddie heard the words come from her mouth, but she was still in disbelief and operating more on autopilot from all their training. She looked around. Everyone seemed to be following the plan. What Ryan had drilled them on for the last month or so. Even now, it seemed like just another drill except for the terrified looks on everyone's faces. Maddie ran to the bunkhouse, grabbed the clipboard hanging by the duty roster, and flipped through the pages. There were more than 40 names written on the sheets of paper. Some of their group members were away, like Lugnut, Ryan, and Rank. She grabbed the pencil and added Fisher's and Isabella Fontenot's names to the list. They'd have to account for them as well. She circled all the children's names. Ethan, the boy they'd found the day of the tornado, had been up on the bluff helping clean up construction debris around one of the newly built cabins. Had anyone alerted the construction crew? Jacob? Where was her husband? Maddie rushed to where the box truck was parked by the road. "Jean, did someone tell Jacob and the rest of the people on the bluff?" "I sent Dylan," Harmony said, walking up behind Maddie. Maddie, Beth, Ella, and Harmony would stand guard around the vehicle while the mothers and children were loading into the box truck. Jean climbed in behind the wheel, prepared to take off at Larry's signal. Zach carried Chloe to the vehicle with an overstuffed duffel bag on his back. He handed the child to Harmony and threw the duffel into the truck before running toward Ron's farm to help the rest of the group prepare to bug out. Everyone was carrying out their bug-out plan. There was no sign of Maria or the security team. They would be securing the perimeter, blocking all routes to the cabins, except for Slabtown Road. They would use it to reach Highway 17, and then from there they'd head southwest toward the Fontenotes compound. Isabella had run off before Maddie could ask her about it. Maddie looked around to see where she went. She'd likely be helping the security team. They hadn't been part of the group's previous bug-out plan, but nor had traveling to northwest Arkansas. Gene pulled an old pocket watch from his bibbed overalls and checked the time. "We're behind schedule." Maddie spotted Allison and Lindsay with their children crossing the creek and heading her way. They were loaded down with bags. They had not heeded the one-bag rule. They weren't going to like her. "Drop them there," Maddie yelled. They had limited space, and it was going to be a tight fit to cram everyone into the back of the box truck as it was. They didn't have room for extra bags, Dad said. "They could tie them to the top of the truck," Allison said. Ella ran toward her girls. He said, "If we have time, but we don't, so drop them and get the kids in the vehicle." "You have less than 4 minutes." Maddie and Beth helped Allison and Lindsay get their 4 children into the van and settled into their makeshift seats among the bug-out bags. Zach returned with Honey in his arms. followed by Eric and Amy carrying their bags. Eric helped his wife and daughter into the van and followed Zach back to help the others, while Maddie checked Amy's and Honey's names off the list. Dylan ran past her, carrying 2 ammo cans. He dropped them beside the back door of the van and jumped inside. Mr. Jacob is helping Bo, Levi, and John move the ammunition from the lookout on the bluff. Seconds later, Maddie could hear Bo shouting commands to the draft horses that he'd been using to haul the pine logs the crew had been using to construct new log homes up along the bluff. Now they were hooked up to the wagon and hauling gear and supplies down to their bug-out vehicle that was rapidly getting fuller. She wasn't sure how 35-plus people were going to ride 250 miles packed in there like sardines, but it was much better than making the trip on horseback. Her thoughts turned to Lugnut Ryan and the team heading to Illinois. How far had they traveled? Could they have made it to the Illinois capital yet? She pushed them and their dangerous mission from her mind. They would meet up with them in Arkansas after they took care of Dempsey. The wagon stopped beside the van, and the packs and ammo cans were loaded. Bo climbed inside and took a seat next to Fred and Quincy, who'd slid in while Maddie had been watching the draft team. Maddie marked their names off the list. 2 minutes, Jean yelled. Maddie checked her list. They still had so many people to load. What was taking so long? She'd turned to head toward Ron's, where the bulk of the missing group should be, when the first shots were heard. She felt someone's elbow hit her back and was shoved to the ground. "Stay down, Maddie," Jacob said as he got to his knees and crawled to a nearby boulder. "Where the hell is that coming from?" Maddie said, pulling her rifle around to the front and crawling toward Jacob. She pulled the M4 to her cheek and scanned the open field between the van and the woods for any signs of a shooter. Rapid gunfire erupted from almost every direction. They were surrounded. Region 5 had somehow made it through their perimeter defenses. Maddie rolled, got to her feet, and sprinted back toward the van. "Emma," she called. "Stay down, everyone. Stay down." Chapter 17, Langston Farm, Evening Shade, Missouri, September 9th. "Maddie, run! Hurry!" Beth yelled as the box truck began to pull away. The back door was still open, and a few loose items rolled out as Jean stepped on the gas. Maddie stopped next to a sleeping bag as the vehicle gained speed and reached the dirt road leading into the Paddy Creek wilderness and the newly widened trail they'd hoped not to have to use for bugging out. Emma's little face appeared beside Beth's, wearing a terrified expression as she waved goodbye to Maddie. Maddie's heart broke. "I'll meet you there. I'll see you in a day or two. Blue Jeans and I will be right behind you," she shouted after them. Maddie couldn't be sure if Emma heard her over the noise of the engine and gunfire. She spun around and tried to determine where everyone else was. Where were her brother and the others? Think, Maddie, where did they go? She turned in a circle, trying her best to recall all the chaos. And then she remembered. They'd gone to Ron's on the opposite side of Slabtown Road. Was she cut off from them? "Maddie!" It was Harmony's voice she heard over the rifle reports. "Harmony, where is everyone?" "The heaviest fighting is at the checkpoint at Slabtown. Zach and the others have a group of soldiers pinned down there. Maria Fisher and Fontenot went to the Route N checkpoint to assist there. Dustin, Jackson, Levi, and John. I know where the security team is. Did everyone else make it into the truck?" "Most everyone but the security team," Harmony said. "What are you doing here then?" Maddie asked. "I couldn't leave you guys to do this alone." She let her rifle dangle on its sling while she secured her hair with a yellow ribbon. Maddie sometimes forgot that Harmony was only 16. She and Zach had been forced to grow up too fast. The past year had aged them all. "Let's head to Slabtown. We'll move in until we can see what the situation is and where we can help," Maddie said. Maddie gasped when the fighting came into view. She counted 4 Humvees, 20 soldiers with thousands of rounds of M4 and .50 caliber ammunition. Maddie moved to her right behind a large hickory tree and dropped to one knee to get a better look at the Humvee turrets. They were empty. She pulled her rifle to her cheek and scanned the tops of the vehicles. 2 of the gunners were visible, but they appeared dead. One of the soldiers had been shot between the eyes. "Good job, Zach," Maddie whispered. Her brother had become an excellent marksman. "Where are the soldiers?" Harmony asked, sliding in beside Maddie. "See to the right of that 3rd Humvee," Maddie pointed. 3 Region 5 assholes. "I'll take the one in the middle and then the left," Harmony said. She was a crack shot herself. "I'll need to move forward about 15 feet to get a clean shot on that 3rd one. Be careful, Maddie. The rocks are loose along here." Harmony was correct. The area had steep sections of rock scramble with loose sandstone, chert, and cherty dolomite. It was quite easy to roll an ankle if one wasn't careful. That was one advantage Maddie and her group had over these soldiers. They'd been living and working with this for almost a year. They'd learned to step lightly. If it resulted in a foot chase, Region 5 would have a tough time gaining on them. Maddie got into position and placed the crosshairs of her scope center mass on the soldier on the right. She gave Harmony a thumbs up, and she and Harmony squeezed their triggers almost simultaneously. Maddie's target slumped to the right. The round struck the soldier just above his armored plate, likely severing his spine. Maddie scanned left. The man in the middle was thrashing on the ground, holding his neck. Maddie placed the crosshairs on his forehead and squeezed. He ceased thrashing. Harmony put a second round in the third soldier, and all three were still. Across the road, Zack and the others were engaged with soldiers at the back of the convoy, out of Maddie's view. We need to push north and see if we can get a view of the ones behind that last Humvee. Maddie and Harmony crept near the trees along the road until they reached the tractors, dump trucks, and other vehicles that had been used to block the roadway. It had worked. Region 5's vehicles were stopped. Where was all the other gunfire coming from? It echoed through the valley from seemingly every direction. There had to be many, many more soldiers than the ones in these 5 Humvees. Maddie and Harmony moved into the undergrowth along the east side of the road. They edged along parallel to the convoy and were within 20 feet of the last vehicle before spotting the soldiers huddled together at the back of their Humvee. Suddenly, gunfire erupted from the southwest along Slabtown Road. Maddie dove to avoid crossfire and crawled to a nearby log for cover. A minute later, Yvette Cummins and members of the Roby group stood over the dead Region 5 soldiers. "Damn it! Dad said he wanted at least 2 left alive," Yvette Cummins said. Her M4 dangled on its sling as she checked the pulse of the soldier nearest her. "That's kinda hard to do when they're firing back, sis," Wyatt Cummins said. "That's damn good shooting," Aaron shouted as he ran toward them. "Glad you guys could join the party." "Party?" Yvette asked. "Does this look like a party to you? We've got Region 5 crawling up our asses. Let me assure you, this ain't no party." She sounded like her father, Army Colonel Everett Cummins. "Are they on Highway 17 as well?" Maddie asked. "They were a whole platoon by the looks of it. We began mowing them down, and they scattered like cockroaches into the woods," Wyatt said. "We chased them this way and came across you guys." Jacob appeared through the trees. Maddie's stomach lurched. "Thank you, God," she whispered as she ran toward him. He threw his arms open wide, and she fell into his embrace. They kissed for a little too long, and Zack poked her in the ribs as he passed them. "Get a room." He crossed the road and wrapped his arms around Harmony, who broke down and cried, moaning Chloe's and Dylan's names. That's when Maddie remembered the truck carrying her mother and Emma. Jean took off. "I didn't get an accurate count, but I think all the kids are in there," Maddie said. "That's good. They'll make it." "Jean practiced this every day for weeks," Jacob said. I know," Maddie whispered, but nothing had gone to plan. She hadn't expected Region 5 to make it this far undetected. If only they'd had more time. They could have finalized things with Waynesville and Rolla and had advance warning. Chapter 18, Route 79. Louisiana, Missouri, September 9th. Lugnut's knees hurt from constantly compressing his legs around his horse. They were riding at a canter, pushing the horses harder than they had previously, trying to make up time. Fontenot and Walker kept asking to give the horses a break or let them walk, but Brown protested, reminding the team about the women they'd killed back in Vandalia and the need to put distance between them and the women's friends. After an hour, Stevens made the call to stop for a 5-minute break. Lugnut doubted that was enough time for the horses to catch their breath. He knew it wasn't enough time for him and his poor aching back. When the team climbed back on their horses and got back on the road, Brown allowed them to travel a little slower. The team rode into a deserted Curryville mid-morning and continued east on Highway 54, making okay time with several 5-minute breaks. By dark, they were watering the horses at Noyce Creek, a 1.5 miles south from Stark Brothers Nurseries and Orchards, just west of Louisiana, Missouri. Lugnut recalled seeing stacks of the plant catalogs from Stark Brothers and Ryan's Kitchen back in Illinois. Ron had a similar collection, and both of them had been frequent shoppers at the nursery that shipped everything from apple trees to garlic plants all over the United States. Lugnut nudged Ryan. "We should see if there are any fruit trees or berry bushes left at the nursery." "That would be nice, but I don't think we have time for digging up trees," Stevens said. "But if there are still fruit trees in the orchard, it might be worth a trip back up this way," Ryan said. Brown cleared his throat to get their attention. "We'll cut through the southern edge of the orchard here." Brown pointed to a spot on the map he'd spread out on the ground. "We'll cross over this road, follow the creek to the electric transmission lines here, and follow them down a dirt road through the quarry to this road here." Brown glanced up and made eye contact with each member of the team. They all knew that they were entering Region 5's territory. The mission's success relied on not encountering them. "We'll take that gravel road north to a radio tower. You'll wait there while Trenton and I assess the bridge. If everything is as we planned, we'll release the horses and proceed to the rail yard to find our boxcar. Is everyone clear on the plan?" Brown asked. Lugnut was clear on the plan, but he was not looking forward to crossing that bridge. Once they did, they were fully in Region 5 territory. If anything went wrong, no one was coming to rescue them. Once they climbed into that boxcar, they were stuck there until they reached their destination. If they had to leave the rail car ahead of schedule, Region 5 troops had scoped high-powered rifles equipped with the latest night vision and thermal imaging technology. But the train was their only way across and into Illinois, so Lugnut pushed those thoughts aside and replaced them with an image of a dead General Walter Dempsey. He didn't want to think about Maddie or home. The accusing look she'd given him when they'd said goodbye tugged at his heart. He chalked up her attitude to her abandonment issues. She was still reeling from Rank leaving the group. Ever since her dad died, she'd clung to the three amigos, as she called them, and Lugnut wouldn't have left her or the group except for the vital importance of this mission. He knew Ryan felt the same. He'd been pushing hard for weeks to prepare the group to handle things while they were away, and in case they never returned, which was a very real possibility, as Lugnut knew all too well. He was determined to make sure it was Dempsey and his forces who didn't survive this. However, despite all the detours and delays, the team reached Route 79 south of Louisiana 6 hours before schedule and with plenty of time to scout the railroad bridge and identify where Region 5 guards were posted, and they tied the horses to the fence surrounding the radio tower. While Brown and Trenton went off to scout the bridge, Lugnut and Rank made their way to the riverport to see how many guards were posted there and get a look at the bridge crossing the mighty Mississippi. "We're going to go over the plan again, and I'm going to call Sharp to let him know we've made it to the bridge," Stevens said. "Get an update on those missing informants. He should know something by now," Rank said. He jumped up and down a few times, checking his gear for rattles or other noises, not finding anything. He and Lugnut headed off through the woods toward the river and the port. Before they could see anything, Lugnut knew the port was occupied. Noisy generators were running, men were talking, and heavy machinery was in operation. A large crane swung in a wide arc. Someone was using the enormous crane to either load or offload barges or boats. Lugnut and Rank moved closer to the grain elevator. Lugnut tried to imagine how many tons of corn and soybean silos that size could hold, and how many starving people they could feed. When they were close enough to see the activity, Lugnut was shocked to find there were no guards posted. Anyone could simply walk up, point a gun, and take control of the port and all its cargo, precious life-sustaining cargo. Why would they not feel the need for guards? Normally, Lugnut would be pleased to not see Region 5 soldiers, but not finding them where they were supposed to be likely meant trouble. Where had they all gone? Could they be setting up an ambush for his team? "Let's move to the other side and get a closer look," he said. CIA analyst Rachel Stevens, KJFM radio tower, Louisiana, Missouri. Stevens held the line for over 5 minutes, waiting for Colonel Sharp, yawning and rolling her shoulders, trying to stay alert. She couldn't recall ever being this tired, not even during the hunt for the gold shipment, a mission they'd somehow pulled off by the skin of their teeth. She was under no illusions. This mission was likely to make that one look like a cakewalk. She couldn't afford to let herself get run down and tired. There were important decisions that would have to be made. They couldn't afford mistakes like the one she'd made back in Vandalia. Stevens couldn't get the incident off her mind. She'd let her guard down, and that could have resulted in her team getting killed by the two women who'd ambushed her as she was relieving herself. She knew she should have informed Rank what she was doing, but frankly, she was embarrassed. Sure, they'd slept together, and he'd seen her in the morning before she'd brushed her hair or teeth, but doing her business was private. They weren't at the point where they pooped with the bathroom door open. That sort of modesty was fine for home, but out here, it was silly and reckless. She couldn't make any more mistakes like that. This mission was too important to the nation. So many lives depended upon their success. Sharp's voice came through the sat phone. "Stevens, my aide said you'd made it to the bridge. How are things there?" "Yes, sir. We're at the radio tower. Brown and Trenton are scouting the entrance to the bridge now. Rank and Lugnut are checking out the port. Call me back when you have a report on the bridge," Sharp said. "Sir, what did you learn about the informants in Jefferson City in Mexico?" The line was quiet. Stevens thought Sharp had disconnected the call. "They're gone. Region 5 got to them. Are we compromised? Is the mission compromised?" Stephen's voice quivered. Of course, she was sad for the informants, but her responsibility now was to the operation. If Region 5 knew about the existence of the informants, was there another spy in their camp? Was she going to have a repeat of her previous mission? No, the mission isn't compromised. The informants didn't know anything. From what the teams could tell, they'd been rounded up as part of Region 5's normal sweeps when they invade a community. Why did they kill them? They resisted. They fought back against the invasion. Others, it appears, welcomed the soldiers and were rewarded with food and medical treatment, and promised jobs in the new government. Dempsey has plans to send in a regional administrator once the region is secured. He's currently operating out of St. Louis. We'll have to deal with him as well? Stevens asked. Maybe on your way back. I'll have better information for you by then. His voice trailed off for a moment. Hold on, Stevens. I'm getting a report. Steffens could hear him signing something and then the tearing of paper followed by a string of expletives. He cursed so loud she had to hold the sat phone away from her ear. What's wrong? Walker asked. Steffens spun around. Walker was standing 10 feet from her with an MRE in his hand. I don't know yet. I can hear him from here. It can't be good, Walker said, handing her the meal. The cursing stopped and Stevens returned the phone to her ear. Colonel Sharp? It's an effing shitstorm, Stevens. What, Sharp? What the hell is it? There was a pause. Region 5. He hesitated again. It was agonizing. Region 5 has surrounded the Langston group. Stephens paused, seemingly unaware she had lowered the sat phone from her ear. She raised the phone back to her ear and said, Survivors? It came out like a whisper. Images of the people she'd met there ran through her mind. Rank's friends, family, really. He loved Maddie, Zach, and Beth like family. The children, cute little vivacious Emma. She cleared her throat. Are there survivors? Chapter 19. Langston Farm, Evening Shade, Missouri, September 9th. Late into the night, the Langston and Cummins security teams searched out and fought with Region 5 troops who'd scattered throughout the area. They couldn't be sure until daylight in a more thorough search whether they'd managed to kill the last of them and had lost people in the fight. Larry's nephews, John and Levi, had been killed when the Humvees rolled in and the gunners had opened up with the .50 caliber machine gun. The trees along the road looked worse than they had after the flood and tornado the previous spring, after hundreds of rounds were fired into them. John and Levi hadn't had a chance. Maria yawned wide. She was dead on her feet and covered in dirt and blood from her battles with a couple of soldiers hiding in a sinkhole north of Ron's farm. When Maria had run out of ammo, she'd pulled her knife and dove into the sink after them. She wiped her face with the back of her hand, only managing to make it worse. Pulling a small mirror from her pack, she poured water on her bandana and proceeded to wash her face, then let down her ponytail and ran her hands through her long, jet-black hair. Maddie smiled. Maria was such a badass, but she was still a girly girl in so many ways. Maddie was glad Maria was on her side, not theirs. They were taking a break near the Big Piney River when Jackson and Dustin returned from Lakay. They'd taken a Region 5 Humvee and gone to check on Earl McGregor and his group to find out if troops had control of Interstate 44 and if there were more in Waynesville. Maddie ran to the river and threw up when she heard the news. They rolled right through Rolla Easton, and the folks there were no match for them. Earl believes they bugged out. I don't imagine anyone knows where they would have gone, Maddie asked. They wouldn't share that type of information. You know that, Maddie? Dustin said. She did, but she just wasn't ready to give up hope of working with Easton to stop Dempsey's forces. I have more bad news. Region 5 has set up their base at Fort Leonard Wood, Dustin said. Fort Leonard Wood. How had this happened? Her thoughts drifted to Lugnut, Ryan, and Rank. How would they make it home? Earl McGregor sent 2 of his boys to get a head count, but they never returned. Earl is gathering his group to go get them, Jackson said, unwrapping a piece of deer jerky and sticking it in his mouth. They're going house to house. He said it casually, like it was no big deal. She knew it wasn't that he didn't comprehend the seriousness of the situation. His tone was the same as any other situation report she'd heard him give. This time, though, the proverbial shit had finally hit the fan, but if he were worried, you wouldn't know by his tone. What are they doing that for? Harmony asked. Arresting potential troublemakers is what Earl thinks. Dustin said. Harmony's hand went up to cover her mouth. What are we going to do? We're going to fight, Maddie said. She inserted a fresh magazine into the M4 she took from one of Region 5's dead soldiers and pulled the charging handle. We're going to run those sons of bitches out of Missouri. We're supposed to bug out, Maddie, Jacob reminded her. That was to protect the older folks and the kids. They've bugged out already. It's just us now. We have to stand up to those assholes so Mom and the kids have a home to come back to. Besides, what about the folks in Waynesville, Rolla, and LeQuay? What about Roby and the folks at the Graysons' farm? Are we just going to abandon them and run off to hide in Arkansas? Maddie shook her head and glared at Jacob. Not me. I won't run. I'm going to stay and fight. Anyone else who is too scared to stay can get their bug-out bag and hit the road now. She knew how harsh it sounded, but she meant every word. Zach stood. Harmony grabbed his arm. Chloe and Dylan. I know, but Maddie's right. We have to save their home. We can do this, Harmony. We have the enemy's vehicles and weapons. We don't have fuel to put in them, Harmony said. We'll steal it from them, Maddie said, holding her fist out to her brother. He gave her a fist bump and then gathered up his gear. Maria, Harmony said. Lugnut said we were to bug out. Maria picked up her gear and slung her rifle over her back. I know he's not here. If he were, I think he'd at least try to repel an invasion of our homes by these commie bastards. I liked John and Levi. My heart breaks for Ella and Larry. There will be others who fall, such is the way in battle. We will win, but it won't be easy. Maria looked Jacob in the eyes. You in or out? I'm in, he stammered. Let's go. Red Dawn their asses, Jackson said. You know, that didn't end well for Patrick Swayze's character, right? Maddie asked. Yeah, but they gave him hell and made it possible for the battle to be won. We need to make a plan, Maria said. But first, we need better intel than from Earl McGregor. I want to get eyes on their headquarters myself. She pitched her gear into the back of the Humvee and climbed into the driver's seat. You're going to Fort Leonard Wood right now? It's still dark. What are you going to be able to see at night? Harmony asked. Lights, movement. We don't have a moment to waste. They were on us like flies before we knew they were in the county. We can't let that happen again. I want eyes on that base 24/7. I want to know all their movements. I especially want to find out about any fuel supply convoys heading toward here, Maria said. You planning to ambush them? Dustin asked. Damn straight. They'll know it's us. They'll send twice as many troops next time. Let them. We'll have twice as many shooters and guns to kill them with, Maddie said. We need to send word to Licking. We should radio West Plains and let Sharp know too, Maria said. Quincy is in the box truck with Fred and the kids, Maddie said. Cummins has a radio. Wyatt can get word to them. Maybe Sharp can send troops, Zach said. I doubt he'll do that. Fisher approached them from behind. He can't spare the troops, Isabella said, joining them by the Humvee. We're on our own then, Maria said. Just like old times, Jackson said. Aren't you still planning to bug out? Isabella asked. Jackson climbed into the turret to operate the .50 caliber machine gun. Zach, head over and see if Cummins will radio West Plains and get a message to Sharp. Ask them to send word when our folks arrive in Arkansas, too, Maria said. Harmony and I are on our way. Be careful, guys, Zach said. Maria flashed him a thumbs up. You know it? You're free to go home, ladies. No one would hold that against you. This isn't your fight. Dustin walked around to the passenger seat, slid in, and shut the door. Fisher and Isabella stared at one another for a moment. I'm going with Maria. I want to see this shit for myself. Maddie brushed past them. If I don't see you when I get back, thanks for helping today. What do you think? Fisher asked Isabella. Isabella hesitated. I'd like to see Region 5 get their ass kicked for a change, Fisher said. Okay, I guess we could stay a while and see what's going on at the military installation. We can discuss it more after we know what we're facing, right, Maria? Isabella asked. Sure, Maria replied, putting the Humvee into gear. Chapter 20, Route 79, Louisiana, Missouri, September 10th. Sharp couldn't tell Stevens whether Rank's group was alive after the attack by Region 5 forces. The compound in West Plains had received a radio transmission from a group in Roby, Missouri, that at least a company of Dempsey's troops had raced west on Interstate 44 and fanned out south of Fort Leonard Wood as if they were looking for someone. Locals were actively engaged in firefights trying to repel the enemy forces. The Langston group was told to bug out at the first sign of those troops. They should be on their way to Williams Junction as she and her team prepared to cross the bridge. They could be safe, or they could be surrounded and fighting for their lives. A war raged inside Stevens as to whether she should tell the others this devastating news. Learning that his group was in trouble could make Rank and the others decide to abandon the objective and turn back to help them. Stevens could sympathize with their desire to save their friends, but her duty was to the mission, though she knew if she withheld this information from Rank, any hope of them having a relationship would be over. As a woman, she struggled with that risk. As a patriot, she knew that it was one she had to take. This wasn't about her. This was about the fate of the nation Will walked up, startling her. What's going on, Stevens? Isabella. She'd forgotten about her friend. She was back there with the Langston group, She was surrounded and outnumbered by Region 5 forces. Her friend's life was on the line as well. Stevens straightened and drew in a quick breath. Had Walker overheard? Had he told Will? She hesitated to answer while she gathered herself. The informants are dead. She hung her head, trying to be convincing. What happened? Will asked. Region 5 rolled in and went door to door. The informants resisted and were shot dead in their homes in front of their families. They made an example of them to scare the rest of the town into submission. It's part of their modus operandi. That was true. Region 5 troops usually came in heavy-handed and then would use the carrot and stick method to motivate compliance with their strict rules. They ordered a curfew. Region 5 confiscated their food to starve them into submission if that became necessary, and blocked their movements to prevent them from reaching food and needed supplies anywhere else. It would be hell to be under their control. That was something the Langston group could be facing. Stevens was crushed with guilt. Will deserved to know about his wife, and she couldn't tell him, not yet, not until they'd completed the mission, 3 days, a week at most. Damn it. Why had Sharp even told her what was going on back there? She consoled herself with the fact that she really didn't know much. They were supposed to bug out to Arkansas. They could be there now, safe. She'd know more at her next check-in with Sharp. By then he should know if Isabella and the Langston group reached Williams Junction. That's when she'd decide whether to tell the rest of the team. Until then, she had to hold it together and focus on their objective. What about your assets in Illinois? Have you had contact with the ones on the other side of the bridge? She hadn't. She wasn't supposed to contact them. It was too risky. At 0330 hours, Silver Fox would contact her to let her know if it was safe to get on the train. If they didn't hear from him, they were to wait until the next shift change, which was at noon. She wasn't at all comfortable with hopping in a rail car in broad daylight and prayed they weren't delayed. We'll know at 0400 hours, Stevens replied. Will started to go and then turned back. You need anything? No, I'm good, he pointed to her uneaten MRE. You didn't eat. I will. I was letting it cool, she lied. She didn't have the stomach for another meal ready to eat dinner. Not today. Not after the news she'd just received. How could she eat when the man she loved's friends were likely dead or under the control of Dempsey's forces, and she couldn't tell him? You should eat and then get some sleep. You want to be in top shape at 0400 hours, Will said. Her throat tightened. Tears stung her eyes. Stevens turned her back to Will. She couldn't look him in the eye, knowing what she was withholding from him. She prayed Isabella was all right, that all of them were alive and on their way to Arkansas. Thanks, Will. I appreciate you. Don't worry. I'll be ready when the time comes. Rank, Pike County Port, Highway 79, Louisiana, Missouri. Rank and Lugnut moved east toward the river to obtain a better view. A train sat on the tracks that ran north and south through the river port. They crossed between 2 rail cars and continued toward the river, remaining close to a wooded lot for cover. The pair crouched behind a rusty beached tugboat and listened to the dockworkers' banter. Had Rank not lived through the last year, he would have thought the apocalypse had never happened. The workers were using modern technology and chatting like it was any other Tuesday, or was it Thursday? Rank had no idea. Keeping track of the days of the week was a relic of a bygone era. The only reason to keep track of time anymore was to know how many hours of daylight one had left, and you could generally tell that by looking at the sun. Rank didn't normally carry a watch. He touched his wrist. Brown had insisted they all wear them on this trip. This was the one instance where precise time was important. It was vital they were on the train at 0400 hours. The entire plan hinged on it. They could salvage the operation if they had to wait until the next train, but things would get tricky if they were delayed past that. They have to have someone watching the train, Lugnut said. Rank scanned the area around the train through his enhanced night vision binoculars. Through the thermal sensor, he should be able to pick up anything with a pulse. He scanned to his right and toward the train's engine, expecting to see the engineer or conductor, but saw no one. He scanned to his left down the length of the train. A cat or raccoon caught his attention for a second before he continued his search for 2-legged creatures. Rank gasped. He let out a string of expletives as he ripped the ENVGs from his head. The 5th car from the end, he said, looking away. Lugnut lowered his ENVGs over his eyes and located the rail car Rank had indicated. What? The Stevens didn't tell you? Hell no. She didn't say shit about riding in a car loaded with Region 5 prisoners. Rank said. Rank counted again. Sure enough, it was the 5th car from the end, the very car they were supposed to take north toward Springfield. Where the hell are the guards? They wouldn't have left all those prisoners unguarded, Rank said. Let's see if we can get closer. Maybe the dock workers will mention something that will explain where all the guards went. Lugnut said. After sprinting to the corner of a steel building, Lugnut and Rank moved along the back to the southeast corner, where they could hear the workers talking about getting drunk and getting lap dances at a strip club. At first, Rank thought they were speaking about a time before the lights went out until one of the men mentioned that he still felt hungover, and another said he needed to visit the doctor to be checked for a venereal disease. Shouts and loud banging came from the train car filled with the prisoners. They were trying to attract attention and shouting to be let out. That's a damn shame, ain't it? Such a waste. All they had to do was keep their heads down, mouths shut, and do what they're told, and they'd be out here instead of in there heading for labor camps. A scrawny man in coveralls said. Or the crematorium, a spindly man said. They don't bury them, they burn them, a third man said. I feel sorry for the prisoners. The rules are completely arbitrary, and whatever the guards say they are at the time, Coveralls said. A stocky guy dressed in a jean jacket threw something at Coveralls. Shush, stupid. They could still be around if they hear you. You'll find your own ass on the train. No one's around. They all got called away to search for that escapee. They know we aren't going anywhere. We got it too good to screw it up, Coveralls said. I agree that they know we won't run, but what's so important about that guy they're chasing that they'd leave the train unguarded? He's a spy, is what I heard over that one guard's radio. Mitchell ordered everyone out looking for him, so he must have done something pretty big, stocky guy said. Planning a terrorist attack, I bet. They hung that last guy on the bridge. Left him there for a month. It was gross as hell. I hope it isn't our asset they're after. We need to get back and find out what Brown and Trenton discovered, Lugnut said. Chapter 21, Route 79, Louisiana, Missouri, September 10th. You need to get on the sat phone and tell Sharp. Brown was saying as Lugnut and Rank arrived back at the radio tower. Tell him what? Rank asked. Trenton answered for Brown. The operation could be compromised. We need clarification. We don't need clarification. What's happened here has nothing to do with our operation. It changes nothing. Nothing? Trenton asked. They'll be hypervigilant now. They'll be looking for spies everywhere, including among the prisoners on the train. You knew? Lugnut asked. Knew what? Brown asked. You knew that we would be riding in a railroad car loaded with Region 5 prisoners? Rank asked. Brown didn't answer him. We need to let Sharp know what has happened to his asset, Brown continued. Okay, if it makes you feel better, I'll call Sharp, and he can tell you that our mission isn't compromised by the capture of Captain Jack, Stevens said. Who's Captain Jack? Lugnut asked. Steffens withdrew the sat phone from her pack and waited for Sharp's aide to get him on the line. No one was answering his questions. It was starting to really piss Lugnut off. He removed his knitted watch cap and tossed it to the ground, running a hand over his bald head. Would someone mind telling me what the hell is going on here? Who is effing Captain Jack, and what does this mean to the mission? He runs a tugboat up and down the river. He's one of Sharp's covert operatives. He went and got himself caught by Region 5 by calling his girlfriend down in Houston. He's likely singing like a canary right now. Rank puffed out his chest and stepped toward Brown. What? The few! Lugnut grabbed him by the arm. Stop! We're on the same side? We should be planning how to rescue him, not joking about him being interrogated. Rank was hypersensitive. Lugnut understood why, but he agreed with Brown that they couldn't intervene, not this time. The mission they were on was top priority and bigger than any one person. Lugnut wished there was something they could do for this tugboat captain, but there wasn't, not without jeopardizing their mission. Yes, sir, I know, but there's been a development we felt you should know about. It may affect the mission. Lugnut could hear Sharp shouting through the phone. It's Captain Jack? Well, Stevens took a deep breath and let it out. Sir, Captain Jack has been outed. After an extensive search here in Pike County, Region 5 has him in custody. There was a pause. Brown and Trenton confirmed it was him. Stevens said into the sat phone. She tapped her index finger on her forehead as she listened. Finding a spy in their ranks has them panicked. They're interrogating everyone. They're cleaning house and testing loyalties, it appears. She handed the phone to Brown and joined Rank and Lugnut. This isn't good? Does this compromise the operation? Lugnut asked. Sharp wants us to wait until he contacts Silver Fox. Is he sending someone in for Captain Jack? Rank asked. Stevens stared at him for a long moment before answering. Lugnut already knew how she would reply. Sharp wouldn't put this mission at risk to save the agent. In the spy business, you have to know that some mistakes are fatal, but it doesn't make it suck any less. No. Rank was upset with her answer, just as Lugnut knew he'd be. He stormed off, saying he was going to help Fontenot and Walker release the horses. Lugnut debated going after him to help him get his head on straight. If he didn't deal with his emotions about his own interrogation and what had happened to Roger, it could get him killed. It could get them all killed. Ryan tapped Lugnut on the shoulder. He hadn't even been aware Ryan was there. He had a way of blending into the background when he wanted to observe the scene. "I'll go," he said. Ryan handed Lugnut the watch cap he'd picked up off the ground. "I'll get him to talk about it." Lugnut wished he'd tried harder to help Rank when he'd first come home after the interrogation. Frankly, he had no idea what to say, but he could have let him know he was there to listen. Sometimes that is all a person needs. He hoped that Ryan could be that person for Rank now. It was obvious Rank wasn't over what had happened in St. Louis. After Brown finished speaking to Sharp, Stevens ended the call, so they were to wait. Lugnut had done a lot of that in the Marines. He'd once had a mission that had been called off 4 times before they'd finally loaded up and choppered in. The weather was what they were told had been the issue, but it had turned out the intel was crap, and they got pinned down in some shithole village and had to call in air support to extract them because they couldn't get to their extraction point. "So we wait," Lugnut asked Stevens. "We wait. If the area is too hot to go in, Silver Fox will let us know." "Who is the Silver Fox? Is he one of yours?" Stevens chewed her bottom lip. She was nervous. That was not a good sign. "He was originally one of my colleagues. He's been turned over to me for this mission. I have full confidence in him. Not the same colleague who was sleeping with Ames's girlfriend turned spy down in Texas, right? The one who got your last team killed? Brad Smith was an excellent intelligence officer. He just has trouble keeping it in his pants. Rank said you dated Smith. Lugnut said, that has nothing to do with this. I've been working with Silver Fox for months now. I've vetted him myself. He's loyal. His wife and children are in Austin. He loves his family. More importantly, he loves his country. So if he says he thinks we can get into Springfield, you trust him." She didn't hesitate in answering. "I do." Brown checked his watch every few minutes as they waited for Sharp's call. Lugnut chewed on his thumbnail. He hated the waiting. "How much time do we have?" he asked. "It's 0230 hours, Brown said. "The Silver Fox is not supposed to contact us until 0330 hours, Lugnut asked. "Doesn't leave much time to get stowed away," Trenton said. He was checking his gear for the 10th time since they'd arrived at the radio tower rank, and Ryan returned as Stevens paced back and forth, holding the sat phone in her hand. It buzzed. "It's him," Stevens announced, holding the sat phone to her ear. She answered and listened without saying anything for an agonizingly long time. A smile formed, and she flashed them a thumbs up. "Yes, sir. Thank you, sir." She disconnected the call and stowed the phone back in her pack. "We're a go. Let's load up and make our way toward the train." "I'll get Fontenot and Walker," Rank said, disappearing into the dark. The rest of the team began gathering their packs and checking their gear one last time. "They're not happy about turning the horses loose," Stevens said, sliding her tiny arms through her heavy pack. "They've trained them for months, and they're so hard to come by these days." Lugnut knew that to be the case. His group had struggled to find horses as well. They had become scarce, and he understood Fontenot's and Walker's displeasure with losing them. But it wasn't right to leave them tied up there waiting for the team to return. What if they never did? Lugnut found himself thinking a little too long about that possibility. So much was at stake. Failing wasn't an option. The team approached the train from the southwest, crossed over the tracks, and moved between the rail cars toward their car. The prisoners were quiet now. Lugnut didn't know if that was a good sign or not. "Donkey Kong," a male voice whispered. "Cheeseburger," Brown responded. A middle-aged man stepped from between the rail cars and waved them over. "Over here, this way." "Is that Rank?" started to ask. "Yes," Stevens replied before he said the agent's name. "I didn't know he was coming with us," Rank said, holding his hand out to help Stevens climb over the rail car coupler. "He's not. Sharp sent him to get us inside a different rail car. They believe the capture of Captain Jack might have caused a problem with stowing away in the prisoner car." She pointed to Silver Fox. "He's going to get us inside one of the cars carrying cargo bound for Springfield. We'll have to jump the train before it reaches its destination." Lugnut didn't like last-minute changes, but he understood that these things happened and plans altered. "Has someone alerted your asset at Root House about the change? Will they know where to find us, or will we have to find them?" Lugnut asked. "I'm not sure. We'll have to play it by ear," Stevens said. That seemed to be the story of his career, his life, really. Improvise, adapt, and overcome, in there. Silver Fox pointed to a bright red rail car. "Someone help me slide the door." "Yeah, it's heavy." He stepped closer, and Lugnut got a better look at the man. He wore a Region 5 officer's uniform from a distance. It was hard to distinguish a Region 5 soldier from a soldier with the United States military. The uniforms looked similar, except Region 5 soldiers didn't wear their rank, name, or the American flag. Instead, they said Special Response Team or Customs and Border Protection, where the military uniform would be U.S. Army or whatever branch the individual was in. Only the officers wore their rank. How had this guy managed to infiltrate Region 5's army? Fontenot and Walker quickly stepped forward. As the massive door squealed and creaked open, Brown and Trenton stood guard using their rifle scopes to scan for the enemy. They opened the door only far enough for the team to slip inside. Steffens went first. After hugging Silver Fox, she stepped into the dark rail car and disappeared from view. Rank followed, giving the man a curt nod before stepping inside. Lugnut felt instantly claustrophobic as he made his way around crates and boxes to the back of the rail car to join Stevens and Rank. Ryan and the rest of the team joined them and closed the door. No one spoke as they sat in the dark waiting for the train to depart. It was more than an hour before they were due to depart, and hard not to feel trapped. Lugnut flicked down his night vision goggles and scanned the ceiling of the car, looking for a trapdoor or opening onto the roof of the car. There was nothing from what he could tell. "This car only has one door?" Lugnut asked. "I'm not sure. We were supposed to be in the other one. It had a door on each side." Lugnut heard shuffling. "I'll check it out," Brown said. A moment later, he called for Fontenot and Walker to join him. "Grab those boxes. Move them toward the front. We need to free up access to this door." Lugnut felt better about their circumstances. Having a second exit was better, but still not ideal. Soldiers could be posted at both doors. They'd have to shoot their way out and be blind until they hit the ground. Doable, but not optimal. "I'm going to help Fontenot and Walker," Lugnut said. He preferred to be by the door anyway. "Maybe we should crack it open, just until the latch is released," Ryan said, standing to join him. "They may inspect that. If they find anything out of the ordinary, it might cause them to open the door to inspect the cargo," Stevens said. She was right. They'd have to leave it locked until they reached Roothouse. "What happens when we reach our destination now?" Lugnut asked. He was well aware of how one thing changing could affect everything. The asset would be expecting them to be with the prisoners. That had been the plan. "The guards will likely be more vigilant with their inspections now. Will your asset be able to get us out into the safe house undetected under those conditions? What do you know about this area where we're supposed to jump?" Lugnut asked. "It should be flat," Stevens said. It sounded more like a question. She was guessing. "It has to be, or we're screwed," Rank said. "We'll pitch our packs first, and then jump with our rifles." Lugnut didn't like it. So many things could go wrong, the least of which was that they could be shot as they left the train. "At least it will be daylight," Rank said. His fake smile glowed green in the NVGs. They were jumping from a moving train behind enemy lines in broad daylight. What could go wrong? Chapter 22. Fort Leonard Wood Army Installation. Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri, September 10th. After concealing the Humvees down a dirt road a mile away from the south gate, Maddie, Maria, Dustin, and Jackson were headed on foot to Fort Leonard Wood. Maddie never had to sneak onto the base before. All her life it had been occupied by U.S. troops, and as a military dependent with an identification card, she'd always had access to the installation. Her mother said prior to 9/11 they didn't even have guards at the gate. Now she watched as at least 6 enemy soldiers set up large generators and lights at the south gate's guard shack. "They have enough fuel to run generators for lights," Maddie asked. "That's good. We'll need a lot of fuel to run the Humvees and whatever else they brought with them," Maria said. Maddie liked Maria's new positive attitude. She didn't know how to fail either. "Let's go," Dustin said, pointing over his shoulder at a wet weather creek. "We'll follow this north." A few minutes later, they climbed a hill and made their way past a couple of inactive shooting ranges. Bloodland Lake was ahead on the other side of the road. Maddie finally knew where she was, sort of. After more hiking through the woods and past other inactive ranges, they emerged at some larger ranges with expansive parking lots and intersecting roads on both sides. Very little concealment. They'd need to move quickly to avoid being spotted. After crossing the road and maneuvering around the west side of the driving course and behind the range control building, Dustin had them take a knee. "When the road turns slightly to the right, in about a mile or so, we'll have some open areas to cross if we can't move around in the tree line." "The airport borders the open area on this side of the road," Jackson said. It was rough going inside the tree line when they could close the distance far more quickly using the road or even the troop train along the other side of the road. But it was better to be safe than sorry. Just past the slight right turn, Fort Leonard Wood 1 took to the right, and Jackson had them stop again. That's the airport, Jackson said, pointing north past the HMMWV driving range. Want us to go check it out? Dustin said. No need. They couldn't make more noise if they tried, Maria said. The voices of the soldiers carried as they shouted over other unidentifiable construction noises. What are they doing? It sounds like they're tearing down the hangars. Might be, Jackson said. Why, with them? Who knows? The group moved closer, using the wood line for cover, and passed just east of the driving track to avoid the open areas. They stopped in the wood line bordering the runway. Let's get a closer look, Dustin. You have your notepad? He held up the pad of paper, then retrieved a small pencil from his pocket. Mark the location of any fuel tankers, especially diesel. I don't care about any Jet A. I want a count of Humvees and maps. Don't worry about Hemtees and Hets at the moment. They're too slow for what we need right now, but will come in handy later. Maddie couldn't imagine what they'd use a tank hauler for, but the cargo truck would be useful for hauling away all Region 5's ammunition and weapons. Outside the hangar where Maddie had received medical treatment for her gunshot wound less than 2 months before, a small team was busy assembling something. What are they building? Maddie whispered, though she doubted the enemy soldiers could possibly hear her over the noise they were making. Communications tower of some kind is my guess, Jackson said. The control tower is down. Sure enough, the airport control tower had collapsed and was now a pile of rubble for some reason. Crap, Maddie said. I sure hope they don't have planes. They could call in airstrikes and wipe us all out. They have Scott Air Force Base over by the northwest corner of Illinois, Dustin said. Maddie swallowed hard. You think they have planes that fly? No, Maria said. If they did, someone would have seen or heard them in the air, Dustin agreed. I haven't heard of any reports of planes flying since Colonel Sharp flew here with that C-17. Maddie let out a sigh of relief. They wouldn't stand a chance against airstrikes. After Dustin made a note of the vehicles and the fuel truck parked by the hangar, they continued west in the tree line around the airstrip to the north side of the airport, where the National Guard helicopter hangars and various motor pools were located. It appeared the same old parted-out hulls of vehicles were all that were parked there. Region 5 was keeping their vehicles somewhere else. They found them parked inside the 795th Military Police Starship, one of several training barracks compounds called Starships, due to their 2-story, 5-company barracks configuration, with the first levels open to the environment. In this way, troop formations and other training activities could be conducted outside, though under cover of the second floors, which were supported in the air on concrete legs. Someone had used the term starship to describe the compound back in the day, and the term stuck. Next to the 795th MP Battalion Starship stood 2 more MP Battalion Starships, but they were too far away to see whether there were vehicles parked inside their footprints. Dustin counted the Humvees and wrote the number on his notepad. How many? Maddie asked. I counted 20 Humvees and 5 MRAPs. At least a company or 2 of soldiers could be here in this starship, Jackson said. Let's see what else they've got in there and whether the other 2 starships are occupied as well, Maria said. We're going closer, Maddie asked. Dustin and I are. You stay put, Maria said. Maddie didn't protest. She was overwhelmed with the reality of the situation. It seemed like a pipe dream that they could go up against this many soldiers and win. She was deflated to the point she felt ill and was even reconsidering their plan and thinking they should just bug out. Maybe they could come back after Lugnut and the others returned. Or maybe things here would change once they completed their mission. What would happen if Lugnut's mission was successful and they took out Dempsey? Would the chain of command collapse and troops disperse once their leadership was taken out? As Maria and Dustin edged closer to the starships, Jackson moved to get a better view of the inner courtyards. It was comforting that Jackson and the others hadn't given up hope, at least not yet. Maddie pulled her rifle to her cheek and scanned the compound through her scope. She spotted Maria and Dustin moving from tree to tree and building to building, attempting to get into position for a better view of the activity inside the courtyards. In the middle of the compound were row after row of Humvees and Connex containers where, the year before, young trainees would have performed pre-dawn physical training. We're going to need help, Maddie said. She lowered her rifle and moved to the opposite side of Jackson. She attempted to count the vehicles, but lost concentration as Maria and Dustin again came into view. We're going to need all the communities and groups working together on running these bastards out of Missouri. Maddie saw Dustin and Maria run from the cover of trees to a utility transformer and drop to the ground. They're getting too close, Maddie said. They're concealed, Jackson said. I don't like it. They're fine. Maddie wasn't sure what good an inventory would do them. They'd learned what they were up against. Now they needed to get home and figure out what they were going to do about it. Dustin and Maria made their way back over to where Maddie and Jackson were hunkered down. "Follow us," Jackson said. No one said anything as they continued east around the 795th Starship, sprinting from building to building. The 787th Starship appeared to be unoccupied. Jackson had them stop again behind a brick retaining wall for cover and concealment. "Drink water," he said. "We're going to go take a look at the post headquarters building to see if it's occupied. We may just have a few companies of soldiers here if the post HQ is vacant." "Just a few companies of soldiers? That's a relief," Maddie said sarcastically. "I used to work for the 787th Operations Sergeant right over there," Jackson said, pointing to an office window facing one of the covered company starship assembly areas. "Staff Sergeant Brooks. I wish we had guys like that around these days. The guy had an unstoppable sense of honor and integrity that we all thought was sort out of place back then. But we could really use more NCOs like him now." They continued northeast, moving from building to building for another mile until they got to the south parking lot of the Maneuver Support Center of Excellence, known as MSCOE. The MSCOE HQ building was now nothing but a pile of debris, having been burned to the ground. Maddie didn't know how they hadn't seen the smoke or heard from someone in the community about it. It would have likely burned for days. "You think Region 5 did that?" Maddie asked. "Maybe, but I don't know why they would have," Maria said. "It was pretty nasty in there the last time I was here." The civilians who were staying there didn't use the porta-johns or take out their trash. "I don't think you could have ever used the building again," Jackson said. "So do you think the troops at the 795th Starship are all there are so far?" Maddie asked. "We should push on through St. Robert and check out the interstate. Then go check on Fitzsimmons's group down in Waynesville at Smitty's," Dustin said. Jackson smiled and rubbed his hands together. "Yeah, we can scope out our ambush points along the way." With their continued commitment to the plan, Maddie was regaining her confidence that they might just be able to pull this off. Chapter 23. City of St. Robert, Pulaski County, Missouri, September 10th. After confirming Region 5 troops were concentrated around the airport and the former 795th Starship, the group pushed north toward the now occupied front gate. They crouched behind a line of concrete Jersey barriers put in place by the U.S. military in the early days after the EMP to hold back civilians seeking safety and food. Jackson used a pair of binoculars to find out how many Region 5 guards they'd posted there now. "I see only 4, Jackson said. "They aren't expecting trouble," Dustin said, taking the binos from Jackson and having a look for himself. "They're either stupid or they have St. Robert locked down. They aren't stupid. Look at how Region 5 has managed to grow over the past year," Maria said. "My guess is they have a more effective roadblock at the intersection of Missouri Avenue and Interstate 44, Dustin said, handing the binos back to Jackson. "That's what I'm thinking." "That means they've cleared all the houses and businesses to the south of the interstate," Jackson said. "There's no one living between here and the interstate," Dustin said. "That one small group, remember, the one led by that grandmother?" Maddie pointed northeast. "They were staying in the St. Robert Municipal Center last I knew." "I hope they got out in time," Dustin said. Maria rose from her crouch. "Let's go find out." The group crossed the road at Bosa Drive out of view of the guards at Fort Leonard Wood's main gate, traveled north through the municipal golf course, and stopped behind a steel building overlooking the former St. Robert City Hall parking lot. Maddie gasped, and her hand flew up to cover her mouth. The entire parking lot was filled with military vehicles, mostly cargo and transport trucks, but that wasn't what shocked Maddie. It was the grandmother and her small group kneeling on the pavement with guns pointed at their heads, even the small children. "That sucks," Dustin whispered. "Can we do anything?" Maddie asked. Her stomach lurched as she thought of Emma kneeling there. "We cannot let this happen. They're just children." The relief she'd felt knowing Jean had taken off and that her mother, Emma, and the other children had escaped and were headed for Arkansas was gone. If Region 5 caught up with them, this is what they'd face. And she wasn't there to protect them. She'd been more concerned about not letting the enemy steal their land. Maria already had her binoculars out and was scanning the parking lot. "There's too many of them. They've got a Ma Deuce down there." She pointed to the roof of the municipal building, as well as there and there. Maddie's eyes stopped at the one on the roof of the strip mall across the parking lot. "All that firepower for an old lady and some kids," Jackson said. He reached for Maria's binos. "Gotta be something else." "I'd like to go around to the back and get a look from the grade school," Dustin said. "Why?" Maria asked. The police station and jail were in the back of the municipal building, even before they slipped around the side of the second warehouse. Maddie knew what was happening. She recognized the pounding of fence posts. They were building a fence. Why? "Eat me," Jackson said, tossing his ball cap to the ground. Maddie moved from the building to the side of a dump truck to get a better look. She was right. Region 5 soldiers were erecting a 3-roll concertina roll fence around the parking lot of the elementary school. Was it to protect what they intended to keep there? "I said walk faster," a soldier yelled. Maddie dropped to her knees and crawled around to the rear of the truck. "Where are they taking them?" she asked, trying to get a view of the soldiers. "I think they're planning to hold prisoners in there," Dustin said. They were leading the older woman and her small group around the side of the municipal building toward the elementary school. In a way, Maddie was relieved. At least they weren't going to execute them in the parking lot, as she'd first thought. As long as they were alive, there was hope. Hope that Maddie and the others could free them somehow. Among the frail-looking elderly and the young children were 3 young men. They'd put up a fight, judging by the blood covering their faces. They walked behind their elderly leader with their shoulders slumped as if they knew their fate. If they survived, they'd be sent to the work camps. Maddie prayed Lugnut and the team were successful and put an end to Dempsey's reign of terror. One of the men looked up and Maddie recognized him. He'd been a guard at the grocery store where Fitzsimmons' group was staying. "Waynesville," Maddie whispered. "Fitzsimmons," Jackson said. "We should get over there and take a look," Dustin said. Smitty's Grocery, Waynesville, Missouri. September 10th, Maddie had expected to hear gunfire long before they reached the former grocery store turned residence of Fitzsimmons and his group, but she heard only the sound of military vehicles idling in the parking lot. "I hope they bugged out," Jackson whispered. "That's a lot of stuff they're moving out of there," Maria said, nodding to the boxes being carried out and loaded onto trucks. "Maybe they're all," Maddie stopped herself. She wouldn't think it. Fitzsimmons was too smart to get caught off guard like that. He had lookouts and guards posted along the interstate and wherever other rural roads intersected in the city of Waynesville. He bugged out. Maddie comforted herself with that thought. The kid back at the municipal center must have been captured trying to help the group there. Maddie rubbed her face. Lack of sleep was clouding her memory. Had she really seen him in Waynesville that day she visited Fitzsimmons? It didn't matter now. He'd been captured regardless, and his fate would be the same no matter which group he had been with previously. "Those troops didn't come here from the west. They had to have come east from Rolla," Maria said. "Should we?" Dustin asked. "Yes, we should get back and get everyone on the road," Maria said. "We're bugging out?" Maddie asked, her voice a little louder than was prudent. "Look at them, Maddie. They're everywhere. We have to get back and get everyone on the road to Arkansas while we still have a chance of escaping." A woman screamed, followed by the wailing of a child. Maddie spun around looking for them, but saw no one. A moment later, a soldier appeared from a neighborhood across the street with a small child tucked under one arm and leading a handcuffed woman with the other. "Is she with the Fitzsimmons group?" Maddie asked. "No. They don't take in children. He said it was too much of a liability," Justin said. That could explain why the grandmother had so many children with her. But how was she feeding them? How did they avoid being attacked by roaming marauders? The young men with them could have provided some protection and brought them food, but it likely wasn't enough. Someone in Fitzsimmons' group had to have been helping them. Another soldier appeared, and behind him were a man and a woman, both handcuffed. A second soldier walked behind them with his rifle trained on their backs. "I didn't know that neighborhood had survivors," Maddie said. "There are a few, but most are just passing through," Dustin said. "Fitzsimmons usually encourages families to keep moving, so most don't stay long. They'd stop to seek shelter and safety, but now they'd likely end up harvesting rice down in the Bootheel of Missouri or corn and soybeans in the northern part of the state. It won't be good wherever they're taking them," Dustin said. The prisoners were taken to the newly fenced elementary school as the trucks all pulled onto the roadway headed toward Missouri Avenue. Maria stood and turned toward home. Dustin and Jackson were right behind her. "We can't just let this happen, guys. We have to do something," Maddie said, catching up to them. "Our responsibility is to our own group. We're going home, gathering our people, and getting on the road to Arkansas just like we planned. When we arrive, we'll let the military in Little Rock know what's going on here. They'll send troops if they can. They are the only ones who can deal with this," Maria said. Maddie followed Maria, Jackson, and Dustin from the grocery store across the interstate and south around the west side of Fort Leonard Wood toward the back gate where they'd stashed their stolen Humvee. As they walked, Maddie tried to think of a way to salvage things. If only she could discover where Easton and Fitzsimmons had gone and convince them to fight. They might have a chance if they fought together. But first, she would need to convince Maria to hold off bugging out to Arkansas. Dustin and Jackson on point disappeared down the dirt road to retrieve the Humvee. Maria stopped and nervously rummaged through her pack. She was mumbling to herself in Spanish. Maddie recognized a few words. She was counting, maybe making a mental inventory of her gear and supplies. They normally never carried much on short missions like this, but since they'd been preparing to bug out, they had more food and ammo this time. When the Humvee pulled up, Maddie and Maria climbed into the back seats, and everyone was quiet on the drive back to Paddy Creek. Seeing the extent to which Region 5 had infiltrated their community was a blow. Maddie, especially, did not want to witness her brother's reaction when Maria delivered the news. If they bugged out now and left their homes, would they ever return? It was too hard for Maddie to accept. If only Lugnut and the others hadn't run off on their secret mission. Her anger at Dempsey and his army turned toward Stevens. If she hadn't shown up, Lugnut, Rank, and Ryan aren't in Springfield, Missouri, are they? Dustin asked from the driver's seat. Maria said nothing. They're in Region 5 territory, right? He wasn't going to give up until he had answers to his questions. Maddie didn't answer him either. Telling him what she knew about the secret mission wouldn't change their bug-out plan, and it could put Lugnut and the others at risk if Dustin or Jackson were to be captured and interrogated by Region 5. As much as they might want to know about the operation, Maddie wasn't willing to risk it. It was bad enough that she, Maria, and Zach knew as much as they did. They're where they said they'd be. We'll send word to Sharp to let them know we're heading their way. We can meet up in the Branson area. Lugnut will want a full report. We can regroup and make a new plan from there, Maria lied. It appeared to satisfy Dustin, or at least stop him from asking any more questions. Once they reached Isabella's compound in Arkansas, maybe they'd know more about the mission and its success. She wouldn't let herself think that Lugnut and the guys could fail. It was too unbearable to consider. Dustin, when we get home, check the fuel in the Humvees. We need to know if we have enough to make it to Williams Junction, or if we'll need to do some walking, Maria said. Too bad we didn't nab one of the transport trucks. We could have taken more food and supplies with us. I hate showing up at someone's home empty-handed, Jackson said. It would be nice if you could bring them what you brought us when you joined our group, Maddie said. Hell yeah, I wish we still had ammo for it. We could have used the 50 cal. From what Maddie had seen, they'd need more than one 50 caliber machine gun to save their homestead. Chapter 24, Springfield, Illinois, September 10th. The rhythmic clickety-clack, along with the rocking of the train car, would have normally put Rank straight to sleep. But this was a boxcar bound for the headquarters of a brutal dictator who had seized control of half the country during an apocalypse. They were headed into the belly of the beast to put down a rabid dog. While a little perturbed that Lugnut and Brown would have the honor of executing the treacherous General Walter Dempsey, Rank was looking forward to ridding the world of his right-hand man, Glenn Mitchell, who had ordered the execution of thousands of innocent Americans whose only crime was resisting Dempsey's totalitarian dictatorship. They were free Americans unable to accept government by those who had totally disregarded American civil rights. Rank had never worked with an intelligence agent before. This was a first. He and Stevens had gone over and over the plan. Mitchell's girlfriend would let them know when he arrived home. They would sneak in, quietly put Mitchell down, then slip away. By the time his girlfriend reported his death, Rank, Stevens, and the team should be back in Missouri if they didn't miss their return train. The wheels of the train squealed, and the train began to slow. Another stop? Rank asked. How many settlements are there between the state line and Springfield? They're stopping to pick up cargo. They have warehouses along the rail line where their folks bring grain, livestock, stolen supplies, and people. They move it all by train to their secure warehouses north of Springfield, Illinois, Trenton said. Rank considered the sheer logistics it would take to keep all that running smoothly. Of course, Region 5 had almost a year of practice. They'd had the people and resources to carry out such missions. The plan Stevens, Rank, and Colonel Sharp had developed banked on the disruption of their supply chain as well as toppling their leadership while placing control into the hands of those loyal to the president. If successful, it would severely deter any holdouts who might think about trying to keep Region 5 in control. He tried not to think about the other teams, the teams and missions going on that other teams didn't know about that would all work together to turn the tide, ending the Dempsey era for good. Rank wasn't supposed to know either, and he wished he didn't. The operations were supposed to be segregated, so if one team was caught and interrogated, the only information that they could provide the enemy was limited to their particular assignment. He and Stevens were the exception. They knew the specifics of all three operations the U.S. military was conducting in Illinois. This made them liabilities if they were caught. He didn't know many of the details about the other missions or teams, only the locations they were going to and the people they were to hit. He knew that after Stevens' team took out the leadership, Region 5 headquarters would fall under the individual next in line under Dempsey, who was supposed to be loyal to the president, which meant Region 5's vast stores of weapons and supplies could be used more appropriately by the country against the Russians and Chinese. The second team would hit targets that would bring Region 5's military and civilian personnel under the control of the president, though indirectly through a new chain of command with those loyal to the president and the country all taking the places of other key Dempsey loyalists. Steffens was seated on the floor next to Rank, with her head resting on his shoulder. He could feel her breath on his neck. It was too dark inside the rail car to see, but he was confident she was sleeping. Eventually, the rocking of the train caused Rank to drift off as well, but his sleep was fitful with dreams related to his previous capture and interrogation by DHS and Region 5. He was jolted awake by the sound of the container's door being opened. Daylight flooded the car as Rank shot to his feet. "Sparrow," a female voice called out. "Hurry, you have to get off the train. They're searching every car." Steffens, Rank grabbed her hand and pulled her to her feet. "Is she one of yours?" "Are you Goldie?" Stevens asked, making her way to the door. "Yes, you're Natasha. Get your ass on the northbound train. We don't have time for introductions," the tall, slender woman said. "Hurry, you have to make it to the northbound train now." "Where are we?" Rank asked. "Root House, Illinois," Goldie answered. "How far is that from Springfield?" 60 miles. The team quickly exited the cargo container and followed the woman as they crossed the tracks, slipped between rail cars, and ran toward the front of a northbound train. "They've already searched this one," she said, yanking the door back. It squeaked, and Rank stiffened. "Hurry," she said. "This train will stop in Murrayville. Hurricane will meet you there." Rank climbed in and reached his hand down to Stevens. He was pulling her inside when he heard people yelling at one another. "They're coming. Get in and stay quiet," Goldie said. Trenton was the last one in, and he and Walker closed the door. They all stood there in the pitch blackness of the new boxcar with their rifles at the ready until the yelling faded as the train pulled away. The northbound train seemed to make even more frequent stops than the previous one. Every time it slowed, Rank's gut twisted. Each time he anticipated the door would fly open and either Stevens' asset or Region 5 soldiers would appear. Fontenot peeled back the lid on a large plastic tote and reached inside. "What the hell?" he said. Lugnut shined his flashlight in Fontenot's direction, illuminating the box of Christmas decorations. "People are starving to death, and someone is transporting Christmas ornaments," Walker exclaimed. It struck Lugnut how much had changed in 1 year. This time the year before, millions of ornaments would be bound for stores. Most businesses would have already been putting up their displays angling to get people in the mood for early gift shopping. "It will be 1 year tomorrow since the EMP destroyed everything," Ryan said. "It feels like it's been a decade," Rank said. "In so many ways it did feel that way, but thinking about the holidays made it feel like it was just yesterday." "Today's the 10th, Lugnut asked. "It is," Rank said. "Are you sure?" "Yeah, they have these things called calendars. Some people hang them on their walls and mark off the days." "Not me, of course, but some people," Rank said. "Emma, she hung one in the bunkhouse." Lugnut barely took note of it. "Today is Maddie's birthday," he said. "Crap," Ryan said. "I forgot to give her my gift before we left. We'll celebrate big when we get home. We'll make it up to her," Lugnut said. Fontenot opened the box of ornaments and pulled out one with Santa on a surfboard. He stared at it for a moment before wrapping it in a bandana and placing it in his pack. "It's for my son, Caden. We used to have one just like it on our tree. We got it on vacation in Hawaii the year his mother passed. There are some pines that would make nice Christmas trees near the corner store in Williams Junction," Walker said. He plucked 2 more ornaments from the box. "We should do something for the kids. I'm sure Kylie and Keegan would love these." It was hard for Lugnut to imagine life returning to normal enough to celebrate the holidays like that again. Maybe if they were successful in Springfield, they could put up a tree in evening shade. The train stopped again, and Lugnut could hear people shouting over the roar of the locomotive. He got to his feet, trained his rifle on the door, and waited. The voices faded, and he lowered himself back to the floor with his back against the cold steel wall of the railcar. Long minutes passed as the grainers were filled. It grew quiet except for the train's engine. There was a rap on the boxcar door. As Lugnut shot to his feet and spun toward the entrance, a voice called out, "Hurricane! Hurricane!" The door opened, silhouetting a huge man dressed in a blue uniform frantically gesturing for them to exit the train. "Let's go, people!" Before they come back. "Where are we going?" Stevens asked the man as Rank helped her from the boxcar. The big man pointed over his shoulder to a house 50 feet from the train. "Over there, hurry." It was broad daylight, and they were crossing open ground in enemy territory. Lugnut ran as fast as his feet would carry him. dropped to one knee next to a 6-foot privacy fence, and scanned the area behind them near the train to provide covering fire if needed as the others raced to the door of the garage. Hurricane was the first to arrive at the door, and he held it open for them. Rank dropped down beside Lugnut and covered the front of the train. "Where the hell are we?" "No idea," Lugnut said. "Guard 10 o'clock, Rank called out. He's coming this way." Lugnut was ready to drop the guard when he felt a large hand grip his shoulder. "No," the big man whispered. "Don't let me. They mustn't know you're here." Hurricane stepped out, away from the concealment of the privacy fence, with one hand in the air. "Hey there, could you help me?" "I'm supposed to report," the guard fired without asking a single question. Rank and Lugnut didn't wait to see if the round had hit its target. They ran south along the fence until they reached the back of the garage. A door opened and Ryan's face appeared. "Get in. What the hell was that?" "They didn't even ask for his papers. They're on edge. Anything out of the ordinary has them spooked. Things just got a lot harder. We should make sure the guy is dead. If not, he could lead them right to us," Brown said, moving toward the front of the garage. "We can't stay in here," Walker said. "This isn't a defendable position. We should move." "Where?" "There's nothing but an open field between us and the nearest structure," Trenton said. "If we make it to that barn, we can." Brown started. "We stay here. We have to stay put until the train to Jacksonville arrives," Stevens said. "I don't like this, Stevens. We're sitting ducks," Trenton said. "We wait for the Jacksonville train." Stevens spat. It was the most forceful Lugnut had seen her be with the Special Forces soldiers. It was her mission, and he was glad to see her take charge when she needed to. He just hoped she knew what she was doing. Sharp trusted her, as did General Waltrip, so Lugnut guessed he should too, for now. "They're searching him. I'm pretty sure he's dead," Walker said, peeking through the small window facing the road. "How many guards are there?" Brown asked. 5. "They didn't find anything. They're leaving. They just left him lying in the grass." "Do we know where we are?" Fontenot asked. "South of Jacksonville, Illinois," Stevens replied. "How far south?" Brown asked. "Too far," Rank said. The train that had brought them there pulled away, leaving the team sitting in the abandoned garage. Lugnut was glad the guards hadn't searched the area. That could have meant the end of their mission. They would have been forced to fight back, and news of the battle would no doubt reach the capital city and General Dempsey. Their attempt to remain stealth would be blown. He was trying to come up with a good reason why the guard hadn't searched for anyone traveling with the big guy when he heard the sound of another train approaching from the south. "How will we know if the next train is headed to Jacksonville?" Fontenot asked, looking out the window. "I'm not sure," Stevens said. She pulled a map from her pack and studied it. "I think we're here." She pointed to a dot on the map where the track made a Y with one rail continuing toward Springfield and the other to Jacksonville. "If it goes this way, that's our train. We need to wait until it's moving. That's the only way we'll know they've finished searching it," Brown said. "Damn," Ryan said. Ryan had worked hard to rehabilitate his leg after being shot the previous year, but hopping a moving train was a difficult task for anyone. "You got this," Lugnut said. "We'll have your 6 improvise, adapt, and overcome," Rank said. "Semper Fi," Ryan said. "I've never," Stevens started to say. "I got you, Stevens," Trenton said. He linked arms with her. "Just stick with me. It's a piece of cake. I used to hop trains all the time as a teenager." Chapter 25, Langston Cabin. Evening Shade, Missouri, September 10th. As they approached the bunkhouse at the Langston compound, Cooper and Buster greeted the Humvee at the driveway with hackles raised, teeth bared, and ferocious barking. There was no doubt that, had they been Region 5 soldiers, the 2 dogs would have ripped them apart. Maddie was the first to exit the vehicle, and Cooper's demeanor changed the instant he heard her voice. Harmony had a hold on Mugsby's collar and one-eyed Jack tucked up under the opposite arm.
"What did you learn? Is Region 5 in Waynesville? Did they take over the base?"
Harmony asked. Zach stepped down from the bunkhouse steps and joined Harmony.
"Where is everyone?"
Maria asked, ignoring Harmony's question. Harmony hung her head. "They're digging graves over at Ron's farm," Zach said. "We came back to pack up as much food as we can, so we'd be ready to bug out after John and Levi are laid to rest." In her haste to find out if Region 5 had taken Fort Leonard Wood, Maddie had forgotten they'd lost 2 people. Larry had lost 2 family members. Her heart ached for him. "Zach, come help us get the other Humvees over here so we can get them loaded," Dustin said as he rounded the back of the vehicle. "We're bugging out?" Harmony asked. "As soon as possible," Maria answered. Harmony let go of Mugsby's collar and called Buster to her side. "I need to get his leash. I'm not sure if we'll have room for the dogs," Maria said. But Harmony stammered, "We're going to have a lot of supplies and gear." He can ride in my lap. I can't leave Buster here, Harmony said with a hitch in her voice. Maddie walked over and placed her arm around Harmony's shoulders. We'll find room for the dogs. We're not leaving anyone behind. Maddie stroked Cooper's back. She couldn't leave him. He'd protected her and the rest of the group after the Goff brothers had killed his previous owners, Darlene and Ray Jr. Mugsby had been Ron's dog. She couldn't imagine abandoning any of their dogs. Maddie took Jack from Harmony and handed him to Maria. We'll find the room, right? Maria took Jack and ruffled his fur. I guess your mom would kill us if we left Jack behind. Okay, then. Let's get everything ready to roll out and then go pay our respects to John and Levi, Maddie said. Dustin, Jackson, Zach, and Maria pulled the Humvees over to the bunkhouse, while Maddie and Harmony filled every water container they could find with water from the creek. With the water distributed between vehicles, they all began loading the meat they'd smoked and cured for winter. They were just stacking jars of summer vegetables into the vehicles when Isabella and Fisher came running toward them. I thought you two had left for home already, Maddie said. As they grew closer, Maddie could tell from their expressions something was very wrong. What? Isabella was out of breath when she reached them. Sweat poured from Fisher's face. They'd obviously run the whole way from wherever they had come. We have a problem, Isabella said through gasps of air. Lugnut and the guys. Maddie leaned back against the vehicle to steady herself. She placed the back of her hand against her forehead. No, Fisher replied, her tone low. Maddie straightened and Zach stepped to her side. Tell us, Zach said. Region 5 stopped the van. Maddie's knees buckled and Zach grabbed her by the arm. What? How do you know that? Maddie asked. Her mind raced trying to comprehend the situation. The words played over and over in her mind. Stop the van. Where's my mom? Where is Emma? Oh my God, Harmony began to wail uncontrollably, and Zach reached for her. Dustin took hold of Maddie's other arm, freeing Zach to go to his wife. We were standing watch at the checkpoint at the other end of Slabtown Road when Yvette and Wyatt Cummins came riding up. They were coming to tell you Region 5 stopped the van out on Highway 32 west of Plato. A small team from the Cummins group tried to intervene, but there were too many troops. They were afraid that the kids would get killed in the crossfire, so they backed off and decided to follow them instead. Fisher said. Maddie's stomach lurched, sending her fleeing to a nearby bush to vomit. She couldn't hear the rest of what Fisher said over Harmony's cries. Dustin, drive over and get everyone back here, Maria said, as she began pulling the food and supplies from the back of the Humvee nearest to her. Maddie wiped her mouth with the sleeve of her shirt and began helping Maria clear out the vehicles. We're going after them, right? Harmony said. Of course, Maddie said. Where did they take them? St. Robert? No, they took them to the Army base, Isabella said. Wyatt believes they're in one of the hangars at the airport. He saw dozens of Humvees parked there and 30 or so soldiers guarding the perimeter of the airport, Fisher said. Everyone check your weapons and consolidate ammo, Maria said. Harmony rushed to the first Humvee and began pulling things from it and throwing them to the ground. We're going to get them back. She grabbed her M4 and pulled the charging handle, chambering around, and then we're going to make them pay. Chapter 26, Northbound Train. Southeast Illinois, September 10th, as the northbound train began to move. Brown and Walker took up positions with a clear line of sight of both ends of the train. Go, go, go! Brown said, chopping the air with his hand. We're headed for that gondola there, Trenton said. Steffens and Trenton went first, running side by side. As they approached the train, Trenton pulled ahead, grabbed the ladder, and jumped up. He held the ladder while reaching a hand down to Stevens, who was running alongside. Lugnut held his breath as Trenton hoisted Stevens up and onto the platform. The two climbed a second ladder and disappeared over the side of the open-topped railcar. As Lugnut and the rest of the team sprinted toward the train, it began to increase its speed. Lugnut placed his knee on the bottom rung of the ladder and pulled himself up onto the platform at the back of the car, then reached down and grabbed hold of Ryan's wrist. It was much more difficult than Lugnut had imagined. As the train rocked, Lugnut almost lost his grip on Ryan, but Ryan hauled himself up the ladder and quickly stepped aside. Fontenot and Rank climbed aboard as Ryan and Lugnut followed Trenton and Stevens into the gondola car. It wasn't easy, but in less than a minute the team was on the train, heading hopefully to Jacksonville, Illinois. Jacksonville was not their destination. They'd been instructed by one of Stevens' assets to head there, so they were, without knowing why or how they were to reach the former state capital and their targets. The open-topped car was empty of cargo, but trash and debris whipped around in the wind inside the car, causing Lugnut to have to keep his eyes shut tight to avoid injury. Steffens had her head buried in Rank's chest. She was tougher than Lugnut had given her credit for, but he still had concerns about how she'd perform once they reached Springfield. They had no more than settled in when the train slowed again. Brown stood and peered over the side. "We're coming into a substantial town. It might be Jacksonville." A moment later, they rode past the lake. "This is Jacksonville. That's Mauvaise Terre Lake," Trenton said. "Should we get off now before it stops?" Fontenot asked. Lugnut wasn't looking forward to jumping from a moving train. He hoped the consensus was to remain on the train until it stopped. "We stay on. Hurricane would not have had us reroute here without a contact to meet us and get us on the train to Springfield. We need that contact. There's no way we get past guards and on an eastbound train heading into the capital without them," Stevens said. She had a point. Anything going into the city would be thoroughly checked and heavily guarded, especially if Dempsey had grown as paranoid as Stevens' inside guy had said. They were so close. They couldn't afford any mistakes now. Jumping the train too soon would kill the mission. The train pulled into a rail yard and stopped. Guards and rail workers rushed around outside. So much time passed after they arrived without contact with one of Stevens' assets that Lugnut feared they'd need to find a way onto the eastbound train themselves. Brown and Trenton were advocating just that. Steffens held up a hand to quiet them. "Listen." Someone was whistling the Star-Spangled Banner. "That's them," Stevens said. She peered over the side wall of the gondola and began whistling "God Bless America" as the whistler passed by below. Hearing the two tunes caused Lugnut to choke up. It had been a year since he'd heard the patriotic songs. How deeply hearing them moved him came as a surprise. A young man looked up at Stevens with a toothy grin as heads popped over the side of the gondola. "It's an honor to see you," he said. "How long before the eastbound train arrives?" Stevens said, throwing a leg over the side to climb down. "You have about an hour. Come with me. I have a place where you can get warm and grab some food before you go." The kid led them northeast from the tracks to the back of a mobile home park along another train track. "Is that where our eastbound train will be?" Lugnut asked. "No. We'll have to travel north a ways to catch that train." The kid placed a plate of flatbread and pitcher of water on a coffee table and went and stood by the door. "I wish I was going with you guys. No one said anything. I've got a sister in Austin. Any of you from down that way? I sure would like to get a note to her." There was no way they could carry a note for this kid. Lugnut felt for him, though. It was hard not having a way to communicate with family. It's not safe to carry a letter, but if you have a message for her, I will try to deliver it. The kid was all smiling. "I do. She works at the new Department of Defense. Her name is Gracie, Grace Wilson. Will you tell her that Seth says hi? His sister must have gotten him into this. That would be a tough call, knowing the risks." A train whistle blew and the kid yanked open the door. "We should go. We don't want to miss that train. Another won't come for a week." After following a dry creek bed for nearly 2 miles, they reached the tracks. To Lugnut's great relief, the train was stopped. "Hurry! They could leave at any moment," the kid said. He yanked on a boxcar door and it opened. A uniformed man stood in the doorway. As everyone pointed their rifles up at him, the man threw his hands in the air. "Don't shoot him. He's with me." "He's your escort to Springfield," the boy said. "Thanks, son. Now get back to the house. I'll see you tomorrow." "Okay, Pop." The kid took off running the way they'd come. As the team climbed onto the train, the kid stopped and turned. He made some hand gestures that Lugnut thought could be sign language used by the deaf community. "What did he say?" Stevens asked. "It was personal, Stevens asked. "He just said he loved me, that's all." "Okay," Stevens said. "Let's get you guys concealed." The man pointed to the back of the car. "You'll need to hide in here for a bit, until we get moving again, at least. Once the train starts rolling, it won't stop until you reach Springfield." Ryan was the first to crawl inside a large, empty cardboard box. Lugnut shot Stevens a look. She lifted one shoulder, lowered, and climbed into her own empty box. With everyone concealed inside boxes, the asset returned to the door. "I'll be right here. If they come in to search, don't move. Don't even breathe." Lugnut could hear the guards opening and shutting railcar doors. They weren't laughing and joking as others had on previous trains. He imagined the purposeful placing of an obstacle on the tracks had them on high alert. That had been a mistake. Mistakes got people killed. Lugnut's breathing quickened. The door to their boxcar opened. Lugnut listened with his hand on the pistol strapped to his right thigh. "This one's clear." Their guide yelled, the door closed, and voices faded. In seconds, the train lurched and began to roll, eventually gaining speed. "It's okay, team. All's clear. You can come out now." The guide called out. The team busied themselves checking their weapons, ammo, and gear as the train moved east. In little under an hour, the train pulled into the former Illinois state capitol, arriving late afternoon. Be ready, folks. You're going to have to bail when the train slows down at the intersection of Ash and 9th Street. 1 mile from the governor's mansion, that area would be crawling with guards. The team lined up behind the guide as he eased open the door. The ground near the tracks was anything but level. 2 by 2 people, 2 by 2, we toss our packs, jump and roll. Don't forget to tuck, Brown shouted over the clickety-clack and thunderous locomotive engine ahead of them. Trenton and Ryan went first. They landed perfectly and quickly got to their feet, ready to cover the rest of the team as they jumped. Rank and Stephens went next, followed by Walker and Fontenot. They each made their landing and survived without injury, which was encouraging. Ready, set, jump, Brown said. Lugnut felt a jolt of pain as he hit the ground and his knee slammed into a rock. He rolled and attempted to get to his feet, but his knee buckled under him. Hands grabbed him. Brown slid his arm under Lugnut's armpit and pulled him to his feet. They were moving toward a building not far from the tracks. I can walk, Lugnut said. We're almost there, Brown answered. Hurry up, ladies. We've got movement at our 2 o'clock, Trenton said from the doorway of an abandoned store. Brown practically shoved Lugnut through the door and quickly closed it behind them. Trenton was at a newspaper-covered window peering through small tears in the paper. I don't think they spotted us. Shit, that was close. Brown said. Rank tossed his pack on the floor by the door. Too close. He pulled off his black shirt, revealing a blue polo with the Department of Homeland Security logo over his heart. He pulled 2 .45 caliber magazines from his rucksack and slid them into his black utility belt rig. How do I look? Like a Fed, Ryan said. Stephens slipped into a bathroom in the back to change into her disguise and returned dressed in a maid's uniform. A knee-length white dress, black tie, and black shoes. She pointed to each of them. Don't say a word. Brown and Lugnut removed their black shirts and applied their Velcro DHS patches to the front. They looked just like the guards they'd seen thus far, except for Lugnut's long beard. He pulled a neck gaiter over his bald head and down around his neck, tucking his beard inside. Ready to roll, he said, pulling on a blue knit watch cap. Brown patted his rifle. Let's do this. Lugnut fist-bumped each of the team members on his way to the door. We'll see you on the flip side, ladies. No one gave Brown and Lugnut a second glance as they made their way on foot to the roof of the hotel overlooking the governor's mansion. Lugnut was surprised the security was so lax considering how paranoid he'd heard Dempsey had become. No one checked their identification, and they'd been able to easily get up on the top of the parking garage 1 block from the governor's residence where Dempsey was. There were jersey barriers all around the mansion and guards at each of the gates, but they weren't prepared for snipers, maybe because Dempsey never left the building until hopefully today. Once Brown and his weapon were in position, he broke radio silence to let the team know they'd made it. Each of the separate 2-person teams checked in. Everyone was in place. Things were going according to plan. Lugnut scanned the west side of the mansion. Everything looked normal. They waited for the signal from Rank. Lugnut pictured the surprised look on Glenn Mitchell's face when he realized Stephens wasn't his regular maid. He was the only target that had to be eliminated up close and personal. When Walker and Fontenot received word that Mitchell was neutralized, they would take the shot to kill the director of Dempsey's labor camps, causing the guards to alert the governor's mansion. This would leave Trenton and Ryan mere minutes to hit the director of logistics and get away before all hell rained down on them. Alpha 1 target is neutralized. Over came the transmission through Lugnut's earpiece. Mitchell was down. Game on. Lugnut and Brown had taken up good prone fighting positions on the hotel roof, and Lugnut had his scope trained on the line of black SUVs lined up just outside the door to the governor's mansion, waiting for Dempsey and his bodyguards to appear. A flurry of activity in and around the vehicles parked outside the mansion told Lugnut that their plan to rouse Dempsey out of hiding might just work. A van pulled up and out jumped 10 or 15 guards, all with rifles, searching for targets. Lugnut scanned to his left and spotted another van and another load of guards arriving to protect the general. I've got 2 vans with 20 or so R5s with rifles arriving at the motorcade, Lugnut said. We expected they'd send backup. Brown said out of the side of his mouth without moving a muscle. He had his rifle trained on the mansion doorway and his finger on the trigger. The door to the mansion flew open, and 4 of Dempsey's bodyguards burst out of the mansion door in a diamond formation, with a gray-haired man in an army dress uniform in the center. They raced down the mansion steps to an SUV and got in. Behind the first group, a second diamond formation came bounding out the mansion doorway. surrounding an older, gray-haired man dressed in civilian clothes, headed for another SUV. Brown took the shot as the gray-haired Dempsey stepped off the top step. Lugnut watched him fall as bullets suddenly came raining down on his position from every direction. A bullet ripped through Lugnut's calf, and another hit him in his back armor plate, knocking the wind out of him and sending him face first to the ground. He rolled, squeezed off a couple of rounds in return fire, and tried to crawl to the stairwell for cover. Rounds kicked up concrete as he got to his feet and took off running. As he reached the stairwell, he glanced back, looking for Brown. He wasn't coming. Brown was face first on the ground of the parking garage. "Not moving, Brown," Lugnut called, preparing to descend the stairs. "Brown," he called once more. Brown didn't reply. Brown was gone and Lugnut was pinned down. He could hear footfalls in the stairwell. He pushed himself back against the wall of the structure, pulled all of his extra magazines from his belt, and placed them between his legs. He aimed his rifle at the door, determined to take as many Region 5 assholes with him as possible. Lugnut prayed for the first time in a long time. He prayed for Maddie, Zach, Beth, and the others back in Evening Shade. He prayed Sharp would keep his word and would get them to safety in Texas as he'd promised. The footfalls grew louder, and Lugnut steeled himself away from his thoughts of home, ready to open fire at first sight of them. Eagle 20, a familiar voice called out Fontenot. Area 51, Lugnut said, returning the call sign. Walker appeared through the doorway. "Check on Brown," Lugnut said. Walker disappeared and then quickly returned. He shook his head but said nothing. In seconds, he and Fontenot were helping Lugnut down the stairs. They had to step over dead soldiers on their way down. "You guys have been busy," Lugnut said, stepping over a soldier at the bottom of the stairs. They rushed in like cockroaches. "Trenton and Rank are laying down suppressive fire so we can get across the alley to that building." Fontenot pointed over his shoulder. Lugnut snugged the stock of his rifle to his cheek. "Let's roll." Rounds were flying all around them as they sprinted across an alley and through a door to what appeared to have been someone's office at one time. Glass was flying as rounds took out the windows around them. "This way," Stevens called from a door to their left. "Aren't you supposed to be at the safe house?" "We had to come save your ass," she said, holding open the door for Fontenot and Walker to carry him through. He noticed blood on her face. "Are you hit?" She touched her cheek, examined the sticky red substance, and shook her head. "It's not mine." Trenton came running in. "Brown?" he asked. "He didn't make it," Fontenot said. Trenton grunted. "Let's keep moving." They continued through various doors to the end of the building, sprinting across the street and down an alley. At the end of the alley was a white van. The engine was running. Stevens pointed. "That's our ride." They raced over, scrambled inside, and the driver took off, heading west away from the governor's mansion and the horde of Region 5 soldiers. "Are all the targets down?" Lugnut asked. "All confirmed except Dempsey." Dempsey went down. "I saw him go down," Lugnut said. "They whisked him inside the vehicle before we could confirm." Walker said. "We have to go back then," Lugnut said, pulling away from them. "We can't, Lug. They have that place locked down tight. We'll know soon. We have people in the administration. We'll hear as soon as they do," Stevens said. She placed a hand on his shoulder and he winced. "Ouch." She reached over and peeled back the collar of his shirt, then scrunched her face. "Put a Band-Aid on it and suck it up, Marine." "I get all shot up and I still get no sympathy." Steffens sat back in her seat. "No time for sympathy right now." Lugnut surveyed the team. They'd all made it except Brown. He'd hit his target. Lugnut was sure of it, but without knowing for sure that Dempsey was dead. The mission wasn't a success. He hoped word would come from Stevens' person on the inside before they left the city. He didn't want to leave without finishing the job. Chapter 27, Langston Farm, Evening Shade, Missouri. September 10th. In all honesty, Maddie had never been so scared in her life. She wasn't afraid of going up against Dempsey's army. She was afraid of failure. To fail would mean the loss of almost everyone she loved. That, to her, was worse than death. By the time they were ready to mount up into the Humvees, Dustin had returned with the rest of their group from Ron's farm. Jacob ran to her, throwing his arms around her and holding her tight. "Are you okay? We're going to get them back, don't you worry. We are going up there and we're going to bring them all home safely." He stroked her hair and tilted her head back, then looked her in the eyes. "You believe that, don't you?" The words wouldn't come. She nodded. "Cummins and his group are on their way here. They're going to round up the Plato folks as well," Dustin said. "We can't wait that long," Maddie said, her voice cracking. "They could be moving them now." "Wait, people. This is not the way to go about this. We need a proper plan and we need intel. We can't just go tearing into the post and hope to find and save our people like this, Maria said. And Cummins' group needs to be part of the plan, Eric said. His face was red, and he had tears in his eyes. The enemy had his wife and daughter. Yes, we need a plan, but we can all mount up right now and rally with Cummins' group at the church rally point near the south gate of the post, Maddie said. We just need to get word to Cummins. Larry, can you break off at the corner of Slabtown Road and Highway 17 and go tell Cummins to meet us at the church instead of here? Maddie asked. Roger that, Larry said. We can work out the details of our attack from the rally point while we're waiting for Cummins and his people, Maddie said. And Dustin and Jackson can go scout and get intel about where Region 5 is hiding our people on post while we're waiting and planning, Maddie said. Roger that, Jackson replied. Fisher, can you loan your sat phone to Jackson so he can call us when he has intel? Maddie asked. Roger that. Here you go, Jackson, and here's Isabella's sat phone number, Fisher said. Maddie glanced over at Elijah's dad, Joe. Had he informed Sharp about their situation? Were they sending someone to help? Maddie pulled Joe aside. I know who you really are, but I'm sure you don't want to blow your cover just yet for whatever reason. Joe looked surprised that she knew his connection with Sharp, but wasn't overly concerned. The cavalry can't help us. They're too far away. This caught them by surprise as well, Joe said. You guys didn't have people up there telling you Region 5 was heading west into central Missouri. Didn't you know they were headed here? He glanced away. I can't talk about that. So the U.S. Army can't help us. Anger rose into her cheeks. So we're on our own. Lugnut and the others were risking their lives for the cause, and the Army could do nothing to protect their home and loved ones. Sharp had sent 2 of his soldiers to help the Langston group, but in the end, what the group really needed was a heads-up that Region 5 was coming. Dustin and Jackson were the first to dismount the Humvees when they reached the rally point behind the old white clapboard church, south of Fort Leonard Wood, and they disappeared into the woods on foot, giving themselves a wide berth around the south gate of the installation north to avoid detection on their way to the airfield. This was happening. Region 5 couldn't have realized what hell they had unleashed upon their detachment at Fort Leonard Wood. They took the wrong people when they stopped that van. They had no idea who they were dealing with and were going to wish they'd never seen Texas County by the time the residents there got through with them. Tears were still streaming down Harmony's face, and Maddie was concerned about how she would perform under fire, considering how upset and afraid she was. She looked so young in her tactical vest and holster. The M4 she was carrying looked large in her small hands. Maddie's mind was flooded with images of Emma, similarly kitted out and marching around the range and training area back at the farm. So she tried her best not to think about what they'd do to Emma and Krista. Maddie had heard horror stories about what Dempsey's army did with young girls. Maddie noticed Aaron's hands. They were still crusted with blood and dirt from burying his father and brother. Here he was, now preparing to fight those who had killed them, or at least their comrades. The ones who had shot his family were dead in a ditch back on Slabtown Road. Someone's coming, Jacob called from the road. They're on horses. Cummins, Maddie asked, running toward Jacob. How many does he have with him? Maddie nearly broke down in tears as Cummins and the group he'd rounded up came into view. She counted 20 riders, but more kept coming. Maddie hadn't known there were so many people in the Cummins group. And then she spotted someone she recognized. Easton? Is that the command sergeant major? Jacob asked. It's her. The guys next to her are Butler and his right-hand man, Richardson. There are several people from her group here. There's a guy from the Waynesville group, Elijah's dad, Joe said. He's a drifter now. Last I saw him, he had a wife and kid. Then he showed up with that Fitzsimmons group, and they don't take in folks with kids. If he's here, where's Fitzsimmons? Zach asked. Cummins stopped his horse near the rear of the last Humvee and dismounted, followed by Yvette and Wyatt Cummins. We rounded up some stragglers to help out, Colonel Cummins said. Stragglers? Sharon Easton asked in her usual sarcastic tone, looking toward the colonel. She held her hand out to Maddie. They shook hands and moved to the side to let the rest of the riders by. Region 5 soldiers rolled through Rolla so fast there wasn't time to send anyone to warn you. Larry told us about what happened to his kin. I'm so sorry, Easton said. Thank you, they were upon us before we knew they were in the region, Maddie said. I don't understand how Region 5 troops were able to sneak up on us like that, and in such numbers, Butler said, joining them. They've taken over Jefferson City. They must have come down from the north, Maddie said. Crap, we better go in and get your family before more of them arrive, Richardson said. At least you got some weapons and ammo out of the deal, Easton said. Maria and Maddie shared their plan with Colonel Cummins and Command Sergeant Major Sharon Easton, who both appeared genuinely impressed. They only made a few changes to integrate the troops and weapons with which they'd arrived. Command Sergeant Major Easton briefed everyone up-order style. It was a real Army operation, complete with an operation order, a colonel in charge, and a Command Sergeant Major to execute the mission. "All right, people, what are your questions?" Easton said. "Then let's get her done. Mount up!" "Sergeant Major, our scouts are on the line," Isabella said, handing her the sat phone. "This is Command Sergeant Major Easton." "What's the situation?" "Sergeant Major, this is Sergeant Lawrence. We've located the box van our people were riding in when they were taken. It's between the National Guard hangars on the far side of the airfield," Jackson said. "There are about a dozen Humvees parked in front of the larger of the two hangars. Yesterday we saw 20 Humvees and 5 Miraps parked inside the center PT area of the 795th Starship. We didn't see anyone else anywhere in trainee land or around Emsco as we traveled through post to the St. Robert Municipal Building. We discovered Region 5 is taking prisoners there and holding them at the grade school that they've surrounded with concertina wire." "Roger, got it. Good report, Sergeant Lawrence. Where are you right now?" "We're located on your side of the airport in the woods west of the old control tower. Maddie and Maria were here with us yesterday. They know how to get here undetected in a Humvee." Easton pulled Cummins aside and they spoke for a few minutes. Then Easton spoke into the sat phone again. "We're coming to your location," Easton said, handing the sat phone back to Isabella. "Maddie, I need you and Isabella to come with the colonel and me. Can you take us to your scouts in one of your Humvees?" "Langston Group, mount up," Maria said. They were heading toward their Humvees when more riders appeared over the crest of the hill. "Fitzsimmons, late as usual," Easton said. Her dislike for the man was evident. "Maddie hoped that wouldn't be a problem. Not today. I got held up coming down from Lakay, having to deal with one of their patrols. It's all good, though, 'cause we got some of these." He held up 2 light anti-tank weapons. "Sweet," Easton said. "Fitzsimmons, we need a squad of people with rifles who can get to the airfield from the other side of the installation, from your area of operations near Waynesville and Buckhorn, after we get our forces staged around the airport. We'll need them to cause a distraction. Can you make that happen?" "Roger that, Sergeant Major," Fitzsimmons said. "My people have 2 more laws if that will help." "Excellent. That's what I'm talking about," Easton said. "Put 2 3-man teams there, each with a law and a saw. Send them now and let me know when they're in position. This all kicks off when they're ready." Easton, Cummins, Maddie, Maria, and Fitzsimmons gathered around a map on the hood of the Humvee to go over the plan once more and include Fitzsimmons' distraction. A few minutes later, everyone set out north toward the south gate of Fort Leonard Wood. At the road leading to the gate, they would separate into groups, each to perform different parts of the rescue mission. Chapter 28, Fort Leonard Wood, Pulaski County, Missouri, September 11th, readying to attack a military post in the United States of America with a mix of former military members and civilians was surreal. It was almost too much for Maddie to consider. The hostile forces who'd attacked her group and taken them as prisoners weren't foreign-born invaders, but fellow citizens led by a power-hungry dictator. If this rescue mission failed, not only could her friends and family be kept as prisoners indefinitely or die, but everyone in the region would be under Dempsey's communist rule. Of all the battles she'd faced since the lights went out, this was by far the most important and most complicated, both logistically and strategically. As they prepared to head north toward the south gate and their meet-up with the scouts near the airfield to kick off the mission, Maddie thought about how afraid she'd been when she'd found herself stranded in the airport in Chicago the day the lights went out. She was so far from her mother and brother that she feared she'd never see them again. That same fear crept back in now. "What's the date today? Anyone know?" Maddie asked. "September 11th, Jacob said. He reached down and squeezed her hand. "It's been 1 year today." 1 year ago, Maddie couldn't have fathomed that she'd be fighting a brutal dictator on American soil. But there they were, about to take on Dempsey's army sent to subdue and control them. But Dempsey hadn't counted on their entire community's will to join forces and fight back against his oppression. Other communities may have given up and fallen victim, but that wouldn't happen to the Langston Group, thanks to Cummins, Easton, and Fitzsimmons. It appeared they would all fight together to their last breath for their American freedoms. Maddie said a prayer for Lugnut, Rank, Ryan, and the rest of their team, for their safety and the success of their mission. She wished she could witness the demise of Dempsey firsthand. She then said a prayer for the teams gathered in Pulaski County, ready to take back Fort Leonard Wood. Today could very well be a turning point and the beginning of the country's road to recovery if they succeeded. "No pressure," Maddie whispered. "What?" Jacob asked. "Nothing. I was thinking about how far we've come in a year. Jacob kissed her forehead. And how far we'll go in the next year. He smiled and slid his arm around her waist. Langston team, are we ready? Maria asked. Langston team. Maddie smiled. Her father would be so proud of the group he'd formed. She wiped a tear from her cheek and fell in behind Isabella and Fisher. The two women had experience with this sort of operation. They'd fought the Chinese, they'd ultimately won and run them out of the country, and they'd experienced the wrath of Region 5 as soldiers just a few weeks ago. They'd lost their entire unit. Maddie was glad they were here to help them against this enemy. They stopped about a quarter-mile from the south gate and waited for Cummins' group to take out the guards at the gate. Maddie's stomach flip-flopped when she heard Wyatt Cummins receive word on his radio from his people that the guards had been taken out without a shot fired and their group could proceed north to the airfield. This was real. It was happening. She kept telling herself that she was ready for this, but she still had so much doubt. Everything and everyone she knew was at risk. It was a hard thing not to think about, to keep her fear at bay. Time to boogie, Isabella said, sitting across from her in the Humvee driven by Easton. Cummins sat in the right front team leader seat. The column of Humvees and horses proceeded north, past the guard shack toward the airport. The road cut through a dense oak, hickory, and pine forest, with cedar glades between various training and live fire ranges on either side of the road. The trees were mixed with brambles that, if they left the road, would tear at their clothing if they had to traverse the steep slopes and narrow rocky ridges. But they were used to moving in such terrain. Maddie saw that as an advantage over Region 5 if the fight drew them into the woods. The convoy split up about a mile south of the airport. Easton turned left to stage northwest of the Chemical Defense Training Facility, where they would have a clear view of the National Guard hangar across the airfield. Fitzsimmons' Humvee followed, the other two Humvees, and the horse-mounted fighters turned right and staged north of Range 4 in the woods across from the terminal. From their command and control observation position across the runway, Colonel Cummins and Sergeant Major Easton considered and discussed the elements of their plan of attack and agreed they were ready to go once everyone was in place. Fitzsimmons, you and I are about to go and get in position with our horse-mounted troops north of Range 4. Isabella, I'd like you and your sat phone to stay here with the Colonel and try to get Colonel Sharp on the line with Colonel Cummins. Maddie, what do you want to do? Stay here with Colonel Cummins, Easton said. Why would you ask me that? Maddie asked. Because you're a natural leader. After the negotiations you set up with Fitzsimmons and me, and the quick logistical and strategic decisions Colonel Cummins and I have seen from you, you're meant to lead. But it's up to you. I need to join my group to save my family, Maddie said. Easton and Maddie hopped into Fitzsimmons' Humvee, and Fitzsimmons drove them over to the staging area east of the terminal building, where the other two Humvees and all of the troops and horses were set up. Now it was a waiting game, waiting for the distraction west of the hangars to happen, so the Humvees could do their thing while the horse-mounted troops did theirs. Maddie ran over and stood beside Maria, who was standing next to her horse. She glanced back at her brother and Harmony. They wore blank expressions. They'd trained to defend the Langston compound, not attack a military base. They were 16 and heading into battle. This shouldn't be happening, but it was. This was just how it was in the apocalypse. Calamity didn't consider a person's age. The timing was everything with this operation. They were going up against greater numbers than Maddie had ever faced. Maddie pulled a pair of binoculars from her pack and glanced past the chain-link fence surrounding the airplane hangar where her mother, Emma, and the others were supposedly being held. The fire station and civilian airline terminal buildings were to the south and west of her. Maddie looked down the long runway. Only 2 months prior, Maddie had watched a U.S. military plane taking off from there, carrying a load of gold and 3 of her group members. It had been a very emotional day. Maria pointed. They're in the larger hangar over there behind the National Guard headquarters building. The doors are closed. Maddie knew that building. It was where she'd been patched up by Colonel Sharp's military doctors after being shot at Nelson's ranch. Lacroix, in position, came through Fitzsimmons' radio. Colonel Cummins, our distraction team, is in place, as well as our Humvees and horse-mounted troops, Easton said. The command was execute, and when each element received the order, all hell broke loose. First, the distraction teams fired a light anti-tank weapon and struck a partially dismantled chopper sitting outside the National Guard hangars. Maddie heard the explosion as the ball of flames burst into the air. The distraction teams then opened up with automatic weapons fire. At the same time, the 3 Humvees raced out of the woods and tore north toward their target, Region 5's command center located in the 795th Starship. The reports of more automatic weapons and rifle fire sounded to the north, indicating that Dustin, Jackson, and the others had engaged the Region 5 soldiers there. Horse-mounted troops had also taken off in a beeline toward the National Guard headquarters building and hangars, then dismounted and fired on soldiers exiting the buildings and any vehicles that began moving. Maddie, you and Jacob move north and get eyes on that hangar door. I want to know as soon as there's any movement from inside that building, Maria said. She turned to the rest of the group and gestured for them to spread out. Maria gave the order for the Langston group to advance. Maddie expected to be fired upon if she left cover and stepped out into the open. But the soldiers from the hangars appeared focused only on the helicopter that continued to burn. As Maddie approached, she could see that some Region 5 troops were running west, likely engaging with the distraction teams. The Humvees roared south and came to an abrupt stop in the parking lot of the National Guard's headquarters building. Wyatt Cummins was in one of the turrets firing his .50 cal north toward the Starship to keep any foolhardy enemy from driving south toward the airport. Yvette Cummins was in another Humvee firing on Region 5 soldiers, attempting to get to their vehicles behind the hangars. Maddie couldn't see him well, but thought Dustin to be the gunner in the third Humvee, which began firing up the road toward the Starship as well. Maria's group spread out along the fence line around the helicopter hangars, everyone's eyes on the hangar searching for targets. Maria pointed to Aaron and Eric. You two move around to that storage shed in the parking lot across the street and get eyes on that gate. Aaron and Eric sprinted across the street and disappeared behind a building. In seconds, a rifle's report sounded from Aaron and Eric's direction. They must have encountered soldiers at the gate. Zach was just finishing cutting the chain-link fence with a pair of bolt cutters when Maddie and Jacob arrived at his position. Harmony and Zach held back the cut panels for them to climb through. Immediately, they were met with Region 5 guards and a hail of bullets. Larry, Richie, Maria, and the others were laying down suppressive fire, driving the enemy back behind between the hangars. Get to the hangar, Maria shouted. Doing so would mean crossing 20 feet in the open. They'd need to run like the wind to hope to avoid getting mowed down by Region 5 fighters. Jacob ran in front of Maddie, returning the enemy's fire that was now coming from the east side of the building. Larry and Richie ran alongside them. Maddie tried to keep her focus on getting to cover, but the fighting was everywhere. Richie was hit and went down. Larry grabbed him by the back of the shirt and dragged him toward cover. Maddie grabbed at Richie's legs and helped Larry pull him behind the command building out of the line of fire. Maddie caught sight of Dustin and Jackson, who had dismounted their vehicle and were now fighting their way to the building where her mother and the others were being held. Maddie left Larry kneeling over his nephew to join them. The hangar doors of the smaller west hangar suddenly rolled open and hordes of Region 5 soldiers poured out of them. Fall back, Maria yelled. Maddie's feet wouldn't move. All she could see was the door to where her family was being held was standing open. She needed to get to them. Where are Eric and Aaron? Maddie asked. They're pinned down near the Humvees, Fisher said. Maddie stopped and turned. We have to help them. Maddie, Jacob, and Fisher ran back to the parking lot where the 3 Humvees were parked. There were dozens of soldiers firing at the vehicles. It appeared impossible to reach them. Fisher, Jacob, cover me. I'm going to make a run for the Humvee. Jacob grabbed her arm. You're what? I'm going to pull the Humvee forward, giving you cover, while Larry and Eric run toward you, Maddie said. She yanked her arm away and sprinted off before he could protest more. She kept her eyes focused on the Humvee's driver's door and ignored the hail of bullets being fired at her. She ran as fast as she could and dove behind the vehicle. The Humvee was peppered with holes. She opened the door, climbed into the driver's seat, started the engine, and put it into gear, allowing it to roll forward enough to be between the Region 5 troops and her group. Larry and Eric sprinted toward Jacob, Isabella, and Fisher at the back of the command building Region 5. Soldiers were advancing on her. Without thinking, Maddie threw the Humvee into reverse and backed up nearly to the road. She stomped on the gas and the Humvee sped across the south end of the parking lot and through the fence, coming to a stop near the larger hangar. She wiggled her way around into the turret, only to discover the .50 cal was out of ammunition. Maddie glanced up at the hangar door. Ramming it was her only option. She stomped the accelerator and the vehicle smashed into it and went through the door. Her head hit the steering wheel and she was momentarily dazed. Blood trickled from her forehead into her eyes. The Humvee door hung open. Jacob grabbed her and pulled her from the Humvee. Maddie! Emma yelled, running toward Maddie and throwing her arms around Maddie's waist. She was hysterically crying as Beth ran up to them. We've got to get you out of here, Maddie said. Zach and Harmony appeared out of nowhere and grabbed Dylan and Chloe. Maddie spotted the fire station just a few hundred feet away. Zach, get them to the fire station. We'll cross the road from there and head into the woods. Maddie shouted. Eric grabbed his wife and his daughter fell in behind them. Gene picked up a dead soldier's rifle and handed it to Krista, then grabbed one for himself. They were laying down suppressive fire as Bo, Fred, and Quincy helped Larry's 2 daughters carry their children to safety. "Mom, get Emma and the other kids to the fire station," Maddie called to her mother as she moved to cover them. Maddie, Jacob, Gene, and Krista kept the enemy's heads down while their group ran to safety. "Go, Maddie," Larry yelled. "I'll cover you guys." As Maddie ran to meet up with the others, she caught a glimpse of people running toward her on the other side of the runway near the civilian general aviation hangar, but couldn't tell if they were enemy soldiers or those from Easton's group. Maddie dropped down behind a line of sandbags surrounding the fire station. Hundreds of spent rounds littered the ground. Isabella and Fisher came around the corner of the fire station, followed by Easton's group. They immediately dropped behind the sandbags and began returning fire at the advancing army. "We're surrounded. There's no way out," Harmony shouted over the cacophony of rifle fire. A round slammed into the building just inches above Maddie's head. She turned and faced at least a squad of Region 5 soldiers, all firing in their direction. He had to move, but to where? "We have to get my family out of here," Maddie shouted. They were so outnumbered Maddie couldn't see them escaping. She fought back despair as she returned fire at the advancing troops. They needed to follow Easton and regroup, come up with a new plan. She moved toward Maria, who was firing over the top of sandbags. More incoming rounds sent sand flying into her eyes, blurring her vision, but she kept crawling forward. She raised her head to see how long they had before enemy fighters overran their position. To her horror, the enemy was nearly on top of them. There would be no retreat. There was no time now. Maddie made eye contact with Jacob. A round hit the sandbags between them. She pivoted, placed her rifle on the sandbags, and fired on automatic, not bothering to take aim. The rifle emptied, and she dropped her right hand to her tactical belt, feeling for a fresh magazine. "I'm out!" she shouted. "I'm on my last mag," Jacob said. They were screwed. Maddie dropped her rifle and unholstered her pistol. She fired a couple of rounds and continued moving toward Maria. "We have to go!" Fisher yelled from behind Jacob. "Maria!" Maddie shouted. Maria's rifle had run dry too, and she was also firing her pistol. She dropped down and turned toward Maddie and the others. "We have to run! We have to try! There's 1,000 yards of open field to cross before we'll reach cover," Harmony said. They'd need to get to the terminal building and then cross the street to head into the trees for cover. If they made it to the woods, they'd have a chance. Jacob looked into Maddie's eyes and took her hand. His mouth opened, but nothing came out. More Humvees came roaring down the road. There was no way they were getting out of this now. There were too many of them. They were pinned down with no avenue of retreat. This was it. Tears welled in Maddie's eyes as she prepared to die. She squeezed Jacob's hand and leaned in to kiss him goodbye. The vehicles stopped 20 feet from them. Maddie glanced over at Maria on her right and back at Jacob on her left. The door to the first Humvee flung open. Maddie leveled her pistol at the first vehicle and was about to squeeze off a round when a familiar face appeared. "Lugnut!" Maddie shouted. More and more Humvees and military vehicles appeared, and U.S. soldiers jumped out to engage Region 5 fighters as Lugnut ran toward the line of sandbags where Maddie and the others had taken cover. She flung her arms around his neck and burst into tears. "I can't believe you're here. I'm sorry I wasn't here to prevent this," Lugnut said, stroking her hair. "Where's Ryan and Rank?" Maddie asked. "They're headed to the command center." "How did you know we were here?" Maddie asked. Joe and Cummins phoned Sharp. "Sharp sent these soldiers with us to help." "We've got MRAPs approaching from the north," one of Sharp's soldiers said. They stopped, and Sharp's soldiers fanned out to defend them. The MRAPs slowed to a stop, and Maddie heard someone calling for a ceasefire. Slowly, the rifle fire came to a stop, and it grew quiet. "Ceasefire! Ceasefire! This is General Stanley Greene, Commanding General of Region 5 forces here on Fort Leonard Wood. All Region 5 soldiers, ceasefire," the officer called over a bullhorn. "Lugnut, this is Rank. Don't shoot. The colonel and I are coming to your location," Rank radioed. "Roger that," Lugnut said. "What the hell?" Maddie asked. Lugnut smiled. "You'll see." Maddie hugged Emma and her mother as the Region 5 officer explained how he'd received word from his superiors to stand down. Apparently there was someone new in charge up in Springfield, and all Region 5 personnel were being recalled to Illinois. Maddie patted Lugnut on the back to congratulate him on a successful mission. He jerked and groaned. "Are you okay?" He took her round to the back, Stevens said as she approached them. "To my plate, the doc says I'll be fine," Lugnut said. "Oh yeah, you don't look fine," Maddie said, squeezing his cheeks. "It's been a long few days, I'm beat." What do you say we head home and talk about my looks later? We can't go home yet, Emma said. Why not? Maddie asked. We have to find the dogs. They ran away when the fighting started. Lugnut yanked on Emma's curls. That's not a problem. They'll be home before we get there. They're probably sitting on the porch as we speak. Not Jack. He's a little guy and he only has one eye, Emma whined. If we get home and all the dogs aren't there, I will personally go look for them, okay? Promise, Emma asked. Promise, Lugnut said. Chapter 29, The Langston Farm, Evening Shade, Missouri, October 11th. It had been 1 month since the battle at Fort Leonard Wood. So many lives had been lost that day. Maddie's group had lost John, and Levi and Richie had been gravely wounded. It was still unknown whether he'd ever walk again, but the Langston group was reunited and the threat from Region 5 was over, at least for now. Sharp now had a company of soldiers stationed at Fort Leonard Wood, and that gave Maddie some comfort. Isabella and Fisher, along with Walker and Isabella's husband Will, were now stationed there. They visited often and spoke of their family back in Arkansas. There'd been talk of Maddie and Jacob visiting them someday when life slowed down. Winter was just around the corner, and the Langston group was busy cutting firewood and putting up enough game to see them through. The cooler temperatures made most tasks more difficult, especially Maddie's least favorite job, laundry. Beth poured heated water into Maddie's washtub and handed her a bar of soap. Fisher said they have indoor plumbing in Texas. Maybe we should ask Sharp when they plan to get the lights back on here in Missouri. Maddie said, a hot shower would be heaven, wouldn't it? Amy said, Maddie could barely recall hot showers or indoor plumbing. This was the first time in a very long time she'd allowed herself to even think about such things. Maddie, Emma called as she approached the creek where the women were washing clothes. Over here, Em. Lugnut wants to see you. Maddie smiled and dropped the soap into the washtub. I'm on my way. Was today the day he released her back to guard duty? It had to be. She wasn't sure how many more domestic chores she could handle before she went crazy. Maddie found Lugnut in the group's dining facility. Ryan and Rank were there as well. This was what she thought it was, wasn't it? Ryan was sipping coffee from the new Marine Corps coffee mug Stevens had given him. Rank stood and pulled out a chair for Maddie across the table from them. Have a seat, Maddie, Lugnut said. What's wrong? Maddie asked. Nothing's wrong. We just need to talk to you about something. Please take a seat. Maddie sat with her hands in her lap. This could have all gone really badly. You should have concentrated on your mission instead of doing your own thing. You know it, and we know it. That's a fact. Fortunately for everyone, your actions didn't compromise your mission, Lugnut said. Maddie's face flushed and she bit her lip. Lug had never spoken to her like this before. She opened her mouth to speak, but nothing came out. There's no need for a rebuttal from you, and we aren't here to talk about that, Ryan said. We've had a few conversations with Command Sergeant Major Easton and Colonel Cummins about you. They've spoken to Colonel Sharp, and he agrees. They wanted us to talk to you, Rank said. About what? Maddie asked. With the military increasing their recruiting efforts and enlisting as many as possible into the Army, they need officers to lead them, Ryan said. Are you guys joining the Army? Maddie asked. Lugnut and I are not, Ryan said. Are they making you an officer, Rank? No. I am a Marine, then. Who? You? Lugnut said. Maddie almost fell out of her chair. Me? She laughed. I'm not even in the Army. Easton, Cummins, and Colonel Sharp were impressed with how you work to bring the area groups together against the common enemy, how you think ahead, your ability to plan and execute logistically and strategically while respecting special classified knowledge, Rank said. I can't be an officer. I have a responsibility to our group here. You mean like doing laundry and working in the garden? Rank asked. She wanted to punch him. With the military here now providing security, there isn't as great a need for such a large security team of our own. I really think you should go to Fort Leonard Wood and talk to Colonel Sharp, Ryan said. This was so out of the blue that Maddie couldn't wrap her head around it. So much had changed since the military had returned to the area. Suddenly there were all these new mandates. Isabella and Fisher had told her about the mandatory military service. That was why Will and Isabella had joined the armed forces in the first place, but she never envisioned they'd draft her. You three think I should join the Army? They need leaders. They have plenty of privates, Lugnut said. They're offering you more than the opportunity to become an officer, though, Maddie. They're going to be stationing soldiers and Marines here on Fort Leonard Wood soon, and they want to frock you as soon as possible. They want to pin lieutenant bars on you before you even go to officer candidate school, but you'd have to begin OCS within a year of getting pinned, Rank said. Marines? Here on Fort Leonard Wood? Maddie asked. That's what they said, Rank replied. Your dad would be proud, Maddie. He'd be prouder if they were offering to frock me as a Marine lieutenant, she said. The three amigos looked at each other, then back at Maddie. That might be something that could be arranged, Ryan said. When Maddie approached Jacob about it at the group's dining facility, he was all for it. Apparently, some of Sharp's folks had already spoken to most of their group about military service. Right now, it was voluntary. Who will care for Emma if we both join up? Maddie asked him. Your mom? She's the one that looks out for her when we're off on scavenging missions or fighting bad guys, Jacob said. He was trying to lighten the mood. Them wanting to make you an officer is a huge honor, Maddie. I, for one, think you'd be a damned good officer. Your father would be so proud of you, Beth said, kissing Maddie on the cheek. Tears streamed down her mother's face. Maddie felt a mixture of fear and excitement. As a Marine officer, Lugnut wouldn't be bossing her around anymore. She allowed herself to dream of a brighter future for the country for the first time in a long time. A future that didn't include malnutrition and having to be on constant guard against violence. Does this mean you will be leaving us? Emma asked, her big green eyes glistening with tears. Maddie wrapped her arms around Emma and hugged her tight. No, Em, I'll be right here. After training, I'll be stationed right here at Fort Leonard Wood, and you'll see me every day. Emma jumped up and down and squealed. Yay, will you get your very own Humvee? I don't know any of that yet. What I do know is that I love you, and I'm so glad that I have such a smart, kind, and brave little sister. Me too, Emma said. Buster, Harmony, called Maddie, and Emma turned, looking for the dog. I haven't seen them all day, Emma said. Buster dinner, Harmony called. Woof. Woofed. Dylan ran to the oversized doghouse and crouched. He looked back over his shoulder wearing an ear-to-ear grin. They're all in the dog cabin. Buster bounded out, knocking Dylan over. He was followed by Cooper, Mugsby, and One-Eyed Jack. Zack ran over to help Dylan to his feet as Buster ran toward Harmony. Bo walked up and bent to see inside. I see you finished the doghouse, dog cabin. We did the log's butt and passed just like you did ours, except smaller. Bo tousled Dylan's hair. It looks like you and Zack did a really good job, except you forgot to remove the bark from the logs. It's supposed to have bark. It's a dog cabin. Dylan laughed. Bo chuckled. I get it. Woof, woof.